As a college student, everyone knows that the college student group has the characteristic of being fragile yet hard to kill, and I have taken this trait to the extreme. While playing a game, I can get so excited that it triggers high blood pressure. While eating, I can inexplicably suffer from food poisoning. As a result, major hospitals have reserved a special VIP ward just for me. Until one day, the wheels of fate began to turn. At that time, I was in the classroom, fully focused on playing the game, and I was about to achieve a pentakill, reaching the peak of the game. Suddenly, with a loud bang, someone slammed the table, followed by an angry roar. Who allowed you to play on your phones during self-study? Everyone stand up. This shout was like a thunderclap, and the students playing on their phones were all startled, while I was so scared that my hand shook, and the pentakill that was originally within my grasp just slipped away. I angrily raised my head, ready to curse, when a crisp system notification sound suddenly rang in my mind. Detected a suitable host. System activation successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the frail and sickly system. This system has carefully prepared thousands of diseases for the host, including poisoning, fractures, leukemia, and more. Now, please choose any disease for an immersive experience. Upon hearing this, I was completely stunned. Other protagonists bind systems that help them reverse their fate and soar to the peak of life. But why is my system making me experience being frail and sickly? Detected that the host has no choice of will. The system will arrange a disease for the host to experience immersively. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring a new disease, hypertension. I was once again dumbfounded, thinking to myself, no, I haven't even chosen yet. Who gave you the right to decide on your own? Detected that the host's dissatisfaction level is high. A beginner gift box is specially provided. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the talent skill Twisted Fate. When the host is in an unhealthy state, there is a certain probability of triggering unexpected events and obtaining fate coins. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the talent skill Polar Reversal. For each disease healed, the host will gain 1 point of reversal value, which can temporarily strengthen specific body parts for 5 minutes. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the talent skill Attention of the Masses. For every 10,000 points of attention value the host gains, they will extend their life by 1 second, and during the extended life state, the host is immune to death. Looking at the 3 talents gifted by the system, my originally frustrated eyes instantly lit up. Although the talents of Twists of Fate and Polar Reversal don't seem particularly effective at the moment, the talent Attention of the Masses is simply a god-level skill. As long as I can gain enough attention points, wouldn't I be able to achieve the immortality that Qin Shi Huang dreamed of? The question arises, how exactly can I obtain these attention points? Just when I was filled with doubt, new system prompts echoed in my mind one after another. Congratulations to the host for gaining the attention of Instructor Zhang Yon. Attention value increased by 1. Congratulations to the host for gaining the attention of Bai Bingbing, the host of the college life segment. Attention value increased by 1. Congratulations, the host has gained the attention of the director Zhou Jing. Attention value increased by 1. Looking at this series of system prompts, I suddenly realized that gaining attention points is achieved by being noticed by others. And now, because I was caught playing on my phone during self-study class, I have successfully attracted quite a few people's attention, and these attention points have come so easily. Although this frail and sickly system started off a bit strange, it might really allow me to carve out a unique and powerful path. It turns out that as long as the other party pays attention to me, I can continuously gain attention points, but the accumulation of these points is a bit slow. Is there any way to increase them a bit? Just as I was deep in thought, Zhang Yong felt that his authority was being challenged, especially at that moment. Bai Bingbing walked into the study room with a photographer, and the earlier scene had already been live-streamed. The netizens in the live broadcast were all exclaiming, "Are the new students this bold now?" The instructor told him to stand up, and he didn't react at all. The camera is on him, otherwise, the instructor would have acted long ago. This guy is probably stunned with anger. After all, he lost a sure 5 kills. While the netizens were in heated discussion, Zhang Yong couldn't hold back any longer. He reached out and grabbed my collar, forcibly pulling me up, saying, "I told you to stand up. Didn't you hear me? What is your name?" Because of the live broadcast, Zhang Yong's behavior was already very restrained, but Zhou Jing still kept giving Zhang Yong signals, indicating that he should not be too agitated. After all, the camera was still recording. Congratulations to the host for gaining Zhang Yong's attention. Attention value increased by 10. Seeing this prompt, I was suddenly enlightened. It turns out that as long as I can make the other party pay more attention to me, the attention value will increase significantly. However, before I had time to be happy, a sudden wave of dizziness hit me, and a look of pain instantly appeared on my face. My whole body swayed, giving the impression that I couldn't stand steadily. I said, "Instructor, Please speak properly, don't get physical. I'm weak. Zhang Yang was amused by my words and said, stop with that act, pretending to be sick. Ha, I have looked at everyone's files, and each of you has very good physical fitness, otherwise, how could you possibly pass the freshman military training? Also, let me tell you, pretending to be sick won't solve the problem. If you don't want things to escalate, cooperate immediately, report your name, and accept the punishment. Seeing Zhang Yang so persistent, I held back my dizziness and said my name. Bai Bingbing frowned while watching and asked, Director Zhou, is this how Instructor Zhang usually treats students? Zhou Jing quickly explained. Instructor Zhang is a former border soldier turned instructor, so his style of doing things is quite hardcore. Don't be fooled by his fierce appearance, he is actually just strict, and his intentions are good for the students. Bai Bingbing observed and said, I think that student's condition seems off, is he really not feeling well? Wei Jing confidently waved his hand and said, no way. Students at our Magic City University undergo a month-long military training before enrollment. Students with poor physical fitness will be filtered out during the training, and the school counselors will pay special attention to them. Since Director Zhang has no impression of this new student, it means his physical condition must be fine, he should just be pretending to be sick. Upon hearing this, Bai Bingbing nodded with some doubt, but deep down she always felt that it didn't seem like he was pretending. After knowing my name, Zhang Yang's attitude became even harsher. In front of the photographer, he began to criticize and educate me. But who would have thought that at that moment, I could barely stand, my hands propped up on the table, my whole body trembling, and I felt like my head was about to explode, with waves of dizziness hitting me one after another. So this is what high blood pressure feels like? It really is an immersive experience. Seeing that I was still pretending here, Zhang Yang became even angrier and said, look at how you're standing. Do you deserve to be a student of our Modu University? Stand up straight. Zhang Yang reached out to grab my collar again, but as soon as his hand stretched out, I suddenly fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing this, Zhang Yang was stunned, and his hand froze in midair. At that moment, a female classmate let out a sharp scream. He fainted. Classmate Tingfeng has fainted. With her scream, the people around finally reacted to what had happened. The live stream's bullet comments instantly filled the screen. Wow, this kid's acting is impressive. Even I, a performance major, can't spot any flaws. I'm a medical major, and I can responsibly tell you that he really passed out. Netizens speculated wildly. Zhang Yang's expression changed, and he forced himself to say, you little brat, are you trying to play dead with me? I warn you, my patience is limited. You better stand up quickly. Qin Feng, classmate Qin Feng. The more Zhang Yang spoke, the less confident he became. At that moment, I suddenly turned pale, my lips dry, as if all the blood had been drawn from my body in an instant. Zhang Yang, who had served in the military, immediately recognized that I was in shock, because a person only turns as pale as a sheet of paper in that state. Zhang Yang quickly knelt in front of me with a thud, his voice trembling, tears streaming down his face. Qin Feng, please don't scare me. It's my fault. I shouldn't have treated you so badly. Wake up, open your eyes and look at me. I beg you not to die. Everyone saw Zhang Yang, who was just arrogant a moment ago, now kneeling in front of me and crying uncontrollably. Everyone fell silent. Someone said, this is outrageous. Wasn't this instructor very impressive just now? Why is he kneeling now? Dude, he might be in serious trouble now. He has to take criminal responsibility. Doesn't he dare not kneel? This brother can't really be dead, right? Just because he got a pentakill stolen, no matter the reason. This instructor definitely can't escape. Zhang Yang was not the only one in a hurry about this matter. Zhou Jing, realizing what was happening, also slapped her forehead and quickly called Xiao Yi to come over. Xian Liang was standing at the library entrance smoking when he received Zhou Jing's call. He hurriedly grabbed the medical kit and ran to the study room, shouting, everyone, make way, make way, I am the school doctor. As soon as Qian Liang, wearing a white coat, ran into the study room, he found that everyone's gaze was fixed on him. Chancellor giggled. That's not a good sign. Does it mean something's really wrong? Qian Liang approached and almost fainted on the spot with fear, and hurriedly took a deep breath. Zhou Jing came over and inquired, Old Qian, help see what's going on with this student. Is he too sleepy to get a good night's rest? You're stuck. How can you be so white without rest? Qian Liang resisted the urge to curse and hurriedly squatted down to examine Qin Feng. Hypoglycemia, hypotension, hypertension, all of which can lead to shock. I'll have to do a test to rule them out one by one. You guys call an ambulance first. I can only give him a brief treatment. As soon as Qian Liang's words fell, Qin Feng, who was lying on the ground, began to have a nosebleed, while his face slowly began to become bloody. Seeing this scene, Zhou Jin was thrilled. Blushing, he's blushing. Old money, Is he alright? Qianliang was also excited. So excited that his hands were shaking. But it wasn't because he was happy. It was because he was afraid. At this moment, Qianliang's mind flashed through many thoughts. What enters your body at midnight is not necessarily sleepiness. What shines on your face in the morning is not necessarily sunshine. What stabs you in the back is not necessarily a knife. What is carried on your shoulders is not necessarily a responsibility. Similarly, now Qin Feng blushing is not necessarily that he has recovered. More likely to be ing blood vessels burst. Qianliang took out a sphygmomanometer and measured Qin Feng's blood pressure. Once he looked at the values, Qianliang went numb. Zhou Jing came over again. How's it going, old money? Is his blood pressure normal? Normal? Qianliang was so angry that his voice turned sharp. A normal person's blood pressure is 60 to 139 and he's 280. My sphygmomanometer is going off the charts. Do you think it's normal? What are you looking at me for? I'm a school nurse and I can still resuscitate on the spot. How? Hurry up and call an ambulance. Tell those doctors to hurry up. If they're late they'll have to collect this kid's body. Once they heard Qianliang say that, the group of people were in a mess. Zhou Jin rushed to the side to make a phone call. Zhang Yong was like losing his soul. The whole person was stupid. At this point, he was in a bit of a trance and couldn't believe it was all true. He only had a poor attitude. And this kid really died on the spot for himself. Are all college students so grumpy these days? The live broadcast room also instantly boiled over. Asterisk 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 asterisk, the dude's really dead? I thought he just passed out. Is there a brother who studied medicine to popularize the concept of what a blood pressure of 280 is? Let me put it to you this way. Under normal circumstances, a blood pressure of 140 ruptures an artery, and the blood can soar 2 meters high. Under normal circumstances, with a blood pressure of 280, a ruptured artery, the blood can soar 3 to 4 meters high, equivalent to the ceiling. Holy, that outrageous? Thanks to Cope, it's graphic. I can even already picture this guy singing Tears on the Iron Window in prison with the principal. So playing the game is so dangerous? Luckily, I'm a rookie in terms of skill, so there's no way I can get 5 kills. Just as the netizens were discussing it, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the corridor. The netizens were all a bit surprised. Is the ambulance coming that fast? Just as the netizens were puzzled, Principal Lu Zhangyuan rushed into the study room with a group of school leaders. Where are the people? Are the people alive? Seeing the sweaty Lu Zhangyuan, everyone knew that he must have run all the way here furiously. When Lu Zhangyuan saw Qin Feng lying on the ground, his heart thumped, his eyes went black, and his legs were somewhat unsteady. Seeing this, Zhou Jin hurriedly ran over to assist Lu Zhangyuan. Headmaster, take care of yourself. Chapter 4, Accidentally Sleeping Over. Bail your ass out. Lu Zhangyuan pushed Zhou Jin away with one hand. What time is it? This head teacher is still kissing ass. Can you kiss ass to get this student back? Lu Zhangyuan walked quickly to Qianliang's side. Old money, what's the situation now? Is he alright? Lu Zhangyuan was so careful when he asked this, as if he was worried that his voice was too loud to scare Qin Feng to death. Qianliang reached out and peeled back Qin Feng's eyelids, directly startling the people around him. At this moment, the whites of Qin Feng's eyes were unexpectedly blood red. Qianliang reached out and touched Qin Feng's carotid artery again, then shook his head and said, it should be an intracranial hemorrhage caused by high blood pressure. The person is gone. As soon as he heard Qianliang say this, Zhang Yongmen, who was kneeling on the ground, was dumbfounded. He's gone? I only spoke a little louder. And you died on the spot, right? Are all college students so fragile nowadays? Lu Zhengyuan's eyes were even darker after hearing this news, and the whole person staggered and almost fainted on the spot. Originally, Lu Zhengyuan was also thinking that it was hard to invite Bai Bingbing over to conduct an interview today, so he could take this opportunity to publicize Mordor University. Now it's over. The teacher scared the students to death as a result of her bad attitude, and I'm afraid this incident will immediately rush to the hot search. When the time comes, not only will Zhang Yong be held criminally responsible, but he may have to follow him in. Lu Zhengyuan was still undeterred, shivering and inquiring, what about cardiopulmonary resuscitation? Can it be resuscitated by CPR? Qianliang shook his head. Principal, we're all having a hard time accepting this, but he is indeed dead, and I don't recommend CPR on a non-living body. Qianliang's sentence of non-living body once again gave Lu Zhengyuan a whole broken defense. Lu Zhengyuan could no longer hold on any longer, and sat on his butt on the ground. The whole person was as if his whole body had been drained of its strength. The netizens in the live chat room couldn't help but spit out the scene when they saw it. Nice non-living body. Meaning the dude doesn't even need to be resuscitated. He can just be sent to the funeral home, right? Many people think that CPR can be used whenever a person dies, but this is actually a very wrong idea. CPR is designed to restore a living person's heartbeat and breathing, and is primarily indicated for sudden death due to heart problems. This dude died of high blood pressure and CPR didn't work. This doctor made the right decision. CPR isn't just a few presses. It's an easy way to break your ribs. To insist on using CPR when you know the other person is already dead, that's just asking for trouble. You guys look at that guide. It seems like his soul is gone. It's so tragic. Who would have thought that just educating a student normally would result in someone being lost? Shouldn't it be the principal who is the most miserable? Flying in the face. I feel like the principal's entire being is going to shatter. Just as the netizens were talking, professional paramedics finally arrived at the scene. Excuse me, please, where is the patient? Hearing the doctor ask this, Lu Zhengyuan numbly pointed at Qin Feng lying on the ground. Dr. Zhang Guangming took a look at the reaction of the people around him, and then took a look at Qin Feng, who was lying on the floor in a board, and his eyebrows suddenly wrinkled. It's not like they're gone, is it? As soon as Zhang Guangming walked over, Qian Liang took the initiative to speak. I'm Qian Liang, the school doctor of Mordor University. This student is no longer able to make it. Do you have a white cloth? Give him a cover. Hearing Qian Liang say this, the two nurses were quick with their hands and feet, directly pulling out the white cloth and spreading it out. Instead, Zhang Guangming subconsciously reached out to check Qin Feng's vital signs. Who knew that just as soon as Zhang Guangming's hand touched Qin Feng's neck, Qin Feng suddenly took a deep breath and the whole person sat up straight. OMG. Swindle. I don't know who screamed, scaring the other students into running out the door. A female teacher was even fainted on the spot. Qian Liang was also shocked and his face went white. Qin Feng looked around and realized that everyone was looking at him with strange eyes. Qin Feng was a bit embarrassed. Sorry about that, I accidentally fell asleep earlier. Sleeping through? You're dead. At this time, Lu Zhengyuan also finally reacted. He hurriedly came over and inquired in a low voice. Student Qin Feng, are you alright? Qin Feng shook his head and said with a somewhat pained expression. Something's wrong. My head still hurts. It feels like my brain is in water. It's wobbly. Upon hearing Qin Feng say that, Qian Liang was startled. Don't shake, Mr. Qin Feng, don't shake. Although I don't know what the hell is going on with you right now. A blood vessel in your brain may have burst, and you don't want to do any more strenuous exercise. Qin Feng gave an oh-so-sudden realization. No wonder I always feel like there's the sound of water in my head. But it turns out it's just a burst blood vessel. As long as it's not water in my brain, I'm relieved. Qian Liang, you young one. What do you mean it's just a burst blood vessel? You despise burst blood vessels, don't you? Zhang Guangming also realized the seriousness of the matter, and he immediately had someone put Qin Feng on a stretcher to carry him to the ambulance. Who knew that Qin Feng strongly demanded that Bai Bingbing also follow him to the car? Otherwise he would not cooperate with the treatment. Qin Feng's attitude was resolute, and Zhang Guangming couldn't refuse, so he had to let Bai Bingbing also take the photographer on board. Watching the group leave in a hurry, Director of Instruction Zhou Jin couldn't help but sigh from the sidelines. Old Qian, your professionalism still needs to be improved. How come you can't even tell the living dead apart? Qian Liang was so angry that he cursed. He was dead just now. The dead kind. My judgment can't be wrong. Zhou Jin skimmed his lips. Dead through and still sitting up? And now you can get into an ambulance like nobody's business? If a blood vessel had really burst in his brain, would he still be reacting the way he is now? I can tell even an amateur that there's nothing wrong with him. You, questioning my professionalism, are we? He's really dead through and through just now. At this time, Qian Liang wanted to call the police. He was a school doctor. Although the level of medical skills cannot be compared with the doctors of large hospitals, but people are dead or not dead. Can he not tell the difference? Zhou Jin patted Qian Liang's shoulder and said, Old Qian, we've been friends for more than 10 years, so there are some words that are hard to hear, but I still have to say them. It's okay for you to hang around school during the week, but you can't mess around when it counts. Look at you scaring the principal. Zhou Jin quietly gave Qian Liang a wink. Qian Liang looked in the direction of Zhou Jin's wink, and only then did he realize that Lu Zhengyuan's pants were wet. Qian Liang froze for a moment, suddenly feeling that his future was not bright. The surrounding people in fact also noticed the principal pants wet, but they all and did not see the same. Do what you do. This is the emotional intelligence. It was also at this time that Lu Zhengyuan also said to the assistant beside him, Xiao Lu, go get the car. I want to go to the hospital. Chapter 5. Is this a medical miracle? Qin Feng was lying in the ambulance, always smiling and looking at the camera. The netizens in the live broadcast room were looking at Qin Feng's scalp with this bizarre smile. Is this dude sick? What's with the giggling at the camera? It's creepy. Naya. I have a feeling he's watching me through the screen. He's not trying to find a scapegoat before he dies, is he? Cam. He gave me goosebumps laughing. I feel like I might have nightmares tonight. Bai Bingbing couldn't sit still on the side. She couldn't help but open her mouth and inquire. Fellow student Qin Feng, you purposely asked us to follow you. Is there something you want to say to us? In Bai Bingbing's opinion, Qin Feng must have something important to say if he still named them to follow the car at such a time. Either they are accounting for their last words or they are accusing the school administration. Who knew that Qin Feng shook his head? Nothing much, just want you guys to follow me the whole time. You guys are on the air, right? Bai Bingbing froze and subconsciously nodded. Qin Feng had a reassuring expression on his face. It's live as long as it's live. I'm counting on you guys to survive. Qin Feng's words made Bai Bingbing even more confused. They weren't doctors. What did Qin Feng's ability to survive have to do with them? The photography assistant asked in a low voice. Sister Bingbing, he's not trying to blackmail us, is he? Bai Bingbing shook her head. Unlikely. It's not like we caused him to be like this, but I always felt as if he was hinting at something. Bai Bingbing frowned and meditated. Could it be that it was because there was some unknown inside information about Mordor University that he happened to know? Or was Qin Feng lying here now? Seemingly an accident, but actually premeditated? Bai Bingbing's mind was getting more and more diffuse, and she had already brainstormed a treacherous campus dark blockbuster using her limited reserve knowledge of courtroom drama. And Qin Feng is the hero of this blockbuster movie, and all the key information is in Qin Feng. Seeing Bai Bingbing's eyes looking at him getting brighter and more out of place, Qin Feng's heart was a little hairy. What's the deal with this woman? Is she going to eat someone? The reason why Qin Feng wanted Bai Bingbing and the girls to follow the car was not on a whim. Rather, he found that when a photographer disliked the face shooting himself, he was able to gain a considerable amount of attention value. The attention value especially peaked in a wave just before he himself broke off. It was also because of the attention value being high enough that Qin Feng was able to reconnect back even after he was disconnected. It could be said that if it wasn't for Bai Bingbing and the girls being live-streamed, at this point Qin Feng would have already reported to hell. Combining the above factors, Qin Feng had already made a decision in his heart. If he wanted to not die a violent death, then he had to make full use of the 10,000 attention skill. If you want to put that skill to good use, then you have to find a show like Bai Bingbing and the girls to work with. Not only is it live, but there are quite a few people who tune in to watch it and are able to secure enough attention to renew themselves. Thinking of this, Qin Feng looked up at Bai Bingbing. Ms. Bingbing, I want to cooperate with your TV station. Do you think I can? When Qin Feng opened his mouth, he directly gave Bai Bingbing a whole won't. Cooperation. Cooperation? Collaborate on what? Qin Feng said somewhat coyly. It's just a collaborative live broadcast. What kind of program are you guys? Hearing Qin Feng ask this, Bai Bingbing couldn't help but cry and laugh. Hoping that after talking for so long you don't even know what kind of program we are, right? If I wasn't wearing a badge, you wouldn't even know my name. I'm afraid. We are the University Life Program team, which focuses on filming and documenting daily life at various universities. Yeah, I'm a college student, Qin Feng said with great excitement. Sister Bingbing, anyway, your program is all about documenting college life. So instead of shooting aimlessly and randomly, why don't you just shoot me alone? I'm a college student. I can do the whole job. I live well. Qin Feng's words came out of the live broadcast. Netizens couldn't tense up. Does this dude know what he's talking about? What with the college life and driving here? I think the cerebral hemorrhage has affected his brain. You can see he's already babbling now. I didn't see it. This kid is like this and still thinking of cooperating with the TV station. This is wanting to be famous and wanting to be crazy, right? Journalism students have an innate obsession with appearing on camera. I have a journalism friend around me who is like that and is always thinking about appearing on camera throughout the day. So the brother's pretty talented at journalism? Seeing Qin Feng's blood pressure soar to over 200 again, Zhang Guangming couldn't help but advise from the sidelines. This student, your current situation is very dangerous. You can wait for anything until after you are discharged from the hospital. You can lie down for now, Qin Feng said impatiently. This matter of cooperation is very important to me. I have to get this done first. Otherwise I might not be able to get up if I lie down. Zhang Guangming also came on fire. Nonsense. What's more important than your healing? You hurry up and lie down. Qin Feng stared at Zhang Guangming. You're mean to me? For some reason, Zhang Guangming was a little weak at this look from Qin Feng. He was about to explain. Who knew that Qin Feng's eyes rolled over, and his entire body fell down directly with a clang as if he had been electrocuted. I didn't tell you to lie like this. Dr. Zhang, the patient's heart rate has gone to 0. Dr. Zhang, the patient's blood pressure is dropping fast too. Dr. Zhang, the patient is dying. Zhang Guangming, I play Nima. I'm just telling you to lie down. You kid die for me right. At this time, Zhang Guangming was at a loss. and hurriedly asked the nurse to push adrenaline to Qin Feng. Don't die, lad. You mustn't die. I'm wrong, alright. Zhang Guangming, a man of 1 meter 8, had red eyes at this time. The netizens in the livestream couldn't help but send pop-ups to interact with each other when they saw this scene. It's out of place. But guys, I really can't hold in my laughter. Dr. Zhang, I still like the untamed look you had just now. Please recover. You're mean to me, aren't you? If you're mean to me, I'll die for you? No, this dude is too screwed up. Saying he can die? What kind of anticlimactic skill is this? This brother is a truthful man. And indeed he does not lie. He can indeed do a whole job. And a great job at that. This heart rate is going to 0 so fast. I've never seen such outrageous heart rate numbers in all my years of medical school. This is great. If this dude dies, this doctor will probably have to be sent in too. Sinning. Just when everyone thought that Qin Feng might not be saved, Qin Feng opened his eyes again and sat up. Everyone was dumbfounded. No, buddy, you're still alive? Zhang Guangming was also dumbfounded. Is this a legendary medical miracle? This is too much of a stretch. Chapter 6 Repeated horizontal jumps on the edge of life and death. Where was I? Qin Feng, who sat up, patted his head, feeling a bit disoriented. Under the effect of all eyes, Qin Feng had over 10 seconds of immunity to death at this point. Don't underestimate this 10 seconds or so. Qin Feng had already tested it just now. In fact, every time he died, he would consume at most 1 second of immunity to death. When that second passes, his body will begin to slowly recover from the state of death, leaving it in a healthier state as much as possible. If I had to compare it, it would be kind of like a bloodied hero passing back to base. It's empty blood, but the base will slowly help you get your status back to full. Once your status is back to full, you'll swish your blood bar away again and start experiencing a second immunity to death. Not dying sounds good, but that sense of near-death experience Qin Feng is really hard to feel. It was as if Qin Feng was suddenly disconnected, feeling that his entire body, including his brain, hurt everywhere, with an indescribable unbearable feeling. Zhang Guangming was on the verge of crying on the sidelines, worried that his bad attitude would scare Qin Feng again. Zhang Guangming hurriedly prompted in a soft voice. Student Qin Feng, you just talked about cooperation. Qin Feng gave Zhang Guangming an approving look and then dropped his gaze to Bai Bingbing. Sister Bingbing, you saw what I did just now, right? I am really alive. As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, I guarantee that the ratings of your program will definitely be doubled several times. Bai Bingbing didn't doubt Qin Feng's words at all. After all, from the beginning of Qin Feng's accident until now, the number of fans in the live broadcast room had already exceeded 10,000 people. You should know that Bai Bingbing she hosted this program is actually biased record publicity type. The theme is to do publicity for the various famous universities, to attract senior high school students to fill out the application for volunteering. That's why this program has been so lukewarm, and it's still mainly watched by parents of students, hoping to help their children learn about the learning atmosphere, campus environment in such of these prestigious universities in advance. But things are different now. Qin Feng's appearance caused the entire program to run off the rails and the shooting style changed. But the live broadcast was surprisingly effective. In this day and age, traffic is king. As long as you and the live room whole live netizens love to see, that is the king of the road, is splashing the sky rich. Thinking of this, Bai Bingbing spoke. Student Qin Feng, cooperating in this kind of business is not a small matter. I don't have such a high authority. Specifically, you still have to talk to my leader. But I can assure you that we'll be following the story the entire time until you recover and leave the hospital. And we'll never leave your side. Bai Bingbing's thoughts were simple. Qin Feng had expressed so strongly that he wanted to cooperate with them, so he would do himself a favor and agree to what he could first. As for how exactly it would work, that was not something she, as a host, should consider. Clunk. Bai Bingbing felt the whole ambulance jump upwards. It should have just passed a speed bump. Qin Feng was just about to open his mouth to speak when suddenly his entire body's eyes closed and he once again fell limply onto the stretcher. Dr. Zhang, the patient's heart rate is back to 0. Dr. Zhang, the patient's blood pressure is also dropping rapidly. It feels like he's about to lose it. At this point, Zhang Guangming was about to collapse. No dude, an ambulance going over a speed bump is just a speed bump. You're not that fragile, are you? That's just another crunch? The nurse looked at Zhang Guangming. Dr. Young, do we need to push another shot of epinephrine into him? Zhang Guangming rolled his eyes. You think adrenaline is glucose? Just hit it? The effects of the last adrenaline shot shouldn't be completely over yet. It's up to his own willpower to pull through. There's nothing we can do. It's not that Zhang Guangming is not a good doctor, but there are only a few ways to give first aid to a patient in an ambulance. A direct shot of epinephrine has been considered one of the most effective of these, but this approach can be harmful to a person's body. and too much of it may even lead to epinephrine poisoning. This was why Zhang Guangming insisted on not giving Qin Feng an injection this time. This time Qin Feng did not wake up. It was as if he had fallen asleep. His lips were black and blue and his face was as white as paper. The ambulance had pulled into the hospital parking lot by now. The car door opened. A group of doctors and nurses had been waiting outside for a long time, lifting Qin Feng's stretcher and preparing to send it to the emergency room. Zhang Guangming sighed from the side and said, "We were one step too late after all. He's already dead." Hearing Zhang Guangming say this, the other doctors and nurses also went up to examine Qin Feng and found that Qin Feng was actually really dead. No breathing, no pulse, not even a blood pressure reading. What is this if not a proper dead man? After confirming that Qin Feng was dead, the doctors and nurses who had rushed to support him let out a sigh of relief, because according to the rules of the hospital, when a more serious person is brought to the hospital via ambulance, the doctors of the whole department, no matter what you are doing, you have to be the first to support, so that you can race with death. Emergency Department Dr. Duan Rui said to Zhang Guangming, "He didn't have much luck. He didn't hold on. Contact his family, then put his body in our hospital freezer first, and then just pull it out and look at it when the family arrives." A group of doctors and nurses were ready to turn around and send Qin Feng towards the morgue. It was also at this time that Qin Feng opened his eyes once more and gasped violently. The doctor in charge of carrying the stretcher was so frightened that he almost gave Qin Feng a knee with a weak leg. "Aren't you dead? How? Why are you still alive?" Qin Feng scratched his face. "What's all the fuss about me being alive? I was just asleep. There's nothing really wrong with me." Zhang Guangming, Duan Rui. If anyone else heard this, they would only think that Qin Feng was a madman. The netizens in the live stream started interacting straight away. "I've experienced this state of his, and I can only say that student Qin Feng acted very well. Last time I went to climb a mountain for a day with my good brother, and on the way back by car it was this kind of reaction that student Qin Feng is having right now. It's hard to move without breaking the movie. All the way up to now. Student Qin Feng still thinks he's sleeping through it. So what kind of disease is it that student Qin Feng is suffering from? The frequency of this onset is also too high. I'm a medical student, and all I can say is that I haven't seen this before either." To put it in layman's terms, it means that Mr. Qin Feng has been repeatedly jumping sideways on the edge of life and death, which is inscrutable. Schrodinger's life and death? That's too outrageous. Yama, what the hell is flickering in my house? Is hell haunted? No matter what the reason was, at this moment, Qin Feng did wake up. The paramedics rushed to put Qin Feng on a cart and then darted toward the emergency room. This dude's physique is so special. They'll have to do some research to find out what the hell he was just doing. Chapter 7, you should sign this. Qin Feng is lying on a stretcher and doesn't forget to gesture to the camera until he's being wheeled into the emergency room and yells for Bai Bingbing to stay put and wait for him to come out. The netizens in the live stream saw this scene and spat on it. "I really don't know what to say about this dude. It's that time of the year and he's still thinking about being a netizen? Young people nowadays are like this. The first reaction to anything is that the traffic is coming. Didn't you see someone who was in a car accident before and was still covered in blood to send a friend circle with his cell phone? So is he not okay, or is he okay? It felt like he was dying at school before. So how come it feels like there's nothing wrong with him now? Dude, do you have no idea what high blood pressure 280 means? Let me put it this way. It's already a medical miracle that he was able to be pushed out with a smile on his face just now. If he can still be pushed out with a smile on his face later, I'll eat my keyboard live. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is it that serious? Then according to you, wouldn't all these school leaders have to be sent in? Good lord. When you explain it like that, I suddenly understand what it means to sound like a man. Just as the netizens were talking, Principal Lu Zhongyuan arrived with a group of school leaders. When Yu Yongwan saw the lighted sign in the emergency room, his entire body tensed up. At that exact moment an emergency department doctor came out of it. "Which one of you is the patient's family?" Without saying a word, Lu Zhengyuan rushed to welcome him. "Mr. Qin Feng is a student from out of town. We haven't had time to notify his family yet. I'm the president of Mordor University. Lu Zhengyuan, if you have anything to say, just talk to me." Lu Zhengyuan spoke these words in a neutral tone, giving a very calm and reliable feeling. The doctor glanced at Ryu Zhengyuan and then handed over a piece of paper. "The patient's in critical condition. We need to open his skull and perform a hematoma removal immediately. Here's the critical notice. Since you're the principal, sign this one." Sick note? Ryu Zhengyuan's hands were trembling as he held the sick notice. Not the doctor. So suddenly? Wasn't Mr. Qin Feng fine when he was wheeled in just now? He even smiled at us. Is it really necessary to do this craniotomy? The doctor sneered. You're a doctor and I'm a doctor? You're such a professional. Why don't you treat it? Just because the person was smiling when he was wheeled in just now doesn't mean he's okay. We have a lot of patients in the hospital who are still doing exercises in the morning. And then the person is gone in the afternoon, who can tell with things like life and death. Are you guys going to sign this or not? Anyway, if you guys don't sign this word, we definitely won't do this craniotomy either. If anything happens to the patient at that time, the consequences will be your own. Hearing the doctor say this, Lu Zhongyuan's face turned green. Before, he was the one who reprimanded others in school, but it didn't occur to him that it would turn out to be him being reprimanded in the hospital. Lu Zhongyuan hesitated as he looked at the medical notice and looked at Zhou Jin, who was standing by the side. Director Zhou, you're in charge of this class of freshmen, and you're a bit more familiar with them, so you can sign this. Looking at the critical notice handed over by Lu Zhongyuan, Zhou Jin immediately stared with wide eyes and a shocked face. No, I'm actually not very familiar with them. I've only met them a few times during military training. If I really want to say I'm familiar with them, of course it's still their guide. Zhou Jin turned the sick notice around and gave it to Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong, you're the guide of the first journalism class, and this matter also started because of you, so it's most appropriate for you to sign this. Zhang Yong's hands were shaking as he held the critical notice. Who dares to sign this word so easily? If Qin Feng really has a long or short, whoever signed it is the main responsibility. According to the laws of the Dragon State, that will not be the bottom of the prison through? Zhang Yong was also very clear-headed. He is a hitman. Weekdays in order to promote plus pat the leader's ass is nothing. The big deal is to spend more money. But if he sends himself in for the sake of kissing ass, then Zhang Yong is definitely not happy. He is not willing to be the wrongdoer. Thinking about it, Zhang Yong sternly refused. Director Zhou, I'm just a small guide. I'd like to sign this, but I'm not qualified. You said that I usually have to report to the registrar's office to grant a leave slip to a student, and the hospital won't recognize the sick notice even if I sign it. Zhang Yong's words were meant for the doctor. Sure enough, after hearing Zhang Yong say that, the doctor gave him a look of contempt. Are instructors so humble nowadays that they don't even have the power to approve a leave of absence? If that's the case, then he can't really sign this sick note. The doctor looked at Zhou Jin impatiently. He's right. It's not like anyone can sign the sick note. He's not qualified. The sick notice is back in Zhou Jin's hands. Seeing that this hot potato had been passed back again, Zhou Jin's entire body was bad. He picked up a signing pen, the tip of which kept approaching the sick note. Seeing that this sum was about to touch the paper, Zhou Jin suddenly covered his head and shouted in a hurry. No, I'm dizzy. I'm suddenly nauseous and want to throw up. Doctor, help me see if I'm having a hypoglycemic episode. I'm having a hard time. I feel sky high. Zhou Jin covered his head and closed his eyes, and his whole body kept wobbling, looking like he was really sick. Encountering such a situation, doctors do not dare to slow down, and quickly called 2 nurses. Take Zhou Jin to the side to see what is going on. Ryu Zhengwan's face turned green. Well, the netizens in the live stream instantly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. This director of instruction can even resorted to the trick of pretending to be sick in order not to take the blame? Sudden malady, director of instruction edition. Even though everyone can see that he's faking it, you just can't do anything about it. Don't you think you're angry? The principal's face was green with anger, not realizing that he would have to sign this himself in the end. Ryu Youngwon looked at the doctor with a hint of expectation and thirst in his eyes. Who knew that the doctor just said coldly, time waits for no one. If you don't want to sign, I won't force you. You can contact the funeral home now. You call that not pushing me? This signature is definitely not able to avoid himself. The principal simply gritted his teeth and signed his name on the critical illness notice in a flowing manner. Also, just moments after signing, the emergency room door pushed open from the inside. A nurse covered in blood panicked. Dr. Zhang, haven't you signed yet? The patient is dying of intracranial hemorrhage. Surgery must be performed immediately. Dr. Zhang took the critical notice from Ryu Zhongyuan's hand and shook it. It's signed. Let's start the surgery. Chapter 8: The Emotionally Broken Conductor. Watching Dr. Zhang and the little nurse walk into the emergency room together, Lu Zhongyuan's entire body was dumbfounded. No, is the bleeding this heavy? The upper half of that little nurse's clothes were all soaked with blood just now. If all this blood is Qin Feng's, then Qin Feng is still saved? The worst part is that I've only just signed the critical care notice myself. If Qin Feng really GA, then wouldn't he be sent in himself? As soon as he thought about it, Ryu Zhongyuan's entire body couldn't stop trembling. Seeing this scene, Assistant Lu, who was beside him, hurriedly opened his mouth and inquired, Principal, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Lu Zhengyuan said while shivering. No. Nothing is wrong. I just suddenly feel a little cold. You help me to sit over there for a while and it will be fine. Assistant Lu assisted Lu Zhengyuan to the side. The first few steps Lu Zhengyuan walked quite normally, but the further Lu Zhengyuan walked, the more strange his posture became, and there was even a situation where his left foot tripped over his right foot. The netizens in the live broadcast room were instantly happy to see this scene. What's wrong with this principal? How come he can't even walk? It must be because of fear. Now that brother is being rescued in there. If he is not rescued he will have to be sent in the next day. Do you think he can't be afraid? Even if they are really being held accountable, at most it's just mismanagement. They should be locked up for a year or two and get out. What's there to be afraid of? It's not like they're going to eat a gun. Brother, look at what you're saying. People are now principals. They have the wind and the rain outside, eating and drinking. As a result, they suddenly and inexplicably have to be sent in. In your place, how would you feel? Go inside, the training told you. In fact, there is no talent. All ing scum. Do you think that after you go in, everyone is a good friend, and tell you stories every day? Brother, I can only say that at night when you sleep a little more alert, beware of the next day's ass pain. Asterisk. This big brother upstairs is a storyteller at first listen. The door to the emergency room opened and Dr. Zhang, covered in blood, walked out of it. Where's your principal? Call him over. Hearing Dr. Zhang say that, Lu Zhengyuan hurriedly stood up. Dr. Zhang, I'm here. How is he doing now? Fellow student Qin Feng? Zhang Nanshan glanced at Lu Zhengyuan, then opened his mouth and inquired, did the patient have high blood pressure before? Lu Zhengyuan was embarrassed. How could he, a principal, possibly know about the student's situation? He hurriedly looked at Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong, come on, does Mr. Qin Feng have high blood pressure? Zhang Yong shook his head repeatedly. No, absolutely not. We gave every student a physical examination before the military training, and student Qin Feng's physical quality is very good. His blood pressure and everything is normal. Zhang Nanshan frowned. It shouldn't be. So why did we measure out that his blood pressure was high, even to the point where it had broken over 200? Zhang Yang scratched his head and didn't understand what was going on. Bai Bingbing took this opportunity to inquire. Dr. Zhang, is it possible for a disease like hypertension to form suddenly? Zhang Nanshan nodded. It is a possibility. After all, many patients are not born with high blood pressure. There are generally two types of sudden hypertension. One is pathologic hypertension, which means that you like to stay up late or have irregular work and rest on a regular basis, which ultimately leads to high blood pressure, which just happens to explode out of nowhere. Another is a sudden and great stimulus, with more emotional excitement, anxiety, and panic, which leads to an increase in one's own blood pressure. The moment Zhang Nanshan's words came out, Zhang Yong, who was standing at the side, suddenly turned white. Could it be that it was because he had treated Qin Feng too harshly and spoken too loudly before that he had caused Qin Feng to suddenly become hypertensive? That can't be right. That sounds outrageous. How can anyone be scared out of high blood pressure? The TV drama also dare not play so. Bai Bingbing then inquired. Dr. Zhang, so will student Qin Feng's high blood pressure affect him personally in any way? Zhang Nanshan said with a serious expression. Of course there will be an impact. The reason the patient had an intracranial hemorrhage was because the blood pressure was so high that a cerebral blood vessel ruptured. You know that the brain is a very important tissue organ for us humans, and if it's not handled well, it could leave serious after effects. It's a good thing you guys got here in time this time. The patient is out of danger for the time being. The next thing you need is for him to be hospitalized for a while for observation. Speaking of which, Zhang Nanshan looked to the camera and flashed a professional smile. The reason why this operation of the patient was so successful, in addition to the timely delivery of medical treatment, it is more important that our emergency department doctors work together. Professionalism and comprehensive quality. We are one of the top 3 specialty hospitals in the country, with even more clinical experience and various types of award-winning research in cardiovascular as well as targeted cancer therapies. Bai Bingbing. Yu Yang-won. No, old brother. So you took the time to run out of the emergency room just to advertise and promote your own hospital? Are even hospitals so rolled up now? Ryu Youngwon just couldn't look at it anymore. A bunch of them are scared outside the emergency room. And you still have the heart to take the time to come out and do publicity. Do you take us for human beings? Just as Lu Zhengyuan was about to ask more about Qin Feng's condition, the sharp popping sound of a nurse suddenly came from the emergency room. It's bad. Something's wrong. Zhang Nanshan couldn't think fast enough, turned around and rushed into the emergency room. The netizens in the live chat room couldn't help but spit out the scene when they saw it. What's this doctor running for? Wasn't he confident just now? An expert in cardiovascular? Right. You've kind of kicked the bucket when you met me, Crispy. Is there a big brother out there who can shed some light on what a blood pressure 280 intracranial hemorrhage is? It's the equivalent of you sticking a shower head in your head. That image is all you can think about. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So outrageous? That Crispy brother dead. This can still be salvaged back on the outrageous. So I don't even know who gave this doctor the courage to take the time to come out and advertise. That's not how you punch results. That's so brave. Just when the netizens were talking, Zhang Yong could not withstand this tremendous pressure, flung himself on his knees and bawled. I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated Qin Feng with that kind of attitude. Everything is my fault. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Zhang Yong kept slapping himself wildly, and the people around him rushed up to pull him back. In the end, Zhang Yong just made a mistake that all guides make. He just wants to establish his authority as a guide. What's wrong with him? Can you guarantee that you will never make a mistake in your life? It was only a pity that he had met Qin Feng. Qin Feng, this little tantrum, said high blood pressure, not at all spoiled. How dare you? Then I'll just have to die for you. Chapter 9 Can't kill at all. Originally thought that after Zhang Nanshan rushed in things would soon be resolved. Who knew that the wait was 5 hours? Many of the school leaders were on the verge of not being able to hold on any longer. After all, they sit in an office on weekdays, commute to and from work on time, and eat 3 meals a day on time. As a result, now that he encountered Qin Feng, a brittle college student, no one dared to leave early before he came out of the operating room. Didn't he see that Lu Zhanyuan was still hardened? Headmaster, why don't you go back and rest first? I'll arrange for someone to keep watch here, and I'll definitely notify you first if there's any news. Director of Instruction Zhou Jin is also trying to take advantage of the opportunity in the show some loyalty in front of Ryu Youngwon. Who knew that Lu Zhanyuan waved his hand before saying, the words were signed by me. Whether he will come out alive in the end or not, I have to personally confirm it. Xiao Lu, go and buy some steamed buns for everyone. We can't just stay here and dry out. We should eat. Why don't you call my wife by the way and tell her I won't be going back for the next 2 days, and to come see me at the hospital if you need anything. Hearing Lu Zhanyuan say this, a group of school leaders' faces turned green. No buddy, you're getting ready to live in front of the operating room? You're old, even if you can survive. We old bones can't. You're too good at torturing people. A group of school leaders were so aggravated in their hearts. They were doing well in their schoolwork, but who knew that a college student's brain hemorrhage would directly trap them all here? Come on, Ryu Youngwon as the principal was ready to spend the night here. Could they still go home in front of the leader? Seeing the school leaders take out their cell phones and call their families, saying they won't be going back tonight, the netizens in the live broadcast room burst into a sigh of relief. This is too much, isn't it? An ordinary college student only. Even if he really dies it shouldn't have much impact, and he can still let a group of school leaders stay up all night with him? Dude, it's no longer a question of whether or not an ordinary college student is dead. Brother Crispy was indirectly infuriated into a brain hemorrhage by the school guide during the live broadcast, not to mention that Lu Zhanyuan, as the school principal, even signed the critical illness notice. Can this be of the same nature? To tell a true story, there was a high school student in our county elementary school who was physically punished by a gym teacher and went into shock on the spot. Our principal happened to be passing by and carried the student on his back and ran to the county hospital next to him. A kilometer of road. Fit as a fiddle. Principal, you never know how much potential you have until you push yourself. Nowadays, children are so expensive. You think they can just die like in the past? If a student really dies because of the school, the lesser case will lose the official. The heavier case will be detained. Do you think it's messing with you? No wonder the corners of each of these school leaders' mouths are bubbling. They seem to be in a real hurry. Just as the netizens were talking, the door to the operating room suddenly opened, and Zhang Nanshan walked out from inside with a group of doctors. Originally, we all thought that they had been in surgery for such a long time that everyone must be very tired. Who knew that each of these doctors was glowing with excitement in their eyes? Even now that the surgery is done, they are still having heated discussions. Seeing this, Lu Zhangyuan hurriedly stood up and went over to inquire. Dr. Zhang, what's the situation with Mr. Qin Feng now? Zhang Nanshan laughed out loud. Don't worry Principal Lu. Student Qin Feng's surgery was a success. We've completely taken care of his brain hemorrhage. Hearing Zhang Nanshan say that, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Bingbing also came over at this time to ask a question. Dr. Zhang, when I saw you suddenly run back to the operating room earlier, I thought that student Qin Feng's situation would be very bad, and I noticed that this surgery took more than 7 hours in total. Does this mean that student Qin Feng's surgery was rather thrilling? Bai Bingbing was worthy of being a professional host and caught the crux of the matter at once. Thinking back to what had just happened in the operating room, Zhang Nanshan's expression also became serious. Generally speaking, cerebral hemorrhage has a high mortality rate. And student Qin Feng not only has a large amount of bleeding and high blood pressure, he even has many bleeding points and multiple cerebral blood vessels ruptured in turn. At the most critical time, Mr. Qin Feng's blood pressure was even less than 30, and we even thought he was dead for a while. Hearing Zhang Nanshan say this, the netizens in the live broadcast room murmured, "Any know-it-alls out there to enlighten me on what a blood pressure of less than 30 is?" Blood pressure below 60 people will be in a state of shock. Below 30 means that the blood in your body is already difficult to flow, which is equivalent to you having reported to Hades. Let's just say you go to the market and buy a fresh piece of dead pork, and that piece of dead pork might even have a blood pressure of 30. Worry. According to this, wouldn't it be God's blessing that Crispy survived? It's not just that God opened his eyes. Maybe the sky full of gods and goddesses were standing next to him when he was doing the surgery just now. Old ancestor is down there probably knocking his head against the wall, looking for all the connections he can. Yama, who the hell is flickering in front of Yama's temple? Zhang Nanshan just so simply introduced. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room instantly rose by 50,000. Seeing this scene by Bingbing was stunned. It was important to realize that in all her time hosting the show, she had never encountered such an exaggerated increase. Does it mean that people prefer to read medical science content these days? Thinking of this, by Bingbing struck the iron while it was hot and continued to inquire. Dr. Zhang, other than low blood pressure, did student Qin Feng have any other dangerous situations during the surgery? Zhang Nanshan said with a serious face, "That's too much. You have to know that people are a whole, and if something goes wrong in one part of the body, it will definitely affect the rest." So shortly after Qin Feng's student became hypotensive, his body suffered a series of complications one after another, including multiple organ failure, irregular heart rate, and excessive blood loss. I can say this, these hours of operating on Mr. Qin Feng are the most rewarding hours I've had in all my years of medicine. He's been in a near-death situation more than once, but every time he's been able to bottom out and survive. He provided valuable clinical surgical experience for all of our participating surgeons, and this surgery was of high surgical teaching value. Zhang Nanshan's words made by Bingbing people dumbfounded, especially when she saw Zhang Nanshan's entire body excited and flustered. Bai Bingbing even had the illusion of mistaking Zhang Nanshan for having won $1 million prize. Instead, it was the netizens of the live stream who reacted the fastest. According to Dr. Chapter, wouldn't Brother Crispy be a living teacher of the great body? More than once in a near-death state, and still managed to bounce back from the bottom every time? How many famous swords is this kid equipped with? Yan Wang, can't kill at all. Are all college students so hard to kill nowadays? Great. I can see that Crispy's desire to survive is really strong. Chapter 10, can I invite you to dinner? Compared to the shock of the netizens, Yu Young One is only concerned about the outcome of the surgery. Seeing Zhang Nanshan talking eloquently, he who had slowed down hurriedly came over and inquired, Dr. Zhang, you just said that the surgery was a success, so will there be any after effects of Qin Feng's classmates after the surgery? Zhang Nanshan frowned and said, this is not easy to say. Based on the results alone, this surgery was undoubtedly successful, if not perfect, but after all, it's a brain hemorrhage, and going under the knife in the brain more or less affects the brain nerves and such, so it's quite possible to have a behavioral disorder, a language disorder or even a cognitive disorder like that. You can refer to this pamphlet for specifics on what after effects are likely to occur. Zhang Nanshan made a gesture, and the little nurse immediately handed a thick little manual to Lu Zhengyuan. Ryu Youngwon opened the manual and the man went numb. Are you kidding me? There are at least hundreds of after effects written in this booklet, meaning that all these after effects can occur in one surgery, right? What are you doing here? Playing the lottery? Netflix couldn't hold their breath when they saw this little manual. Ha ha ha, this little manual is also too real. Just like the instructions I was given for my Western medicine, with a whole bunch of side effects that scare me to death. It's a cultural difference. Western medicine is not responsible for mainlining one as long as I write it, but Chinese medicine maintaining one will have after effects, and exactly what after effects will only be known when they appear. I don't really get it, guys. Wasn't the surgery a success? Why is this principal still so nervous? Successful surgery only means that the person is brought back and doesn't have to go in and squat in the torture chamber. But if the after effects are serious, don't you think the school has to be responsible? Just as the netizens were discussing, the door to the operating room opened, and Qin Feng lay on the hospital bed, being pushed out from inside. When they saw Qin Feng lying on the hospital bed, everyone's hearts thumped. Zhang Yong was even so frightened that his eyes rolled over and his entire body fainted. Lu Zhenyuan's face was white with fear, pointing at Qin Feng shivering, Dr. Zhang, what is going on here? Didn't you say the surgery was successful? How come this still has the head covered? Zhang Nanshan turned around and realized that Qin Feng's face was covered by a white quilt. Zhang Nanshan hurriedly stepped forward to lift the quilt and said in a very embarrassed manner, "Accident. Pure accident. It should have been accidentally covered just now. You guys can tell by looking at the monitor next to it. Student Qin Feng is still alive and not dead." Seeing that there was indeed a heartbeat on the monitor, Lu Zhengyuan and a group of school leaders were relieved. The netizens in the live broadcast room all laughed out loud when they saw the scene. Sweating? Aren't you little old me? Did your heart just go woo woo woo? To be able to scare the principal like that, Brother Crispy is quite a talent. Doctors are also able to whole live. Living people still cover their faces and push out. This who cannot be shocked Under the watchful eyes of a group of people, Qin Feng was pushed into the hospital room. Lu Zhengyuan did not dare to have the slightest negligence. Immediately arranged for 2 school leaders to take turns in the hospital to take care of Qin Feng. Once Qin Feng's side of any situation, immediately call him. Knowing that Qin Feng would need to recuperate for the next period of time, Bai Bingbing also took his colleagues from the film crew to go back first. Black. So black. When Qin Feng regained consciousness, he realized that he was standing in a dimensional space. This subdimensional space could not be seen at a glance, and the surrounding area was all pitch black, with only a beam of light illuminating the small area where he was standing. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully experienced the disease, hypertension. Experience rewards are being issued for you. Please pay attention to check. Ding! Congratulations to the host. 1 point of reversal value. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the new function, Twister. Congratulations to the host. You've acquired a new item, 1 experience coin. As the system beep fell, another light lit up in the darkness. A 3-meter-tall giant twister appeared in the light pillar and was placed directly in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng's entire body looked dumbfounded. What the hell is this twister? I'm a freshman in college and you're making me play twister? Since it's a new feature unlocked by the system, it should be useful, right? Qin Feng walked to the front of the twister, and sure enough, he found that there was a place to put in the coins, and next to it, there was a list of prizes for the twister. Qin Feng just briefly glanced at the list of prizes, and his entire body was instantly dumbfounded. Depending on how many experience coins Qin Feng invested at once, the prize pool would change accordingly. The rewards you can get from an experience coin are the worst. Usually some functional props, or some rare items, but if you put in enough experience coins, then theoretically you'll even be able to open an aircraft carrier from this twister. Against all odds, this twister is just too much. It's properly black. Whatever. Experience the wave first. Qin Feng took out an experience coin from his pocket and directly threw it into the twister. With the light effects and music of the twister shaking, soon a twister egg drops. Qin Feng opened the twisted egg and took a look, and his entire body went numb. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the new talent Abnormal Condition Resistance. Abnormal State Resistance. Whenever the host experiences an abnormal state, it will increase the host's resistance to that state. Qin Feng. Not buddy. Where's the Ferrari in your prize pool? If you don't have a Ferrari you can give me a Mercedes. What's the point of giving me this crap skill? Jariva. Refund the money. Just as Qin Feng was filled with righteous indignation, a system beep once again came from his mind. Ding! Abnormal status resistance in effect. Before Qin Feng could react, he instantly felt the entire world spinning around. Ward. 5 p.m. After going back to the TV station to report on Qin Feng's situation, Bai Bingbing returned to the ward with the camera crew. This coincided with a doctor's visit. Seeing Bai Bingbing go and return, one of the doctors wearing glasses took the initiative to walk over and said in a gentlemanly manner, "Ms. White, are you guys still not off duty at this late hour?" Bai Bingbing nodded and said, "I promised Qin Feng that I would live stream him throughout the reunion, and I want to interview him after he wakes up." The male doctor said very confidently, "If it's an interview, I suggest you come back in the evening, Ms. Bai." Why? Bai Bingbing looked puzzled. The male doctor smiled and said, "Because I'm the anesthesiologist for fellow student Qin Feng. I injected him with the anesthetic. According to the injected dose, he won't wake up for at least another 3 hours." The male doctor glanced at his watch and then said, "If you don't mind, Ms. Bai, may I take this time to invite you to dinner?" As soon as the male doctor said that, the netizens instantly understood what he was thinking. This kid, trying to pick up our Bingbing wife. Chapter 11, The Old Fox and the Young Fox Pulling the Strings. Bai Bingbing is pretty, so people often take the initiative to invite her to dinner or something like that when she's on the air. It was only the first time Bai Bingbing had encountered a man as bold as the one in front of her. Bai Bingbing glanced at the man's badge and said politely, "Dr. Idano, right? We're still on the air, and I don't want to talk about personal matters when we're working." If an ordinary person heard Bai Bingbing say this, even if they were stupid, they should know what Bai Bingbing's attitude towards himself was. But Eno was very confident. He ruffled his hair and revealed a smile that he thought was handsome and said, "Ms. Bai, isn't your job description to interview Qin Feng? I've already said he's got at least 3 hours left." Zhang Yi was just halfway through his sentence when Qin Feng suddenly raised his hand to cover his head and opened his eyes. "Mud, what's going on? Why do I feel like I'm aching all over? I'm not going to get my body picked up, am I?" The confident smile on Zhang Yi's face froze when Qin Feng said this. The way he looked at Qin Feng was as if he had seen a ghost, and his face was deathly white. "It's impossible. There's no way I could have been wrong about the amount of anesthetic I used. Why would he wake up at this time of night? It's an absolute impossibility." Qin Feng sat up from the bed and glanced at Zhang Yi. Qin Feng only used one glance and directly broke Zhang Yi's defense. Eno screamed and ran out of the hospital room. When the netizens in the live broadcast saw this scene, they were talking about it. "What's wrong with this brother? How did you see Brother Crispy woke up after scared into this sympathy? See ghosts in broad daylight? Bro, he's the anesthesiologist in charge of this surgery. It was originally estimated that Brother Crispy would wake up in 3 hours, but now he's woken up early. What's the difference between that and seeing a ghost? Newcomers don't really understand that it's a serious thing for a patient to wake up early? Let's just say that your attending physician was performing a craniotomy on you, only to have the anesthesia wear off halfway through the procedure and you came to your senses. So just think about that scene for yourself." After listening to the popularization of brother understanding, netizens brainstormed the scene of anesthesia failure, and immediately felt numbness in the scalp. With anesthesia it's called surgery. Without anesthesia it's not vivisection. No wonder Zhang Yi ran outside as if he had seen a ghost. It was good that the operation was over. If it hadn't been he would have been sent in for sure. Bai Bingbing wasn't a professional doctor, so she didn't know what it meant for Qin Feng to wake up early. Bai Bingbing made a gesture to the photographer, then hurriedly came over. "Student Qin Feng, your surgery was a success. How do you feel now? Do you feel uncomfortable or anything like that?" Seeing Bai Bingbing who suddenly came over, Qin Feng was still a bit puzzled. "Surgery? What surgery?" "Craniotomy, ah," Bai Bingbing patiently explained. "Previously, you had an intracranial hemorrhage triggered by high blood pressure, and the school leaders rushed you to the hospital for a craniotomy. But don't you worry, the surgery was a success. You just need to recuperate for a while to recover." Qin Feng reached out and touched his head, which was bare and wrapped in netting and gauze. Qin Feng was suddenly numb. Nima. The system just said that he should experience high blood pressure, but it didn't say that it was so serious that he had to have surgery. This feeling is like you are too tired to lie down on the table and sleep for a while, and the result is that when you open your eyes a beautiful nurse smiles and says that the operation was successful and you will be a perfect woman from now on. It's so mind-blowing. Qin Feng felt a bit dizzy. Just as he was about to say something, the door of the ward was violently pushed open from the outside, and Lu Zhengyuan hurried in with a group of school leaders. "Mr. Qin Feng." With tears in his eyes, Lu Zhengyuan's footsteps lurched at the door. Then he stretched out his hands and took 3 steps to Qin Feng's window, shaking his hand excitedly. "You've finally woken up, Mr. Qin Feng. Do you have any idea how much we were hoping to wait for you to come to your senses in a hurry?" Assistant Xiaolu also assisted at the right time at this point. "Yeah. The principal even bought a folding bed online because he was worried you wouldn't eat or sleep well and was going to personally guard your bed." Ryu Youngwon waved his hand with a serious expression. "Little Lu, why are you talking about this at this time? This is all what I should do." Yu Youngwon looked to the camera, and the cameraman knew enough to give a close-up. "We at Mordor University have always maintained a people-oriented and student-oriented management philosophy, with a great campus atmosphere, high-caliber teachers, and strong hardware support. And as the president of Magic Metropolis University, guarding the bed for fellow student Qin Feng is also something I should do. It's not worth taking out and saying, right Xiaolu? Since Mr. Qin Feng is now awake, you can help me return the folding bed first. It's not usable." "Qin Feng, God can't use it? Why do I get the feeling you're just here to rub off on me and advertise?" For those who hurt themselves, Qin Feng had always been unable to give any good face, even if you were the principal. Qin Feng wanted to pull his hand out. Who knew that this old deng was quite strong? Qin Feng tried to pull it out twice without success. Lu Zhengyuan said to Qin Feng with a kind face, "Don't worry, student Qin Feng. This time the matter is our school's responsibility. It's our negligence at the management level, and it's also a dereliction of duty in our work. This incident is a wake-up call to all of our faculty and staff that students are the flowers of our dragon kingdom and its future, and different students have different mental capacities. So in the future, in our teaching practice, we will be as gentle and considerate as possible in our teaching attitude and approach. The moment Lu Zhengyuan said this, the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't hold their breath. This principal doesn't feel like he's here to visit, but more like he's here to make a pitch? Otherwise people can be the principal. Just the few steps to enter the door is enough for ordinary people to learn for a lifetime. It's all design. It's all acting. A look is the old principle. Out of things first summarize, then training, and finally deepen the reforms put in place. This set of combination punches down to ask you who is not confused. But by the look on Crispy's face he doesn't seem very happy. Nonsense. Sleeping and waking up with your head cut open. Could you be happy if it were you? What's the difference between that and sleeping and getting your basket cut open? As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to injure your bones. Not to mention major surgeries like craniotomies. Crispy brother is just young and recovering faster now. When he's a few more years old the various after effects will be enough for him to suffer for the rest of his life. Looking at Lu Zhengyuan, who was determined to improve his teaching methods and approaches, Qin Feng said somewhat helplessly, Principal Lu, what you're talking about has nothing to do with me, right? I just want to know if there isn't any compensation or anything for me from the school for what I've gotten myself into now? Chapter 12 Is this nutrition fee too much? Upon hearing Qin Feng ask this, Lu Zhengyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. This kid, he's not easy. If it were an ordinary student, waking up to find the principal coming over to visit, he or she would be thrilled. But instead of being excited, the kid in front of him looked at himself with the eyes of a clown. It's not right. It's so wrong. Does that mean this is the aftermath of the surgery? Lu Zhengyuan cleared his throat and said, It's like this student Qin Feng. Our school also attaches great importance to your accidental encounter. And just now we also had an impromptu meeting to discuss it. We have finally decided that all of your medical expenses will be covered by our school. And on top of that our school will give you an additional $30,000 in nutritional allowance. So we hope you can recover soon. Lu Zhengyuan said these words with sincerity. Unknown to them, they thought that they genuinely hoped that Qin Feng would get better sooner. Who knew that Qin Feng wouldn't eat this at all? Qin Feng said very calmly, It was the school's guide who caused me to be like this, and I don't think there's any need to discuss the medical expenses being borne by you guys, but I've had such a major surgery, and you guys want to cover it over for only $30,000. That's a little cheap, isn't it? This kid isn't satisfied. He wants to raise the price? Lu Zhengyuan raised an eyebrow and lowered his voice. Student Qin Feng, our school has been quite tense lately in terms of funds, and the fact that you've been hospitalized for an operation is something that no one expected. $30,000 of nutritional expenses, half of which I still pay out of my own pocket as a subsidy. You can never be too little. Feel free to use it. After all, if you don't get well, it will definitely affect your studies in the future as well, and it will be troublesome if you can't graduate then. Qin Feng was immediately infuriated and laughed when Lu Zhengyuan said this. Okay. Qin Feng was not spoiled, and opened the door and said, wanting to get well $30,000 is definitely not enough. Exactly how much nutrition is enough? I think that's a question you'll have to think about carefully on your own, so I won't provide any references. Academic aspects also do not need the principal to worry about. Cannot graduate, the big deal is to repeat the grade. Anyway, the next few years I am in school life. If there are any other headaches and fever and so on, I believe that the school is able to take good care of me. Threats. Bare bones threats. Lu Zhengyuan's words had a hidden meaning, while Qin Feng was a needle in a sheep's clothing. In just a few minutes of conversation, the two had already exchanged words. The live bloggers called out the cowhide. Over the top. It's been a while since I've seen such a great pull. Over the top. I never used to understand what lip-syncing meant, and now I do. Crispy brother is quite legally aware, knowing that the exact amount of the nutritional fee cannot be mentioned by himself, but only by the other party, otherwise it would be extortion. Is brother Crispy really a freshman? Just those few words of his, I feel like the average person can't say them. It's not like the level of the average college student. After Lu Zhengyuan and Qin Feng stared at each other for a moment, they suddenly laughed again at the same time. If you don't say that Ginger is still old and hot, Lu Zhengyuan just a little bit of brain, know that Qin Feng he can't afford to mess with. Not to mention the fact that this matter was originally the school's responsibility. Just the thought of Qin Feng having to study at their school for 4 more years made Lu Zhengyuan feel his scalp tingle. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Zhengyuan patted Qin Feng's hand and said, It's true that heroes come out of youths. I think what Mr. Qin Feng said is right. Nutritional expenses are definitely not enough to keep up with nutrition if you don't pay enough. The school is struggling financially right now, but it's like milk. There's definitely money to be had when it's squeezed. In that case, Mr. Qin Feng, how about we give $100,000 for this nutritional fee? Qin Feng just laughed and didn't say anything. That, $150,000? Qin Feng remained silent. Ryu Youngwon clenched his teeth. One bite, $200,000. As soon as Lu Jingyuan's words fell, Qin Feng's attitude instantly underwent a 180-degree shift. A headmaster, how can this be too much? $200,000 for nutrition. Will this be a little too much? Yu Youngwon, by Bing Bing. Webmaster, it's a textbook face turn. Don't you have any idea how expensive this $200,000 is? Assistant Lu, who was at the side, couldn't stand to watch. This kid is really too shameless. Why else would Ryu Youngwon be able to become a principal? When Qin Feng brazenly excused himself, Lu Jingyuan's side also got polite with him. A don't, a must give. After 3 resignation 2 let Qin Feng reluctantly provide their own bank card account, through the online transfer of the way to receive the nutrition fee. Student Qin Feng, I've already transferred the money to you. Let's both add a green bubble. After that, if you have any problems in school, you can talk to me directly. I'm always online. Ryu Youngwon's words made a group of netizens real envious. Look at other people's principals, taking the initiative to add students green bubbles. And look at our principal, usually the god of the world, only show up when the leaders inspect. Principal Willow almost got sent in to stomp on a sewing machine by Brother Crisp. Adding a little green bubble at this time of year makes sense to me. No problem. What? Envious of seeing Crispy Brother this treatment? Take life for Brother. 3 words that cost the principal $200. 000 for me. Just as Lu Zhangyuan was still preparing to chat with Qin Feng about some family matters, the door of the hospital room was once again pushed open. Zhang Nanshan walked into the ward with a group of doctors, his expression serious. Excuse us, please, we need to examine the patient. Zhang Nanshan made a gesture, and several doctors immediately came forward and began to measure Qin Feng's blood pressure and check his body. There was even an old Chinese doctor who first looked at Qin Feng's tongue and then began to take his pulse. The previously confident anesthesiologist Jiang Yi was standing by Zhang Nanshan's side, trembling. 5 minutes later, the various checkups came in. The doctor's eyes all lit up as they looked at Qin Feng's body data report. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. Why would he not have a post-op weakness period? This body data is too good to be true. Are you guys sure you didn't measure it wrong? I just took his pulse and found that his pulse is strong and powerful, much more robust than that of an average person. This is unscientific. How can his recovery speed be so fast? Is his physique really that good? Zhang Nanshan was also shocked after reading Qin Feng's examination report. He opened his mouth and inquired, Eno, are you sure you have the right amount of anesthesia? Eno nodded repeatedly. Dr. Zhang, there's absolutely nothing wrong. I swear to God, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the amount of anesthesia I'm using. Zhang Nanshan couldn't help but look at Qin Feng one more time. That is to say that student Qin Feng not only has a fast body recovery speed, but also has a certain level of resistance to anesthesia? Qin Feng was being looked at by a group of doctors. Their eyes were like coyotes that hadn't eaten meat for half a month. Why were they still glowing green? This is outrageous. Chapter 13 What's gynecological disease got to do with me? Hearing Zhang Nanshan say that, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room brushed up again. If you don't know, do people become resistant to anesthesia? I've had minor surgeries before. When the doctor gave me anesthesia, I fell asleep in a second. How do you resist this stuff? Medical students tell you that everyone actually has some resistance to anesthesia. Only the strength of that resistance varies depending on each person's constitution. This is true. My eldest uncle likes to drink a lot. Half a kilogram of wine every day kind of thing. As a result, when he had the operation, the doctor gave him a higher dose to anesthetize him successfully. According to this, it's not much of a big deal for Crispy to have anesthetic resistance. Right. So how come the eyes of each and every one of these doctors don't feel quite right? Because Crispy Brother's resistance doesn't manifest itself when the anesthesia is given, but by shortening the duration of the anesthesia after it's been given, which wouldn't surprise anyone else. One can only say that Crispy Brother's physique is too special, and in the eyes of these doctors, Crispy Brother is definitely the most valuable research subject. Qin Feng couldn't stand being stared at by these doctors anymore. Dr. Chapter. Is there anything else you guys need? Qin Feng's words brought Zhang Nanshan and the others back to their senses. Zhang Nanshan smiled and said, It's nothing, we came to tell you to get some rest. By the way, why don't you add me as a contact? In the future, if you have any headache or fever and feel unwell or something like that, you can just talk to me directly. You don't need to register, just come to me directly. Qin Feng was confused by Zhang Nanshan's enthusiasm. The netizens in the live stream were envious. I go. Dr. Zhang is the best emergency medicine specialist in Magic City. He even took the initiative to add Qin Feng's contact information. Aren't such specialists usually very busy? The last time I went to the hospital, I waited for half a month trying to get Dr. Zhang's number, and now Dr. Zhang says I can see him privately? It's been said that Crispy is now a rare treasure in the eyes of these doctors. What's wrong with adding a contact information? If it wouldn't be against the law, they might even just take Crispy home and study him. It turns out that the netizens were not wrong in their speculations. Zhang Nanshan's side had just added contact information with Qin Feng, and the other doctors came up with smiles. Student Qin Feng, my name is Li Mingho. I'm the chief physician of the orthopedic department. Let's add a contact as well. Student Qin Feng, my name is Zhuang Chang. I'm the chief physician of the endocrinology department. Student Qin Feng, my name is Han Li, and I'm the head physician of the gynecology department. Qin Feng said with an embarrassed face, Dr. Han, I shouldn't get a gynecological disease, right? Han Li laughed and said, silly child, although men don't get gynecological diseases, they can be infected, and even if you can't use me, you'll always have a girlfriend later, right? Add me to the list of those who can be used. Bombed. Just too bombed. The netizens were able to see that all of these doctors were really trying to get ahead. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the gynecologist to also run to add contact information with Qin Feng. Bai Bingbing looked on in awe. Is Qin Feng so popular? In a short period of less than 10 minutes, Qin Feng had already added all the chief physicians of the entire hospital. Zhang Nanshan even specially arranged a nurse Guijie for Qin Feng, signaling that Qin Feng could consult Guijie if he had some kind of healthcare or something like that on weekdays. After adding their contact information, the doctors left the room with a sigh of relief. Lu Zhengyuan also casually found an excuse and left with a group of school leaders. At this moment, only Qin Feng and Bai Bingbing were left in the ward. Seeing Bai Bingbing walking towards him, Qin Feng cried and laughed. Sister Bingbing, do you want to add my contact information too? Bai Bingbing was first stunned, then laughed. What? I'm going to add your contact info and you're not going to give it to me? Qin Feng was also very uptight and said very facetiously, how can I? A big beauty like Bingbing's sister takes the initiative to add me. I can wake up laughing in my dreams. Here, will you sweep me or will I sweep you? As soon as Qin Feng's words fell, Bai Bingbing took out 2 documents and handed them over. What is this? Qin Feng inquired doubtfully. Contracts. Bai Bingbing explained. Didn't you say before that you wanted to cooperate with our TV station? I reported about you to the leaders of the TV station, and our leaders felt that we could follow up with you individually to show college life from your perspective. We can only follow you for 2 days. After that we'll have to go to another school. Hearing Bai Bingbing say that, Qin Feng was touched in his heart. He hadn't thought that he was just casually saying that in the ambulance at the time, and Bai Bingbing was actually willing to help himself report this matter up. It is important to realize that from the perspective of the news media, there is actually no news value in following Qin Feng. Qin Feng's physique is no longer special. In Bai Bingbing's and their eyes it is at best a faster recovery than ordinary people. Not as hot as filming students falling in love on a college campus. Qin Feng picked up the contract and double-checked it. After confirming that there were no problems, Qin Feng then signed his name on the contract. The contract is in duplicate and is received by each party. Since it was only a 2-day follow-up, this contract didn't have any complicated dispute of interest clauses, and was mainly just a waiver of liability agreement. Qin Feng said after handing the contract to Bai Bingbing, Sister Bingbing, can we still strive for a longer period of time for this follow-up? I always feel that having you guys filming me makes me feel much more at ease in my heart. Qin Feng meant what he said. When the camera was pointed at him, Qin Feng was constantly reminded of the increased attention value in his mind. The more attention value you have, the longer you can immunize yourself against death. What bull **** recovery ability that is false, can be immune to death that is the real cowhide. Seeing that Qin Feng was still in good shape, Bai Bingbing also had the rare opportunity to joke with him. No, the main reason for filming you is that there's not much of a program effect. It's more or less the same if you know how to do the whole job. And then I can apply to the higher-ups again to follow you for a while longer. Qin Feng was just about to speak when the system's beep once again came from his mind. Congratulations to the host who has successfully experienced a disease. A new disease is ready for you. Please make your selection. Qin Feng's face changed and he was so angry that he almost cursed. It's over, isn't it? Here he is still lying in the hospital, and a new disease is coming? At this moment, Qin Feng was truly abashed. After all, Qin Feng was still in more pain just now when his high blood pressure was offending. Especially the moment the cerebral blood vessels ruptured. The pain was simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. There is a saying in the medical community, one can only understand one's body more fully when one is sick. It means that when you're healthy, It's easy to ignore how cowhide your body is. But when you have a health problem, you realize how precious health really is. Forcibly resisting the urge to curse, Shinfeng looked at the options given by the system this time. Chapter 14 Aliens. He must be an alien. Fractures, poisoning, infectious diseases? Looking at the 3 new options given by the system, Shinfeng fell silent. Broken bones are definitely not a consideration. This stuff sounds painful. How about poisoning? No. One's immunity to death was now only 4 seconds away. And poisoning was a constant state of blood loss as soon as you heard it. If the poisoning lasted too long and one's immune death couldn't carry him, wouldn't he really die? As for the infectious disease thing, it sounds scary, but it shouldn't be serious, right? After all, it's the height of the flu season. So maybe catching a cold on your own would be considered completing the system's mission? With this in mind, Shinfeng decisively chose infectious diseases. Ding! The host has made his choice. Next immersion experience disease, infectious disease. Shinfeng waited quietly. Who knew that the system would simply go quiet after notifying the 3 words, infectious disease? Shinfeng was confused. No buddy, that's the end of it? You could at least tell me what the infection is. I'm panicking when you don't give me any information like this. After all, some infections are still very strong. Student Shinfeng, are you unwell somewhere? I see that you don't seem to be looking too good. Shinfeng sighed and said, I'm still in good health now, but it won't necessarily be the same afterward. Shinfeng glanced at Bai Bingbing with melancholy eyes. Sister Bingbing, I really suggest that you guys follow me for a few more days. I have a strong premonition that if you guys follow me for a while longer, the effect of the program will definitely explode. Shinfeng meant it when he said that. His choice to work with the station may seem random, but it was actually well thought out. The TV station wants the program to work. They want a few more seconds of life, and each gets what they want. How great is that? Shinfeng was now worried that the photographer wouldn't be around when he was sick, and that he would definitely miss out on a huge wave of attention value when the time came. Bai Bingbing only thought that Shinfeng was crazy for wanting to be famous, and she couldn't help but open her mouth to advise. Student Shinfeng, I understand how you feel right now, but students should still focus on their academics. They can't think about being famous all day long. Being famous at a young age isn't a good thing for most people. Shinfeng knew that Bai Bingbing had misunderstood, but at this moment, he was in no mood to explain. After briefly exchanging a few more pleasantries with Bai Bingbing, Shinfeng lay on the hospital bed and began to think about how exactly he should complete the system mission. The next day, early morning, as soon as Bai Bingbing walked to the entrance of the ward, she heard noisy voices coming from inside. She pushed the door in with her cameraman and took a look, only to realize that Shinfeng had already changed into civilian clothes and was arguing with Nurse Guojia about something. What's wrong? Bai Bingbing stepped forward and inquired. Nurse Guojia opened her mouth and said, MS. Bai, you're finally here. Student Shinfeng has to be discharged now. I can't stop him. The netizens in the live broadcast room were abuzz. Are you kidding me? You had open heart surgery yesterday and today you're making a scene to get out of the hospital. Don't you want to die? Crispy Brother wouldn't be thinking of using this as a way to make a whole living, would he? I can only say that the Netflix economy is killing people. There's no need for that. Money can be earned whenever you want, but your body is your own. Crispy Brother really isn't afraid that he'll GA off one day if he screws up like this? In fact, yesterday he could come to his senses so quickly to talk is already outrageous. Otherwise why those big shot doctors all want to add his contact information? Do you think they are fed up? Just as Shinfeng was arguing with the nurse, Zhang Nanshan walked into the ward with several doctors. Student Shinfeng, I heard that you're being discharged from the hospital? Unlike the smiling face from before, at this moment, Zhang Nanshan's expression was serious, as if Shinfeng was doing something treasonous. Shinfeng nodded his head and explained, Yes Dr. Zhang, I don't think there's anything wrong with my body anymore. I want to go back to school earlier. I don't want to delay my classes. The moment Shinfeng's words came out, the netizens in the live broadcast room once again talked. It's tearful that Crispy wants to get out of hospital early just to get back to studying properly. If I hadn't gone to college, I'd almost believe it. Can anyone tell me if there are really any college students who take college seriously for all 4 years? Brother, if you go to a pheasant university there must be no pressure. You should eat and play. But the university Crispy Brother goes to is one of the 7 schools of the Dragon Kingdom. Who are you looking down on? You're just going to break the sky today and talk about the world ending. And I definitely don't believe that Brother Crispy got out of the hospital at this time just to rush back to study. Headmaster, live father, stay in the hospital for a few more days. Don't ever come back. Zhang Nanshan was over 40 years old. What hadn't he seen before? He didn't believe in all the crap Shinfeng said anyway, but hospitals weren't prisons after all, and patients were free to come and go as was their right. Helplessly Zhang Nanshan could only open his mouth and say, In this case, your physical condition is not up to you, nor is it up to us. We'll give you a checkup, and if you can pass all the checkup indicators, then I'll let you be discharged. How's that? Qin Feng was silent for a moment before opening his mouth and inquiring. I don't have to pay for this myself, do I? Chapter Nanshan. Good boy. You're still thinking of saving money at this hour? Zhang Nanshan gritted his teeth and said, there's no need for you to pay for it. This inspection counts as a gift from us. Once he heard that he didn't have to pay out of his own pocket, Qin Feng was relieved, and he very generously signaled Zhang Nanshan to let his horse come over. Because it was a discharge checkup, Zhang Nanshan also just arranged some routine checkup subjects for Qin Feng and didn't make it too complicated. 2 hours later, Qin Feng's test results came out. Zhang Nanshan originally wanted to use this examination result to keep Qin Feng behind. Who knows that when he looked clearly at the data above the inspection report, Zhang Nanshan's entire body was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? When all the test data are normal? Wei Jie added in a whisper. Not only is it normal, many of student Qin Feng's body data indicators are also far beyond normal, meaning that his current physical condition is even better than that of an average college student. Against the day, it's just too anticlimactic. The pop-ups on the live feed exploded once again. Holy, seriously? I've been in the hospital for 5 days for a ING appendectomy, and he gets out the next day after his head's been opened up? It's been proven that you can't generalize from one person to another in terms of fitness, and I've been in situations of extreme anger. Thank you, crap brother, for wasting another bit of my traffic by posting this pop-up. Only medical students know how outrageous this physique of Qin Feng's classmates is. To be able to be discharged directly from the hospital a day after a craniotomy. This shall not be arrested and dissected for research. Aliens? Crunchy must be an alien. I've known it for a long time, and I've always been a firm believer that there are SUVs in this world. Yes, I also believe there is KFC in this world. I just had it yesterday. Chapter 15. What happens if you don't cooperate with the treatment? Dr. Chapter. Am I able to be discharged? Seeing that Zhang Nanshan was unable to say a word for half a day, where did Qin Feng not know that there was definitely nothing wrong with his body's various data? Zhang Nanshan stammered for half a day with his mouth open, and finally could only say after a moment of silence, Student Qin Feng, although your various data looks pretty good, but you are after all post-operative now, so after you are discharged from the hospital, it's better to refrain from any strenuous exercise, and take as much bed rest as possible. If Zhang Nanshan could still use worrying about Qin Feng's body as a reason before, then at this moment, Zhang Nanshan didn't even have that little reason anymore. Qin Feng's body recovery speed was simply too heaven-defying. Zhang Nanshan now can't wait to take this body check report to go back to study. Maybe this year's new research topic can be born from this body check report. After obtaining Zhang Nanshan's discharge permit, Qin Feng wanted to be discharged from the hospital at this time and no one could stop him. Bai Bingbing smiled on the side and inquired, Student Qin Feng, now that you're ready to be discharged from the hospital, are we going straight back to the school? Or are you going to hang out for a while? Qin Feng looked around before his eyes lit up. Sister Bingbing, I'm still feeling a bit uncomfortable. I'm going to sit over there for a while before I leave. Hearing Qin Feng say that, Bai Bingbing froze. Why didn't you lie down in the ward just now if you weren't feeling well? And why did you have to insist on being discharged? When Bai Bingbing saw Qin Feng walking towards an area in front of her, she was even more surprised. The netizens in the live broadcast room were even more taut and spat. Am I reading this right? Crispy coming out of the hospitalization unit and heading for the respiratory unit? I go. This respiratory department is full of patients with colds and fevers outside. What's he doing there? Nyo ah. After my second oldest surgery, the doctor specifically instructed him not to catch a cold. Not to catch a cold. And Crispy did the opposite. It's brilliant. No. What's Crispy doing? Is he trying to quench his poison? Doesn't he know that post-surgery people are in a weakened state? And if they catch a cold they mail it on the spot? Not only did the netizens in the live broadcast not understand, but Bai Bingbing and the photographer were also a bit overwhelmed. However, Qin Feng was happy to sit on his butt in the middle of a group of patients with severe colds. On the left is a runny nose. On the right is a red face and fever. The people coming and going are either coughing or spitting into the trash can. And it's suffocating just to watch. Bai Bingbing and the film crew really didn't dare to get close. They just feel like the air in this hallway is full of viruses. With no choice but to cover her mouth and nose from afar, Bai Bingbing could only say to Qin Feng, Mr. Qin Feng, how long are you going to stay there? If you really feel uncomfortable, why don't we go back to the ward? Qin Feng smiled and said, No I feel much more comfortable after sitting here, and the air here is quite fresh. You guys come over together too. Qin Feng even took a deep breath as he said, What a pervert! Bai Bingbing and a group of netizens' faces changed. They even felt like they could see thousands of germs being inhaled by Qin Stormwind. This kid is crazy. At this moment, Qin Feng was just like a super bacteria sucker in Bai Bingbing's eyes. According to the way he sucked, it was impossible not to get sick. Bai Bingbing had no choice but to give a wink to the people on the side. The staff member understood, wearing a mask, and quickly ran to Qin Feng's front, then pinned a button camera to Qin Feng's collar. The staff retreated immediately after finishing the camera, fearing that if they stayed a little longer, they would catch a cold and get a fever. Keep in mind that there is a limit to the number of sick days a year a TV station's cowhorse like them can take, and no one wants to be sick. Not to mention the fact that sick days don't pay out at all. Bai Bingbing said to Qin Feng from a long distance away. Student Qin Feng, the one on your clothes is our TV station's button camera. Waterproof, with a power range that can last for a week. Do you see a little button next to the button? If you go to the bathroom or go to sleep, when you don't feel up to it, you press that button and the live feed is temporarily disconnected. Qin Feng lowered his head and studied the buttons on his chest with a look of surprise. I didn't realize that this TV station's equipment was quite advanced. There is a subtle green light flashing above the buttons, which means it is live and the signal is working. When Qin Feng pressed the button at the very top of the button, the green indicator light would turn red, which meant that the live feed had been disconnected. After studying and understanding exactly how this button worked, Qin Feng looked towards Bai Bingbing. Sister Bingbing, this button camera is good, but you. Bai Bingbing hurriedly interrupted him and said, you don't have to care about us, you don't have to get off work, but we do have to get off work, right? After you have this button, you can fulfill your request of following the entire live broadcast. We still have a bit of business in the TV station, so we'll leave first, so we won't be here with you. After explaining clearly with Qin Feng, Bai Bingbing fled with the crew at the first opportunity. The netizens in the livestream couldn't help but laugh out loud when they saw Bai Bingbing and the girls running as fast as rabbits. Worthy of being my favorite goddess, even the way she runs away is so beautiful. Sister Bingbing's brain is still good. She even knows how to utilize high technology to help herself get out of the trap. She deserves to be a senior intellectual. Isn't this nonsense? Can't you see what Crispy Brother is doing right now? If Bingbing's sister really accompanies Crispy Brother to sit here, it won't take 10 minutes before she has to call in sick. This physical condition of Crispy Brother is a bit perverted. How did he think of running to this flu intensive care area to rest after a serious illness? The aftermath of the surgery shouldn't be the damage to his intelligence, right? Almost healed in a day after craniotomy, and you guys call him Crispy? I had to stay in bed for half a month with a sprained foot. You can't generalize between people and their physique. Crispy Brother belongs to the category of less blood and thicker shield, dies fast and recovers fast. Crispy but hard to kill. This is not hard to understand, right? I play the game. I can totally understand. It's the equivalent of Crispy Brother coming out with the famous blade Seth, and it's the kind that has no cooldown, right? I have to say it is indeed technology that changes life. After having this button camera, Qin Feng felt that his surroundings had suddenly cleared up a lot. Without Bai Bingbing and the girls following him, Qin Feng could do whatever he wanted and didn't have to endure the strange looks from the people around him. It's just that he's been sitting here for 10 minutes now, so why doesn't he feel infected at all? Just as Qin Feng was puzzled, from the distance suddenly came Zhang Nanshan's angry roar. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Qin Feng looked up and found Zhang Nanshan with a group of doctors running aggressively from the distance. Zhang Nanshan was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, and he stumbled and almost fell in the process of jogging all the way. Chapter 16, Boss, are your things clean? A group of doctors ran over wearing masks, and without saying a word, Zhang Nanshan reached out and yanked Qin Feng up from his seat. Didn't you say you were getting out of the hospital? Why don't you hurry back to school and stay here? Zhang Nanshan was really anxious. Originally, he had returned to his office in high spirits with Qin Feng's physical examination report and was preparing to carry out new medical research. Who knows that before his but was even warmed up. Wu Jia barged in from outside, saying that Qin Feng had been sitting in the waiting room outside the respiratory department for 10 minutes. When Zhang Nanshan heard it at that time, his person went numb, knowing that it is the high season of influenza. The respiratory doctors are so busy these days that they even have to go to the bathroom by the clock. Patients from other departments hate to go around that corridor, but Qin Feng is good and dives in headfirst. Just stick it in and keep taking deep ing breaths. What the hell? This is pure death. If any other patient had been so death-defying, Zhang Nanshan wouldn't have been so anxious and angry. In favor of Qin Feng's special physique, he was now a precious lump in the hearts of these doctors. It's as if an ancient beast suddenly came into your yard, and you tended to it with care and attention, hoping it would thrive. As a result, just a twist of the head and the beast dives headfirst into the septic tank and says it's not going to live. Can this not be disturbing? Qin Feng still wanted to resist, Who knew that 2 more physically fit doctors came up and grabbed his hands and dragged him out. Qin Feng hurriedly explained. Dr. Zhang, I'm just sitting here to rest for a while. I didn't do anything. What are you guys doing? Can't you just let me sit here? Don't drag me out. Qin Feng's mind was somewhat broken. These doctors are sick. The easiest way for my old man to get the job done is to catch the flu. Do you have to make me happy by letting me catch another disease out there? The doctors also thought that this kid Qin Feng was crazy. Good guy. 3 strong doctors dragged Qin Feng to the outside or almost dragged. This kid's strength so big? 2 more men. Carry him away. At Zhang Nanshan's order, 2 more doctors came up. One grabbed one of Qin Feng's feet and directly lifted his entire body. But since there was no one to hold Qin Feng's waist, so when Qin Feng struggled his whole body shrugged in the air like a maggot. The scene was very comical. Seeing a group of doctors rushing over to carry Qin Feng away in place, the patients waiting in the respiratory department corridor were all confused. Nurse, what's the deal with that guy? The nurse said with a stern face, not cooperating with the treatment, refused to be discharged, and was forcibly carried away. Ha, is it such a big deal? The male patient was shocked. Is this hospital so hardcore that it just carries them away if they don't cooperate with treatment? The nurse tied the man's pulse pressure band and patted his arm while saying, what's wrong with that? We're doing this for the good of the patient. Don't move. It's just a needle. What's with the shaking? The male patient wanted to say something, but eventually chose to hold back. With the nurse's shot, the male patient's eyes rolled back in his head and he fell cleanly to the ground in a fainting fit. The nurse froze at first, then screamed in shock. You people. You dizzy needle, you said it earlier. Somebody, help. At the entrance of the hospital, 2 security guards drove Qin Feng outward. Hurry up and don't come back. When the cold wind blew, Qin Feng had his arms wrapped around him, and his appearance looked just like that of a homeless man on the side of the road. And there were also passing patients who pointed at him and walked around him into the hospital. The netizens in the live broadcast room laughed out loud when they saw this scene. Ha ha ha, it's like a famous scene. Crispy is being thrown out by the hospital security. It's so ridiculous. If you don't, whose ass is it if you see a postoperative patient in the respiratory department storm inhaling and you don't rush him out of the room? This image of Crispy brother right now is just exactly like the village guard of our village. A real human disgusting dog. Crispy brother, are you envious of my recovery ability? Traded intelligence for it. Undeterred, Qin Feng made several false moves and prepared to break in. Who knew that no matter how much he blundered, the 2 guards stood sternly at attention, their eyes unwavering. It looks like the route of catching the flu in the hospital is not going to work. Qin Feng was depressed. Looks like we'll have to think of something else. As Qin Feng was thinking, his stomach suddenly rumbled. He didn't think much of it and walked straight out of the hospital to the food court next door. There are many restaurants on this street, with fried rice, stir-fried vegetables, fried noodles, spicy hot pots and hot pots. Qin Feng looked over from store to store with a selective look. The owners were welcoming and greeted him with smiles. Handsome, want some fried rice? Our fried rice is delicious. $30 a set meal, cheap as chips. Qin Feng glanced at the boss. How is your store? Is it clean? The owner said very confidently. You say that? We've been around for 10 years, and a lot of sick people's meals are being delivered from our store. So can it be clean if it's not? Qin Feng let out an "Oh." Forget it then. Oh nar. No dude. Are you sick? Qin Feng came to the entrance of the second fried restaurant. Boss, is your house clean? The fried rice owner's face was expressionless. Roll. Qin Feng skimmed his lips. Hey, this boss has quite a temper. I'll remember you. Qin Feng came to the door of the third noodle store and looked inside, and was very satisfied. This store had oil all over the tables, black footprints all over the floor, and even bloodied mosquito corpses that had been swatted to death on the walls. The probability of getting infected should be pretty high when you eat at a store with such sanitary conditions, right? Qin Feng smiled and walked into the store. Boss, a bowl of beef noodles. Seeing a customer come to her door, the middle-aged older woman came out of the kitchen with a dirty rag and a curse. From a long distance Qin Feng could smell the stench of the rag, yet the middle-aged ama cursed the dialect on her lips while wiping the table with the rag. The netizens in the live broadcast room were a bit topsy-turvy when they saw this scene. No, can't Crispy find a store with a better environment? There's something wrong with this store at first glance. The moment the middle-aged lady walked out, my stomach was already hurting. Crispy is so brave to come to a store like this to eat noodles. I can see that Crispy just wants to toss himself into the hospital again. But why? Does he have high health insurance and is ready to cheat on it? Goddamn insurance scam. I've heard of scamming accident insurance. Never heard of scamming health insurance. You mean Crispy is going to start a new track, right? Don't argue. Brother Crispy must have his deepest intentions for doing this. It's normal for ordinary people like us to not be able to see through his thoughts, Xin Feng had just sat down not long ago when suddenly a voice rang out from the side and attracted his attention. This uncle. May I ask why you're holding your chopsticks upside down? Chapter 17, Crouching Dragon Phoenix in a Restaurant. Looking in the direction the voice came from, Xin Feng realized that there was actually a female reporter interviewing a customer in the noodle shop. Xin Feng froze for a moment. Is all journalism so rolled up these days? Instead of sitting in the TV station and reading press releases, they all come out to look for news on air, right? The netizens in the live stream were also talking when they saw this scene. Wow! Another beautiful reporter. Who is this beautiful woman? Does anyone know? Gu Shanshan, the beautiful reporter of the Magic City Evening News, and our Bing Bing sister are rivals, old enemies. The two were classmates at the same school back then. One school flower and one department flower, and they've been competing since their freshman year. I've read Gu Shanshan's report. How can I put it? Sister Bing Bing belongs to the gentle and elegant kind of style, more temperamental in herself, and her interviews are very real. But this Gu Shanshan is a bit of a hype freak, and enjoys baiting people into answering questions. I wonder how Gu Shanshan would react if she knew that Brother Crispy was sitting at a distance watching her. Do you guys think she would recognize Brother Crispy? That goes without saying. Gu Shanshan is Sister Bing Bing's #1 fan. Not only does she watch the programs hosted by Sister Bing Bing, she doesn't even spare Sister Bing Bing's circle of friends and her personal social accounts. Do you think she wouldn't be able to recognize Brother Crispy? Just as the netizens were discussing it, the fat man being interviewed answered Gu Shanshan's question. I held the chopsticks backwards on purpose. Gu Shanshan looked puzzled. Why did you do that? The fat man said very smugly. Defense is not an option. Out and about. And this noodle shop is near the hospital. You see, this head is often used by other people, and I'm afraid that others may have infectious diseases to pass on to me, so it would be cleaner and more hygienic to take it the other way around and eat it. The crowd came to a realization after hearing Fatty's answer, and many of the customers sitting next to him not only gave Fatty a thumbs up, but also followed Fatty's example of using chopsticks in the opposite direction. Gu Shanshan happened to see that at the table next to her, there was a patient in a hospital gown who was also holding his chopsticks upside down to eat. Seeing the patient's withered description and sunken eyes, one could tell at a glance that he was seriously ill. So Gu Shanshan walked over and opened her mouth to inquire. This uncle, why are you also eating with your chopsticks held upside down? The patient uncle opened his mouth with difficulty, and then spoke. I have AIDS, and I can't do harm to others if I eat normally with chopsticks this end. I'm afraid of infecting others. Fatty, customer, Shanshan Gu. Hearing the uncle say that, all the customers in the restaurant all turned white. This Nima, against the day. The pop-ups in the live stream instantly exploded. What a good defense against people, but not to harm people, but also let the two of you against each other. Right. Ha ha ha, laugh me to death. Tears are laughing out of my eyes. It looks like uncle is a regular customer of this noodle shop. If this is really infected, that's not a male. Look at the other people's faces are white with fear. And with such an uncle in a noodle shop, just ask if you still dare to eat? No dude. AIDS doesn't seem to be transmitted through saliva. Why are they so nervous? They're too chicken. It's true that AIDS is not transmitted through saliva, but it's transmitted through blood. Ah, how do you know if this big brother has bleeding gums or mouth ulcers? Do you dare to bet? The AIDS uncle's words have stirred up 1,000 waves, and the customers of the noodle shop are clamoring for their money back. The unknown noodle shop owner rushed out and opened his mouth to inquire. What's wrong? What happened? A customer shouted. Boss, how can you let someone with an infectious disease eat at your noodle shop? If you give us the chopsticks he used, are you responsible for infecting us? That's it. Refund the money. We won't eat this noodle. I thought this store was unsanitary, but not this unsanitary. It's so disgusting. It's given me no appetite. Seeing so many customers clamoring for refunds, the owner was stumped. The boss folded his hands and spoke in a hurry. Everyone, although we are a small store, we have always taken this piece of environmental hygiene very seriously. Every pair of chopsticks and every bowl you've ever eaten has been cleaned by us with disinfectant. There won't be any contagious diseases. Really, Auntie Lou, come out for a moment with the dishwasher and show it to the guests. Aunt Lou, who was in charge of washing the chopsticks, came out of the back kitchen carrying a large porcelain basin. The crowd fixed their eyes on this large porcelain basin and indeed found it all full of bubbles of disinfectant. Although the chopsticks are hand-rubbed manually, customers are more assured that at least the hand-rubbed chopsticks will only be washed cleaner. Who knew that just at this time? Gu Shanshan realized that something was wrong. She realized that this Auntie Lou never scrubbed just the head of the chopsticks that she often used, and she didn't scrub the end of the chopsticks much at all. Gu Shanshan couldn't help but open her mouth and inquired, Aunt Lou, why do you wash the chopsticks only on one end? Don't you sterilize the other end? Aunt Lou said with a big smile, who would eat with this head? No one would eat with this head, so I never wash this head. Shan Shan Gu. Customer. Fatty. Warm horses. Refund. It's over. I've just eaten it with the other end. Have I been hit? God. I'm young. I'm single. I haven't gotten a girlfriend yet. Why are you doing this to me? If I don't sue you until you lose all your money, I'll write the word king backwards. Seeing how emotional the customers were, the owner just felt like the sky was falling. The netizens in the live broadcast room even laughed into a twist. Originally I thought that this fat man and uncle were already invincible. Who knew that even the ant who washes chopsticks is so powerful? Whose ministry is this? And the masters? To Auntie here. Forming the closed loop. I would call it the closed loop of the plague. So far, it has become art. Auntie prejudged your prejudice. Just ask you if you're convinced. Zheng Zidong pointed in a direction and smiled. The picture is owed for now. So how dare Brother Crispy continue to eat here? I want to see Brother Crispy battle AIDS. The netizens are looking at the situation and are still arching their fires at this time of the day. Qin Feng is not a little cute either. Had left for a visit long ago. He did want to find an easier infection to catch, but AIDS was clearly not one of them. It's not only a pain in the ass, but if you really catch it, how can you go out and meet people in the future? It seems like the restaurants on this street are a no-go. It's horrible. You never know exactly who you're sitting down to eat with. Qin Feng thought about it for a while and decided to go back to the school cafeteria to eat. After all, the university is full of young college students who should have no problem with good health. Yu Youngwon has been eating in the school cafeteria for so many years, and nothing has happened to him? Chapter 18, Do you really think you're being complimented? Magic City University, Cafeteria Number 1. Accompanied by the pleasant school radio songs, the college students finished their morning classes and started walking to the cafeteria in groups. Lu Zhengyuan brought a few school leaders to the cafeteria and began to take their meals. Today's meal is not bad. Both braised pork and pork with preserved vegetables. 2 meat and 1 vegetarian for $15? Lao Chang. Your brother is great. He won't lose money by setting the price so low, right? Ryu Youngwon was a bit surprised. Since contracting the school cafeteria to a new supplier last month, Ryu Youngwon has noticed that the quality of the school cafeteria's meals has been getting higher. Vice President Chang Fei smiled on the side and said, Principal, look what you are saying. Our Magic City University's cafeteria. It is originally for the students' service. A little loss is a little loss. We have to let the students eat and drink well. Ryu Youngwon shook his head. That cannot. Your brother is a businessman. Businessman business how can lose money? You call him over. This price I have to renegotiate with him. Can't do a good job for the money or not earned well. As soon as he heard Lu Zhengyuan say this, Chang Fei was so happy that he hurriedly took out his cell phone to send a message to his younger brother, Chang Xiang. It was also at this moment that assistant Xiao Lu suddenly spoke up. Principal, that seems to be student Qin Feng? Upon hearing the assistant say that, Lu Zhengyuan's entire body shivered, and the dinner plate in his hand almost fell directly to the ground. Lu Zhengyuan looked in the direction of Xiao Lu's finger and indeed found that Qin Feng had appeared at the main entrance of the cafeteria and was holding a food tray and preparing to go to the student window to get his meal. This brat, didn't he just get out of surgery? Why is he running back now? Lu Zhengyuan's face was unsightly and his mood was complicated. After returning from the hospital, Lu Zhengyuan held a faculty meeting as fast as possible and disciplined the guide Zhang Yong. At the same time, Lu Zhengyuan also increased the ideological education of the other guides, so that they are gentle to the new students. The attitude is not so harsh. Especially pay attention to the physical condition of the new students. Do not be scared into the hospital. The school does not have so much money can be compensated. Who knew that Lu Zhengyuan had only just relaxed for a short while when Qin Feng, the living father, went back to school. Lu Zhengyuan had a premonition that Qin Feng returning to the school at this time might bring up a storm of bloodshed and might cause big trouble again. You go, tell him to come over and eat with us. I have just the thing to ask him. Assistant Lu answered and hurriedly jogged over to Qin Feng. When Vice Principal Chang Fei saw that Assistant Lu had personally gone to look for a student, he was a bit puzzled. Principal, what is that student's origin? Lu Zhengyuan let out a bitter smile and said, Nothing of origin, just an ordinary freshman. Chang Fei couldn't understand it even more. Principal, this is where I have to say a few words about you. How can an ordinary freshman eat with us? I'm afraid that if other students see this, they'll think otherwise, and it will have an effect on your personal reputation. Lu Zhengyuan looked at Chang Fei with complicated eyes and said, I don't feel comfortable if I don't put him by my side. His name is Qin Feng. He just came back from the hospital. Qin Feng? Why does that name sound so familiar? Chang Fei had been on a business trip on a field trip before, and only returned to school this morning. That's why he hadn't fully grasped the matter regarding Qin Feng. After being reminded by the person next to him, Chang Fei then reacted. He's that crunchy college kid from our school? Ryu Youngwon nodded. Yeah, crispy college student, that's what the netizens call him. It's said that he has over 100,000 fans online now, and he's considered to be a small internet celebrity. As he spoke, Qin Feng, led by assistant Lu, had walked over. Seeing Lu Zhengyuan and their group of school leaders, Qin Feng did not have any stage fright at all, but greeted them casually. Principal, you wanted to see me? Lu Zhengyuan smiled and said, Qin Feng, didn't you just finish your surgery? Why don't you stay well in the hospital and run back to school for what? Qin Feng replied, I've almost recovered. And Dr. Zhang can also say that I'm discharged. I'm not thinking that classes have already started. And I don't want to delay too many classes because I'm sick. And it would be troublesome if I can't graduate by then. When Qin Feng said this, the smile on Lu Zhengyuan's face froze, and a group of school leaders followed suit with worry. Yeah, if this living father keeps failing exams and never graduates, won't he have to stay in school all the time? How did they not think of this before? Principal, are you cold? Qin Feng inquired suspiciously. Ryu Youngwon forced a smile. It's not cold. Why are you shaking if you're not cold? Lu Zhengyuan smiled bitterly. I thought of something sad. Qin Feng walked up and patted Lu Zhengyuan's shoulder with an expression of I understand you. Men, I understand. When you reach middle age, you have no choice but to soak goji berries in a thermos cup. It just so happens that I brought a few bags of goji berries from my hometown to school. I'll send you a bag later after dinner. It's good for your health. Yu Youngwon, you're making fun of me for having weak kidneys, aren't you? Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in shock as he glanced at the meal punch next to him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 2 meat and 1 veggie here is only $15. So cheap? That's not right. Why did I just see 2 meat and 1 veggie over there is 25? Yeah, principal, you guys are having a little fun here, aren't you? TSK, 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 the food looks like it's freshly fried and made, unlike over there, where it's all pre-made. Principal, can I hit the dishes here? Chang Fei originally did not have a very good view of Qin Feng, always feeling that Qin Feng was too relaxed and natural in facing them. It made a bunch of them school leaders stand in front of him with no intimidation at all. Who knew that what Qin Feng said at this time was even more heartbreaking? Saying that Chang Fei's face changed dramatically. Ryu Youngwon had a puzzled look on his face. Qin Feng, are you saying that the prices on our side are different from yours? Yeah, it's different. Qin Feng extended his dinner plate over to the big mom inside and asked her to fix herself some fresh food first. The big mom took a look at Qin Feng and Lu Zhengyuan talking so casually and thought that Qin Feng was a relative of the principal. And this hand shook, and several big, heavy, fat pieces of meat suddenly fell into Qin Feng's dinner plate. Qin Feng said as he hit the dishes, not only are the prices different, but the quality is also different. You haven't eaten there? Lu Zhengyuan grimly did not say anything. The other leaders around took a look at this face of Lu Zhengyuan, and their hearts thumped. It's over. The principal's pissed. It was also at this time that Chang Fei's younger brother, Chang Xiang, ran over from a distance. When Chang Fei texted him, he specifically said that Lu Zhengyuan had called him over to praise himself. So Chang Xiang was all smiles and in a pretty good mood when he ran over. Principal, you're looking for me? Chang Xiang was all smiles, waiting to receive praise. Ryu Youngwon grunted. Chang Xiang, you're doing well with this cafeteria. Chang Xiang waved his hand repeatedly. The principal's compliments. This is still thanks to the principal's good leadership, and my brother's advice. I'm just an errand boy. I don't get much credit. Chang Fei closed his eyes on the sidelines. This dumbass really thinks it's a compliment. Chapter 19, tearfully earning you $17. Chang Xiang was not a little cutie either, and soon he sensed that the atmosphere of the scene didn't seem quite right. Lu Zhengyuan carried his dinner plate and casually found a table to sit down and eat. The others also hurriedly followed along, only that none of them dared to take a big bite of their meal and only dared to eat a little symbolically. Chang Xiang stood aside, neither standing nor sitting. After a full 2 minutes, Lu Zhengyuan then opened his mouth and inquired, just now, I heard student Qin Feng say that the price of dining at the window over there is different from the price of dining on our side? Chang Xiang froze for a moment, and instantly understood why Lu Zhengyuan was angry. He hurriedly explained, it's like this, principal. What about after I contracted the cafeteria? I divided the entire cafeteria into a student dining area and a staff dining area. It's true that the student dining area is a little more expensive because we have a lot of students in our school and those dishes we serve every day are already at a very low profit. So we simply can't afford to lose money if we drive the prices down. But we have a small staff at the school and the teachers usually work hard in class and consume a lot of brain power. So the staff dining area is a little less expensive as a way for me to honor the teachers at the school. The netizens in the live broadcast room heard Chang Xiang say this and sent pop-ups to discuss it. See, This is the standard businessman. It's obvious that there is a difference in treatment. But coming from this crooked businessman's mouth, it's surprisingly justified. You can't pick any faults. This how to pick fault. People contracted the cafeteria was to make money, but not for charity. 25 2 meat and 1 vegetarian is actually very reasonable. A little expensive, but also acceptable. No dude, did you go to college? Our school cafeteria is only $17 for 2 meat and 1 veggie. What makes him sell it for 25? Every school is different. If you have the ability to get into Qingbei University, the price in the cafeteria can be cheaper. You can get in? The more crooked the school, the more expensive it is. Nothing wrong with that. Yu Youngwon was actually very angry at first when he realized that their prices were not the same as the student prices. But Chang Xiang is indeed very good at talking. Just 2 sentences of explanation. Let Lu Zhongyuan gas subside a large part. Lu Zhongyuan then inquired, what about that dish that student Qin Feng just mentioned? Student Qin Feng, what did you say that dish over there was called? Prepared dishes. Qin Feng took a bite of the fatty meat and said indifferently, it's that all the vegetables have been bought from cheaper places first and packed in plastic bags. Whenever you need to eat it, you take it out and heat it up a little bit and it's a dish. Usually such prepared dishes are bought from the internet. And if there are channels to get them from offline, the price can be cheaper. Let's just say this braised pork I'm eating is time consuming and labor intensive to get a proper plate. And it can cost in the neighborhood of $30 or so. But if it's a pre-made dish, it only costs a few bucks. Or no more than 10 anyway. But don't worry, I've just looked at it. These aren't pre-made dishes you're eating. They're freshly fried. When Qin Feng's words came out, Chang Xian broke out in a cold sweat and looked at Qin Feng with eyes that were itching to eat him alive. Where did this kid come from? An exchange student from New Oriental? Prefabricated dishes, this thing he was a while ago just figured out. The results of this kid, a mouth to his old bottom, all to shake out. Too heavenly. Hearing Qin Feng say this, the netizens in the live broadcast room were not calm anymore. There's such a thing as pre-made dishes? Listening to Brother Crispy's description just now, why do I get the feeling that this pre-made dish is the same as the instant noodles we eat? Did I hear you right? A plate of braised pork costs only $5? Isn't the pork outside $20 a pound? What kind of meat is this $5 cost made of? Don't ask. Asking is technology and ruthless work. What's the point of asking so much? It affects your appetite. It's better to just bury your head in the sand and start working. Anyway, you can fill your stomach. No wonder when I go out to eat at a restaurant, the food is served faster than one by one. I thought there were more than a dozen cooks in the back of the kitchen, but all of them are pre-made dishes that are heated up and served directly to me. Right? $20 for a plate of meat, tearfully earning you 17, and 2 more for the cost of labor and rent. Ha ha ha. Lu Zhongyuan looked at Chang Xian with a gloomy face. Is it true what he's saying? That all the food you give your students is really pre-made? Chang Xiang also knew that it was definitely impossible to hide. He could only explain with a smile. It is indeed a pre-prepared dish, but pre-prepared dishes are actually not as bad as what this student said. In fact, from the beginning of time, but anyone who has opened a restaurant has been using pre-made dishes. It's like if you're going to stir-fry a shredded pork with peppers, you have to marinate the shredded pork ahead of time, right? You have to cut the peppers in advance, right? And some of the side ingredients you have to prepare in advance, right? Now the times are advancing. Technology is also developing. We just replace the frying part with heating. The preparation is actually the same. In fact, there is no difference with the ready-to-fry dishes. Chang Xiang's words could be said to be shameless to the extreme. Qin Feng really couldn't listen to it anymore and spoke up from the sidelines. You can only clueless the amateurs with this statement. But anyone who has worked as a chef knows that prepping a dish and preparing the ingredients in advance are two concepts. The ingredients are prepared with fresh ingredients. Whether it's peppers or shredded meat, it's all cut on the same day it's bought and then fried on the spot. But the shelf life of prepared vegetables is usually 3 months to a year. Better prepared vegetables may have fewer additives. Cheaper prepared vegetables inside the additives that can be more. All the technology and ruthless work that people have not heard of. The raw materials are different. So what makes you prepping a dish comparable to preparing it? Then you say you make money just to make money. And you have to be and stand up again. I can't even look at it. The moment Qin Feng's words came out, the faces of the two brothers, Chang Fei and Chang Xiang, were hard to see. These two brothers have long been looking at Qin Feng in a bad light, but have been giving face to Lu Zhongyuan, cradling the fire without tearing his face. However, Qin Feng did not give them face, and what he had just said was equivalent to yanking down the two brothers' cloth of shame. Chang Xiang sneered and did not intend to give face to Lu Zhongyuan. He pulled a cigarette out of his cigarette case and held it in his mouth, not lighting it, but just holding it like that, challenging the school cafeteria's no-smoking bottom line. Chang Xiang looked Qin Feng up and down and inquired, "This student, he looks strange. Which class? Qin Feng glanced at Chang Xiang. Why should I tell you? Chang Xiang laughed even more indulgently. Even if you don't tell me, I can find out what class you're in afterward. Didn't your guide teach you to keep a low profile? You're a student. So study hard. Don't mind other idle matters. Don't you understand that trouble comes out of the mouth? Chapter 20, The Crispy Brother Who Vomited Wildly on the Spot. Hearing Chang Xiang say this, the netizens in the live broadcast room were surprised. Good lord, is this dude so brave as to threaten a student in front of the principal? Crispy Brother is still too impulsive. Although he is very crispy, but he is after all just a freshman student. This Chang Xiang looks like he is hanging out in the society. Not to mention that his brother is still the vice principal. Crispy Brother is kicking the iron plate this time. Young people, still too exuberant. The university's cafeteria is not something that anyone can contract. This Chang Xiang doesn't have any strength. Can he take such a big piece of fat meat? Not to mention Crispy Brother. I guess Principal Lu can't do anything about the two brothers. The netizens' suspicions proved to be right. Although Lu Zhenyuan was the principal, there were 11 other school board members on his head. Magic University is definitely not Lu Zhenyuan a person to say. All the major events in the school have to go through the school board to study the decision. Can be said that Lu Zhenyuan at best is only irresponsible for the work in the back of the black pot. Behind the Chang Fei brothers is the Qinghan School Board. Counselor Chang Han is not only a counselor of Mordor University, but also the vice president of the Mordor Food Association. And he is the leading leader of the cold chain food industry in Mordor City. Lu Zhenyuan is not a brainless person. He only needs to connect the pre-made dishes that Qin Feng said with the school manager Changhan, and immediately know how deep the water in this is. This muddy water was definitely not something that one could touch, much less something that Qin Feng could get his hands on. So Lu Zhenyuan said to Qin Feng, "Alright, eat first, let's talk about anything after dinner." Seeing Lu Zhenyuan's attitude, the two Chang Fei brothers immediately laughed in triumph. They were willing to call Ryu Zhengyuan the principal when they were willing to give him face. If the two brothers didn't want to give face anymore, then what was Lu Zhengyuan? Headmaster Ryu, if there's nothing else, I'll leave you to enjoy your meal. Chang Xiang gave Qin Feng a disdainful look and prepared to leave. Who knew that just at this time Qin Feng opened his mouth and said, "Stop right there." Chang Xiang stopped, his tone disdainful. "What else do you want? This student?" Qin Feng covered his stomach and said, "Your dish is not too clean, right?" Hearing Qin Feng say this, Chang Xiang was instantly happy. "Classmate, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. You just said yourself that this one you're eating is a school staff meal, all freshly fried and made, definitely not pre-made. Why? Who are you acting out for by covering your stomach now?" Qin Feng directly cracked his mouth. "I'm playing Nima. I asked if your meal was unclean. Did I ask if this was pre-made?" Qin Feng felt that his stomach had begun to turn inside out. But Chang Xiang was still unimpressed and sneered. "Not bad for a college student. Your mind is just spinning fast, knowing that pre-made dishes can't get me. So now you're starting to talk about our restaurant's hygiene problems? Principal Lu, I now feel that this student has no respect and is a bad character. How did such a student get recruited into our Magic City University?" Chang Fei also spoke up at that moment. "Not bad. I also think this student is a bit too rude." The adults were talking, and one after another he interjected and chimed in. "That's enough. And now they're slandering our school cafeteria for having hygiene problems. It's just too much." Chang Fei said to Qin Feng with a serious expression. "This student, I don't care what exactly you were sick and hospitalized for before, and who gave you this courage to talk to the leader like this. I am now asking you, in the name of the vice principal, to write a 5,000-word written review and hand it in to my office by 12 noon tomorrow. If your written review doesn't satisfy me, then notify your parents to come in and I'll personally withdraw you from school." Chang Fei has been the vice principal for so many years. This bit of momentum is still there. He still didn't believe that he, as a vice principal, couldn't pin down a freshman. Lu Zhenyuan at this time also cannot stand to see, opened his mouth and said, "Chang vice principal, young people straight talking. I think this is not a big mistake. Write a review to discourage is not too much? What's more, Mr. Qin Feng has recovered from a serious illness, and he's not in the best of health right now. So let's just forget about it and give him another chance." Chang Fei was resolute. "Absolutely not. Our Magic City University has a strict school spirit and is one of the 7 schools of the Dragon Kingdom. As the school's vice president, I have the responsibility to educate every student in the school, in terms of ideology and morality. And look at him now. He's still pretending. He's not even remotely repentant. He doesn't even realize his mistake. Principal Lu, you don't have to worry about this matter. I'll personally handle this student. What Netflix is not Netflix. There is no such thing as Netflix in front of him. Chang Fei, it's a dragon you've got to dish out. It's a tiger, you've got to lie down. Today Chang Fei is to kill the chicken to make an example of the monkey, to avoid anyone else to take the cafeteria in the future. The two Chang Fei brothers only felt that Qin Feng was acting, and only Qian Liang, the school doctor, was on the sidelines and noticed that Qin Feng's face was getting more and more out of place. Mr. Qin Feng, are you alright? Qian Liang looked closer and was startled. Qin Feng's face was blue, his lips were white, and his forehead was densely covered with beads of sweat. Qian Liang let out a sharp popping sound as he was startled. Ambulance! Hurry up and call an ambulance. Student Qin Feng, hold on. No matter what happens you mustn't faint. As soon as Qian Liang took a look at Qin Feng's appearance, he knew that he just might have food poisoning. Qian Liang hurriedly picked up a bottle of mineral water next to him and gurgled it into Qin Feng's mouth to help him induce vomiting. The two Chang Fei brothers looked at each other, neither of them having a clear picture of the situation. Chang Xiang couldn't help but speak. Kid, stop acting. All these tricks of yours are left over from my play. Before Chang Xiang finished speaking, Qin Feng directly vomited out what he had just eaten into his stomach, spraying Chang Xiang all over his face. Chang Xiang's entire body froze, with a feeling of being sprayed out of his soul. After vomiting, Qin Feng fell to the ground with a thud and began to convulse unceasingly. Everyone was horrified at the sight. The netizens in the live stream were even more astonished. What's the matter with Crispy? Is he sick again? It can't be high blood pressure again. If he has another bout of high blood pressure, I don't feel like he should be resuscitated. Please have some medical common sense. Okay, high blood pressure will vomit? One look and you know it must be food poisoning. Those two brothers, this is bad luck. It can't be such a coincidence that Crispy just finished saying that the cafeteria stuff is unclean and immediately we get food poisoning? It could also be Crispy's own problem, after all. He's recovering from a major illness and shouldn't be running around in the first place. This pop-up had just floated by when suddenly several students in the student dining area next to them simultaneously vomited profusely and then fell to the ground and convulsed. Chapter 21, it's really very Tianju style. Seeing so many students suddenly vomiting and having diarrhea, Lu Zhengyuan suddenly panicked. What's going on? What's going on? Ryu Youngwon rushed next to a college student at the first opportunity, his eyes moist. What's wrong with you, classmate? The college student's face was white and his lips were blue. He held out his hand shakily, his voice hoarse. Principal, there is poison in the rice. As soon as the student's words left his mouth, his head snapped and his entire body fainted. Ryu Youngwon shouted at the top of his lungs. No, hold on classmate, don't pass out. Qian Liang, what are you waiting for? Come and save the others. The school doctor Chen Lian was so angry in his heart at this time that he cursed. Now that a dozen students are down in the cafeteria, and he's just a school nurse without a medical kit at hand, what's he going to do to save them? In your mind, but on the surface, you still have to provide emotional value to your leaders. Chen Liang directly placed Qin Feng on the ground. You lie down for a while, fellow Qin Feng, I'll go and come. Qin Feng? No buddy, is that how you work as a school nurse? The netizens in the live stream also laughed out loud. There's something about this school nurse. He looks like the uptight kind. This kind of person gets promoted the fastest because leaders promote people they know, not people who can do the job. It's much more useful to go and interact with leaders and get in front of them more often than it is for you to bury your head in the sand. Asterisk. Upstairs big brother looks like the system. Right. No is really much I used to scoff. Now I learn frame by frame. Isn't this just hyperventilating for Crispy brother? This school nurse is also too unprofessional. How dare this put the vomiting patient directly flat? At least the head should also be patted. The netizens were still indignant for Qin Feng, but Qin Feng had already started to save himself. Stomach hurts too much. It is true that 1,000 plans are not as good as God's plans. Qin Feng was not even sick from all the tossing and turning before. He was never expecting to go back to his own cafeteria and be put down instead. It is true that food safety is greater than heaven. Seeing Qin Feng squirming on the ground like a maggot, the two Chang Fei brothers panicked. Chang Fei suppressed his anger and inquired in a low voice. Brat, did you tamper with the ingredients? Chang Xian was on the verge of crying at this point. Heaven and earth is kind brother. Those ingredients I used are cheap but they are all very clean. There's no way anything can go wrong. It must be this kid acting me, and he's doing a pretty good job of it. Chang Fei couldn't wait to slap Chang Xiang. Stupid. Can he bribe so many students to act you together? Who do you think you are? A big star? After all, Chang Fei is a leader. His brain just turns fast. After a moment of contemplation, he said, now you hurry to the back kitchen and take care of the hygiene and ingredients aspect, so that no one catches anything. There aren't too many students down yet, so I'll stall for you for now. As soon as Chang Fei's words fell, a bunch of clanking sounds suddenly came to his ears. Hearing this voice, Chang Fei's face went white. He turned his head and found all the students in the cafeteria all covering their stomachs and vomiting, pots and pans scattered all over the place. Seeing this scene, the two Chang Fei brothers only felt their scalps go numb. Spectacular. It was just spectacular. The pop-ups in the live stream instantly exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is the first time I've seen so many people vomiting and having diarrhea together. And it's too violent. Where did this me? Is this still the country? This can't be Tianju, can it? All rise. I declare that from now on, this restaurant will be called Tianju Restaurant. It does look very Tennessee. I used to think that only Tennesseans could cause such a scene. Ah, it's a smelly video. I can feel the rushing stench through the screen. It's over. My cell phone is dirty and unclean. Seeing all the students in the cafeteria lying down, Lu Zhongyuan's head buzzed with the staccato feeling of being hit on the head with a hammer. Assistant Xiao Lu has also never seen this kind of scene. Shivering at the side, said, "School, principal, what should we do now?" Lu Zhongyuan just wanted to speak. Who knew that as soon as he opened his mouth, an uncontrollable feeling of nausea surged up. Ryu Young-won couldn't hold it in any longer, and like the other students, he laid down on the ground and vomited and had diarrhea. Just after lunch, Zhang Guangming held a cigarette in his hand and stood in the flower bed and swallowed the smoke. Don't look at Zhang Guangming, just an ambulance emergency accompanying doctor, but he is as busy as other medical staff. Being able to smoke a cigarette after eating, as he was doing now, was already the ultimate and most luxurious relaxation for him. Old Chang, give me one. Zhang Guangming turned his head to see Lu Zhe, who was also the accompanying doctor, walking towards him, his face full of fatigue. Zhang Guangming passed a cigarette over. You don't look like you're in the right state. Sleepy? Lu Zhe shook his head and cursed under his breath. Don't mention it. I picked up a patient with acute diarrhea in the morning, making the ambulance full of filth and almost smoked me to vomit. Plus I was on the night shift again last night, and it's already a little toppy. All I want to do now is hurry up and turn in and go back to take a shower and sleep, or I feel like I'm going to die suddenly. In response to Lu Zhe's tirade, Zhang Guangming just laughed. When other professions stay up late and work overtime, they laugh at themselves as cattle and horses, not realizing that these healthcare workers have long been accustomed to continuous rotation and 3 shifts. Zhang Guangming had just handed over the cigarettes when he suddenly heard a rush of footsteps. He looked up to see a group of doctors in white coats wearing masks, rushing out of the hospital. Zhang Guangming was confused. What's wrong with you guys? What happened? Nurse Guojie jumped onto the ambulance in an arrow step while waving at Zhang Guangming. Dr. Zhang, what are you waiting for? Get in the car. Zhang Guangming followed in a daze and got into the car, and Lu Zhe was also pulled away by another nurse. Guojie threw a set of anti-epidemic clothing over. Zhang Guangming saw the anti-epidemic clothing for a moment. The heart thumped, immediately realized that something happened. There's been a mass poisoning at Mordor University, and although we don't know exactly what's going on, the dean has asked all of our medical staff to put on protective suits and go to the scene to save lives and pull a cordon. The more Zhang Guangming listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. Magic City University again? It's not related to Qin Feng again, is it? Guojie nodded bitterly. It's about him. This incident was still discovered when Dr. Zhang was watching his live broadcast. I heard that the scene was very gruesome. You'd better have a mental preparation to be able to make Guojie, who was a nurse, say the word tragic was enough to prove how serious this matter was. Zhang Guangming looked out through the car window and realized that there were dozens of ambulances outside, converging from different streets and advancing together towards Mordor University. Chapter 22 sent himself in for a meal. Hundreds of ambulances sped through the streets, causing a wave of panic among the uninformed public. Why are there so many ambulances on the streets? What's going on? A war? Don't be ridiculous. What good can a war be with these ambulances? I think it might be some kind of maneuver. Isn't that the direction of Mordor University? Does that mean something happened at the university? Go over there and see what's going on. It is a characteristic of the country that people like to see what's going on, and the citizens of Magic City are no exception. Upon seeing the doctors in protective suits stepping down from the ambulance, the discussion among the citizens of Mordor grew louder, and there was even speculation as to whether or not an alien creature had descended on Mordor University. Zhang Guangming followed the large team to the entrance of the cafeteria, only to find that the entire cafeteria's roll-up door had been pulled down to implement control. After Zhang Guangming and the doctors were in place, a sergeant who was responsible for maintaining order at the scene then came over and looked at Zhang Nanshan with a complicated expression. Team Sun, what's going on in there? Sun Guanhai sighed and said, you guys can see for yourselves what the exact situation is. Since you guys are here, our people will withdraw to the periphery first, and leave this place to you guys. Sun Guanhai made a gesture and opened the roll-up door while leading his men to retreat outside. As the roll-up door slowly rises, a foul odor wafts out of the cafeteria. Looking at the scene in front of them, Zheng Guangming and a group of medical staff's pupils shook wildly. What a hell of a sight! Everyone in the cafeteria was lying on the floor in a heap, moaning, screaming and vomiting. The students who were able to grunt were considered to be the ones with better physiques, and those with poorer physiques directly fell asleep lying in all sorts of filth. Zheng Guangming felt his stomach flip as well, with a feeling of strongly wanting to vomit. But he was wearing a full protective suit and there was no chance of him throwing up. If he threw up at this point, he'd have to paste himself right in the face. What are you waiting for? Help! At Zhang Nanshan's command, all the paramedics rushed in to save the lives of the people. When the netizens in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they all couldn't help but talk about it. Miserable, too miserable. You don't say this is a cafeteria. I'll believe you if you say this is a biochemical zombie mutation base. Thanks to the two Chang brothers, if it wasn't for them, I feel like I would never have seen such a horrific apocalyptic scene in my life. The people of Mordor will not forget this somber day. So my crispy brother is still alive? Move if you're alive. Don't really die. Brother! Amidst the heartfelt cries of netizens, Qin Feng was finally found by two doctors and carried on a stretcher. At the same time, Bai Bingbing also arrived at the scene at the first time with a camera crew, pinpointed Qin Feng's location, and followed him at the first time. Finding that Qin Feng was still conscious, Bai Bingbing rushed over at the first opportunity. Mr. Qin Feng, how do you feel now? Do you have anything you want to say? Qin Feng opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a word for a long time. After up to half an hour of vomiting and diarrhea, at this point Qin Feng was already a bit dehydrated, and it was difficult to even stay conscious. Zhang Guangming said to Bai Bingbing, the patient is very weak right now, so please excuse yourselves. Seeing that Qin Feng couldn't be interviewed, Bai Bingbing could only turn to interviewing others. She turned her head just in time to see the two Chang family brothers walking out of the cafeteria with dull eyes. How arrogant these two brothers were before. How wretched they were now. Especially Chang Fei. At this moment, he felt like his sky had collapsed. Originally, Chang Fei still wanted to rely on his relationship with the school manager to ruthlessly press Lu Zhangyuan. This will not only allow his brother Chang Xiang to make money, but also to suppress Lu Zhangyuan in terms of momentum, so that the other school leaders can see and understand in the end who is really powerful. Who knew that this kid Chang Xiang would give himself a whole lot of trouble as soon as he came up? This is great. No need to compete for fame and fortune, and you'll have to peddle a sewing machine for the rest of your life to barely make ends meet. Bai Bingbing was an excellent host, and the first thing she noticed was that the two Chang brothers were not in the right state of mind, so she immediately ran over to ask questions. Hello, I'm Bai Bingbing, a reporter from Magic City TV. Looking at the way you two are dressed, you should be the staff of Mordor University. May I ask if you are from the cafeteria? The two brothers just looked at Bai Bingbing with a calm face, but had no intention of answering her question. Bai Bingbing continued to pursue. We can now see that most of the students and teachers in the school cafeteria are experiencing symptoms of vomiting and diarrhea. May I ask why it's just the two of you who are fine? Is this a coincidence or was it planned? This question from Bai Bingbing directly brought the two brothers back to their senses, and their faces hardened a few more points. The netizens in the live stream laughed out loud. Sister Bingbing is the one who knows how to ask questions. And I can see that this question directly makes the two brothers break their defenses. Originally, everyone hadn't thought in that direction yet, but as a result, now that Bingbing's sister has asked such a question, it makes people not think in that direction. Sister Bingbing, did you guys do it on purpose or by accident? No matter how you ask, the odds are that both brothers are gone. Whatever it is that involves students is a big deal, not to mention the fact that so many of them are vomiting and having diarrhea together, which is already a serious safety incident. Yeah. Just now I saw Principal Lu's face go white with fear, so I guess he's already sweating. The principal? The mayor's butthole is sweating when something like this happens, and the principal's rank can't hold down a major incident like this anymore. Brother Crispy is still fierce. The Chang family brothers just offended him in the front foot and stabbed through the sky in the back foot. This can't be some kind of karmic weapon, can it? The more netizens discussed the matter, the more they felt sorry for the two Chang brothers. Who do you think you're messing with that you have to mess with Qin Feng? I wonder if he's a preternatural great body teacher physique. This is great. You've gotten yourself in for a meal, haven't you? As the saying goes, the onlooker is the one in charge. Netizens can see the reason why the school cafeteria will suddenly become like this. 80% in Qin Feng have something to do with it, but the Chang brothers didn't realize it and were still desperately trying to weasel their way out of it. Ms. White, I wish you wouldn't be so aggressive with your questions. At the moment we are not sure why this happened. But both of us can assure you on our honor that this incident has absolutely nothing to do with the backroom of the cafeteria. Our two brothers are legally compliant in contracting the cafeteria. and the preparation and delivery of meals strictly follows the standards and regulations related to market food regulation. The cleaner the better. We believe the truth will come out one day, and the police will clear our names then. Chang Fei is worthy of being a leader. And this speech is said with a strong voice and full of energy. Those who don't know think they are victims. It was also at this time that Sun Guanhai walked over with a few police officers. Chang Fei and Chang Xiang, right? Please come with us and cooperate with our investigation. Chapter 23, Why can't you hold out again? It's over. Barbie snap. Tough talk, huh? Only to have the police come the next second. What's the use of tough talk? Sit in the regret chair and be honest. If only crispy brother a person food poisoning may be nothing. A little bit of background forces can put this thing down. Favor poisoning so many people. The King of Heaven came also have to be accountable. We've had incidents in our school cafeteria before. And the previous principal has been in jail for 2 years. And it was a real disaster. The Chang Fei brothers also did not expect the police to be so unreasonable. The moment they came up, they had to take them away. Meanwhile, an ambulance arrived at the hospital without incident. Various journalists who had heard the news had gathered at the entrance of the hospital. And when they saw one student being carried down from the ambulance, photographers picked up their professional equipment and frantically took pictures. Just as soon as Zhang Nanshan got out of the ambulance, he was blinded by various flashing lights. Zhang Nanshan was enraged. Where are the security guards? What are they doing? Hurry up and get rid of all these reporters. The security chief, Chen Wei, looked embarrassed. Dr. Zhang, this is at the main entrance of the hospital. These reporters were already outside the cordon. There's no way we can drive them further out. I have sunglasses here. I'll lend them to you. Chen Wei took out his own sunglasses and handed them over. Who knew that they were pushed away by Zhang Nanshan? Zhang Nanshan was very angry and shouted at those photographers. No pictures allowed. Turn off all your flashes. If our medical staff or patients are injured or killed because of your flash, you will all be held responsible. Zhang Nanshan was short-tempered and furious. Yet this angry look on his face was exactly what these reporters and photographers needed. News that wants tension. If Zhang Nanshan spoke to them in a gentle manner, they would instead not know how the report should be written. But now that they had filmed Zhang Nanshan looking so furious, wouldn't the report be whatever they wanted to write about it when the time came? Just when these reporters do not listen to advice, still I do what I want. Sun Guanhai with more than a dozen police officers arrived in time. After showing documents to these reporters to drive away, seeing Sun Guanhai appear here, Zhang Nanshan frowned. Old Sun, why are you here? This is a hospital. Not you police. Why did you bring so many cops here? Sun Guanhai sighed and said, You think I want to come? The order from above. Before these students recover, your hospital is allowed to enter and not allowed to leave. We police are responsible for the periphery of the guard. These police officers I brought are just doing a simple blockade. In a while the city council will come with SWAT and the streets around here will be under control. Once he heard Sun Guanhai say this, Zhang Nanshan was silent. The fact that Sun Guanhai was able to receive such an order shows that the leaders above attached great importance to this incident of cafeteria poisoning. If they are not able to give a satisfactory answer to the leaders, there is bound to be a bloody storm. Sun Guanhai made a wink at Zhang Nanshan. Old chapter, be honest with me. What's going on with the students in here? Is it serious? Zhang Nanshan shook his head and said, From the symptoms, it can be initially determined that it is food poisoning. But food poisoning is subdivided into many different kinds, all of which cause vomiting and diarrhea. But either way, I'm afraid the poison isn't that simple. Judging by the reaction of these students, it's actually right for the higher-ups to blockade our hospital. But you still have to reflect to the higher-ups that even your police officers in charge of the blockade shouldn't just come into our hospital and interfere with the normal order of our hospital. And you'd better wear protective clothing too. After all, who knows what's wrong with these students now? As soon as Zhang Nanshan's words fell, the shouts of the staff suddenly came from the side. Zhang Nanshan and Sun Guanhai turned their heads and realized that it was actually Bai Bingbing who had broken through the police line with a photographer and rushed straight to the hospital entrance. It's just a shame that the rest of the TV crew didn't rush in, moving so slow that they were stopped dead in their tracks. The two of them walked towards Bai Bingbing, and Zhang Nanshan was very dissatisfied. Ms. Bai, what are you doing? As a reporter, don't you know that it's illegal to break through the cordon? Bai Bingbing made an apologetic gesture, but said in a firm tone, I'm sorry Dr. Zhang, we signed a live broadcast agreement with fellow student Qin Feng, so no matter what kind of situation he's in right now, it's our responsibility to be on the scene for the first report. If you feel that we've broken the law or violated hospital rules, then you can sue us and we can file a lawsuit. Zhang Nanshan and Sun Guanhai couldn't say anything to refute it. After all, Sun Guanhai also just led the team to carry out the blockade task. The police cordon is not pulled up. Before pulling the cordon is the hospital's own. If Bai Bingbing broke through the police cordon, Sun Guanhai could indeed send someone to arrest her. But if Bai Bingbing had just broken through the hospital's cordon, as she herself said, the only way for Zhang Nanshan to punish her would have been to sue and file a lawsuit. Let's not talk about whether there is any need for a lawsuit over such trivial matters. Even if you really want to get serious with Bai Bingbing, a lawsuit will take several months, time-consuming and laborious. Zhang Nanshan, which has time to spend with Sun Guanhai, seeing Bai Bingbing so brave. The netizens in the live broadcast gave a compliment. Worthy of being my Bingbing's wife, when she says she'll do it. This is really fierce. Are you kidding me? Have you guys forgotten that Bingbing used to be the host of a military channel? Not to mention rushing this tiny cordon. Even rushing the Blue Army's blockade will not be a problem at all. Blues, are you polite? No wonder Bingbing always reports news that others dare not report. I thought it was because she had a hard backstage, but it didn't occur to me that it was because she had a hard 8. Ice is the first reporter to blend into the hospital, right? Well. It looks like Bingbing has to be the exclusive report on this food poisoning incident again. Zhang Nanshan did know that Qin Feng and Bai Bingbing had signed a contract and reached a cooperation. Qin Feng is the hospital's big body teacher. Zhang Nanshan also did not want to make too much trouble with his friend. Zhang Nanshan said to Bai Bingbing with a stern face, "This place is going to be blocked off soon, and since you two came in, don't go out. Also, these students are in a dangerous situation. They might be contagious. Hui Jie, go find them 2 sets of protective suits to change into. Cell phones, cameras, all these electronic devices. All of them should be sterilized." Hui Jie answered and took out the protective suits she had prepared long ago and handed them to the two. Both were handy and it only took them 2 minutes to get all their protective suits on. It was also at this time that Zhang Guangming's voice collapsed from the side. Dr. Zhang, it's not good. It seems like student Qin Feng is going to be unable to hold on. Once they heard Zhang Guangming say this, everyone was startled. Qin Feng couldn't hold on? You're making an international joke. Chapter 24, as long as you hydrate your body, you'll be fine. Zhang Nanshan hurried over with a group of medics. Because it was still uncertain what kind of food poisoning Qin Feng and the others had. Plus there weren't very many beds in the hospital. Most of the college students were still lying in the ambulance. A sort of temporary ward. This has 2 advantages. One is convenience. Do not need to help the patient to move up and down. If the patient's condition is critical, the driver can directly kick the gas to send the patient to the hospital to transfer, saving time. The second is that by lying in a relatively open area, ventilation will be better and you can avoid cross-contamination of some germs. At this time, the hospital's emergency room and sterile rooms were being vacated, and Zhang Nanshan was ready to arrange for some seriously ill patients to go in first for observation and treatment. Who knew that before they were ready? Qin Feng's condition had already deteriorated rapidly. When Zhang Nanshan rushed to Qin Feng's side, he found that Qin Feng's entire body had begun to convulse at a high frequency. The 2 paramedics tried to fix Qin Feng's entire body on the bed unsuccessfully, and the entire ambulance shook from side to side with Qin Feng's vibrations. Zhang Nanshan was experienced and knew that Qin Feng's condition was much more serious than the other students as soon as he took a look at Qin Feng's appearance. Let's get the sterile room and the anorectal department ready. We'll push student Qin Feng into resuscitation later. Has the inspection report come out yet? If the report comes out, bring it to me. As soon as Zhang Nanshan's words fell, another female nurse held Qin Feng's examination report with a very nervous expression. Dr. Zhang, this is the examination report of student Qin Feng. Zhang Nanshan didn't understand why the nurse had that look on her face. It was reasonable to say that the other party was also a seasoned veteran nurse, so why was she still stuttering? Zhang Nanshan took the inspection report and looked at it for a few moments. His expression changed from dismay, confusion and finally to shock. The photographer was a professional and gave Zhang Nanshan a close-up of his face at the first time. So much so that all the netizens enjoyed a wave of Zhang Nanshan's face-changing show. Netizens have given praise to Zhang Nanshan for brushing his emoticons. This doctor is from Bashu? How come he's suddenly performing Sichuan opera face changes for us? It can't be that there's something wrong with Crispy's medical report. Can it be that Crispy is the culprit for this food poisoning? Asterisk. It's really possible when you put it that way. Have you guys forgotten that Crispy has purposely spent time in those poorly appointed eateries around the hospital before eating? Maybe that's when Crunchy got sick. Only he didn't know it himself. No. What's in it for Crunchy to do this to him? It can't just be for fun. Big brothers, don't gloat. I'm a medical student, so I know better than anyone what those micro-expressions of Dr. Zhang just now represent. So let's stock up. Stocking up? Most of the internet doesn't really understand why it's good to start stocking up. But Zhang Nanshan's face was indeed very ugly, and even as he stood still he felt a wave of dizziness and almost went to meet the king of hell in advance. Sun Guanhai opened his mouth on the side and inquired, "Old Zhang, what exactly is this kid's disease? Did you check it out?" Zhang Nanshan knew that he couldn't hide this kind of thing, so he could only grit his teeth and say, "It's cholera." As soon as Zhang Nanshan's two words left his mouth, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Their expressions at this moment were exactly the same as Zhang Nanshan's before. Seeing a group of doctors looking as if they were on the verge of an attack, the netizens discussed it. Is there a know-it-all brother to popularize what cholera is? And is it scary? Upstairs brother, do you realize that cholera has broken out a total of 2 times in the history of mankind? Taking a total of 1.4 billion lives? Asterisk 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 1.4 million lives? Really? This is too fierce. The fiercest thing about cholera is not yet its lethality, but its ability to infect. Generally when one of them gets cholera, if it's not isolated away in time, then within a couple of hours the cholera virus will be floating all over the place, and then everyone will be infected. No wonder these doctors and nurses are looking like this. It didn't occur to me that what crispy brother had could be cholera. That's too bad. Zhang Nanshan was experienced after all, and he soon calmed down and started assigning tasks to the other doctors. You guys go to the pharmacy and get electrolyte water to rehydrate Mr. Qin Feng and establish intravenous access. The rest of you go and draw blood from all of these students. I'm going to see if they've contracted cholera as soon as they do. In fact, Zhang Nanshan already had an answer in his heart at this point, but as a medical professional, he had to trust the test reports and had to make sure the procedure was correct. Soon, electrolyte water was sent over, while the nurse started to give Qin Feng fluids. I don't know if it is an illusion. Sun Guanhai always felt that Qin Feng lying on the hospital bed was going to be a little bit rosier. Old Zhang, it looks like it's working to me. Is this cholera cure so simple? Zhang Nanshan shook his head and said, the fundamental reason why cholera pandemics broke out in countries all over the world in the past was because people didn't understand microorganisms, viruses, and these things at that time. So the treatment protocols at the time were all wrong, leaving a number of people to miss out on the best treatment options leading to death. But now we don't need to worry about that. We now have the most complete knowledge base in medical education and the standard of medicine is unquestionable. We are confident that we can cure Mr. Qin Feng. Zhang Nanshan dared to say these words so confidently. In fact, there is a doorway. As Nanshan Zhang said, cholera was a big killer for people at the time. But for modern medical professionals it's simply no different than actively brushing up on your war record and giving away your head. Zhang Nanshan firmly believed that as long as he could keep Qin Feng in a state of hydration at all times, then his body would soon be able to adapt and self-regulate itself and recover from cholera. Seeing that Qin Feng's situation had eased, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Bingbing also took the opportunity to inquire from the sidelines. Dr. Zhang, can you popularize the process of cholera with the netizens? Zhang Nanshan didn't say anything, checking Qin Feng's real-time body data while popularizing it. The onset of cholera is actually something you've just seen. Vomiting and diarrhea for the first few hours, and very large amounts of feces and changes in the form of the feces. A little yellow color can be seen at first, but as the attack deepens, the patient will soon have poop as clear as rice water. The patient's eye sockets will also be sunken due to massive dehydration. The skin will wrinkle, the tear ducts will empty, the blood will turn tarry and clot in the blood vessels, and the muscles will be disturbed by electrolytes causing the patient to twitch constantly. Eventually the patient became dehydrated throughout his body, leading to organ failure and eventual death. So knowing the cause of death from cholera, all we need to do is to hydrate the patient in a timely manner, and we will be able to greatly alleviate the patient's condition. Chapter 25 Oppression from the Black Jacket. After listening to Zhang Nanshan's explanation of some science, the netizens in the live broadcast room suddenly came to a realization. Thanks to Dr. Zhang's popularization, otherwise I would have never known what cholera really is. Now it sounds like this disease is not very serious. Just need to keep drinking water? Dude, are you kidding me? It's not like you haven't seen what Crispy Brother and the others are in right now. This vomiting and diarrhea and you still think it's not serious? Why don't you go and try it? You guys can't handle diarrhea on weekdays. Now it's just a small matter of vomiting and diarrhea on the internet, right? Well, really infected with cholera. I want to see if you will be so calm. Netizens don't understand how powerful cholera really is, but Bai Bingbing, as a graduate of a prestigious university, she knows a lot about it. Bai Bingbing continued to speak and inquired, Dr. Zhang, is cholera really that treatable? And why did cholera kill so many people in history? Zhang Nanshan sighed and said, that's because when I say easy to treat, it's actually relative. Now that everyone is more educated, they have the most basic concepts of general medical knowledge. Like for example, everyone knows about bacteria, germs, viruses and all that stuff, right? But actually, in the 18th century and even earlier, None of these concepts existed. People didn't know exactly what caused cholera. And at the time it happened, most people thought it might have something to do with the air. It was these people who were contaminated by the murky air and that's why they got cholera. The treatments in those days were also very peculiar. There were bloodletting treatments, head nailing treatments, and even very unhygienic and extreme treatments like eating and drinking urine. But we all know, as modern people, that the main mode of transmission of cholera is, in fact, fecal-oral transmission. The moment Zhang Nanshan's words came out, Bai Bingbing's face instantly changed. She looked at the college students who were vomiting and having diarrhea and couldn't help but speak. Dr. Zhang, do you mean to say that they are all infected because of the fecal mouth? As a doctor, Zhang Nanshan didn't find this surprising and nodded to indicate that it was indeed the case. But the live streamers are blowing up. Beautiful. I just ordered takeout and now I have absolutely no desire to eat it. I'm a medical student, and I'll explain that fecal-oral transmission doesn't really mean that you actually eat feces. Rather, it means that most of the germs like cholera live inside the feces, and if you accidentally touch it with your hands and then touch the food, then you can get infected. You might as well not explain it. It's no different than what we understand. There's still a difference, at least in quantity. It's like a lot of people don't like to wash their hands after they go to the bathroom. Especially a lot of guys don't wash their hands after they hold up a gun because they don't feel like they've been touched. And then they come out of the bathroom and go and eat straight away. And you think you haven't been touched? Asterisk 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 if you say so. Then I'm going to have to get into the habit of washing my hands from now on. The dude upstairs ordering takeout. I suggest you go work in a restaurant for a while. Or maybe you go run a ride for a while. And you'll see how dirty the backrooms of those takeout places are. I used to like to order takeout too. Let me put it this way. Ever since I became a takeout writer, I've had to go back and make my own noodles to eat. No matter how hard I've been working. For no other reason than to live a few more years. Nowadays, many people have a misunderstanding, thinking that it is already a civilized society. And nowadays, technology is so advanced. Fecal-oral transmission of such a means of transmission should have long been extinct. But the reality is that this route of transmission has always existed and is still commonplace. If the back kitchen of a takeaway restaurant is not properly sanitized, rats will be scurrying around at night, stealing ingredients and so on. What kind of environment do rats live in? It goes without saying how dirty it is. And many of those chopping boards and countertops that mice run across naturally rubbed up against these bacteria. How many takeout places nowadays go first thing in the morning and sterilize the back of the house with heat? Hardly. Many people feel that it might be more hygienic to do it at home. But that's only relative. To put it mildly, you don't even know what vehicle transported the cooking oil you use at home before. And how can you be sure that what you eat is absolutely clean? As for some vegetables and stuff, not to mention, all you know is that pesticides are bad. They leave agricultural residues. But only those who have grown vegetables know that you want vegetables and such to grow well without pesticides and chemical fertilizers. So you have to apply artificial fertilizers. And how many people know what artificial fertilizer is? Zhang Nanshan this some popularization, directly to all the appetite to the whole lost. Bai Bingbing even had the urge to become a monk in place and follow those Taoist masters to learn how to dispel grain. Zhang Nanshan said to Bai Bingbing, okay, it's useless to think about these things. Those things I just said will actually have only a small impact on one's health. As long as everyone doesn't think about these things, should eat and drink, life is decades long. It's your turn to go. Don't have such a big psychological burden. Bai Bingbing couldn't help but cry and laugh, not knowing if she should say Zhang Nanshan was open-minded or what. It was also at this time that several cars pulled up in front of the hospital, and a man in a black jacket wearing a mask got out of the car and walked in the front. He was followed by a group of white shirts, and it was only after the white shirts that he was followed by the ones in police uniforms. As soon as he saw this man appear, Sun Guanhai's entire body shivered, and he hurriedly picked himself up, even straightening his standing back. Hello, leader. Seeing the man approaching, Sun Guanhai stood at attention and saluted. The middle-aged man wearing a mask also just nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. The netizens in the live broadcast room were abuzz when they saw this scene. Who is this big guy? Why is his aura so strong? This whole area is under his control. Can he not have a strong aura? Someone else wears a black jacket and you can't realize what he is? Don't ask. Just stay away from this kind of big guy when you see him in the future. You might get over the shoulder if you get close. Asterisk 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 this kind of big brother will come to such a dangerous place? I've really gained a lot of insight. I thought they would just hide in their offices when it comes to this kind of thing. I can only say that you have seen the big brother or too little. I am the system. When there is a district and county sudden mudslide, my leadership without saying anything the first to rush to the scene to direct the rescue. At that time gave me a very deep impression. There are good guys and bad guys everywhere. And it's clear that the big guy in front of us is the good guy. Just as the netizens were talking, the middle-aged man took the initiative to walk up and scrutinize the students without regard to his personal safety. Chapter 26, A Good Thing Comes After a Bad Thing. Where's Chang Han? As soon as the middle-aged man opened his mouth, Chang Han, who was standing at the very back, immediately jogged all the way over. Leader, I'm here. The middle-aged man pointed to the student lying down. Aren't you the trustee of Magic City University? I heard that you're the one who has been in charge of the school's food safety issues. And now that things have gotten to such a state, what do you have to say? Being held accountable by the middle-aged man to his face, Chang Han was sweating profusely. He's not in the system, but he's a businessman in Mordor. What businessman doesn't eat at the top? Now that such a big deal has been made, if he can't give a reasonable explanation, then will he still want to mix in this place of Magic City in the future? Chang Han wiped his sweat while saying, the leader is like this. Although I am a trustee of Mordor University, the food safety piece is actually not my responsibility, but the vice-chancellor, Chang Fei. I have also learned about this cafeteria. It is Chang Fei's younger brother Chang Xiang who is running it. It is reasonable that the cafeteria's operation and management needs to be reported to the board of directors every month, but these two brothers don't know how to report, and have never reported with us in a timely manner. This is a negligence in our management. We will definitely strengthen our management in the future to prevent this kind of situation from happening again. Chang Han is worthy of being a boss. His brain just spins fast. A statement that not only took the main responsibility out of his hands, but also pushed two scapegoats out. Middle-aged men aren't vegetarians either. He had been a leader for so many years. Could he not hear these words of Chang Han's that there was something twisted in it? The middle-aged man directly opened his mouth and inquired, really? Then where are the two Chang Fei brothers you mentioned? As soon as the middle-aged man's words fell, two police officers immediately brought the two Chang Fei brothers over. The two of them usually didn't dare to raise their heads to speak when they saw Chang Han, and now that they saw Chang Han nodding his head in front of this middle-aged man, how could they not know that this middle-aged man's identity was not simple? You are Chang Fei and Chang Xiang? Chang Xiang was already too frightened to speak, and Chang Fei hurriedly responded, yes, leader, I am Chang Fei, and this is my brother Chang Xiang. The middle-aged man pointed to these students lying down. You have 2 minutes to explain what's going on here. Chang Fei stretched his leg and kicked Chang Xiang to explain. After all, the cafeteria had always been run by Chang Xiang. Chang Xiang also came back to his senses at this time. He shivered and said, back to the leader's words. I just thought carefully about it. I think it is possible. It is possible that the ingredients that we entered are not too fresh. I also asked the chef, who said that the meat delivered today had a slightly sour odor. Not like fresh meat of the day. But I'll have to find someone afterward to continue to troubleshoot exactly what went wrong. Chang Xiang didn't continue to speak here. The middle-aged man glanced at him. Finished explaining? Chang Xiang nodded his head in resignation. Okay, now that that's explained, let me say a few words. The secretary standing aside immediately opened her notebook and began to take notes. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Firstly, no matter what the reason is, with so many students lying here, this is already a serious food safety incident, which has caused a very bad influence in the society. So the Department of Public Information give me action. Get someone to follow up on this matter in its entirety. The cause of the matter through the results, to be completely open and transparent for the public to know. Second, the food safety departments get me into action and split into 2 investigation teams. One goes to the school cafeteria and investigates the scene. The other investigation group goes to the food market that has cooperation with the Magic City cafeteria. Give me an investigation. And when any violations are found, deal with them on the spot. Thirdly, these 2 people give me a strict investigation and strict punishment, to see if there is anything that has not been accounted for. I hope that in the future there are still people like them. The heart of luck. Challenge the bottom line of the national law. The moment the middle-aged man's words came out, the 2 Chang family brothers were completely paralyzed with fear. The staff that followed were the first to act. The live bloggers called out the pain. I'll go. I've only heard about leadership inspections on the news before, and at the time I thought it was just going through the motions. But now it looks like there's something really going on with this leadership inspection. Only those in the system know how much gold is in those 4 words on-site processing, and it's clear that this leader is really pissed off. If more than 100 students from a key university in the area you manage contracted cholera, could you not be angry? You know that this is cholera that's going to be contagious. And it's not just ordinary food poisoning, so if it spreads a bit more, this leader will have to go in with it. No wonder this leader insisted on running to the front line despite his safety. This is considered to be making up for his mistakes, isn't it? I think it's still Brother Crispy that's powerful. Weren't these Chang family brothers arrogant before? Making it seem as if even the principal couldn't do anything about them. but it turns out that my crispy brother only needs to make a slight move and he's already at the top of his game. Brother Crispy, I heard you guys have a tough backstage? Is it as hard as my life? After saying the dispositions, the middle-aged man came to Zhang Nanshan's front, and his attitude became gentle all of a sudden. Dr. Zhang, hard work to you guys. These students are the pillars of our country. You must ensure the safety of these students' lives. Zhang Nanshan hurriedly said, we will be the leader. Treating the sick and saving people is originally our duty. We will definitely do our best. I heard that Principal Ryu Youngwon Ryu was also infected. Where is he now? As soon as the middle-aged man's words fell, a weak voice came from the side. Leader, I'm here. The crowd followed the voice and saw that Lu Zhengyuan, who was unconscious just a moment ago, was now trying to sit up with one hand strongly supporting his body. The nurse on the side saw this and hurriedly went up to assist, worrying that Lu Zhengyuan was unsteady and fell off the bed. The middle-aged man wanted to walk over. Who knew that Lu Zhengyuan hurriedly opened his mouth and said, Leader, don't come over. I have a contagious disease. Leader, you're busy with your affairs. If it infects you then it's over. The secretary also rushed aside to stop the middle-aged man. The son of 1,000 gold doesn't sit in a dying room. Not to mention the fact that the middle-aged man does have a lot of things to attend to right now. Looking at Lu Zhengyuan's withered description and white face at this time, the middle-aged man's eyes reddened. Young one, you have to cooperate with the doctor's treatment, okay? Mordor University is still waiting for you. The president, to run the show. In just 2 short sentences, the group of people following behind were suddenly shaken wildly in their hearts. The leaders up there think so highly of Lu Youngwon? Well, it looks like Yu Youngwon is going to take off. This is really a great disaster. And it's only because Ryu Youngwon ate the cafeteria with the students that he became like this. But it was also because Lu Zhengyuan dared to eat in the cafeteria with the students that it proved even more that this matter had absolutely nothing to do with Lu Zhengyuan. Chapter 27, Don't Around. I just made my warrants here. Hearing the middle-aged man say this, Lu Zhengyuan burst into old tears and had a feeling that he had set the clouds to rights. The netizens in the live broadcast room were talking about it. Old Willow is sort of getting better. It's a blessing in disguise, isn't it? Originally thought that this time the matter made such a big fuss. He who is the principal must be unable to take the blame. But the result is that people instead because of this matter got the leadership's appreciation. You say how marvelous life is. Let's just say that iron sharpens iron. Did the principals of your other schools just eat in the cafeteria with their students? Those principals aren't stupid. They all know what the cafeteria is like. That's why they go out to eat by themselves. Don't I remember that there was a cafeteria that made a fuss about pointing a rat as a duck before? Then a reporter went to cover it and realized that, not to mention the leaders, even the employees of that cafeteria they wouldn't eat what they got. When you guys put it this way, I suddenly feel that it's indeed no coincidence that old Lu is valued by his leader. And from a certain perspective, he is indeed a good leader. The middle-aged man exchanged a few more pleasantries with Lu Zhengyuan, signaling him to recuperate and strive for early discharge. After chatting with Lu Zhengyuan, the middle-aged man walked over to Zhang Nanshan. Dr. Zhang, I've heard them all say that the head and vice president of your hospital are out on a study tour, so you're on top of the whole hospital right now. Well, are these students in serious condition and do they need any help from our side of the city? Seeing the middle-aged man talking to himself so amiably, Zhang Nanshan immediately expressed his loyalty and said, please rest assured, leader, we have a complete grasp of the condition of these students, and we are confident that all of them will recover and be discharged from the hospital in less than a week. Hearing Zhang Nanshan say this, the middle-aged man was very happy. Yes, that's what you said. It's kind of a military order in front of me. Once you make this military order, you will be rewarded for your merits, but if it is not accomplished, then I will have to pursue the responsibility. The middle-aged man said this half in jest and half in earnest. It's already happened and trying to undo it won't help, but now the whole country is very concerned about the progress of this matter. So if they can cure these students as fast as they can in this process of treatment, and with 0 casualties, then it would be considered to be mending the fold and taking the credit for it. It was only a pity that the middle-aged man did not know anything about medicine, which was why he asked Zhang Nanshan in this half-joking tone to see how much certainty he could have about curing Qin Foam and the others. Zhang Nanshan and these leaders also dealt with so many years, where can not know what they are thinking in their hearts. Zhang Nanshan said with great confidence, please rest assured that the leadership, within a week, 0 casualties to cure these students. I Zhang Nanshan the first to dare to make this military order. Good. Yes, Dr. Zhang, you are worthy of being a famous doctor at that time. You are the pride of our magic city. Since you said so, then I, as a leader, can't help but show it. Secretary he, put together the text of the military order I made with Dr. Zhang and send it to the city head immediately. We not only want to use this military order to express our confidence in the handling of this incident, but also to give an explanation to all citizens and nationals who are concerned about this matter. These few words of the middle-aged man directly caused the blood of everyone present to boil. Those medical staff next to us also know the atmosphere very well and can't help but applaud at this time. Even Lu Zhangyuan braced himself and kept clapping, making an appearance of being moved by the middle-aged man. The netizens in the live stream were talking. Who is this man in the end? Talking and doing things at such a high level. Obviously he did not do anything, but why give me the feeling that he is the one who contributed the most? Zhao Lisan, the head of the district of Qingjiang district in Mordor. People's grandchildren have been leaders for 3 generations. Can they speak and do things without a level? Brothers, being a leader doesn't require you to be good at everything, but that you dare to stand up at critical moments and dare to bring your men along to charge. Did District Head Zhao not long ago take the initiative to say that he would make a military order with Dr. Zhang? That's proof enough that he's a qualified leader. This is not a military order. This is clearly a certificate of honor. You see, Zhao first found the Chang brothers to take the blame and make an example of them, and then he made a military order with Dr. Zhang, promising to solve this matter quickly, so that when the big leaders above saw it, they couldn't praise him for his competence? Good lord, it's true that all the officials are some kind of human beings, and people with stupid brains like us can't play at all. Just when everyone was immersed in this warm atmosphere, the sharp popping sound of Nurse Guojie suddenly came from the side. Dr. Zhang, it's bad. Student Qin Feng's heartbeat is gone. Once they heard Guojie say that, the smiles on everyone's faces froze. Zhang Nanshan was even the first to run over to look, only to find that Qin Feng's heartbeat was indeed gone. Zhang Nanshan was immediately shocked out of a cold sweat. This Nima, don't mess with me. Big brother, I just made a military order in front of the district chief saying 0 casualties. And you're reporting directly to Hades? Quickly, send it to the emergency room. Notify the doctors in the emergency department, all those who don't have urgent jobs on hand to come over to me, and prioritize the safety of student Qin Feng's life. Zhang Nanshan and another doctor lifted Qin Feng onto a stretcher cart, pushed and ran towards the emergency room. Nurse Guojie also put up a fight at this time. She followed the stretcher truck with an assisted run, and then the whole person jumped up violently, riding on Qin Feng's body and started to perform chest compressions, giving artificial respiration to Qin Feng from time to time, wanting to help Qin Feng recover his heartbeat. The netizens in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded at the sight of this scene. This is too fierce. Right, directly jumped up for artificial respiration? This ing can also work? WOJ, this is the first time I've ever watched a resuscitation so viscerally. And there's really just a sense of urgency to snatch someone from Hades. Is there such a service in the hospital? I'm so envious. Miss Nurse writing me. I definitely won't resist. What's going on in your head upstairs? You think artificial respiration is a cool thing? You'll know if it's cool or not when you wake up and realize your sternum is broken. Strong and powerful. Strong and powerful. No wonder so many people like the white silk nurse sis. Look at this every press, every bow of the head. It's simply beautiful. This is simply the perfect combination of strength and softness. The pop-ups on the live feed were full by now. Nurse Guojie's stunning jump was directly captured by netizens and went viral online. Guojie also got a new nickname, Weird Angel. In front of the life-saving, seemingly weak Nurse Guojie transformed into a strange angel, with a mortal body from the hands of Hades to steal people. This scene is a world-famous painting. Chapter 28, How do young people say they're leaving? The incident was sudden, but Zhang Nanshan and his team demonstrated the quality and professionalism expected of medical personnel. From the time Qin Feng's heartbeat went to 0 to the time he was pushed into the emergency room, it took a total of less than 3 minutes, which can be said to be a real race with the Grim Reaper. Looking at the closed emergency room door, Zhao Lisan fell silent. He inquired in a low voice, Secretary He, have the warrants been issued just now? Secretary Ho looked embarrassed. District Chief, it's been issued. Zhao Lisan sked and closed his eyes, infinitely chagrined. People carry on their backs and drink cold water. Zhang Nanshan, right? Okay, I'll remember you. A moment ago, he was confidently beating his chest in front of me, claiming that he could definitely accomplish the task. And I just sent out my marching orders and immediately a student over here is dying? If you want to die, don't drag me with you. At this time, Zhao Lisan was so angry that he only wanted to curse his mother, but his many years of chi-nourishing kung fu came into play at this time. Even though he was furious in his heart at this moment, he still had a spring in his step and a smile on his surface, not showing the slightest bit of dissatisfaction or nervousness. Secretary he glanced at his cell phone at this moment and reminded in a low voice, Leader, you still have 2 business meetings to attend in the afternoon. It's almost time. Do you think we should leave here first? Zhao Lisan shook his head. Let's cancel the afternoon meeting. I'll stay here and watch over them. These students are about the same age as my son. It breaks my heart to see them suffer. Secretary Ho froze. The others behind them all looked at each other in disbelief. Chunghan scratched his ears and was a bit anxious. Seeing that everyone was silent, Chunghan eventually couldn't help but step forward. Leader, this afternoon's investment attraction meeting is hard to organize. The other side is also very sincere. Leader your side if you cancel the meeting. Then this several hundred million project. Before Changhan could finish his words, he was met with a cold stare from Zhao Lisan. With just one glance, Changhan instantly felt a piercing chill. The feeling was the same as being stripped naked and thrown into the snow in the middle of winter and then doused with cold water. Zhao Lisan said coldly, "Why, Mr. Chang looks anxious. Since you are so anxious, then this meeting you help me to go to open it. At that time there are any problems on the project and so on. Also you decide how to solve it. I think you are a talented person. You should have this ability to solve it well, right?" Changhan was so shocked that he waved his hands. No, I'm not capable enough. How dare I overstep my bounds? Zhao Lisan suppressed his anger and said, "If it wasn't for your men poking holes in things, do you think I'd have enough to eat and sit here?" Changhan, I heard that in recent times there have also been reports of food safety problems in your company. How do you explain this? Changhan was scared straight. Where did he dare to speak? Realize it's live now. And isn't Zhao Lisan directly naming Chunghan's company as someone who reported food safety problems, the equivalent of slapping him in the face in front of everyone? Chunghan is really regretting it now. He himself is also a cheap talker. Everyone dares not go up to touch the bad luck. Why do you have to come up to give advice at this time? It's not just a bump in the road. Changhan adjusted his emotions, barely squeezed out a smile and said, "Leader, our company has always been on the food safety in this area to grasp the more strict. All products are also after the supervision of the inspection of the qualified before they dare to go on the market for sale. The competition in the industry is already fierce. Not to mention that our company is also a little famous in the food industry in Magic City. So I think these reports are most likely made by someone on purpose. But rest assured, leaders, since there are complaints and reports, it means we are not doing enough in this area. I go back to the future must then strengthen the training in this area. At the same time to launch self-correction, to ensure that food safety in this area is foolproof." Cheng Han's words were beautifully said, and the next step was to see if Zhao Lisan would give face. Zhao Lisan give face. Things end here. Just now even a verbal warning belongs to knock Cheng Han a bit. If Zhao Lisan didn't give face, then the municipal supervisors could start acting. Now lead the team to raid Cheng Han Group's various products. On-site sampling to do the test. In the end there is no problem, a check will be able to find out. Just as Zhao Lisan was about to open his mouth to speak, the door to the operating room opened from the inside. Everyone stood up and surrounded them at the first opportunity. Dr. Zhang, how is the condition of the student just now? Zhang Nanshan took off his mask and shook his head with red eyes. Sorry leader, we did our best. Hearing Zhang Nanshan say this, everyone present was confused. Zhao Lisan's body shook even more and he almost didn't stand still. The netizens in the live stream were even more incredulous. Seriously, my crunchy brother is gone? No dude. It's said to be crunchy but hard to kill. How come it's gone in 2 bites of grub this time? Finished. The sky is falling. This leader has just made a military order. The result is that the next second the person is gone. This is clearly the face of the big leader. I can see that Dr. Zhang tried his best. After all, crispy brother, this death not only Dr. Zhang must also follow the end of the career count is gone. This incident tells us one thing. Don't be a gambling dog at any time. Gambling dogs will only get you nowhere. Chang Hanrun was also dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Qin Feng to leave when he said he would. Was this still a young man? Lu Zhangyuan was lying over there properly, and he even had the energy to prop up his body to see what was going on over here. And it turns out you're a 20-something-year-old reporting straight down there? In the corridor, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. At this moment, although Zhao Lisan had his eyes closed, everyone was able to feel his anger. Notify the Municipal Supervision Bureau to immediately conduct a surprise inspection of all of Changhan Group's products. Also, separate a group of people to go to all the school cafeterias in our district to conduct clinical inspections. Have the police follow along, and anyone who doesn't cooperate will be detained first. The moment Zhao Lisan's words came out, everyone at the scene was in awe. Xinjiang district is going to change. Qing Han is most aggrieved. He had been following Zhao Lisan like a dog. So how is this still about checking himself? Chang Han is, after all, an entrepreneur in Xinjiang district, and has given Xinjiang district a lot of face in the past. At this time, if Zhao Lisan issued such a provisional inspection order, Wouldn't that be tantamount to pushing Chung Han to the brink of extinction? Secretary, he couldn't help but open his mouth to advise. District Chief. The people from the Municipal Supervisory Bureau should still be at the Mordor University cafeteria there to conduct on-site forensics. So the manpower might not be quite enough. Why don't we ask Mr. Cheng to make a call and have someone from their company cooperate with us in sending it for inspection? This is in line with the process and also avoids causing trouble during the proctoring process. Chung Han nodded his head on the sidelines, saying that he would definitely cooperate. Who knew that Zhao Lisan just said lightly, "This student is dead. I don't care if it fits the process or if it's a pain in the ass. From now on, all food-related businesses and cafeterias in Xinjiang district will have to be scrutinized. There are not enough people in the proctor's office, so I'll do it myself." Chapter 29, There Lies the Future. Seeing that Zhao Lisan was determined to investigate himself, Chung Han could no longer hold his own and directly sat on his butt on the ground. All the people around him looked at him with pitying eyes. The netizens in the live stream were even more vocal. This is what happens to crooked businessmen. They even make black money from students. They deserve it. No, buddy. Such black money shouldn't be made. And what's the difference between a student and a non-student? Aren't we pathetic if we work as laborers? I've worked as a cafeteria buyer before, and all I can say is that it's better to get your own food at home. And nobody out there has a clean ass these days as long as they're in the catering business. Am I the only one who thinks this guy is miserable? The head iron of his hand hummer. Headbutt Crispy Brother. And Crispy Brother came with a move to heaven and earth. Brother Crispy is also considered a strange one, burning his life and tearing through the darkness. Magic City's food safety and security also has Brother Crispy's share of credit. What a nice kid. It's a shame he's dead. Send an e-candle as a token of my appreciation. Xin Feng's unexpected death triggered a large number of netizens to mourn. Many netizens retweeted Xin Feng's death dynamic with their own comments. Some people even organized Xin Feng's deeds into the form of electronic photo albums and forwarded them on various platforms. For a time, Crispy College Student became a hot search term, making it to the top of the hot list on every major website. And the number of online views surpassed a staggering 300 million. Meanwhile, Xin Feng was lying in his sea of consciousness. Under the effect of the skill, All Eyes, Xin Feng had actually been in a state of fake death and had not really died. However, since the effects of cholera on the body are persistent, Xin Feng would die on the spot again after each resurrection due to his terrible health condition. Xin Feng just jumped back and forth horizontally between life and death, in a state of both life and death, commonly known as Schrodinger's death superposition state. Not the system, big brother. Can you give me a pain in the ass? I've been stuck here all ing day. So tell me if I'm going to live or die. There was no response from the system. Xin Feng looked up at the countdown above his head and sighed helplessly. Immunity to death still has more than 50,000 seconds left, which means I have to stay here for at least one more day. Torture. Xin Feng suddenly thought of a chilling medical short story from his previous life. In a previous life, there was a medical research team that utilized brainwave detection to continuously monitor 3 dozen or so vegetative people, aiming to study whether the vegetative people were still conscious or not. As a result, on the 7th day of monitoring, they found a connection with one of the plants using brainwaves. Before they could rejoice, however, the plant sent a message to them on brainwaves. After the decipherment, all the researchers were silent, because the original version of that sentence had only 3 words, "Kill me." Before, Xin Feng didn't understand the horror of this story, but now Xin Feng got it, and he was really scared. If he had to stay in this chaotic sea of consciousness for decades, it would be absolutely inhuman torture for him. Because here, you can't even kill yourself. Just as Xin Feng was getting more and more scared with his thoughts, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in the sea of consciousness. Ding! Cholera effect has ended. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully experienced the disease, cholera. Experience rewards are being issued for you. Please pay attention to check. Hearing this voice from the system, Xin Feng burst into tears. It's finally over. Carry yourself. A beam of light cut through the darkness and shone on Xin Feng's body. Xin Feng felt an unprecedented warm. Cold? That's not right. Why is it so cold? Xin Feng focused his attention and soon heard voices coming from outside. Hospital. Morgue. Brother Gu. It's from the emergency room side. Please sign for it. Gu Changming in the white coat first looked at the ID card handed over by the male nurse, and then lifted the white cloth to look at Xin Feng's looks, checking it against the photo. How many days of temporary storage? Gu Changming inquired. Dr. Zhang said that the first temporary storage for 7 days. The school side is contacting his parents. His home is quite far away. His parents rushed over to estimate that it will take several days. After confirming that Xin Feng's identity was correct, Gu Changming signed the handover procedures. What a nice young man, to die like that. His parents would be devastated if they knew the news. The male nurse followed suit inside. It's not so bad. This kid is also unlucky. So many students were hit by this cholera. And he's the only one who ended up dying. But I heard that he seemed to be an internet celebrity with quite a lot of fans. This death of his even made it to the hot search, causing quite a stir. Gu Changming shook his head. Young people nowadays, if they don't read books properly, they only know how to be a netizen. Now it's good. And it's played itself right into the ground. The traffic is there. But what's the point? The black and white wonders won't be lenient with you just because you're an internet celebrity. Okay, I'll put him in the locker if there's nothing else. So go back. Gu Changming had just pushed Qin Feng into the freezer when Zhang Nanshan came in from outside with a group of people. Gu Changming was startled when he took a look at Zhang Nanshan's current mental state. Chapter Director. What's wrong with you? Zhang Nanshan was originally in his early 40s, in his prime, and was a well-known healthcare professional in the hospital. No hair loss or baldness, running 5 kilometers a day consistently, and going for a bike ride around the lake on weekends off. To most of the people in the hospital, the impression Zhang Nanshan gave them was always energetic and full of spirit. However, at this moment, Zhang Nanshan was as if he had been drained of his essence by some ghostly thing. His description was withered, as if he had aged a dozen years in an instant. Zhang Nanshan said hoarsely, "We've come to give fellow student Qin Feng one last ride. This nigga. I can't even hear you without it stinging my ears. How sad are you? Your own son died?" Gu Changming didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly pulled the freezer open, and incidentally lifted the white cloth covering it, revealing Qin Feng's handsome face. As soon as Zhang Nanshan saw that face of Qin Feng, he was suddenly overcome with grief and lost his voice. "Mr. Qin Feng, I'm the one who apologized to you. How could you just leave like that? Why don't you open your eyes and look at me again? How I wish this was a nightmare. Please can you wake up? How can I live if you go away? If you can't you take me with you." Zhang Nanshan cried more and more sad, a few times cried back to the breath, and then continued to cry after the energy. Gu Changming was confused by Zhang Nanshan's extreme sadness. He really couldn't hold back and asked Gui Jie, who was standing aside, in a low voice, "What exactly is the relationship between Director Zhang and this Qin Feng, bastard?" Gui Jie also reddened her eyes and blurted out, "No, it's Director Zhang's future. Our hospital's research project for the next 10 years, the once vital large body of teachers. It's all gone now. It's all fizzled out." Gu Changming. Chapter 30, Where's the puddle? After hearing Gui Jie's explanation, Gu Changming was messed up. What a mess. Just a college student. How does it have anything to do with future and research? And the ing big body teachers are here. This bunch is crazy, right? The morgue was a place where people didn't want to come, and Gu Changming rarely interacted with other people, so he didn't know about Qin Feng's crunchy college students' glorious deeds. But judging from the extent of the sadness of Zhang Nanshan, Gu Changming could realize how important Qin Feng really was to Zhang Nanshan. Worried that Zhang Nanshan really cried himself to death, 2 nurses rushed forward to support him, repeatedly asking Gu Changming to express his condolences. The netizens in the live broadcast room also had heavy hearts when they saw this scene. Although we're all sad that Brother Crispy died, but isn't this Dr. Zhang too much? Even if his own son died he wouldn't cry like this, right? Buddy, let me remind you. He made a military order with the district head before. The military order was made 1 second, and Crispy Brother left the next, which means that he has no future in the future. And whether or not the title of director can be retained depends on whether or not there will be smoke coming from his ancestors' graves. That's too much, isn't it? It's just a lost future, not a lost life. Isn't it normal to see the head of the district? Normal? Xinjiang district has gone ing crazy. The large and small canteens in the district have been checked to the bottom. Catching food safety is the same as catching drug trafficking. And even the ing SWAT team has been mobilized. Yeah, I just went and took a look at the live stream too. It's so exaggerated. There was a hot pot restaurant where the owner who got wind of the situation was disposing of the gutter oil. As a result, the lid was just unscrewed before the oil could be poured out, and the SWAT team broke down the door. It was a big iron door with 3 locks on it, and they used a door slammer to break it down and arrest people. Didn't you guys look at the Xinjiang district hot list? All the cooks in the district are asking who Crispy Brother is. And there are even cooks who think it's some big leader's son who got poisoned by eating. Black-hearted cook. The moment I saw the SWAT team breaking down the door, I knew I was breaking the law of heaven. Zhao Lisan's approach is good, but it's too aggressive. But it's understandable when you think about it. After all, the military order had already been handed over, and it turned out that Qin Feng was dead again. This means that Zhao Lisan's future also ends here, and his power enters a countdown. In these last hours of madness, could Zhao Lisan not let these crooked merchants shed a layer of skin? Just as the netizens were discussing Zhao Lisan, suddenly a rush of footsteps came from outside the door. The cameraman turned the camera around and Zhao Lisan appeared in the live feed with a tired face, all dressed in black, holding white flowers. Zhao Lisan, who had been killing in the Xinjiang district, even had the time to find time to pay tribute to Qin Feng. Just outrageous. Everyone subconsciously split into two lines to avoid Zhao Lisan. No one dared to touch his mold at this time, all worried about being implicated. Zhao Lisan walked over to Qin Feng and placed the flower on his chest. Student Qin Feng, I'm sorry, it's me as the head of the district who failed to protect you, but don't worry, I've arrested all those shady traitors in Xinjiang district that I should, and this time I'll definitely deal with them severely and seek justice for you. In 2 short sentences, Zhao Lisan spoke with determination and was quite sad. The photographer also knew how to shoot, and directly gave a close-up of Zhao Lisan's gray hair at his temples. Just as everyone was immersed in this sad atmosphere, suddenly there was a rattle from the freezer, like the sound of something hitting the tin. Everyone shivered in fear, and the timid Gui Jie even hid behind Gu Changming, attempting to use him as a shield. Dr. Gu, what is this sound? Did you hear it before when you were on duty? As a forensic scientist, Gu Changming was very calm. I think it's the sound of a leaking pipe. As soon as Gu Changming's words fell, the sound of knocking resounded once again. Wei Jie's voice trembled with fear as she spoke. No, it's not the plumbing, it's coming from the freezer. Everyone subconsciously looked at Qin Feng. Could it be that? Just as everyone was looking over, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and his whole body was still twitching slightly, just as if he had been electrocuted. Wei Jie was so scared that she lost her color and directly let out a sharp popping sound. Ah, fraud. Originally, people weren't that scared. After all, so many people were here and it was broad daylight, so what were they afraid of? But Gui Jie's voice directly scared everyone out of their wits, and they all scrambled outside. Even Gu Changming instinctively followed and ran outside, only to finally calm down and realize something was wrong after they ran outside. It's not right. We are doctors. We have to believe in science. How is it possible to swindle a corpse in the middle of the day? Even if it were to swindle, it would have to be at night. Webmaster. Okay. That's how you understand science, isn't it? Director Zhang. Is student Qin Feng really confirmed dead? Zhang Nanshan, who was still shivering, suddenly saw a bright light. Dr. Gu, do you mean to say that student Qin Feng is still alive? Gu Changming nodded with a serious face. We can't rule out such a possibility. After all, there have been several such cases at home and abroad. Zhang Nanshan was thrilled. If Qin Feng didn't die, wouldn't his future be saved? So we'll go in and take a look? After you, director. Where? The morgue is your place. After you. You're the director, so you must be the one to go in front. Why don't we all stop pushing and get together? Shoulder to shoulder. The two large men moved step by step toward the door of the morgue. Who knew that when everyone re-entered the doorway to look in, they were all shocked. At this moment, Zhao Lisan was standing in front of the freezer with a smile on his face, listening with his ear to what Qin Feng was saying. What's the situation? Didn't Zhou Lishan run out just now? The netizens in the live stream also sighed. No wonder people can be leaders. They have more guts than most others. Tarzan is not changing his color. He's really a tough guy. The district chief is really a good leader, with means and guts. If he is given a chance, he will surely take off from the same spot. Seeing Zhang Nanshan and the others appear at the door, Zhao Lisan waved at them with a bright smile. Come on you guys, Mr. Qin Feng has something to say to you. Zhang Nanshan answered and hurriedly brought a few doctors forward. Zhao Lisan patted Qin Feng's hand and said in a serious tone, fellow student Qin Feng, you cooperate well with the doctor's treatment. I still have a few things to do, so I'll leave first and come back to see you later. After Zhao Lisan said this, he gave up his position to Zhang Nanshan and walked slowly towards the door himself. It was also at that moment that a barfing sound was heard all around. Gu Changming looked down with a puzzled expression. Strange, where did this puddle of water come from on the ground? Zhao Lisan's old face flushed, but he quickly regained his composure. He made a gesture to his secretary and then hurried out of the place. Chapter 31. Have you ever heard of myasthenia gravis? After Zhao Lisan left, Zhang Nanshan and the others pulled Qin Feng out of the freezer at the first opportunity and rushed him into the intensive care ward. A group of doctors were just like looking at pandas as they gathered around Qin Feng to discuss in a variety of ways. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This is outrageous. It's way beyond common medical sense. Where's all the medical common sense? Medicine is always evolving and advancing. And if he survived, there must be something we haven't noticed or observed. Quick, give him another detailed physical test. The more detailed the better. Bai Bingbing originally wanted to follow her in as well, but she was stopped by two nurses outside the door. The netizens in the live broadcast room saw this scene and also talked about it. What the hell is going on in here? Is Crispy Bro dead or not? It must be dead by common sense. Hospitals have strict requirements for determining the death of a person. It's impossible to just give a death notice. But Brother Crispy did come alive just now. I even saw him move and talk to the district head. That's why those doctors are as lively as New Year's. It's definitely considered a return from the dead. And Crispy Brother is much more valuable for them to study now. By Bing Bing tiptoed outside to look. But even so can only see the crowd inside. And from time to time there will be heated arguments coming from inside. Those who don't know also think that there is a seminar inside. What's going on in there? Is Mr. Qin Feng okay? Bai Bingbing turned her head and realized that Lu Zhangyuan was standing behind her at an unknown time. Principal Willow, are you okay? Bai Bingbing was very surprised, because in this cholera incident, Yu Youngwon has been having adverse reactions because he is older, plus his body is weaker. Zhang Nanshan gave the advices to let Lu Zhangyuan lie down. An old man later triggered a little something else complications that can be troublesome. Who knows that Lu Zhangyuan directly Zhang Nanshan said as a fart. Before in front of Zhaolisin to show himself I also even let it go. And now also come to inquire about the situation of Qin Feng. Seeing the photographer pointing the camera at him, Lu Zhangyuan said with a serious face, I'm fine. What I'm most concerned about right now is student Qin Feng. He is a student of our Magic City University and the future successor of the Dragon Kingdom. I don't deserve to die, but he must not be okay. By Bingbing, webmaster, photographer. Seeing Lu Zhangyuan speak in such a grandiose manner, the netizens in the live broadcast room were all amused. Well. Giving me Brother Crispy a high hat, right? The future successor is all talk. What's the matter? Brother Crispy is the crown prince from the imperial capital? This principal is the most capable of making up I've ever seen. With a set of official words that don't even require thinking. It feels like he's developed muscle memory. Isn't the best thing about him his sense of camera? He is sick like this and still knows to take the initiative to lean over and appear in the camera. With this kind of principle in place, why would Mordor University worry about not being on the hot search? You really don't say. Before I basically had no impression of Mordor University, but now when I open my cell phone all the news related to Crispy Brother in Mordor University, it's hard to feel uncomfortable if I don't look at it for a day. He should not be the principal. He should go to the propaganda department as the minister. As the principal I think it does not fully utilize his strength. It is really a condescension. Just as the netizens were talking, the door to the ward opened and Zhang Nanshan walked out from inside with a group of doctors. Seeing this, Lu Zhangyuan hurriedly greeted him. Dr. Zhang, how is student Qin Feng's condition? Has he survived? In the face of Lu Zhangyuan's inquiry, Zhang Nanshan only nodded with a complicated expression. Alive is alive. But it's just a little weird. Strange? Bai Bingbing's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly asked after him. May I ask Dr. Zhang, where is it strange? Zhang Nanshan cried and laughed. First of all, student Qin Feng has already been ruled medically dead by us before. His heartbeat has already stopped for a long time, so it is reasonable to say that the chances of a resumption of the heartbeat are almost equal to none. But as you can see, after so much time has passed, student Qin Feng miraculously regained his heartbeat again. Isn't that strange enough? The people around them nodded, agreeing with Zhang Nanshan's statement. The netizens in the live stream were also talking about it. So it makes sense for the ancients to require that the body be rested for 7 days before burial, unlike many ungrateful children and grandchildren nowadays, who send their elders directly to be cremated before they've been dead for 2 days. That's really not even a chance to be resurrected. There's really nothing strange about coming back from the dead. There are many cases of people coming back from the dead in the world. Maybe Crispy Brother was just in a state of fake death before. There was an old person in our village who also died in her sleep, and then her family gave her a funeral. It turned out to be outrageous when she woke up on the 3rd day by herself. To put it bluntly, it's just that Yama refuses to accept it, and his life is not yet over. His life should not be over. No, buddy. I can understand if you say that other people's Yama won't accept them, but Crispy Brother's Yama won't accept him? He's all dead like this. Why won't the King of Hell accept him? Hades, come over to you. The netizens found Qin Feng's fake death very interesting, and Bai Bingbing couldn't help but follow up with, Dr. Zhang, can you tell us about it in detail? What exactly caused Mr. Qin Feng's heart to rebeat? Zhang Nanshan wanted to speak, his expression somewhat hesitant. After about a minute, Zhang Nanshan spoke up. Reasonably speaking, this kind of thing is too outrageous. I don't really believe it either. But it so happens that this is indeed the case with student Qin Feng. So as a doctor, I still feel the need to explain this to everyone. Ms. White, may I ask if you know about the disease epilepsy? Bai Bingbing nodded. I've heard of it, but don't really know much about it. Zhang Nanshan explained. Epilepsy you can understand this way. That is, the brain will discharge abnormally. causing problems with the nerves. You've all seen a stun gun, right? Why would a person's whole body stiffen and twitch if they were hit with a stun gun? This is because any movement a person wants to make depends on muscles for innervation in movement, which in turn are based on neuronal electrical signals. Let's say you want to move your index finger right now. As soon as that thought occurs, your brain releases an electrical signal that travels through neurons to the muscles near your index finger, which then move and manipulate your index finger to flex and move. And epilepsy is when a person's brain will have abnormal discharges from time to time, which causes your entire body to suddenly fall to the ground uncontrollably and convulse, or even foam at the mouth. Can you understand it when I put it this way? Bai Bingbing was very puzzled by what he heard. Dr. Zhang, do you mean that student Qin Feng was able to come back from the dead because he had epilepsy? Zhang Nanshan glanced at Bai Bingbing with a complicated expression, and then continued, Ms. Bai, have you ever heard of a disease like myasthenia gravis? Chapter 32, A Very Delicate Balance. When Zhang Nanshan asked this, Bai Bingbing was even more confused. I'm not really sure. Can you explain? Zhang Nanshan patiently explained. Myotonia is one of the typical motor symptoms of Parkinson's disease, which in layman's terms means that the muscles can't be relaxed, which manifests itself as a stiffness of the torso, as if it was tied up with a rope. The disease doesn't usually strike all over the body, some in the lower back, some in the legs, and some in the whole upper body. The netizens in the livestream were sending out pop-ups. Yes, I know about this disease. Heavenly King Joe has lumbar muscle ankylosis, so he can't straighten his back every time. Can't Heavenly King Joe be cured even though he's so rich? It seems this disease is quite troublesome. That's not right. I don't really understand what Dr. Zhang means yet. Is he trying to say that Brother Crispy also has these two diseases? But I didn't feel anything wrong with Brother Crispy when I watched the live broadcast before. Bai Bingbing was also very puzzled. Dr. Zhang, what exactly is the relationship between these two diseases you mentioned in student Qin Feng coming back from the dead? Zhang Nanshan said after a moment of silence. The reason why student Qin Feng was able to come back from the dead lies in the fact that he possesses both of these two diseases in his body, and that these two diseases have formed a very delicate balance in his body. Epilepsy is responsible for discharges that stimulate the brain along with other organs in the body, keeping those organs alive, whereas myotonia is responsible for stimulating the heart of Mr. Qin Feng. The muscles near his heart are in a state of tension all the time, which you can understand as someone has been giving him heart compressions all the time. The combination of the two is equivalent to the fact that although we gave up on the treatment, he brought a defibrillator with him and has been doing self-help. Bai Bingbing. Yu Yang 1. Website. Zhang Nanshan himself laughed bitterly after he finished speaking. As unbelievable as I know it is, based on what we've just examined and researched, that is indeed the case. Now everyone reacted. The pop-ups in the live room even exploded instantly. Asterisk is outrageous. Open the ing door. Outrageous as hell. No Dr. Chapter. Are you sure you're not teasing me? Epilepsy plus myasthenia equals a defibrillator? You're just going to bug me here? One bug is a bug. Two bugs can work. No problem. a natural-born defibrillator. Holy body. Crispy has evolved to this point? That sounds like a lot of bull. Is there anyone studying medicine to explain to me what this is all about? Yama, see, it's not that I won't accept it, it's that I really can't. What kind of person dies and lives and lives and dies? TV shows don't even dare to shoot like this. But this is something that really happened. It's nifty. Outrageous. After listening to Zhang Nanshan's account, everyone could finally understand why he had such an odd expression just now. Because that's too much of a coincidence. It was so coincidental that everyone would subconsciously think it was made up by Zhang Nanshan. Bai Bingbing was silent for a moment before inquiring. Dr. Zhang, we've all looked at Qin Feng's physical examination file before, and as far as we know, student Qin Feng has never had a history of epilepsy before. So how did this epilepsy of his suddenly appear? This myasthenia gravis he seems to have all of a sudden as well? Bai Bingbing was worthy of being a professional reporter. Her logical ability was just strong, and she asked the core question as soon as she opened her mouth. The netizens also reacted. Right, there wasn't even this kind of disease before, so how come it's suddenly there? This is too unreasonable. It's normal to get sick all of a sudden, but to have two diseases all of a sudden, and for those two diseases to form a combo technique, that's outrageous. Could it be that Dr. Zhang and the others misjudged Crispy Brothers' death before and made up such an outrageous situation in order to clear the air? Facing Bai Bingbing's question, Zhang Nanshan didn't panic at all and directly explained. It's true that student Qin Feng didn't have a history of epilepsy before, but something like epilepsy can be triggered by other conditions besides heredity. For example, trauma can trigger epilepsy, viral infections can trigger epilepsy, and this time we hypothesized that student Shin Fong had epilepsy triggered by cholera, which is not a small medical probability. As for the sudden onset of myasthenia gravis, it's quite understandable because epilepsy is one of the main causes of myasthenia gravis. Zhang Nanshan didn't continue on from here. Reasonable. Everything is reasonable. But it's too much of a coincidence. Too much of a coincidence to make it all seem unreal. Just before Bai Bingbing could return to her senses, Nurse Guijie walked out of the ward. MS. Bai. Student Shin Fong has something he wants to say to you. Me? Bai Bingbing was a bit surprised. She wasn't a doctor. What did Shin Fong have to say to himself? Led by Guijie, Bai Bingbing walked into the hospital room with the photographer. Upon seeing the cameraman pointing the camera at himself, a series of prestige value increase beeps once again popped up in Qin Feng's mind. A smile appeared on Qin Feng's pale face. Live streaming is good. Live streaming can renew your life. It's the key to whether you can continue to live or not. Bai Bingbing came to Qin Feng's bedside with a concerned look on her face. Mr. Qin Feng, do you have anything to say to me? Qin Feng braced himself and tried to sit up. Wei Jia and Bai Bingbing rushed forward to help him. Qin Feng barely squeezed out a smile and said, "It's nothing really. Didn't we sign a contract before? So I want you guys to come in and shoot me. Live." Bai Bingbing. Zhang Nanshan couldn't help but open his mouth to remind him as he looked on from the side. Student Qin Feng, your body is still very weak right now. You need to recuperate. It's best not to broadcast live. Qin Feng became angry when he heard it. I'm not live and you're going to renew my life? Qin Feng said in a resolute tone. Dr. Zhang, I'm a person who just likes to have a good time and make everyone happy. I'm happy when there's a camera on me, and I get better faster when I'm happy. But if the camera isn't on me, I feel like I have ants crawling all over my body and I'm all over the place. Have you ever had a pet? Dr. Zhang, the most important thing about having a pet is to make the pet happy. Otherwise the pet will die easily if it's in a bad mood. Chapter Nanshan. Nima. He threatened me. Zhang Nanshan was so angry by Qin Feng's words that his hands were shaking. Zhang Nanshan originally wanted Qin Feng to take a good rest, but as a result, Qin Feng opened his mouth and shut his mouth to die. What is this if not a threat to himself? Instead of realizing that he was wrong, Qin Feng opened his mouth and inquired, "What's wrong with you, Dr. Zhang? Are you not feeling well?" Zhang Nanshan wanted to rip off Qin Feng's oxygen mask. However, once he thought of Qin Feng's special physique, and also thought about the fact that he would have to rely on this kid for all his future medical research topics, Zhang Nanshan resisted the urge. He barely managed to squeeze out a smile and said, "It's okay. I'm a little cold with less clothes on. Alright then, you guys talk, I'll leave you to it." Chapter 33, Meeting an Abstract Male Netizen on the Road. Ding! Congratulations to the host. 1 point of reversal value. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the new talent, Master of Abstraction. Congratulations to the host. You've acquired a new item, 1 experience coin. Zhang Nanshan had just left in front of him, and the sound of the system handing out rewards was immediately heard in Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng was first stunned, then hurriedly checked the rewards. Master of Abstraction. When the skill is activated, there is a great probability that the host will encounter various abstract emergencies, and the attention value gained during that period is enhanced tenfold. Seeing this talent introduction, Qin Feng's entire body went numb. "No buddy, can't you give me some useful skills? What do you mean you're giving me a whole abstract master? It won't help me heal at all." Qin Feng thought carefully for a moment and estimated that this skill was in conjunction with 10,000 attention. After all, netizens nowadays just love to see how the show works. You can live without it, but you can't live without it. That's presumably what the system is trying to say. Seeing that Qin Feng's face didn't look too good, Bai Bingbing opened her mouth and inquired, "What's the matter, student Qin Feng? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. "Sister Bingbing, as long as you stay by my side, I feel good about everything and nothing is uncomfortable." Hearing Qin Feng say this, Bai Bingbing's pretty face blushed. What does this kid mean? Does he mean he's confessing to himself? The netizens in the livestream also frantically started sending out pop-ups. Worthy of being Brother Crispy. This ING just got out of a life-threatening situation and started picking up girls right. This kid is too much. Basing on the fact that he's a bit more handsome than me, he dares to hit on Bingbing, doesn't he? Don't worry, Bingbing has been a host for so many years. What kind of handsome guys have she not seen before? She won't be attracted to Crispy Brother. The relationship was in the morning. The person was taken to resuscitation in the afternoon. So as long as she's not stupid, she won't think anything of Crispy, or the two of them will have to stay in the hospital for the rest of their lives. A week later, the inpatient unit. Qin Feng put on his jacket and was escorted to the door by a group of doctors. Passers-by were taken aback by the sight of the spectacle and pried for news. Who is that kid? With so many expert directors following his ass, he doesn't seem to have a simple identity. Crispy college student you don't even recognize? Emergency department regulars now. I heard that the hospital also prepared an intensive care ward for him, and gave him an exclusive little nurse. Didn't Director Zhang publish a paper on the internet the day before yesterday on special effective pharmaceutical agents for cholera? It's the relevant data obtained by studying this kid, and in the future, we may never have cholera as a disease in our country again. Hearing this explanation, passers-by stood in awe. This isn't a crunchy college student. This is the treasure boy of medicine. Qin Feng was carrying his bag, and when he turned his head, he realized that Zhang Nanshan and the others were still following behind. Qin Feng opened his mouth and said, Dr. Zhang, sending a gentleman 1,000 miles away will eventually require a goodbye. So why don't you guys just send him here? Hearing Qin Feng say this, Zhang Nanshan walked up and patted Qin Feng's shoulder, seemingly having 1,000 words to say, but not knowing where to start. It was only after a long time that Zhang Nanshan finally spoke. Have you memorized our hospital's emergency number? Call us the first time anything happens, and I'll have your Uncle Ma go pick you up. Qin Feng, the motor in charge of driving the ambulance, pounded his hand on his chest, and then pointed to Qin Feng and lifted his chin, with an expression that says if there's something you have to say. The netizens in the live broadcast room laughed out loud when they saw this scene. Ha ha ha, too abstract. Goddamn, something for Uncle Ma to pick you up. Drive an ambulance, is it? After all, it's the treasure boy of the medical world. And Dr. Zhang surely wouldn't want to let a living research material like Crispy Brother go to another hospital. And then I don't know how many new medical research results would be sorely missed. This ambulance driving Uncle Ma is too much of a ripoff. What's the meaning of this set of greetings? West Coast Uncle Ma? These paramedics following Crispy Brothers look like my family returning to school after the holidays. And it's close to saying come home often. It's been a month since school started and Crispy has spent almost all of it in the hospital, which is his home no problem. Seeing Zhang Nanshan and the way they were looking at him getting more and more out of place, Qin Feng couldn't stand it any longer. A couple more words and I guess they won't even let themselves go. Qin Feng quickly said, Don't worry Dr. Zhang, the school is so close to your hospital. Even if I call 120 directly, I still have to be sent here. I can't run away. Zhang Nanshan's expression was unpleasant. What's your hospital? It's our hospital, Zhang Nanshan said very seriously and gravely. Qin Feng, you remember, the hospital is your home. We are your maternal family. If you get bullied at school in the future, call me. Our mom's family will back you up. Qin Feng, Nima, that makes you a mother's family, doesn't it? It's too abstract. Qin Feng didn't dare to continue staying longer for fear that he wouldn't be able to leave later. Qin Feng repeatedly emphasized that he still had things to do in school, so Zhang Nanshan and the others didn't need to be sent, and then hurried out of the hospital door. Seeing Qin Feng's departing back, the young nurse Guojie reddened her eyes and sobbed uncontrollably. Wang Mei, the head nurse, patted her back and comforted her. Well, the child has grown up. It is always necessary to leave home to go out to break through. He will come back to see us. Walking out from the hospital, Qin Feng just came out onto the street and suddenly felt the sun shining brightly. After staying in the hospital for a week, Qin Feng's range of activities had been confined to the hospitalization department and the small garden downstairs. Although the small garden also had a variety of flowers and plants, the scenery in the hospital was still never able to compare with the outside. Bai Bingbing, who was following along, smiled and said, Student Qin Feng, you seem to be in a good mood. Qin Feng nodded. That's natural. After all, after spending so much time in the hospital, it feels like people are getting wasted. It's better out there. People come and go. Even the air has a sweet scent of freedom. As soon as Qin Feng's words left his mouth, he suddenly went black, as if he had crashed into a wall. When Qin Feng slowed down and looked up, he realized that a man in a suit with a greasy head across the street had also taken a few steps backwards to rub his chest. He was also holding a cell phone in his hand and broadcasting live, and it looked like he was a netizen on some platform. Before Qin Feng could say anything, the man had already made a preemptive strike. What's the matter with you? Do you walk without looking where you're going? Qin Feng was exasperated by the man and laughed. Wasn't it you who suddenly burst out of this corner? How did it turn out that I wasn't watching where I was going? I'm broadcasting the whole thing live here. Why don't you call the police and we'll watch the live replay? As soon as he heard Qin Feng say that he was also live streaming, the man's face changed, especially when he saw that Qin Feng was followed by a professional photographer. The man seemed to understand something. His expression changed from initial surprise, to feigned calmness, and finally to a shake of his head and a light laugh. That expression was like saying you don't mess with kids. Then in front of everyone, the man clasped his hands together, raised his head high, and rushed Qin Feng to pay his respects. Chapter 34, that sounds familiar. Man, this action to Chin Fong Hole will not. Live broadcast netizens see the scene also all stunned. No. What is this dude doing? Worshipping Buddha? Reminds me of a movie where there was a fraud mastermind who just loved to worship Buddha. He's not imitating that, is he? Why does he still have background music when he worships the Buddha? He plays it himself? Gah! He doesn't think he's handsome, does he? I laughed out loud and squealed like a pig. The man smiled contemptuously at Chin Fong after paying his respects and walked towards a Porsche on the side of the road. That smile of his was like an adult not bothering with a child, giving Chin Fong a very odd feeling. The man pulled open the car door and said with a smile, "Harmony breeds wealth. Young people shouldn't be too angry out there. It won't do you any good." The man finished and headed for the cab. The netizens in the live broadcast room were instantly shocked when they saw this scene. This dude drives a Porsche? So just now he was serious about worshipping the Buddha. Is his Buddhist literacy that high? I also see a lot of bosses over here in Guangdong believe in Buddha, and will worship anything that comes up. I didn't understand it before, but now I understand it when I see this dude. And it's true that Buddha is the only way to get rich. No. While what he said seems to make some sense, why do I find it a little awkward? Just when the netizens thought that Chin Fong had met a rich second generation today, Chin Fong took 2 more steps forward with the photographer. It was only at this time that the live streamers realized that someone was already sitting in the driver's side of the Porsche. After the man pulled open the door and sat directly on the man's lap, the man was startled and hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire, "Who the hell are you? Who let you up?" The man whispered as he gestured, "Brother, give me face, let me pretend." The man pushed the man out with one hand. "I'm pretending to be Nima. Are you nuts? Get out." Chin Fong, by Bing Bing, Webmaster. Abstract. Just too abstract. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Chin Fong wouldn't have been able to believe that there could be such an abstract person in this world. The man who was pushed out of the car probably also felt disgraced and shouted, "I Netflix brother, give face." The man finished and folded his hands again, ready to worship the Buddha. His background music was also playing at this time. Who knew that just as he was about to bow down, he was slapped in the face by the other party. "Netflix? How popular are you? Get lost, or I'll call someone over to kill you." Seeing the man get slapped, the live streamers laughed. "Ha ha ha, this brother is too abstract. How did he grow this brain? Really just force a wave? Hanging out on the road in a suit and leather shoes to start a live broadcast? Can someone like that not have something wrong with his brain?" Nowadays, Netflix is playing with an abstraction. Brother Crisp meets Brother Abstract, and it's kind of a flagrant rivalry. Should I say no? This dude's posture of worshipping Buddha is still quite handsome, but unfortunately there's nothing but handsome. It's also the owner of the Porsche who is bullish, interrupting the casting of the spell directly with a slap. Even the background music was slapped out of him. Seeing the man's failure to pretend to be a fork, Chin Fong couldn't help but spit it out. "Friend, I really thought this Porsche was your car. You said you bumped into me to apologize properly on the line." Pretend what? Chin Fong only wanted an apology, but the man continued to smile contemptuously, not taking Chin Feng's words seriously at all. Just like anyone who doesn't have a car, the man reached down and shook out his suit, turning to mount a motorized bike on the side of the road. Just as he removed his helmet and was about to put it on his head, the grocery shopper's uncle flew up and kicked him right out of the car. "Who the hell are you? And who let you ride my motorized bike? Give me back my helmet." Seeing that the man was actually kicked down by the grocery shopping uncle, the live streamers couldn't tense up. "No man, I can understand you not being able to afford a Porsche. After all of us can't afford a Porsche, but you can't even afford an electric car? Upstairs friend, are you looking down on the electric car? An electric car 1 or 2000 it. This anchor is really abstract and deserves to be an internet celebrity. Which one of you knows what his account name is? I'm going to follow a wave. Being pushed out of a Porsche isn't funny. Being kicked out of an electric car is what really kills me. This kid is a real talent. Ha ha ha." Seeing the grocery shopper's uncle so fierce, the man hurriedly returned the helmet to the uncle. Then in the uncle's dumbfounded expression, the man clasped his hands together and once again paid his respects towards the uncle. For some reason, the older man was on fire after seeing the man do this. "What the hell are you worshipping? Looking for death?" The older man pulled out a cucumber and chased it directly toward the man. Seeing the two of them running farther and farther away, Chin Fong could not help but sigh. "I'm sure it's still a wonderful world out there. You can't even run into things like this in the hospital." Just as Chin Fong was sighing, a system beep suddenly came from his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host who has successfully experienced a disease. A new disease is ready for you. Please make your selection. Upon hearing this prompt from the system, Chin Feng's face changed. Mud, dog system, can't you give me a break? There is no use in scolding. The disease that should be chosen still has to be chosen by one's own hand. Qinfeng carefully checked and realized that the three options given by the system this time were poisoning, fracture, and hemorrhage. Seeing these three options, Qinfeng fell silent. Seems like either one is pretty painful. Never mind, let's go with poisoning. Anyway, he had just experienced cholera. Qinfeng felt that the poisoning should also be vomiting and diarrhea. The two diseases felt about the same. He should be able to carry it. Ding! The host has made his choice. Next immersion experience disease, poisoning. Note, poisoning is a special state that will cause the host to remain in a near-death state. Upon hearing the system prompted like this, Qinfeng's scalp immediately went numb. Meaning if you die from poison, you will continue to lose blood and die several times over and over again? This is so anticlimactic. Wouldn't it be easy to die through yourself if you don't have enough attention value? Thinking of this, Qinfeng hastily looked at the camera and said, everyone who is new to the live broadcast room, participate in the lucky bag activity in the upper left corner. Tap your attention if you haven't. And don't get lost following the anchor. By Bing Bing. Webmaster. No. When did Crispy learn these words? Why do they sound so familiar? At first glance, I often brush up on my dancing hostesses, and I don't even change my words. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where is the lucky bag in the upper left corner? Fooling the netizens? Right. Attention is out of the question. I'm backhanding a report. Chapter 35, A Snack Street Wiped Out. When Qinfeng returned to school, it was exactly noon. Qinfeng had just walked into the school gates when three boys instantly walked over from a distance and greeted him enthusiastically. Yo, isn't this my brother Feng? It's been half a month since school started. Why are you free to come to school today? Brother Wind, you came to school yourself? Worry, brother Feng, you came back without informing us. See how presumptuous it is for us to be unprepared. The three boys were polite with their mouths, but as soon as they saw Qinfeng, they directly came up to move their hands, and one even went to touch Qinfeng's big bald head. Bai Bingbing was looking on in awe. Mr. Qinfeng, what are the three of them? As soon as they heard the woman's voice, the three of them then noticed that Bai Bingbing was actually there. The three people who had been hanging around a moment ago immediately returned to normal. Qinfeng very breathlessly introduced, my three roommates, Zhao Yun, Xiang Yu, and Zhang Fei. The three of them were not happy at once. What Wind brother, you don't mess up the introduction. We have a name and a surname, okay? The tallest looking boy came up to the table. Bing Bing sister, how are you? My name is Zhao Su. I like to play Zhao Yun and King, playing field thief. Free time I can take you to score. The muscular man came up to the table. Hello sister Bing Bing, my name is Xiang Ding. I King Xiang Yu play very well and often beat Zhao Yun violently. The shortest boy came along. Sister Bing Bing, my name is Zhang Ting. My idol is Zhang Fei. It's fine if you call me by my nickname Little Fei Fei. After hearing the trio's self-introductions, the netizens in the broadcast room burst out laughing. Are these three people comedians invited by monkeys? How can anyone's last name really be the same as a hero? There's nothing wrong with that. My last name is D. So I like to play D Renjie. My girlfriend's last name is Wu. So she likes to play Wu Zetian. So what should I play with my last name Xing? Xing Daorong? Ha 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 ha. Xing Daorong is laughing me to death. Tell me my name to make you laugh? I didn't think that all of Brother Crispy's roommates are heroes and heroines. So think about Brother Crispy's last name. Qin. What heroes and characters should correspond to in history? What's there to think about? The first emperor of Qin. Dude upstairs. Is there a possibility that Qin Shi Huang's last name is not Qin? It could be seen that the three were on good terms with Qinfeng, or else they wouldn't have been able to joke around like this with Qinfeng, who was recovering from a serious illness. Seeing that the trio's attention had been on by Bing Bing, Qinfeng couldn't help but open his mouth and say, you guys are almost as good as if you hadn't seen a beautiful woman. If you guys keep staring at Sister Bing Bing like that, she won't come back later. The moment Qinfeng's words came out, all three of them were a bit embarrassed. Zhao Su pretended to cough and then said, Brother Feng, look at what you're saying. We are aspiring youths. Will we be tempted by beauty? Qinfeng blanked Zhao Su. Yes. You're an aspiring young man. Damn, first day of school and you're sharing little green stations with me. Brother. My own brother. Stop it. Zhao Su was scared out of his wits by Qinfeng. How the hell can you tell? You are on the air, big brother. If you reveal this, won't my reputation be ruined? Seeing Zhao Su nervous like this, Qinfeng smiled smugly. Little man, pretending in front of me. A little trickery and an easy takedown. Seeing that the three of them didn't dare to run their mouths full, Qinfeng then opened his mouth and inquired, isn't there a class in the afternoon? Where are you going? Going out to eat. Zhao Su replied, isn't there a cafeteria at school? Why go out to eat? Zhao Su glanced at Qin Feng. It's not because of you, brother Feng? Qin Feng froze. What's it got to do with me? Xiang Ding explained on the side, our school cafeteria is not before the cholera well. And because of you, Zhao district head of all the catering industry in our area have rectified once. The major university's cafeteria is the focus of rectification. The consolidation is said to have led to the closure of 24 school cafeterias, and the cafeteria contractors are under investigation. As for those substandard food and beverage outlets on the street being shut down, there's even more. Isn't there a snack street at the back of our school? It was a total wipeout. That's what it's called. Zhang Ting also reminded at this moment. Brother Feng, I advise you not to hang around the back door of the school if you're fine. Those bosses of the closed stores are hanging around with kitchen knives every day. I guess they're just waiting for you to go and throw yourself into the net. Qin Feng cried and laughed. I'm also a victim. Why are you still blaming me? They can afford to go and trouble district head Zhao. It's not like I asked him to conduct a major inspection. Xiang Ding said with a serious look on his face. Not just district head Zhao. Major changes have occurred within our school because of you. First of all, the school manager Cheng Han was sent in. The leader of our Magic City food industry, said Guillotine. All of the companies under the name of school manager Chang were all subjected to surprise inspections, and a large portion of them were inspected for financial fraud, food safety, and other issues. So it's estimated that they won't be able to get out of there in their lifetimes. As soon as school manager Cheng collapsed, the Chang brothers were also sent in. Although this cholera incident didn't result in any deaths, the impact was so bad that it's rumored that the brothers are going to be heavily sentenced as a typical case this time, and they won't be able to get out without a dozen years. Then there was the person in charge of the backroom of the cafeteria. A few arrests and a dozen fines. The school's 4 cafeterias were thoroughly sanitized from the inside out. The cafeteria contractor retendered. And I heard that Principal Lu's relative won the bid, and has been conducting training in the cafeteria in recent times. Hearing the words of the three, the netizens in the live broadcast room seemed to have seen a treacherous power struggle. Brother Crispy probably never dreamed that he had only been in the hospital for a few days, and this outside world has already changed drastically. Who would have thought that the biggest winner of this incident would be Principal Lu? You know that contracting the cafeteria is a fat job, and pork is a thick layer of oil even if it's just passed through the hands. The biggest winner is obviously District Head Zhao. Right, don't you all read the news? This morning, the Magic City News even broadcasted that District Chief Zhao has been nominated as the Deputy City Chief because of the proper handling of this incident. The military orders proved to be useful after all. It worked. Kark jumped over the dragon door. Failed and lost. That was why Zhao Lisan had gone completely crazy at that time when he learned of Qin Feng's death. Otherwise he wouldn't have been willing to send Cheng Han in as well. After all, Cheng Han was a big entrepreneur in his district and could pay a lot of taxes every year. So now everyone eats outside the school? Are there still restaurants out here? Qin Feng opened his mouth to inquire. Yeah, there's still a couple noodle shops open, but the stir-fry restaurants are all gone. Because all those stir-fry restaurants were found to be pre-prepared. They weren't sent in, but they were asked to rectify the situation. So I guess it'll be next month before they can reopen. Xiang Ding smacked his lips as he spoke. I used to think pre-made food was awful, but now that I don't eat it every other day for a long time, I can't believe I kind of miss the taste of pre-made food. Do you guys think I'm sick? Chapter 36 Bad Calculator Assassin. Hearing Xiang Ding actually say that he missed the pre-made dishes, the other three unceremoniously mocked. Dude, you're not sick. You're brainwashed. You like pre-made food, don't you? Good deal. You pay me 500 a month for food and I can get you pre-made dishes every day. Guaranteed. Cut back on the pre-made dishes. They hurt your brain. A few people spat at each other and headed straight for the restaurant outside the school. The netizens who saw the scene live were overwhelmed with emotion. I miss this feeling of walking with my housemates on a foraging trip. That was my lost youth. Strangely enough, I don't have any appetite for dozens of dollars of takeout after work, but I still feel nostalgic for the $10 spicy hot pot from college. It's not really that the food is good, it's that the status is different. In college, you are the future successor, a senior intellectual. After graduation you realize you're actually a cowhorse. Can it be the same? Seeing Crispy and their roommate bonding so well, I'm also so touched that I almost paid off what I owed my roommate. Bai Bingbing originally wanted to accompany Qin Feng back to school for a while first, worrying that Qin Feng wouldn't be able to adapt, but now seeing Qin Feng having so much fun with his housemates, he simply said to Qin Feng that he had something else to do in the TV station and left first with the cameraman. Bai Bingbing had just left, and the three housemates immediately showed their true colors. Brother Feng, I heard that Sister Bingbing has been accompanying you during the time you've been sick. Is that true? I go. When I used to watch TV I thought that Sister Bingbing was very temperamental, but I didn't realize that she was even more beautiful in real life. Brother Feng, you must have the contact information of Sister Bingbing. Hurry up and push one for me. In the future, I want to become with Sister Bingbing without charging you gift money. Qin Feng had a bit of a headache. It seems that these three people have never been in their live room, or they couldn't have been unaware of their button cameras. Qin Feng didn't bother to remind him, but just digressed and said, Sister Bingbing is very demanding. You three aren't good enough to get into her eyes. The three of them were instantly anxious. What are Sister Bingbing's demands? Tell us. How do you know we won't fulfill them if you don't tell us? I'm 20. Xiang Ding suddenly spoke up. Zhang Ting gave him a blank look. I'm still ing 19. Not younger than you? Xiang Ding glanced at Zhang Ting. I'm not talking about age. Qin Feng. Zhang Ting. Webmaster. That dog. One word and you're driving, right? Qin Feng was a bit flustered. If he let these three rebellious sons speak freely again, his own live room would probably be blocked. Seeing a kiosk next to him, Qin Feng hurriedly changed the topic. I'm a little thirsty. Go in and get a drink. Qin Feng had just gone in with his front foot, and the three of them immediately followed behind. Brother Feng, I'll do it. I'll get it for you. Brother Feng, what do you want to drink? Take whatever you want. I'll pay today. Righteous father, drink hung now? It's fierce. Seeing the three of them being so active, Qin Feng was happy. It seems that Bingbing sister's charisma is still great. Just by meeting with them, she directly fished all three of them into a warped mouth. Qin Feng casually took 2 bottles of Coke, while the three of them, after a fierce competition, also decided that Zhao Su would pay for the drinks this time, and the other two will be responsible for the cost of dinner later. Zhao Su attentively took the Coke from Qin Feng and placed it on the counter. Boss, do the math. The owner smiled and nodded, then pulled a calculator from the counter. Zhao Su laughed at the sight. You have to use a calculator for just these 2 bottles of water? The owner smiled and replied, small business, sloppy. Several people nodded, acknowledging the careful rigor of their boss. Soon the sound of the boss pressing the calculator rang out. 3 plus 3 is equal to 24. As soon as they heard this voice, the 4 of them were petrified. They even suspected they had heard wrong. Who knew that the owner said with a big smile, 2 Cokes for $24. Qin Feng asked incredulously, boss, how much does a bottle of Coke cost? $3. 2 bottles of 24? The owner had a serious look on his face. Yeah, 2 bottles of 24. The calculator worked it out. Calculators don't make mistakes. Qin Feng, webmaster. Qin Feng felt a little dizzy. Boss, this calculator of yours is broken. How can 3 plus 3 be 24? It's obviously equal to 6. The owner simply waved his hand in denial. No way. I've had this calculator for years and it's always worked fine. 3 plus 3 is equal to 24. Well, I've met a tough guy. Qin Feng didn't bother to argue with the boss and spoke directly. Alright then, we don't want these 2 bottles of water. Just as Qin Feng and the others were about to turn around and leave, the boss started pressing the calculator again. 24 minus 3 minus 3 is equal to 18. Stop. You can't leave. The owner emerged from under the counter with a knife and crossed it directly in front of the men, preventing them from getting out. The 4 men were startled and hurriedly took 2 steps back. Boss, what are you doing? We don't want your 2 bottles of Coke. Why can't we go? The owner pointed to the calculator and said, because I just did the math. And you guys don't want the 2 Cokes. And you'll still have to pay me $18. Xiang Ding was furious. We don't even want your Coke. We didn't take anything, and we have to give you $18? Do you want to listen to see what you're talking about? Zhang Ting also shades up. What's the matter, boss? You still have to charge admission to buy things in your supermarket. Just come in and charge $18 first? They're all college students, and the last thing they need is fire. Don't look at the boss holding a knife in his hand, really pissing them off. Xiang Ding and the others are not afraid to take the white blade with their empty hands. Seeing that the flavor of gunpowder between the 2 sides was getting thicker and thicker, Zhao Su hurriedly stepped forward to be a peacemaker. He whispered to Xiang Ding and the others, forget it, don't you realize that this boss might have a brain problem? There's no need to get into this with a sick person. It's more trouble than it's worth. I'll take care of it. Zhao Su pulled out his wallet and said to the owner, 2 bottles for $24, right? I'll give cash here. Zhao Su was ready to spend money to buy peace. Who knew that the boss pressed the calculator again at this time? 18 plus 3 plus 3 is equal to 42. The owner said in all seriousness, that's $42. Zhao Su. The netizens in the live stream went crazy with laughter. Ha ha ha, with the ing price increase, 2 bottles of Coke would have been $24. The owner's wave belongs to the unforgettable. No problem. Bad. Encountered a calculator assassin. Pay up, silly boy. 2 more counts later and you'll be broke. Finally, I know how the owner got this supermarket. It's brilliant. Opening a calculator, I rebounded to become the richest man. Right? Zhao Su, the clown is actually myself. Chapter 37 The Right Way to Handle College Students. Zhao Su originally wanted to make peace and not argue with the boss. Who knew that the boss was so excessive? The same 2 bottles of Coke, but even increased the price? Xiang Ding really couldn't stand it anymore. He slammed the table and spoke. Boss, don't you go too far. I've been putting up with you for a long time. Let me tell you, we are college students from Mordor University. Do you think our math skills are not as good as this one calculator of yours? The owner asked with a blank face. What does 5,378 times 6,895 equal? Xiang Ding collapsed and swung his fists up, ready to strike at his boss. Zhao Su and Zhang Ting hurriedly pulled him back when they saw this. Don't be like that, old Xiang. Take it easy. There's no need to be general with him. Seeing Xiang Ding, who was infuriated to the point of madness, the boss laughed coldly. Oh, college students. Now the least shortage is college students. I go out and casually throw a brick. Smash to death 10 people inside 9 are college students. There is a graduate student. What kind of people are you that you have the nerve to come to my place and set up your education? Look, don't say I'm bullying you guys. I'll ask you a few questions, and as long as you can answer them, I'll give you these 2 bottles of water to drink. What an insult. Pure and simple insult. They studied hard for more than 10 years to get into Mordor University, and as a result, they let a kiosk owner look down on them so much? Xiang Ding also came to temper. Okay, you ask. The owner had a serious look on his face. Please listen to the question. If you were blind, how would you express to someone that you wanted a drink of water? That's it? Xiang Ding smiled contemptuously, then made a gesture of drinking water. Where's dinner? Xiang Ding made a motion to eat. Sleeping? Xiang Ding made a sleeping motion. The boss inquired with an expressionless face. Are you sure people will understand what you mean when you do that? Xiang Ding was very confident. That's for sure. These few moves of mine are common not only in the country but all over the world. Who can't understand them? So why don't you say something and just tell people what you want? The boss asked. Xiang Ding froze for a moment. You're the one who said, if I were blind. Halfway through his sentence Xiang Ding reacted. I'm blind. Ha? Not a mute? The boss looked at Xiang Ding like a retard. Can't even tell the blind from the dumb? College student? Xiang Ding's fists were clenched tightly, and his entire body was on the verge of crying out in aggravation. Brothers, he set me up. This old man set me up. The netizens in the live broadcast room burst out laughing and squealing like pigs when they saw the scene. Ha ha ha, good guy. This boss can I didn't react at first. I was looking for this college student to compare. The action is not wrong. There's something to it. The old man is very good at misleading people. Originally, I was on Crispy Brother and his side, but after realizing that they could even get this kind of question wrong, I can only say that now I'm not sure how much gold this Mordor University still has. Shocking. Even retards can get into Mordor University. Zhao Su patted Xiang Ding's shoulder and comforted. It's alright, old Xiang. You're just working out too much in general. It's normal for your brain to not be able to turn around for a while. Let me meet him. Boss, feel free to come up with questions. I'd like to see how capable you are. The boss glanced at Zhao Su and said lightly, did your father beat you when you were a child? Zhao Su replied very confidently. Of course my dad beat me when I was a kid. Haven't you been beaten by your dad? You don't have a dad? When Zhao Su said this, the netizens in the live broadcast room were shocked. Good lord. I can see this college student is really pissed off. So aggressive? No more soft mouths for the old man either. Ha, that's considered offensive? Dude, then you've never seen a college student play a game of swearing. And all I can say is that the motherhood content is extremely high. I would think that this is how it should be. After being punked by this old man so many times in a row, what's wrong with cursing him twice? Holding back and not hitting him right now is already great restraint. Everyone felt that Zhao Su was stable this time. Who knew that the boss had a word of extinction? How did your dad beat you when he was a kid? Zhao Su. Website. It's over. Seconds again. Zhao Su instantly red-warmed. Damn old man. You're playing brain teasers with me. Aren't you? Don't stop me. All of you. I have to beat him to death today. The remaining 2 rushed to stop him. Forget it, Lao Zhao. Take it easy. Take a deep breath. Yes, old Zhao. You just advised me not to get on his bad side. Why are you in a hurry too? Qin Feng, what are you still standing there for? Come over and persuade me. Qin Feng didn't say anything more. He just took out $100 from his wallet and handed it directly to the boss. The boss took the $100 and gave Qin Feng an unexpected look. Not bad. Looks like there's some sane people in the 4 of you after all. Take your water and roll. Seeing that the boss didn't mean to give himself change, Qin Feng didn't get angry and picked up 2 bottles of Coke and walked out of the kiosk. Seeing that Qin Feng had come out, the other 3 immediately followed. Zhao Su was still indignant at this point. No, Qin Feng, you're too much of a wimp. $100 for 2 bottles of Coke. You swallowed that? Xiang Ding also said in a very dissatisfied aside. Yes, Qin Feng. You don't be scared by the knife in the boss's hand. Really fighting he can't beat me. This $100 can't just cheapen him for nothing. Seeing that all 3 roommates were impatient, Qin Feng made a gesture to signal them to be quiet. Qin Feng then took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this the Market Surveillance Bureau? I'm reporting. Everyone was dumbfounded, and the netizens in the live broadcast room even sent pop-up screens. ******* bull. Why didn't I think of the direct reporting trick? Still too young. If it's an ordinary person who encounters this kind of thing, reporting it might be more troublesome. After all, you can't possibly take your cell phone out and video record it halfway through. But Crispy Brother is different. He broadcasts the whole thing live. This boss $6 of things charged $100, which has exceeded the market price of 10 times the sales. And the boss also threatened a few people with a knife. The boss miserable, to suffer old crime. That's the proper way for college students to handle this. There's no need to prove anything. Don't fall into the self-incrimination trap. Just save the evidence and report it backhandedly. Reporting doesn't work, does it? I've reported it and it doesn't work at all. Buddy, Crispy Brother has video evidence of the whole process. And he also knows District Head Zhao. Do you think this report will be useless? The netizens' suspicions proved to be right. And the municipal supervisors acted swiftly. After Qin Feng had reported his name, it only took them 10 minutes to arrive at the scene. Qin Feng played back the live broadcast to the law enforcement officer leading the team. After determining that the facts were clear and unambiguous, the law enforcement officers took people directly into the store to arrest them and seize the kiosk as well. Chapter 38, The Delicious Mushroom Soup comes. What are you arresting me for? I'm operating legally. I have a license. You've got the wrong man. Let go of me. I'm going to appeal. I'm going to sue the imperial capital. From the investigation and evidence to arrest and seal the store. Before and after a total of only a few minutes, the captain leading the team also asked for Qin Feng's cell phone number, telling him that afterward, if there was any update on the case, he would be reminded of it directly via text message. The 3 roommates were all dumbfounded as they watched the law enforcement team drive away. Brother Feng, cow, this is too good for you. How did you think of reporting it directly? Social, too social. I just wanted to fight that boss to the death, you know. Brother Feng, how do you grow this brain? Is there any know-how to impart or lend me your brain to use? Qin Feng smiled faintly. There's really no trick to it. Just remember one thing, you guys. When someone talks to you about the law, you have to play hooligan with him. When someone plays the rascal with you, you talk to him about the law. In a nutshell, don't circle him in the areas he's good at. You need to bring him into your rhythm. That's a good point. That's really true when you think about it. Even the brains of these college students can't play that boss's brain teaser together. Amidst the adoring eyes of the 3, Qin Feng opened his mouth and inquired. Alright, don't just stand here. Didn't you say something to eat? Lead the way in front. Zhao Su immediately showed his loyalty. Brother Feng, with your intelligence eating noodles won't supply you with nutrition at all. I know a super delicious restaurant. I'll take you there. To talk about flattering or to look at Zhao Su, he had been praising Qin Feng for being wise and unparalleled along the way. And the good words in his stomach were coming out one by one. 5 minutes later, a few people walked into a stir-fry place. As soon as Zhao Su entered, he was recognized by the manager of the fry store. Yo, isn't this Xiao Xiao? Why do you have time to eat with us today? Please come in. Zhao Xiao. All 3 of them looked at Zhao Su incredulously. How does this thing make you a young master? Zhao Su said very proudly. Don't look at me in school and you guys are laughing and joking. But outside I'm also a dignified figure. 3 people questioned it. Seriously, you don't think you filled up your membership here and that's why people are being so polite to you, do you? Zhao Su coughed awkwardly a few times, looking like he was guessed right. The manager was very understanding and came up and asked politely, Young Zhao, are you sitting in the private room or the hall today? Sit in the lobby. It's crowded. The booths are stuffy. Understood. Come on. A couple this way. The boss picked a table with the best seat in the hall for several people, and after arranging for them to be seated, he personally ordered food service for them. Old Wang, these brothers of mine are all here for the first time. You serve all the signature dishes of your store. No pre-made dishes allowed. They have to be fresh. Manager Wang Changhao smiled and said, Young Zhao, look at what you're saying. When has our store ever had pre-made dishes? This back kitchen is all fully open, so you can go in and check at any time if you're unsure. Young Mr. Zhao, our store has recently received a batch of good goods. Do you think you should get some for you to try? Upon hearing that it was a good deal, Zhao Su immediately brightened up. Is it strong enough? Definitely strong enough. That's fine. A whole pot. Just in time for my brothers to get a taste of it today as well. Wang Sungho smiled and answered, then hurriedly went to the back kitchen to place the order. Only after Wang Chenghao left did Xiang Ding open his mouth and inquired, Old Zhao, what was the good stuff you guys were talking about just now? It wouldn't be poppy or something like that, would it? Don't you harm us. Zheng Ting also nodded his head. Yeah, I wouldn't eat it if it was addictive. And not only am I not going to eat it, I'm going to report you backhandedly. Zhao Su. Well, just learned a handful of reports from Wendy, and you're using them on me straight away, aren't you? Don't worry, that stuff is addictive, but it's definitely legal, so don't worry about eating it. Just when everyone was curious about what it was, Wang Sungho came over from the back kitchen with a pot directly in his hand. Here comes the mushroom soup. Here comes the mushroom soup. Wang Sungho placed the pot in the center of the table. A few people fixed their eyes on it and realized that it was actually a pot of whole mushroom soup. The moment he saw this mushroom soup, Qin Feng's heart thumped. It's not right. It's very wrong. You picked poisoning for yourself this time, so it couldn't be poisoning from mushroom soup, could it? Wang Qinghao lit a fire to simmer the mushroom soup on and said with a smile, this mushroom soup was cooked at the back. It's fresh. Do you guys want to drink some while it's hot first? Not only was Qin Feng worried, Xiang Ding and Zhang Ting also had concerns. Manager, this wouldn't be mushroom soup with wild mushrooms, would it? Wang Sungho nodded. Yeah, my relatives dug them up and sent them over from the old country. They're fresh. Now is the time to eat mushrooms. This mouthful of mushroom soup goes down. Much fresher than any fish or mutton. Good and warm for the body. Zhang Ting said with some embarrassment. I've heard people say that the wild mushroom soup is poisonous. Why don't we change the dish? I always feel it's not too safe. Wang Chenghao laughed and said, you little brother just likes to joke. We run a store and do business. Can we serve up poisonous mushrooms for you to eat? Eat it while it's hot, and I'll leave it alone. Wang Chenghao turned around to leave, only to be stopped by Zhao Su. Manager Wang, wait a moment. Wang Sungho froze. What's up, young Zhao? Any other orders? Zhao Su opened his mouth and said, Old Wang, these brothers of mine are all eating mushroom soup for the first time and don't have much experience. Why don't you give them a sample and prove it to them? Wang Chenghao immediately felt a little embarrassed upon hearing this. Young Zhao, this pot of mushroom soup is very precious. Wouldn't it be a waste to give it to me? Zhao Su waved his hand. What's a bowl of mushroom soup? Every time I come to your store to eat, you're the one who's been busy helping to entertain me. So consider this bowl of mushroom soup as a treat from me. The netizens in the live broadcast room were abuzz when they saw this scene. Why does this scene feel a bit familiar? Reminds me of a certain famous double agent. No, are these dudes really that brave? Taking Crispy Brothers for mushroom soup? It's over. It feels like Crunchy is going home again. It's not like he's going to get sent back in without even going back to his dorm this time, is it? Why don't we call emergency services for Crispy first, lest the ambulance be stuck in traffic on the road by then? Just as the netizens were talking, Wang Sungho served himself a bowl of mushroom soup and drank it in front of a few people, smacking his lips a few times. It's not too salty. It tastes great. Young Zhao, you guys hurry up and drink it while it's hot. It really won't taste good if it gets cold. Zhao Su patted Wang Qinghao's shoulder and said with a smile, good. Then old Wang, you go and get busy. Hard work. Chapter 39, it's over. I've been tricked. After Wang Chenghao left, he couldn't wait to serve himself a bowl of soup as well. Seeing Qin Feng and the three of them still dumbfounded, Zhao Su hurriedly said, what are you still standing there for? Drink the soup. I've already asked Manager Wang to test the poison himself, and you guys still don't feel at ease? Hurry up and drink it while it's hot. This soup is so fresh that you're guaranteed to float away after just one sip. Although Xiang Ding and the others were careful, they had seen a lot of news related to wild mushrooms on the internet. Drinking mushroom soup is potentially poisonous, but no one ever said it wasn't good. Qin Feng glanced at Wang Chenghao, who was entertaining the guests from afar, and only after determining that he indeed did not have any abnormalities did Qin Feng serve himself a bowl as well. Should I say no? The mushroom soup was indeed delicious. I haven't even started it yet. Just looking at the color of the soup is already appetizing. A layer of chicken oil floats on top of the clear yellow soup, and the aroma is soothing and refreshing. The delicate and compact white porcelain bowl was held in his hand, and the heat was transferred to his palm, warming the whole hand slightly with it. It does smell a bit fresh. Just as Qin Feng was still hesitating, Zhao Su had already started serving the second bowl. He looked at Qin Feng and said, Brother Feng, what are you hesitating for? Can I still harm you? Hurry up and drink. and push Bing Bing's sister's contact information to me when you're done. When Zhao Su said this, Xiang Ding and Zhang Ting were instantly unhappy. Righteous father, it's just a bowl of mushroom soup, and to be honest it's just average. Look, when you're free, I'll take you to eat puffer fish meat. That's really called the best in the world. Brother Feng, don't listen to them. What, mushroom soup and puffer fish meat are all average? Some other day I'll treat you to Teochew poison. It's guaranteed to make you feel great. The more Qin Feng heard, the more outrageous he felt. These guys are really afraid of living too long, aren't they? A puffer fish meat, a tidal poison. Do you have to eat yourself to death? Instead, this mushroom soup seems much safer in comparison. Qin Feng picked up the bowl and took a shallow taste. With just one bite, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Asterisk 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 asterisk, the soup is so fresh? Qin Feng's comment was completely off the cuff. In the drink before, the Qin Feng actually mind has envisioned a variety of possibilities, including how a fresh method, in the end how outrageous. But it was only when he actually drank it into his mouth that Qin Feng realized what it meant to have a lack of imagination. The freshness of this mushroom soup is not at all the freshness of chicken soup or fish and lamb kind of freshness. All that freshness is frankly meat freshness. Freshness with grease, but not the mushroom soup, which is totally fresh in a mountain treasure kind of way. You'll feel like you're tasting the natural flavors of the local mountains, as if you're in the middle of the mountains as a whole, and even the air becomes fresher. It's like years of rhinitis cleared up all at once. Qin Feng was so frightened that he hurriedly put the bowl down. I'm not ing poisoned already, am I? This is the kind of you can drink on Earth? Seeing this reaction from Qin Feng, Zhao Su laughed out loud. How about it, Windy? I didn't lie to you, did I? I had a more exaggerated reaction than you did the first time I drank the soup. A feeling that the first half of my life had been wasted. Do you know how much this pot of mushroom soup costs? Zhao Su stretched out 3 fingers. 300? Xiang Ding guessed. Zhao Su shook his head. It can't be 3,000, right? Zhang Ting had been somewhat surprised. Zhao Su still shook his head, then said in a serious manner, it's 30,000. Hiss. How much? You're saying this pot of mushroom soup is $30,000? You're kidding me. Everyone was shocked by the price. And in turn, a netizen on the live stream was doing the science. Nothing wrong with that. A good pot of wild mushroom soup is indeed worth $30,000. Dude's not a local, is he? Locals don't pay to pick mushrooms in the mountains. Where do you need $30,000? Laughing, can local prices be the same as out of town? And if you look at their pots, they have both black truffles and chanterelles. Not worth $30,000? Actually, normal mushrooms aren't that fresh, but one look at Crispy Brothers' reaction makes me think that this pot of mushrooms should indeed be more precious. Seeing the three of them all looking at themselves with shocked faces, Zhao Su said smugly, otherwise, why do you think that Manager Wang is so polite to me? Do you really think I'm some kind of young master? When you go out, it's the rich who are the young masters, and without money you're a pauper, and dogs will stay away from you when they see you. The three nodded their heads, feeling that Zhao Su had a point. At this point they finally let go of their mental baggage and just grabbed bowls of wildly flamboyant mushroom soup. No, you guys save some for me. Nima, $30,000 of soup. You guys drink slowly. Tasting. Understand what is called tasting? Previously, a few people did not know the value of this pot of soup, so they ate it with caution and trepidation. But not anymore. $30,000 for a pot of soup, and poisoning is recognized. College students just fight like hell. In just under half an hour, the pot of mushroom soup was devoured, with only a little dregs of the ingredients left. Wang Sungho came over with a plate of roasted pigeon and burst into laughter when he saw the scene. Young Zhao, this pot of mushroom soup is good, isn't it? Zhao Su patted his stomach and picked his teeth with a toothpick. It's good. It does taste good. Do you have any more mushroom soup in the back kitchen? I'm going to pack a pot to drink back at the dorm tonight. Wang Chunghao smiled and said, the mushrooms in here are expensive. The back kitchen doesn't have that many, but if you want it, young Zhao, you can put together another small pot and just charge you $10,000. Hearing this price, Zhao Su didn't even blink his eyes. Okay then, go pack it for me. Tell the backroom to get it right. Don't mess it up just because it's packed. Seeing Zhao Su being so bold, Wang Chenghao's smile became even wider. For $10,000 of mushroom soup, he could make a few thousand at least. Qin Feng and the three of them, on the other hand, looked at Zhao Su with strange eyes. Lao Zhao, what exactly does your family do? You're a rich kid? Zhao Su let out a hi. It's not much. My dad doesn't mention it. My mom has a couple mines up north, digging coal. Hiss. Coal bosses. The eyes of several people looking at Zhao Su were suddenly different. The live streamers also scared. It's not even called Zhao Shao? No wonder people eat a meal of tens of thousands of dollars without blinking. The family is really mineral a big family, and the kind that's rich as hell. It's already amazing for an average person to have one mine at home, but it turns out that he has several more mines at home, and he can't spend them all. This money simply can't be spent. If I had such a roommate in college, I would have taken off in place by now. I can only say that reincarnation is a technical job, and what kind of person to become a roommate is also a technical job. My 2 months' salary together is only $10,000. Jiao Shao $840,000 in one meal. Jiao Shao, do you still lack a little brother? Jiao Su used his strength to prove what it means to be rich and powerful. No wonder this kid had been arrogant when he spoke before. Now it seemed that he did have the capital to be arrogant. Chapter 40, Zhao's Unworthy Dad. Not long after, Wang Chenghao brought over the packed mushroom soup. Just as Jiao Su was about to pay, Wang Chenghao suddenly spoke up. Young Zhao, your wings are quite beautiful. You spent quite a lot of money on them, right? Wang Chenghao, who was about to scan the code to pay, thumped in his heart. Wings? What wings? Old Wang, don't joke. The smile on Wang Sungho's face also froze. It's those white wings on your back. Didn't you buy them? Now everyone's face changed. Bad. Poisoned. Lao Zhao. Why do I feel a little dizzy? Lao Zhao. There's a mushroom man standing next to you. Hearing Xiang Ding and Zhang Ting already start babbling, Qin Feng only felt his scalp tingle. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Feng hurriedly found himself a spacious place to lie down, then dialed Zhang Nanshan's phone. Hello? Zhang Nanshan's voice came from the other side of the phone. Dr. Zhang, I'm Qin Feng. I'm at the Shanjin restaurant. I just drank a pot of mushroom soup. I feel like I've been poisoned. Before Qin Feng finished speaking, there was a clanging sound on the other side of the phone, as if Zhang Nanshan had knocked something over. Zhang Nanshan said anxiously, okay, I'll come over right away. You look to see if there is soap nearby. Hurry to get some soapy water to induce vomiting. You boys hold on. I'll be right there. Qin Feng was just about to get up and look for the waiter to get the soap, when suddenly his eyes blinked, and his whole body felt that the floor was as soft as cotton, and he couldn't stand at all. Nima, sure enough, it's hit. At this moment, Qin Feng felt the sky spinning even when he was sitting, let alone standing up. He didn't even have the strength to open his mouth to speak right now. The netizens in the live stream saw this scene and burst into tears. It's over. I knew Brother Crispy would be poisoned, and sure enough, ha 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 ha, I'm laughing my ass off. Crispy's lips are blue and this face is as red as a monkey's ass. Spending tens of thousands of dollars on a pot of poisonous mushrooms. Humor. Brother, you speak a little attention now. The fungus is not poisonous. The reason why it will be poisoned that must be because you did not handle it well. Not cooked. At a glance, the one upstairs is a Yunnanese. And only a Yunnanese would be so tough-talking, having to say that these mushrooms are not poisonous. I've put up with you for a long time. How many times have I said that mushrooms are mushrooms and fungus is fungus? They are two different things, alright. Yes. No poison. Crispy Brother and the others were stunned by the fresh. At this moment, although Qin Feng could still feel people walking around him, his five senses had already begun to be confused. Seeing several people fall to the ground along with Wang Sungho, the waiter of the restaurant let out a sharp popping sound and dialed the emergency number at the first opportunity. 15 minutes later, Zhang Nanshan arrived at the scene with his team and took everyone who was poisoned into the ambulance at the first opportunity. At this time, Qin Feng has already hallucinated, lying in the car laughing and grasping the mushroom villain in his hand. The netizens in the livestream called out outrageous when they saw this scene. I've heard that if you get poisoned by eating mushrooms you'll enter another world. Is this true or not? Dude, let me put it to you this way. You actually don't feel anything at first when you get poisoned from eating mushrooms, and by the time you realize you're poisoned it's already too late. I'll never forget my lighter asking me if I smoked after I ate my mushrooms. I'm different. I only realized I was poisoned when I noticed my dog talking to me with subtitles. Those who have been there tell you that if you find a bullseye coming over to assist you after you've eaten the mushrooms, please don't fight back and struggle, because chances are those are the paramedics coming to save your life. After I ate the mushrooms I thought I was okay until I saw a line of my dad sitting in a tree outside my window. The netizens are still having a good time on the air, but the doctors in the ambulance are already sweating with anxiety. Dr. Zhang, student Qin Feng's condition is very poor. His blood oxygen has been dropping down. Hearing Wei Jie say this, Zhang Nanshan's expression was serious. What about a couple of the other students? Are they in serious condition? They're still in relatively good condition. Not that exaggerated. The most serious one is Qin Feng. Zhang Nanshan rubbed his temples, feeling an incomparable headache. How come this kid is always the worst? Have you notified the hospital? Get ready to pump this kid's stomach. Already notified. Dr. Wang and the others are already waiting in the emergency room. Ambulance all the way to the wind. Qin Feng's smile the brighter. The body of the various vital indicators will fall faster. Meanwhile, TV's by Bing Bing was originally out for lunch. As a result, the meal had only just reached the halfway point when they received the news that Qin Feng had been hospitalized for poisoning. By Bing Bing couldn't care less about eating, and rushed to the hospital with her co-workers in the first place to report on the scene. Who knew that as soon as she arrived at the hospital, she found that Qin Feng and a few others had already been sent to the emergency room for resuscitation. Meanwhile, outside the emergency room, Ryu Youngwon was banging his head against the wall, his entire being overwhelmed with remorse. The netizens who saw this scene live were very puzzled. Qin Feng's poisoning has nothing to do with Lu Zhengyuan. Right? Why is he so agitated? Buddy, it's true that Crispy Brothers' poisoning this time has nothing to do with him, but there's also a Zhao Deshao? Didn't you hear Zhao Deshao say that his family owns several mines? If something happens to such a person during the school year, do you think he won't get into trouble with the principal? Even if that's the case, it's too much. According to this logic, there are so many students on the university campus. Just any one of them will have to find trouble with Ryu Zhengyuan if something happens? Isn't it? Otherwise, why do you call the principal the head of a school? Anything that happens to the school must be the first thing to trouble the principal. It's just that if something happens to an ordinary student, the principal can carry it. But if something happens to a young master like Zhao Su who has money in his family, he might not be able to carry it. It's true. A student in our school couldn't think of anything else to do and committed suicide. And our principal only showed up once from the time the whole thing was handled to the end. But there was a rich student in our class who was bullied, and our principal followed up on the whole thing and expelled all of the few students who bullied him. So work hard for your money, Junior. Without money you're a cheap bastard. That saying is never out of date. Just as the netizens were lamenting, the elevator doors opened and Zhao Lisan walked over this way with his assistant in a sullen manner. The netizens were very surprised to see Zhao Lisan appear. This time the poisoning time is related to Lu Zhengyuan. That's still barely justifiable, but it certainly has nothing to do with Zhao Lisan. What's he doing here? Just as everyone was puzzled, Zhao Lisan walked over to Lu Zhengyuan and asked in a deep voice, "How is Xiao Su's situation?" The netizens were dumbfounded. Little Wook, my god, he can't be talking about Zhao Su, right? Zhao Su is his son? Ha? Zhao Xiao's unmentionable father? Reasonable. All of a sudden it becomes reasonable. No wonder Principal Lu is so chagrined. It turns out that Zhao Xiao is the top boss's baby son. Chapter 41. Why else is he the leader? Seeing Zhao Lisan, who had suddenly appeared, Lu Zhengyuan's person went numb. Leader, Zhao Su, he was just sent in to be resuscitated. We don't know what the situation is yet, but don't worry, I heard Dr. Zheng say that they were the first to arrive at the scene, and the treatments were all relatively timely, so they shouldn't have any problems. Zhao Lisan just wanted to open his mouth to say something, but who knew that his eyes blinked and he stumbled 2 steps covering his head. Seeing this, Ryu Youngwon and his assistant rushed forward to assist him. Lu Zhengyuan inquired with concern. Leader, what's wrong with you? Do you want the doctor to take a look at you as well? Zhao Lisan waved his hand and stood in place for a full minute before slowing down. Bai Bingbing took the photographer aside to do the filming, and the assistant took this time to speak up. The district head has been busy catching up on food safety issues all this time, and has only slept for 4 hours for several days in a row. Meals were also irregular, hungry and full, and there was a constant struggle with frontline law enforcement officers. The leader himself is hypoglycemic. Before the assistant could finish his words, he was sternly interrupted by Zhao Lisan. What are you talking about at this hour? I am the son of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, and as a parent official of one side, all these things are what I should do. The reason it's so busy right now is because these are issues we haven't caught ahead of time and dealt with before. Being a bit busy and tired right now, that's also my punishment. It's just that I didn't expect that after all the time I've been busy, my son would still be hospitalized due to food poisoning, which means that I still haven't done enough. This incident is a wake-up call for me. It's a warning from God to make my work a little more meticulous and a little more intense. The more Zhao Lisan spoke, the more impassioned he became, and the patients who were about to go to the restroom and pass by were all infected by Zhao Lisan's words and stood in place and applauded excitedly. The live streamers watched with tears in their eyes. How come I didn't know before that there was such a good head of our district? I'm going to send him a letter of commendation. That's the kind of parental officer we need. Oh my god. Only 4 hours of sleep for several days in a row. This is too hard. I thought it was hard to sleep 6 hours a day when I was studying for my exams, but I didn't think that someone could work harder than me. This shows that he really wants to do something practical for us. When you really want to do something from the bottom of your heart, you actually don't feel tired. It's like when I was sprinting for the last month of my high school exams. I was really energized at that time. Seems like the city has been having a favorite leader voting event lately. Guys, I'm sending out the link. Charge. If you don't vote and I don't vote, how can Zhao rush ahead? 1 vote for you and 1 vote for me. And Zhao will make his debut tomorrow. Zhao Lisan's tearful and heartfelt speech directly dumbfounded Lu Zhangyuan. Cowhide. Breaking sound. How else can we say that people are leaders? This Nima. Low blood sugar dizziness can also immediately come to an improvisation. You still dare to say that you are not the Emperor Theater graduates? Blood sugar down. Intelligence up. Right? This off-script speech heard Lu Zhangyuan was clapping his hands and admiring from the bottom of his heart. Seeing that the atmosphere he wanted was there, Zhao Lisan amiably waved at the surrounding patients. Thank you all for your support. Those of you who need to go to the restroom, hurry up and go to the restroom. Thank you all. After the patients were dispersed, Zhao Lisan then proceeded to inquire. Principal Lu, are you clear on how Qin Feng and the others were poisoned? Ryu Youngwon hurriedly replied back. I just heard Dr. Chapter say something about it, and it seems that a few of them were meeting for lunch, and it just so happened that the restaurant served wild mushroom soup. So they ordered one. The people from the city supervisory bureau also went to do an investigation, and found that most of the ingredients of the wild mushroom soup were not problematic. The only thing was that some of the sea hand green was late in the pot, and may not have been cooked, so it was poisoned. Sea hand's green. Zhao Lisan's eyes widened. Sea hand green, this stuff can be eaten? Isn't that poisonous stuff? It's just messed up and ridiculous. Which restaurant is it? And where is the person in charge of the restaurant? Tell him to meet me immediately. Lu Zhangyuan said with some embarrassment. Leader, the person in charge of the restaurant has also been poisoned, and they are all lying inside. The owner of the restaurant got the message and is headed this way, but doesn't expect to be here for an hour. Zhao Lisan began to have a headache again. Qin Feng and their poisoning lay in it. Even so, how come the person in charge of the restaurant also lay in it? Just then, too, the door to the emergency room opened and one by one, people were wheeled out of it. Zhao Lisan and Lu Zhangyuan rushed forward to check, only to find that the ones who were pushed out were Xiang Ding, Zheng Ting, and the restaurant manager Wang Chenghao, and all three were still in a daze at this point, unable to even speak clearly, as if they had a hangover. Dr. Zhang, how come only the 3 of them were wheeled out, and 2 more? Zhang Nanshan said with a serious expression. All 3 of them ate less, so the poisoning is relatively mild. Zhao Su ate more and was deeply poisoned. He's still detoxing and the situation is not optimistic. Although Qin Feng also eats less, his resistance is weaker, his immunity is poor, and his situation is one of the most dangerous. Whether the 2 of them survive or not depends on whether they make it through the next golden hour. After Zhang Nanshan said this, he directly closed the door of the emergency room. Upon hearing that Zhao Su's situation was so serious, Zhao Lisan was instantly a bit unable to accept it, feeling that his entire body had aged a lot. Ryu Youngwon was also a bit at a loss for words as he stood on the sidelines. Qin Feng is going to GA again? No. Has this kid been stabbed by someone? How come he's been sick for 3 days? The netizens in the live broadcast room also all sighed when they heard Zhang Nanshan say this. Anybody's in Yunnan say what kind of mushroom is the seeing hand green? Is it very toxic? Fungus. Fungus. I've told you it's a fungus. What lousy cocktail mushroom. You sky stick. If you talk nonsense again Birdie, will pop you. Beans are. Sea hand green is a tiny bit poisonous, but people who can get it are not poisoned at all. They get poisoned just by not being able to get it. Messing with the chicken hole. Buddy, you are also really funny. There is no poison, you ask the Yunnan people? You ask certainly is not poisonous. When the time comes to eat a squeak, red umbrellas and white poles, we'll lay plank together. Haven't you even heard that song? Old life, listen to this from me. The cooler you see your hands green, the younger you live, the younger you get. 28 this year, only 8 pounds next year. Ha 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 ha, you guys stop playing stunt. I'm dying of laughter. Just as the netizens were interacting with the pop-ups, a group of doctors suddenly rushed towards the emergency room as if they had received an order. Seeing this scene, Zhao Lisan and Lu Zhangyuan couldn't help but tense up. Chapter 42, Are these old Chinese doctors crazy? Don't crowd yourselves. Stand properly. We're all co-workers. Don't crowd. Professor Zhang, your old man wants to stand in front of me straight. You don't twist my thigh. Seeing doctors from different departments standing in front of the emergency room, Zhao Lisan and Lu Zhangyuan were both confused. What's going on here? Aren't they going to the emergency room for ambulance support? Why are they still standing at the door? Just as everyone was wondering, the door to the emergency room opened and a patient was wheeled out of it. These doctors were like flies, all swarming up at once. There were pulse-taking, tongue-reading, and asking nurses for data on specific physical conditions. The netizens were dumbfounded. No, what are they doing? Doing medical research? I don't know what the others were doing, but those old men were indeed taking their pulse. And at a glance I knew they were old Chinese doctors. I only know that you should eat while it's hot. This is the first time I've heard that you should do medical research while it's hot. This dude who was pushed out shouldn't be cold, right? Is that Brother Crispy? I didn't even get a good look at these doctors in the ing face before they rushed over. This is outrageous. Although the netizens know that Qin Feng has a special physique and is a born medical research saint and a living teacher of the great body, but seeing the scene in front of us still shook the netizens up hard. It was also at this time that an old Chinese doctor spoke up and said, "It's not right. How come this kid's body is so weak? Especially the kidneys. There has been a serious loss. How could a young age be so deficient?" Another Chinese medicine practitioner also spoke up and said, "Liver qi is not comfortable. Heart fire is exuberant. This kid not only stays up late a lot, but also likes to think wildly. His mind is restless. Wasted. This body data isn't right either. Isn't this just ordinary body data? There's no research value. Just as the doctors were wondering, Zhang Nanshan pushed another stretcher cart out of the emergency room. "Elder Zhang, what are you guys doing surrounding student Jiao Su? He just had his stomach pumped. He needs to recuperate now. You guys shouldn't bother him." Upon hearing Zhang Nanshan say this, the group of doctors froze. Isn't this Mr. Qin Feng? Zhang Nanshan cried and laughed. "Mr. Qin Feng is here with me." After receiving Zhang Nanshan's affirmative reply, a group of doctors immediately rushed towards Qin Feng. The old Chinese doctors continued to play steadily, taking the pulse in the right and left hands, looking at the tongue and the whites of the eyes. There were even exaggerated female doctors who first used their hands to touch Qin Feng's heartbeat, and then lay their entire body on Qin Feng's chest with a serious expression. This time the doctors had a very different reaction. The old Chinese doctor, Zhang Qingyan, had a glint in his eye. "This pulse, it's strong, 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 TSK, TSK, I've never seen such strong kidneys before. Get out of the way guys, I want to see if this kid is gifted." Seeing that Zhang Qingyan was going to pick Qin Feng's pants, Bai Bingbing hurriedly turned to the side with a blushing face. The two nurses hurriedly pulled Zhang Qingyan back. "Zhang Lao, calm down, it's live over there." "Yes Elder Zhang, I know you've been working on the residual formula of the 10 perfect pills lately, but this kind of thing takes its time. There's no rush." Zhang Qingyan was very anxious. "What are you guys pulling me for? I'm just looking at it to verify my suspicions. It's not like I really have anything on him. You guys let go of me. I'll just take a look. Just a look, won't you?" It's so humiliating. Although the same doctor, they can understand Zhang Qingyan's excited mood at this time, but you engage in medical research should also pay attention to the occasion. Zhang Nanshan waved his hand, and Zhang Qingyan was dragged away by two strong nurses clamped directly on his left and right. As soon as Zhang Qingyan was dragged away, another old Chinese doctor, Su Qingya, took his place. Su Qingya sighed in admiration while taking his pulse. "Incredible. Just incredible. It is reasonable to say that the most injured thing after poisoning is the liver. But why is his liver not only undamaged, but much better than an ordinary person? Does that mean he has a mechanism of his own to detoxify and heal? Could it be the legendary 100 poisons? Let's give it a try." Su Qingya pulled out a pill from his pocket and was about to send it into Qin Feng's mouth. Guo Jia led another nurse to stop him in a hurry. "Professor Su, calm down. You're poisoning. You'll be sentenced." Su Qingya was very angry. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This is the Wu poison pill of Lao Fu. Only a small portion of the toxicity is completely controllable. Lao Fu is just doing an experiment. It won't hurt his life. What are you stopping me for? Let go. Zhang Nanshan covered his forehead and waved his other hand, signaling to drag it away. The netizens in the live broadcast room had been completely dumbfounded at the sight of this scene. "No dude, what's going on here? Are all these herbalists this crazy? It's a little bit too much. They're doctors, not crazy people. It just doesn't make sense to do that. I am the one who studied medicine. Let me give you an example like this. You guys have been playing with cold weapons all your life, and suddenly one day you realize that there is a substance that can release a lot of heat when it encounters fire, and it can even explode when mixed with different things. If it were you, would you be excited? That's right, I'm talking about gunpowder. From the time gunpowder was discovered, to its continuous improvement, to its military and civilian use, it was piled up with a single living life. Are those who researched gunpowder all crazy? Now Crispy Brother, in the eyes of these doctors and the initial gunpowder is almost the same. To be able to detoxify and heal in such a short period of time, Crispy Brother must have a superiority. This time you do not go up and carefully study it while it is still hot. After 2 days you still study the farda? What's the point of peeling off your pants? If it weren't for the strict laws of the Dragon Kingdom, I reckon these old professors could slice up Crispy Brother on the spot. The words of this internet user are not exaggerated. Why are these doctors suddenly so excited to come running to the emergency room door? It wasn't because Qin Feng's situation was so outrageous. Obviously when he was sent to the hospital Qin Feng was already dying. All of his body's data was dropping. And his entire bodily functions were about to collapse. Zhang Nanshan wanted to declare Qin Feng dead on the spot once again. But something puzzling happened. Qin Feng's vital signs were low but always there. He entered a bizarre state of near death. The state was so bizarre that none of the doctors in the emergency room dared to do anything but observe. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng's near-death state ended. His entire bodily functions regained their vitality, and his various bodily data fully rebounded. Science simply can't explain such outrageous things. That's why Zhang Nanshan notified the professors and directors of other departments at the first opportunity, so that they could hurry over to study it and find out what was going on with Qin Feng. Wouldn't this be the next direction of scientific research if anyone found something a little different? Chapter 43: The Old Professor's Passion for Research. Seeing that these old professors were getting more and more agitated and the situation at the scene was getting more and more chaotic, Zhang Nanshan hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "Alright everyone, fellow student Qin Feng has just been resuscitated and now he still needs to go back to the ward to rest slowly. Why don't you guys go back first?" Zhang Nanshan made a gesture and the nurses hurriedly pushed Qin Feng back to the intensive care ward. There were a few old professors who wanted to follow and chase after them. All of them were stopped by Zhang Nanshan. The netizens in the live stream saw this scene and sighed. Not bad for a crunchy brother. It's really appealing to these old professors. The Great Tribulation will have an old professor of scientific research. Do you guys understand the gold content of the innate mouse sacred body or not? I'm a medical student. I've already bought a train ticket to Magic City. Brothers, wait for my good news. Upstairs buddy, you do not impulse engaged in scientific research also have to abide by the law. After returning to the intensive care ward, Zhang Nanshan incidentally transferred 2 hospital security guards to sit right in front of the entrance of the intensive care ward to avoid those old professors sneaking in to disturb Qin Feng. Lu Zhangyuan and Zhao Lisan went to check Zhao Su's injuries first. Only Bai Bingbing walked into the intensive care ward with a photographer and just stayed quietly by Qin Feng's side. The photographer gave Qin Feng a close-up of his face, and the netizens in the live broadcast room called out outrageous after watching it. Only Qin Feng's face was flushed and his skin was delicate. The golden sunlight shone in through the window, and the netizens were even able to see the fuzz on Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng's skin is better than my 2-year-old son's, and his complexion is almost as good as my husband who plays sports. Where does this look like someone who has only just been poisoned? It looks like the face of a long life. There are not even any dark circles on his face. I'm a freshman too, so why do I not only have dark circles under my eyes, but I also have a face full of pimples? Could it be that the gap between people is really that big? Brother Crispy can survive eating seeing hands green. Can you survive eating seeing hands green? Brother, you are really floating. You still dare to compare yourself with Brother Crispy. According to the theory of Chinese medicine, whether a person's qi is good or not is actually related to his 5 organs and 6 bowels. Didn't you guys hear those Chinese medicine practitioners just now? Brother Crispy's 5 organs and 6 bowels are at their strongest state right now. Can he have a bad complexion? Not only did the netizens envy Qin Feng's qi, Bai Bingbing was also envious. She even couldn't help but move forward a bit and poke Qin Feng's face with her hand, wanting to see if this kind of skin was real. Who knew she was even more surprised by this poke? Qin Feng's face was like jelly, too elastic. Just as Bai Bingbing was about to pinch and try, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Sister Bingbing, you can just poke me a bit. Pinching me is a bit too much. I'm still a patient. Hearing Qin Feng say that, Bai Bingbing hurriedly took her hand back, her pretty face burning. Student Qin Feng, are you okay? Qin Feng rubbed his chest and said, nothing else, I just feel a bit of pain in my chest, as if I'd been pressed by something. Qin Feng, so said the netizens laughed. Didn't a female professor put her whole body on the line to hear the heartbeat? Sister Bingbing, I'm a bit hungry, can you get me something to eat? Oh, okay, wait here, I'll be right back. Bai Bingbing was already embarrassed, and now that she heard Qin Feng say this, she hurriedly left as if she was fleeing. After Bai Bingbing left, a system beep came from Qin Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully experienced the disease, poisoning. Experience rewards are being issued for you. Please pay attention to check. Reward issued. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the talent skill, Beast Speech. Seeing this skill, Qin Feng was completely dumbfounded. No. Beast Talk? What the do you give a about? Can't you give me any useful skills? Qin Feng's entire body went numb. The skills given before were outrageous, but at least they had something to do with getting sick, either by renewing your life or increasing your attention span. What was the meaning of this sudden whole animal language? Even if he could understand those animals, would it be useful to him? Qin Feng felt a little dizzy. Forcing himself to endure the discomfort, he carefully read up on the skill description. Beast speech, there is a higher probability of triggering. Whenever triggered, the host will be able to understand the language of all animals. At the same time, this language will be translated in real time into the live broadcast room, and the attention value gained during this period will be doubled. After reading the skill introduction, Qin Feng fell into deep thought. Did it mean that he was wrong about the system? If the skill doubles the attention value when it takes effect, it doesn't seem like such a waste. Only how does it work? Does it mean you have to get some pets for the show's effect? Just as Qin Feng was thinking this, Bai Bingbing returned with hot porridge. Student Qin Feng, I purposely asked Zhang Nanshan just now and he said that there's nothing wrong with your body and you can eat anything. But just to be on the safe side, I still got you a bowl of vegetable porridge. Taste this vegetable porridge and see if you like it. If not, I'll get you another bowl. Looking at the vegetable porridge handed over by Bai Bingbing, Qin Feng was touched. Only he couldn't help but open his mouth after taking a sip and inquired, did Dr. Zhang say there's nothing wrong with my body? Qin Feng felt very puzzled in his heart. You know that the one who used to be the most nervous about himself was Zhang Nanshan. As his own attending physician, Zhang Nanshan was very afraid that something would happen to Qin Feng during the recovery process, so he had always emphasized the need to hospitalize him. What's with the sudden turnaround this time? Just saying that he's physically fine? Bai Bingbing whispered. It seems like all those old professors are clamoring to come over and stay with you in bed, and Dr. Zhang is explaining it to those old professors right now. There was nothing wrong with your health in the first place, and he's probably not going to be able to hold out much longer on his end. So that's why he's asking you to hurry up and get out of the hospital. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. And those old professors want to come and stay in bed with them? Holy, this is not a bedside manner. This is simply trying to find an opportunity to study myself up close. Qin Feng hurriedly put the vegetable porridge aside and got up to put on his clothes. Bai Bingbing was very puzzled by the situation. What are you doing, Mr. Qin Feng? Not drinking kanji? Qin Feng said while putting on his shoes. Didn't you hear that those old professors are coming to get me to stay in bed with them? It'll be too late if you don't leave. Sister Bingbing, you pass me your jacket for a moment. Let's hurry. Bai Bingbing felt that Qin Feng was exaggerating a bit. Those old professors were just a proposition, too, so I don't think they're really going to do it. Qin Feng cried and laughed. Sister Bingbing, have you read any martial arts novels? Bai Bingbing nodded. Seen. And do you know what 100 poisons means to those old professors who studied medicine? Bai Bingbing froze. Qin Feng pulled open the door to the intensive care unit. As soon as he walked out, he saw the elevator door open not far away, and a group of old professors walked this way despite Zhang Nanshan's obstruction. Qin Feng was so scared that he hurriedly left from the other direction. Chapter 44, Crispy does know how to cook. Seeing Qin Feng run out of the hospital alone, the netizens in the live broadcasting room all couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Crispy brother is still a cow. He even realized that those old professors wouldn't let himself go and ran out ahead of time. These old professors are also really desperate. They even took the initiative to ask to accompany the bed. But if you think about it, you know that these old professors are higher than Dr. Zhang in terms of seniority and age. So how could Dr. Zhang stop them? Never underestimate the determination of doctors who want to refine their medical skills. They will do anything to be able to achieve something. If you don't believe me, then let me give you an example. According to the Compendium of Materia Medica, human feces has a smell. Li Shizhen, yes, it is exactly what I wrote. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When you put it that way, I understood it once. Let me add one more Chinese herb. Manshong Wang. If you are interested, you can search the production process yourself. It's very sour. As some people have been popularizing the subject in the comments section, more and more netizens are realizing that TCM practitioners are indeed capable of doing anything for the sake of medical research. Qin Feng walked out of the hospital and was just about to take a taxi back to school when a familiar voice came from behind him. Brother Feng, wait for us. Qin Feng turned his head and realized that the ones following him were actually Zhao Su and the three of them. Qin Feng was very surprised. You guys get out of the hospital too? Qin Feng was now able to walk as fast as he could, solely because he had the system. These three guys weren't in a coma just now. How come they're suddenly out of the hospital? Zhao Su grinned and said, a small poison. Can't help us? It's not just sea hand green. Like to eat mushrooms, poisoning is a common occurrence. Nothing wrong with it. Qin Feng. Well. Someone's body is more resistant than mine. Bull. Zhao Su walked up and said to Qin Feng, my mom heard that I was poisoned and had to let me go home, saying that she wanted to stew me some good stuff to make up for it. I thought that I definitely can't forget my brothers when I have this good thing. That's why I rushed over to find you guys and wanted to invite you home for a meal. Qin Feng immediately refused when he heard it. No more food. You're in good health. You have high poison resistance. I can't. I'm really afraid that following you and eating will kill me one day. I'd better go back to school and eat instant noodles. Goodbye. Qin Feng wanted to leave, but Zhao Su hurriedly pulled him back. Look at you. Brother Feng. Why are you so faceless? This time it's really just an accident. And I didn't expect that manager Wang to be so ruthless, preferring to poison himself and us together, and that fungus not to be cooked. But this time you can rest assured. My chef has been working in my house for decades. Whether it's the level of cooking or safety awareness, it's all top-notch. Besides, what I'm treating you to this time are some homemade ingredients. Not some fungus, absolutely no poison. I swear to God, Brother Wind, if you give me another chance to make up for my mistakes, I really do want to express my apologies. Zhao Su's eyes were sincere, but Qin Feng was not moved in the slightest. You're still trying to hurt me, aren't you? Qin Feng sneered and prepared to leave. Who knows that just at this moment, Zhao Su suddenly took out his cell phone and said, Brother Feng, you still don't believe me, right? Come, this is my family chef team. See for yourself if it's a professional. Qin Feng originally didn't want to look at it, but he aimed himself. The moment Zhao Su took out his cell phone, Qin Feng's gaze automatically turned to stare at the cell phone screen as if he was attracted to something. Only in the cell phone, several beautiful young girls in cool clothes, aprons and chef's hats were posing for the camera. When Qin Feng saw the scene, he stopped trying to walk. Professional indeed. Qin Feng commented pertinently. Xiang Ding cried and laughed on the side and said, Not Brother Feng. He said that his family's chef has decades of experience. Can these women have decades of experience? Zhao Su hastily slid his finger right, revealing a picture of a middle-aged uncle. This is the main chef in our house. Those women just now are helpers. Zhang Ting still questioned it. Even if it's a helper, it's outrageous. Who would use a woman like that as a helper? It's amateurish. Shut up. Qin Feng sternly scolded. Can I not tell if it's specialized or not? It's settled. We'll just give Xiao Zhao another chance and see how he performs. Zhao Su hemmed and hawed. It's still Brother Feng who knows how to cook. Brother Feng, there's a car coming to pick us up over there. This way. Seeing Qin Feng get into a private car under Zhao Su's leadership, the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but spit. Did Crispy really go for food? Why do I get the feeling he's drunk? Don't ask. Asking means Crispy is hungry. Didn't you hear, Crispy? Give Xiao Zhao another chance. As for whether or not this chance can be grasped, it depends on how Xiao Zhao behaves. It's all blood and guts. What more do you need a bicycle for when you have all these young, beautiful cooks making you something to eat? It must also be crispy. Brother will eat. Know the Dragon Country cuisine. The most important thing is color and flavor. Color is definitely in the first place. Goddamn color in first place. Laughing my ass off. Ha ha ha. Why don't you say that making friends with rich kids is a relief? As soon as Qin Feng and the others sat in the car, they realized that the car's interior was too luxurious for words. Leather seats, these are the basics, and the interior is roomy and comes with a refrigerator. Even these seats come with massage and heating features, so you can just sit back and your whole body will be completely relaxed. While enjoying the massage, Qin Feng opened his mouth and inquired, Old Zhao, your family is so rich, why don't they send you abroad? Why do they still let you study in Magic City University? Out of the country? Zhao Su had a disdainful look on his face. Only those scrappy rich second generation go abroad. I study in Mordor University in order to learn something in the future and serve the Dragon Kingdom well. Look at those rich second generation people who go abroad. Either they pick up girls and fly leaves, or they go around fooling around. They go out and come back, and they're all wasted. But this young master is different. When I graduate from Magic City University, I'm going to build my own business empire with my own hands. Zhao Su was ambitious, and that look in his eyes was firm, as if he could already see the day he succeeded. Qin Feng and the three of them then sighed and shook their heads. I'm not afraid of rich kids losing their homes. I'm afraid of rich kids starting their own businesses. Old Zhao, listen to my advice. With this brain of yours, just be an honest tool to pass on the family name, not some business empire. You might as well go abroad and become a jerk. You're likely to lose your entire family business with this venture. Chapter 45. Do you have a brother? Mr. Zhao. Seeing that the three of them were so unfavorable to themselves, instead of being discouraged, Zhao Su was inspired to fight. Zhao Su laughed coldly. Look down on this young master, right? Fine. When I build a business empire in the future, none of you will be greedy. When the time comes for you to come and borrow money from me, I won't borrow any. Xiang Ding and Zhang Ting snorted. Dude, your family has a mine, and our family isn't poor, so who's going to ask you for a loan? Yes, my family has more than 300 yaks, and although it's not as rich as your family's, it's still a good place to eat and drink. The two finished turning their heads to look at Qin Feng, who said after a moment of silence, I Still have a little deposit in my card. And I also eat and drink. Hearing this answer from Chin Fong, the netizens in the live broadcast room burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Crispy is so real. God damn, having a little deposit to eat and drink. Crispy brother, like this is the real state of our ordinary college students, okay? Not everyone's family is as rich as the three goods. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Real college students are the only ones with money in their meal cards. My mom gives me $1,000 a month for living expenses, and often asks me why I still spend all my money every month. Treat me like a dog belongs to is. That's because your family thought you'd go to the cafeteria for a part-time job. Who do you blame for not going to a part-time job yourself? College life without a part-time job is not perfect. All 20-somethings, how can you still have the nerve to reach out to your family for money? This is true. All of us around the university town will be seniors and older sisters working part-time. And even going to a convenience store as a waitress is up for grabs. I can only say that even before graduation, I have already experienced the cruelty of competition for jobs. They're almost there as we speak. As the car lurched slightly, Chin Fong clearly felt that the road conditions suddenly became much better. The three of them turned their heads to look out the window and were stunned by the view outside. This ing drive to the palace? Red walls and yellow tiles, carved railings and stone pavilions. They were both surrounded by the well-manicured gardens and struck by the exquisite and stately architecture. Chin Fong even had the feeling that they had driven into the imperial palace. The live streamers also called it outrageous. My goodness, are you sure this isn't a palace wall? Who would dare to paint these red walls without some royal blood in their family? Cold knowledge. The red walls of the imperial palace are all painted with special vermilion sand. That's why it gives a very thick crimson color. I knew Zhao Su's family was rich, but I never expected him to live in a palace. This is too outrageous. Is this kind of building sure it's not illegal? You can't be so capricious even if you have money. TSK, 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 using a whole block of lapis lazuli tiles to pave the floor. And every stone sculpture is also carefully polished and crafted. I can only say that Zhao Xiao's family is really sophisticated. Seeing the trio's surprised looks, Zhao Su's heart was greatly satisfied. Old Zhao, is this really your home? You usually live in the palace? Zhao Su pretended to be modest and said, which is a palace? You guys are exaggerating. Ha ha ha. This is a movie town that my mom invested in getting. Except there are open and unopened areas. The open area in the front is rented out to those crews for filming. And this little unopened area in the back is where I live. I'm struggling too. She won't be happy to let my mom buy a proper house, making me have to live here like the crew. Chin Fong. Website. Good boy. Versailles is it? What do you not know about being able to live in such a big palace? What crew member can have such a big garden at home like you? After 5 minutes of driving through the gardens, the car finally slowed to a stop in front of a villa. As soon as the few people got out of the car, a middle-aged woman came out from inside with a smile. Aya, son, you're finally back. Hurry up and let mom take a look. Are you alright? The middle-aged woman was wearing a date red dress, and although she was indeed older, she still looked relatively young and graceful. As soon as she walked up, she nervously surveyed Zhao Su, and while looking she couldn't help but say heartbreakingly, son, you've lost weight. Is the school's food not good? Or is it just the dormitory that you're not used to living in? If you can't do it, you can move back in, and I'll talk to your principal about getting you a walk-in. Zhao Su rolled his eyes and said, Mom, do you know what it means to be a college student? Which college student runs a walk-in? Don't worry, I'm eating well and getting used to living at school. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The middle-aged woman blared. I've heard all about your school. There was a cholera outbreak a while back. Wasn't there? How many times have I told your dad that everything out here is unclean and unhygienic? And he had to pat himself on the back with me that it's okay. As a result, you see now it's eating you straight into the hospital. How heartbreaking for Mom. Zhao Su somewhat helplessly explained. Mom, what are you talking about? I entered the hospital by eating mushrooms. It's not like I entered the hospital because of the last cholera. Okay, you don't talk about that. I'm hungry. Hurry up and eat. Oh yeah, Mom, let me introduce you. These are my roommates in college. Good brothers. Chin Fong, Xiang Ding, and Zheng Ting. This is my mom, Kali, the mine owner. Nioli slapped Zhao Su with her hand with an angry face. What mine boss? Jerk. Net nonsense. Hello class, you can just call me Auntie Cow. Hurry up and come in and sit down. It's cold outside. Don't freeze. Xiao Zhang, hurry up and get these kids new slippers over here, so that the back kitchen side can cook. As soon as Chin Fong and the others walked into the villa, they were immediately shocked by the luxury of this villa. It is not uncommon for rich people's villas to be rather empty, because they are large and they don't know what they should put in them, which is why they give that impression. However, Zhao Su and his family were different. All the furniture and furnishings in this villa have been carefully designed so that not only does each area have an exclusive function area, but even each wall has its own unique use. Zhao Gang, your brother is back. Come here. Hearing Niu Li shouting like that, Qin Feng looked at Zhao Su. You have a brother? Zhao Su wore a bitter smile on his face. Before he could open his mouth to explain, a golden hare ran in like a rocket from outside the courtyard and directly pounced towards Zhao Su. Everyone thought it would be a touching human dog cuddle. Who knew that the golden hare's front feet violently stomped on Zhao Su, and then with an unflinching turn of her head, she came to spin around Niu Li's side. Zhao Su covered his lower abdomen and squatted on the ground with a pained expression. Stinky dog, your ass. I'm going to stew you today. Niu Li glared at Zhao Su when she saw this. Why can't you play along when your brother is messing with you? Isn't its grandpa your grandpa? Chapter 46, Home-cooked meals. Whatever you want. Hearing Niu Li say that, Qin Feng and the three of them were all dumbfounded. Is this reasonable? Just now, Niu Li was still very nervous about Zhao Su, her baby son, and was afraid that Zhao Su wouldn't be able to eat or live well at school. As a result, now this golden hare has a flying kick. Zhao Su can't even curse? The netizens in the live stream laughed out loud. It's so real. Zhao Xiao, this family status is exactly like me. My mom, my dad, the dog, and finally me. My mom was the same way, cooking hot chicken breasts for the dog to eat every day. Yet I came back from playing outside and all that was waiting for me was cold food. Man, it's nice to have a cold bite to eat. Now that I'm going home my parents won't even look at me. They're in the category of leaving me to fend for myself. It's actually quite understandable from a parent's point of view to spoil a cat or dog. The cats and dogs are with them all day long while you are out fooling around. The cats and dogs only cost a small amount of money to keep. Yet you, my friend, they still have to prepare a dowry or bride price for you. So if it's you, how do you choose? Indeed. That's what I think. That's why I never bother with my dog. Anyway, everything's fine if it doesn't mess with me, and if it does it's still a fat ass beating, and my parents won't say anything. Xiang Ding walked over and patted Zhao Su's shoulder, stifling a smile and said, It's alright old Zhao. I was kicked by my family's horse when I was a kid. That's what's called a real pain. This is absolutely nothing for you. Zhao Su made a gesture to fight, and Golden Hare hurriedly ran out of the living room and headed for the garden. Niu Li greeted from the sidelines. Alright, don't play around, let's all hurry up and take our seats. A few people had just arrived at the dining room and taken their seats when the little cooks began to serve the food one after the other. As expected, just like the photos that Zhao Su had shown before, these little cooks were all young and beautiful, and all of them were very gentle and dignified. The netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but talk when they saw the scene. It's true that the happiness of rich people is beyond my imagination. These little cooks are all models outside, but they all end up serving dishes here. At a glance, this salary is paid quite a lot. Otherwise who would be willing to serve as a servant with this figure and temperament? TSK, TSK, TSK. It's obvious that each of these young ladies is dressed quite conservatively. But why do I find them particularly attractive? Dude, this is where you don't understand men, right? It's not that the more you show the sexier you are. Look at that little cook with the red hair. She's dressed tightly enough, right? Unfortunately, even the tighter clothes can't cover her unbelievable figure. That's strength. Qin Feng and the others were still untouched college students. Where had they seen such a battle? Xiang Ding couldn't help but open his mouth and inquired. Auntie Nyo, why are all the waiters at home so young? Cao Li laughed and said, Hey, a lot of people like to use the older ones. They think the older ones have experience, right? But I'm different. I like to use young people. Young people are energetic, hardworking and handy, and they learn quickly when there's something new at home, and some of them know more than I do. And you see how good looking each of these daughters are. They are hanging around the house. I look at my heart also happy. Good mood. If it's a bunch of old ants working around the house every day, wouldn't my place become a nursing home? I don't like that. When Cao Li said this, the three of them immediately gave her a thumbs up. Otherwise people can be mind bosses. This mode of thinking is different from others. After the food was served, the three of them fixed their eyes on it and immediately felt their scalps tingle. Snake soup, egg custard, Buddha jumps over the wall, cuttlefish and chicken soup, Longjing bamboo fungus, braised prawns, sliced suckling pig, imperial roast duck. Cao Li greeted the three with a smile. What are you all waiting for? Eat while it's hot. These dishes won't taste good if they get cold. A home-cooked meal, so feel free to eat anything you want, and don't be formal. Homebrew? Ha! This table is almost as good as a full banquet, and you call this a home-cooked meal? Zhao Su was not polite and was directly the first to move his chopsticks. My mom's right. Things should be eaten while they're hot. The flavor changes when they get cold. Move your chopsticks. Zhang Ting wanted to drink a bowl of Buddha jumping wall first. Who knew that just as he was about to stand up, Niu Li made a domineering gesture at him. Sit down. Young man, how can you stand up at dinner? If you want to eat any dish, if you can't pinch it, you just reach out and point. You focus on eating and someone will take care of pinching it for you. As soon as Niu Li's words fell, a small cook immediately came forward with a smile and gave Zhang Ting a bowl of Buddha jumping wall soup. The netizens in the live broadcast room were not calm when they saw this scene. Mud. This treatment, I am really jealous, brothers. It's not even enough to eat so many good things in one meal. There's also a young lady to help with the food and soup. I haven't enjoyed this kind of treatment even in my 20 years of life. A meal of 10 dishes and 5 soups. And that's all it takes to call it a home-cooked meal. The key to all of these are still very tonic dishes. No matter which dish you eat, can directly tonic you to nosebleed kind of. So why is Jiao Su still single if he's been at this level of meals for over 20 years? Is he preparing to nourish his energy and kill in one blow? Goddamn one-hit kill. Ha ha ha, you're going to laugh me to death, aren't you? This was definitely the most luxurious and nutritious meal Qin Feng had ever eaten. These little cooks standing around them are more than waitresses. They know something about health and wellness. So during the meal, Qin Feng hardly ever pinched the food himself. It was all these little cooks who helped Qin Feng with the food. The meal lasted an hour. After eating, Jiao Su said with a toothpick in his mouth, "Come on. I'll take you guys around my garden." Xian Ding also took a toothpick in his mouth in agreement. Walk 100 steps after meals and live to be 99. You kid knows how to take care of your health. Still, your garden doesn't compare to my house, which has a meadow nearby, where you can take a walk after dinner and look at the moon. Jiao Su hemmed and hawed. It's true that my garden is not as big as your grassland, but if you want to completely stroll through it, you'll have to walk for at least an hour. And if you don't find it enjoyable, I can also take you to the movie and television city in front of you to stroll around, and you might be able to stumble upon the stars who are filming a movie. Just as Jiao Su's words fell, Zhang Ting, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Lao Zhao, this is your brother, isn't it? What's he doing? Jiao Su looked forward and found that Golden Hair was frantically digging up soil in a small flower garden. And in this mound, there was a chicken buried? It was also at this moment that a system beep sounded in Qin Feng's head. Ding! Beast language activated. Real-time translation subtitles turned on. Seeing this system prompt, Qin Feng man went numb. Don't mess with me. Big brother. Chapter 47, Bring your stupid dog to court. Qin Feng was truly flustered. What the hell? Beast speech is triggered at this time. The system isn't going to mess up, is it? Just as Qin Feng was getting nervous, a soft melody sounded in his ears and in the live broadcast room at the same time. Qin Feng man is numb. Does the beast translator even come with its own music? Would this be too advanced? Meanwhile, the chicken buried in the mound suddenly spoke. Chicken, coming? Just come. To see what a good dog your family has done. I'm just going to pass through this yard for a bit and just bury it for me. What? Send your dog to learn civil engineering? To build a doghouse? Take me as the foundation, chicken, first? I'm really drunk. And told me not to move. Said that a rural account was worth a lot of money, and that soon a rooster would turn into a rooster in this dirt. But it didn't say that this was going to be turned into a foundation. I get up early and tinkle to help you guys go to bed early and get up early to work out. And you guys are so nice that you just send me out on a limb, right? I'm still in my prime. And I'm just going to bury my neck in the dirt? Does that seem right? Pust. After listening to this chicken's monologue, Qin Feng almost choked to death on his own saliva. The netizens in the live broadcast room were first stunned, and then laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, is this a chicken talking? It's so funny. A ground chicken turning into a foundation. Talent. It's supposed to be some kind of new special effect, but it's time to say no. It's really funny. It's so programmatic. Reward. I don't think Crispy wrote this lyric. It's too funny. Let's just say it fits the context and you can feel the chicken's breathlessness and helplessness. Ding. Congratulations to the host, gaining He Zhao's attention. Attention value plus 30. Congratulations to the host, gaining Wu Gui's attention. Attention value plus 30. Congratulations to the host, gaining Zhou Jin's attention. Attention value plus 30. Looking at the series of attention prompts appearing in his mind, Qin Feng man was dumbfounded. Is that much of a concern? Previously, Qin Feng had been a bit resistant to this skill, but now that he saw that he had gained so much attention value, his eyes instantly lit up. God's skill. So that's how the skill works. I came to my senses. Qin Feng had been thinking before about what the use of these skills that the system had given him was. At this moment he finally understood. What are your core skills that you need to figure out for yourself first? Naturally, they were the 3 that the system had given in the beginning. And the most important of them all is, all the attention. Theoretically, as long as he had enough attention value, then he would always be in a near-death state. which meant that he could never die. After these several illnesses, Qin Feng had also figured out a pattern. That is, no matter how serious the disease is, as long as he doesn't die, his body will automatically trigger super recovery. Although the trigger was brief, it was able to keep his body organs safe and sound and functioning normally. The pop-ups from the netizens were still swirling in the live room. Chickens, bring that stupid dog of yours to court. Chicken, this dog has studied civil engineering, yeah. He can actually build foundations. The ancient giant chicken gave you a nod. There's nothing wrong with highly educated dogs. Grow chickens and beans. Chicken, ouch. What are you doing? Upstairs. Little black guy. Showing his chicken feet. Qin Feng also did not expect the effect of the live broadcast to be so good. At this time the live broadcast room was already full of cartoon chicken patterns. Zhang Ting and the others couldn't hear the chicken speak. After all, none of them were in the live room. Zhao Su walked over and kicked the golden hair out of the way, then took a shovel from the side and started digging. This dog, all day long he does not do anything, and the chickens in the house scourge. Xiang Ding asked very curiously from the side, Lao Zhao, your family still raises chickens, how come I don't see any chicken nests? Zhao Su yanked the chicken out of the soil, patted the soil on it, and said very calmly, where is any chicken nest? Such a big garden my mom must have scattered. The walls of this yard are so high anyway that these chickens can't fly out. My mom says free-range chickens are called walkers, and they'll be a little stronger and have better meat. Xiang Ding gave Zhao Su a thumbs up. Being rich is different. Even raising chickens is so elaborate. But this garden of yours is really quite big, and I'm a bit tired of walking, so why don't we go back? As soon as Xiang Ding finished speaking, the four of them turned around in unison. As a result, Zhao Su took 2 steps and then suddenly stopped in his tracks. Standing in place and pondering, Qin Feng waited for a while before opening his mouth and inquiring, Old Zhao, don't tell me you're lost. Zhao Su looked embarrassed. Mostly I don't come here often, and I'm not in the habit of taking walks after dinner. You kids are really lost. Seeing a few people making a move to fight, Zhao Su hurriedly pulled out his cell phone. Take it easy guys. I'll call and shake someone. It's my own garden. How could I get lost? Zhao Su directly told the housekeeper about the situation he encountered, and when the situation was made clear, Zhao Su hung up his cell phone. Okay, problem solved. Xiang Ding rolled his eyes at him. Settle my ass. Are we going to wait here for your butler to come over now? Zhao Su shook his head. That wouldn't be such a hassle. This garden at my house has a guidance system. A few people were confused. What the hell is a guidance system? Just when a few people didn't understand, suddenly a series of light bands lit up around the flower garden, indicating the direction by means of a rhythmic movement. The netizens in the live broadcast room were all shocked when they saw this scene. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is this real? I thought there was going to be someone to take them away, and then a guidance system really appears? This technique is not difficult to implement. What is difficult is to be able to take into account the fact that someone can get lost in the garden, which shows that the designer is a master of his craft. Sure enough, the happiness of the rich is beyond our imagination. You guys only see the light strips lit up, but you haven't considered that these light strips also need to be manipulated by people, which means that there are people on duty 24 hours a day at young Master Zhao's house? Without further ado brothers, I'm going to apply for a job at Zhao Xiao's house. Maybe I can even become a co-worker with those little cooks, and in the meantime, I'll be able to settle my own life's work. Don't bull asterisk 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 bro. Is there a possibility that those cooks are paid much more than you? They're all here for a golden son-in-law like Zhao Xiao and can't see you. Qin Feng and the others followed the strip of lights back. Zhao Su's cell phone suddenly vibrated. Zhao Su picked up the phone and a man's voice came from the receiver. Xiao Zhao, I've got a date with 3 girls here. Hot as hell. You hurry up and come. Don't say I don't take care of you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su's eyes lit up. Senior, righteousness, but 3 is not too few. Can I bring my brother alone? Why don't we call a few more? Man, why are you so greedy? Okay, then I'll call for 3 more. That's always enough, isn't it? Enough is enough. Senior, you position send me. I'll be right over. Chapter 48, The Knowledgeable Elderly Senior. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Su couldn't wait to take the 3 of them in the car and head to their destination. Qin Feng was puzzled. Old Zhao, where are you taking us? I won't participate if it's an unorthodox activity. I'm live streaming here. Zhao Su made a reassuring gesture at Qin Feng. Don't worry, brother Feng. You don't know what kind of person I am. Old Zhao, can I let you make a mistake? The person who just called me is called Chen Xiao, an old senior in our journalism department. He's the one who recommended me to study at Mordor University, saying that there's a future in this line of work. This old senior of ours is also a resounding number 1 in the journalism world. He's usually very busy. Today I guess he's free, that's why he's called on me to join him for a get-together. Zhang Ting said from the sidelines. This old schoolteacher of yours said there are 3 maids. It doesn't sound like a decent person. Zhao Su hurriedly emphasized. It's a party. Entertainment. Do you know how to write the word entertainment for entertainment? What's entertainment if it doesn't have women in it? But don't worry. This old senior of ours is actually a very gentlemanly person. Even if it's a party, he's very measured and won't mess around. Those little sisters are probably all very innocent sorts as well, so you guys need to be polite later as well. Don't make a move on anyone. I don't care if you get sent in. Once they heard Zhao Su say this, the 3 of them first breathed a sigh of relief and then lost their heads a little. A serious party? That doesn't seem like much fun. It didn't take long for the car to get to the place. A few people got out of the car and were dumbfounded. Isn't this a hot pot restaurant? Old Zhao, are you sure you're not going the wrong way? Zhao Su also wondered in his heart. After all, when Chen Xiao sent the address over before, he just sent the name of the store. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did I know a hot pot restaurant would be called Wei Yang? Who in their spare time would name a hot pot restaurant something like that? Just as Zhao Su was about to call to confirm, Chen Xiao reached out his hand from the second floor window to greet them. Cho, here, just come straight up. Zhao Su, it's still really in the fondue restaurant. Zhang Ting hurriedly said. Lao Zhao, words in front. If it's a meal, forget it. This outside stuff is not clean. I don't want to go into the hospital again. Xiang Ding also hastened to state his position. The food at your house is quite good. I'm really full, so forget about the meal. Seeing that the 2 were about to slip away, Zhao Su hurriedly dragged them back. What's your hurry? It doesn't say it's a meal now. Go up there first and see if it's really a meal before you run. Under Zhao Su's hostage, the 3 of them reluctantly went up to the second floor. Walking into the private room, Zhao Su realized that this was indeed a meal, and it was still a wreck. A quick glance showed that this private room had a lot of people eating hot pot before, and now there were only some leftovers left. Zhao Su wasn't used to it either and directly didn't give Chen Xiao a good face. Senpai, you specifically called me to say you have a girl. Where is she? Chen Xiao froze for a moment and pointed to the 6 duck heads on the table. Here, duck heads. I thought you said you didn't have enough duck heads for your brother to come over, so I added 3 more, making 6. Zhao Su gritted his teeth and said, who's talking to you about this duck head? I'm talking about the very spicy kind of girl, Chen Xiao said in a serious manner. Yes, this is very spicy duck head. This store Hunan cook get, packet spicy. You, playing dumb with me? Ha, let's go. No more games. Zhao Su turned around and was about to leave. It was also at this time that the door of the hot pot restaurant was pushed open, and a group of good-looking girls with different styles walked in from outside. The 4 men's eyes went straight for a moment. Chen Xiao put on his gloves and ate the duck head while snickering. Xiao Zhao, aren't you leaving? Why are you still standing there? Hurry up. As soon as Zhao Su turned around, he immediately came to Chen Zhao's side with a thick skin. Brother, you're my own brother. I knew you wouldn't let me down. It's really 6 girls. Brother, you're too capable. Chen Xiao picked up his chopsticks and knocked Zhao Su's head. What 6 girls? These are your schoolmates. Why don't you hurry up and say hello? The 4 of them were even more energized by this. You who? Still playing identity seduction are you? The 4 of them shouted in a neutral voice. Hello, senior sister. When the 6 young ladies saw the 4 in this silly manner, one by one, they laughed so much that the box was full of spring color for a while. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also envious when they saw this scene. When this senior said duck head before, I thought it was really a duck head. Now I realize I was too young. These girls look so pretty, and most importantly each one feels like a different style. Exciting. Yes you can. Crunchy's live content is getting more and more high quality. It's so much fun. After saying hello, Zhao Su couldn't wait to ask, old senior, how are we going to play later? Chen Xiao smiled and said, how else can we play? Find a place to drink. Chen Xiao glanced at Qin Feng when he said this and pointed at his button camera? Qin Feng froze for a moment and nodded. Many people knew that Qin Feng had a live streaming device on his body, but very few people knew exactly where this live streaming device was, let alone saw it at a glance. Chen Xiao wiped his mouth and said, Qin Feng, right, our crunchy college student from Magic City University, who has been causing a lot of turmoil lately. You are now the pillar of Mordor TV. Because of you Mordor TV's traffic has skyrocketed by more than 100 times. You are their money tree. Chen Xiao squeezed his eyes at Qin Feng. The gossip is that the Magic City TV station has procured a batch of better live broadcasting equipment, and it shouldn't be too long before they give you a chance to use it and try out the live broadcasting effect. Zhao Su slapped his thighs, picked up a glass of wine and said, it's still the old schoolmaster. The news is just good. Here, I'll drink to the old schoolmaster. Senpai, you can see that the food is almost gone. Why don't we just turn around? Zhao Su looked at the young lady next to him had long been itching to go to the bar to start the game. Chen Xiao blanked Zhao Su. What's the hurry? These 6 duck heads have only been served. Wouldn't it be a waste of food if we don't finish them? Zhao Su scratched his ears. It's only 6 duck heads. We'll eat them for you. Old Xian, what are you guys waiting for? Eat the duck head ah. Xiang Ding and Zhang Ting then reacted and hurriedly came up to take 2 duck heads each. Chen Xiao took off his gloves, looked at Qin Feng and said, young man, you have a lot of promise. With these eyes of mine, I'm never wrong about anyone. I have a hunch that our journalism department at Mordor University may have to rely on you to carry it forward in the future. Chen Xiao patted Zhao Su's shoulder after saying this. Xiao Zhao, buy the bill. Buy the bill and we'll go directly to the next game. This time you have to accompany me. We have to enjoy ourselves. Zhao Su answered and cheerfully went to pay the bill. Chapter 49, A Way to Deal with the Hostess Ant. At 12 o'clock at night, the 4 of them headed for the boys' dormitory with smiles on their faces. The netizens in the live stream couldn't help but envy. College students, life is good. No one cares if you go out to get high, and you can go back to bed afterward. It's so great. Upstairs, dude, you do break sentences. Do you know that it's dangerous for you to break sentences like that? Crispy's live room? No wonder my college life is so boring. Now that I think about it carefully, I realize that it's because I don't have any old seniors to bring along for the ride. Blunder. No. How did the 4 of them put up with it? It's amazing that it really is just pure drinking. My brother just enrolled his freshman year and he's a father in his sophomore year. That's how a college student should behave. When Chen Xiao took a few people to a bar to hang out, the netizens originally thought that something would definitely happen. After all, the bar, that kind of place, lighting dim, they have so many beautiful women around the company. Are all the blood of the young man. A little bit of physical contact will certainly be unable to resist. But the internet is still underestimating the 4. Zhao Su and their 3 families have quite a family capital. 3 people are growing up with a golden key, and the most important thing around them is women. If he didn't even have this kind of stamina, then Zhao Su would have already made a scene with his own cook. Qin Feng is because the family has no money plus is live. Even if the hormones burst, that also have to hold back off. Old Zhao, you can't hold your liquor either. You can't drink anymore after only 2 bottles. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm only giving you face by not drinking openly. If I did, none of you would be able to beat me. Xiang Ding sneered. Yeah, sounds like you're brave. The 4 of them talked and laughed as they arrived at the door of the dormitory, only to realize that the dormitory was already locked. The 4 were confused. Magic City University still has to lock the dormitory at night? Our school's dormitory is gated? Qin Feng asked. Zhang Ting glanced at Qin Feng. It wasn't before, but it has been since you made such a mess. What the school is saying is that it's tightening up student management to avoid any more surprises. Once he heard Zhang Ting say that, Qin Feng was a bit embarrassed. The former Mordor University was indeed quite open, with the dormitory doors open at night and students coming in and out freely. But since Qin Feng in the school after the accident, Lu Zhangyuan, for student safety, this piece of the grasp is more strict. And even this period of time, the school also everywhere new cameras. So what do we do now? The door is locked. We go out to a hotel? Zhao Su said very confidently. What hotel to stay in? You guys get out of the way and watch me. Zhao Su finished raking his hands on the doorway and shouted loudly. Auntie, open the door. Auntie, we're back. Do you just yell like that? Zhao Su, pickpocket on the door, called that a sad. Do not know, thought he was hostile ants to abandon. Shouting and shouting also learned to wolf howl a few times, causing the opposite girls' dormitory building. There are a lot of girls are poking their heads out to see. Netizens were happy to see this scene. If you don't know what you're talking about, is this a boys' dormitory specialty? The boys' dorms at our school are like that too. And every night someone does this howling. See that, schoolboys? When you're locked out, it's no use calling out softly to your auntie, who sometimes just wants to give you a hard time. But if you can shamelessly dry howl, auntie can't sit still and run faster than you can. That's nonsense. It's her right to lock you out because you didn't come back in timeout. But if you're out there dry humping and interfering with the rest of the students' rest, she's going to get a complaint. Zhao Su looks like he knows. Hold the ant to death. Very professional. As expected. As netizens guessed, Zhao Su ghostly wailed for less than a minute, and the hostile auntie ran out in a hurry with the key. Scream, scream, scream. The access control notice has long been posted at the front door, locking the door at 11 o'clock at night. Do you want to see what time it is now? The hostess aunt, clad in her pajamas, was very angry with a set of keys. Seeing auntie come out, Zhao Su said playfully, Auntie, we know that the door is locked at 11. We still took a taxi to rush back, but it turned out that the traffic jam on the road made us late. Auntie, just open the door. We'll be on time from now on. It won't happen again. The hostess auntie said with a stern face. No, open. I'll open it if you tell me to. and I'll open it if he tells me to. So what kind of doorstop is that? You'll be sleeping out here tonight, and I'm sure as hell not opening this door. If the shy and honest students saw the hostess aunt so strong, they must have been dumbfounded on the spot, not knowing what they should do. But Zhao Su, he has experience. Listening to the hostess aunt said not to open the door, Zhao Su, instead of being in a hurry, but directly twisted up, on the spot, shaking flower hand to a hot dance. Open the door, pretty auntie. Super invincibly pretty auntie. Open the door. We need to go back to bed. Why don't I shake one for you, auntie, and perform a Lai Choi dance? Hey, Lai Zai Lai Zai Lai Zai. Qin Feng, Xiang Ding, Zheng Ting, Webmaster. Shame on you. Zhao Su ******, are you playing around here? Originally Qin Feng thought that Zhao Su would have some good way to get the hostile aunt to open the door, but it turned out to be shaking flower hands and shouting. But I have to say this one does work too. The hostile aunt originally had a face that said nothing, but the result was that Zhao Su stood in the doorway and danced. Dancing and singing at the same time. The hostile aunt was more anxious than anyone else. You stop jumping. Brat. I told you to stop screaming. You're affecting other people's rest in the middle of the night. Can't I just open the door for you? The hostess aunt took out a set of keys in more of a hurry than anyone else and fumbled to get the lock open. Seeing that Zhao Su was still obliviously dancing, the hostess aunt walks out and shines a light on him. I told you to stop jumping, you can't hear me. Can you? Brat, you're going to die. Get your ass in there. Zhao Su's skin was so thick that the hostess aunt reached out and hit him several times, but ended up shocking her own hand instead. Zhao Su hemmed and hawed in disbelief, and even took the initiative to come over and hug the hostess aunt. Auntie, you're the best. You're almost as good as my mom. Thanks, Mom. Zhao Su's hug directly made the hostess aunt's face red. The hostess auntie raised her hand to hit. Who knew that Zhao Su reacted quickly and directly let go of her and rushed inside. After the four of them ran to a place where the hostile ants couldn't hit, Qin Feng couldn't help but give Zhao Su a thumbs up. Old Zhao, you're awesome. I didn't think you'd be so good at dealing with the hostile ants. Zhao Su hemmed and hawed. It's nothing. It's just a basic skill for every big boy. We're going to be living here for 4 years, and if you don't get in good with the hostess ants, you're not going to be able to mix for the next 4 years. As soon as Zhao Su's words fell, another group of boys' voices came from the doorway. Mom, open the door. I'm your long-lost son. Chapter 50, The Know-It-All. Once again, the sound of the hostess ant cursing came from behind her. The netizens in the live broadcast room all laughed out loud when they saw this scene. Mud. It's so true. Our hostess ants are the same way. Getting molested in all sorts of ways all day long. Boys' dorms are like that. A mom in charge of a bunch of ungrown sons. I still remember when I was a sophomore. There was an old man who stopped the water when he was taking a shower. That old man ran to his dorm room with a head of froth on his head, and was stopped by the hostess aunt at the door, and was criticized by the whole school, and was forbidden to run fruitfully in the corridors. Ha ha ha. Are all your boys' dormitories like this? Why don't you use a male dormitory manager? It feels like a female dormitory manager is not convenient at all. Upstairs, young lady, do you believe that the school today to enable the male hostel supervisor? Tomorrow the male hostel supervisor can be with the students to fight? The young man may be able to tolerate the hostile ants, but definitely will not tolerate the hostile uncle. Do not serve on the dry. Our school used a male dormitory manager, and we got beat up several times a semester. And then the male dormitory manager quit, and several students were injured. What's so inconvenient about it? I'm going to the ing bathroom and the hostess comes in with a mop to mop the floor. In her words, what bird has she not seen? Ha 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 ha. So damn true. I too took a shower when the hostess aunt came right in to borrow shower gel, and it made me all shy. Seeing Zhao Su and the others fighting with the hostile ants, the netizens in the live streaming room were instead nostalgic and had a very warm feeling. After all, those were the good old days of their youth. 2. After returning to the dormitory, Zhao Su and the three of them all went back to their own beds to lie down, all of them comfortably breathing a sigh of relief. Only Qin Feng first ripped away a dust-covering cloth from the bed and shook the dust from it. After all, this was the first time in all the time he'd been in school that he'd spent a proper night in the dorms. Just as Qin Feng was making his bed, a system beep suddenly came from his mind. Ding! New diseases have been unlocked. Please make your choice as soon as possible. ING unlocked again? No dude. You're giving me a day off. Hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng was truly scared. I haven't even laid down on this bed yet. This is just less than a day out of the hospital. And I'm ING updating again? Qin Feng knew it was useless to resist. After all, if he didn't make a choice, the system would make a choice instead. Qin Feng could only take a patient look and realized that the system had given 3 options this time: fracture, suffocation, and infection. Asphyxiation and infection sound painful at first glance. Fractures should be slightly better, right? Thinking about it, Qin Feng chose to fracture his bones. The host has made a choice, fracture. The disease will take effect in 3 days. Enjoy your experience. Pleasant you are. Get the hell out of here. Brother Feng, why don't you look well? Xiang Ding noticed that Qin Feng's face did not look right and hurriedly expressed his concern. If you feel any physical discomfort, you have to tell us in advance, so we can send you to the hospital. Xiang Ding nodded as well. Yes, Principal Lu specially instructed us to take care of you more. After all, you have a special physique. Qin Feng has been hospitalized one after another, and is now a notoriously brittle college student across the university. Everyone else was fine. After all, they didn't have much contact with Qin Feng, but these 3 brothers will be Qin Feng's roommates in the future, and they will have to live together every day in the future. Don't wake up one day to find Qin Feng dead in bed, that would be a problem. Qin Feng waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Maybe I drank a bit too much wine. My head is a bit dizzy. I'll be fine after a break." The 3 brothers froze at that. "Windy, didn't you drink hung ngao with cod pie tonight? You can get dizzy with this. Too much sugar?" Qin Feng. Right after Qin Feng died, not knowing how he should explain his words, suddenly the door to their dormitory was pushed open and a boy in basketball shorts walked in from outside, all smiles and enthusiasm, opening his arms to hug anyone he saw. "Guys, I'm going to hug my son." Zhao Su was pleasantly surprised. "Really? Buddy, you cowhide? Ah, congratulations, boy, ha ha ha. Man, you're welcome. Come on, give me a hug and a cuddle." After the boys hugged Zhao Su, they went on to hug Xiang Ding and Zheng Ting, who also wished him well from the bottom of their hearts. Only when the boys came to hug Qin Feng, they were directly told to get lost by Qin Feng. The boy hemmed and hawed. "Dude's brain is spinning pretty fast. You're Qin Feng from the journalism department, right? The brittle college student in our school, isn't he?" Zhao Su and the 3 of them, still with naive smiles on their faces, asked from the sidelines. "What kind of brain turns quite fast?" The boy waved his hand. "Hey, it's okay, I'm complimenting him. Brothers, introduce yourself. My name is Heat Song, living in the dormitory next to you. I'm nicknamed the Know-It-All. Anything in this school, as long as you guys want to know, pay me and I'll tell you. The news is guaranteed true. Of course, I know some of what goes on outside of school, but not all of it. Anyway, if you guys need anything, just call me and I'll do it for you as long as the money is there." Once they heard Heat Song say that, Zhao Su and the others burst out laughing. "Brother Tsong, you've blown it big time, right? We're freshmen. You're a freshman. We all just came to school a short time ago, and you're a know-it-all?" Heat Song glanced at Zhao Su and smiled. "Zhao Su, right? Your father is the Zhao district head of our district and will soon be promoted to deputy city head. Your father is the owner of 7 mines, with assets of over $10 billion. Your family has a dog named Zhao Gang, a golden hair. Your mother gives you $150,000 of pocket money every month, and also told you that as long as you can let her hold her grandchildren before you graduate from college, your monthly pocket money can go up to $1 million in the future. Your bank card pin is..." Zhao Su was shocked. Asterisk 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 shut up. Zhao Su, like he had seen a ghost, rushed forward to cover Heat Song's mouth. Who knew that Heat Song just hemmed and hawed? "Dude, relax. How could I really know your bank card pin? I'm just joking around to prove my strength a little bit." Whether other people believed it or not, Zhao Su really believed it, because the fact that Kali wanted to give her grandchildren before she went to college was only known to a handful of people, and they were all family members. Could it be that this Heat Song kid has planted undercover agents in his house? Xiang Ding asked skeptically from the sidelines. "Are you really a know-it-all? Then let me ask you, what color bottoms is Zheng Ting wearing today?" Heat Song gave Xiang Ding a blank look. "Dude, can you ask something nutritious? I don't even bother with questions like yours even if I knew the answer. It's too pedestrian." Xiang Ding, "Okay, then I'll ask something nutritious. What's Zhao Su's bank card password?" Zhao Su, Chapter 51, Crosstalk in the boys' dormitory. Seeing Zhao Su's confused face, the netizens in the live broadcast room burst out laughing. "No, buddy, you can't get over it, can you? There are always unruly people who miss my property. Pepsi, if I really knew the code, why would I need to come over here and be an intelligence peddler?" Seeing that Heat Song has been silent, Xiang Ding said with a slight smile, "Alright, it's not hard for you. Forget about it if you don't know." Heat Song sneered. 889,765. When Heat Song said this, Xiang Ding's face instantly changed. Qin Feng inquired with a curious look on his face. "How about it, old Zhao? Is it your password?" Zhao Su shook his head. "No, the dude's rambling." Heat Song said very calmly, "This is not Zhao Su's bank card password. This is Xiang Ding's bank card password. Am I right, Mr. Xiang?" Xiang Ding looked at Heat Song as if he had seen a ghost. "How the hell did you know that?" That password isn't even known to my mom. Hitsong, don't worry about how I know. Anyway, you guys believe I'm omniscient now, right? Remember, if you have any questions just call me Pepsi. I can provide any information as long as the money is there. After saying this, Hitsong turned around and left the dormitory. Xiangding was still in shock. The first thing he did was pull out his cell phone bank to change his password. Zhang Ting was also a bit confused when he saw the scene. Old item, he can't really be right. Can he? He's not clueless? Xiangding said furiously. Clueless one for me? A 6-digit password. Do you know how many combinations there are? That's wicked. How the hell did he know? Hearing Xiangding say this, the other three looked at each other. Does this Hitsong really know everything? Seeing Xiangding changing the password as if he was possessed, Zhao Su patted Qin Feng's shoulder and said, Alright brother Feng. We don't need to care about him. Let him change it slowly here alone. There are several dorms next door that we're pretty close to. So on your first day back in the dorms, go over and swing by? College life is not only to make good relations within the dormitory, but also with the neighboring dormitories are good relations, which is the meaning of collective living in the dormitory. Seeing Zhao Su and Zhang Ting take Qin Feng to the door, the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but talk about it. I miss this feeling of stringing together. When I was in college it was also the dormitory head who took us to string together, and as a result, when we graduated there were more than 24 good brothers, and now we still party every year. Ha ha ha. Our dorm room and the next dorm room are usually so good that they wear the same pants, but as long as they play a basketball game, it's just like ING and enemies meeting. One more than the other is ruthless. Brothers on the field. Life and death on the field. No problem. Is stringing together a tradition in your boys' dormitory in college? We girls' dorms are lucky to be able to keep the relationships within our own dorms in order. The girls' dormitory is still talking about what 4 people 10 small groups. Our boys' dormitory is different. All brothers in the university town. Not to mention the dormitory of this school strangers. I even went to the dormitory of the foreign school to stay one night. I can see that Netflix has done this kind of stringing before, and it's been a good experience. After all, guys just like to make friends, and the more friends you have, the better the road will be. The 3 of them went first to the dormitory on the left-hand side, which was filled with 4 people just like them. As soon as the 3 of them went in, they saw 4 bare-chested muscle-bound men, who were at that moment holding a stick each, sitting on their respective beds for exercise. This scene gave Qin Feng a dumbfounded look. What are you guys doing? The boy at the head of the group said with an expressionless face. Going through a workout routine. Why? Zhao Su hurriedly explained in a whisper. Don't make a fuss. These 4 are Cantonese, practicing dragon boat rowing in preparation for the Dragon Boat Festival. Qin Feng's head was filled with questions as he listened. What the hell? Rowing a dragon boat? Preparing for the Dragon Boat Festival? This ING just started school, big brother. Are you working so hard? After explaining, Zhao Su smiled and took the initiative to walk up and shake the other party's hand. How one? Come. Let me introduce you. This is Qin Feng from our dormitory. Brother Feng, let me introduce you. This is the dormitory head of dormitory 103, Du Hao 1, and these 3 are Du Hao Wu, Du Hao Fu, and Du Hao Gue. Qin Feng was once again shocked. How come you all have the same name? Du Haowen said very calmly. We're of the same race. So what's the problem? Zhao Su laughed out loud and said. No problem. What could be wrong with that? You've got a lot of siblings there. I can understand that. As the saying goes, brothers in war, sons in battle. You guys are kind of reading brothers. Great yo pretty boy. Zhao Su's sentence of pretty boy directly caused the expressionless 4 to reveal a smile, and the atmosphere instantly became harmonious. The corners of Du Haowen's mouth could hardly be suppressed, and he pointed his finger at Zhao Su. Brother, know your stuff. Your dormitory is truly blessed to have you as the dormitory head. Alright, in the future, if your dormitory encounters anything just talk to us. We, the 4 brothers of the Du family, will definitely help if we can, and we won't shirk our duties. Zhao Su beckoned, and Zhang Ting immediately handed over 4 bags of betel nut. Zhao Su shoved the betel nut into Du Haowen's hand, a small token of appreciation, and I hope you'll smile. Du Haowen's smile got even wider. Aya, you are too polite. We are all brothers. Why don't you come in and practice together for a while? You sit on my bed and I'll teach you to practice. Zhao Su glanced at Du Haowen's oily pectoral muscles and waved his hand to refuse. No. We still have to go next door to 102. You guys keep practicing. I won't bother you. Leading Qin Feng out of the dormitory, Qin Feng even closed the door with his hand. Qin Feng said with a curious look on his face. These old Guangdong brothers are quite interesting. Starting to prepare for dragon boat paddling at this hour, Zhao Su said with a calm face. This is what you don't understand. Paddling a dragon boat is just a show for us. But for them that's different. It's about family honor. The netizens in the live stream also nodded their heads in agreement. Dragon boat paddling in the north, honoring Chu Yuan. The south paddles dragon boats, to rescue Chu Yuan. I had the honor to go to Guangdong to see them paddle dragon boats. I'll just say it. That's speed and power. Where is the dragon boat? Simply ing blimp. The fish that passed by had to be slapped twice, and were directly knocked out by the water waves. Laugh your ass off. Ever seen a dragon boat drift? It's drifting in a drainage canal. It's silkier than I can drive. It's really fierce. Landlord dragon boat race understand. The clan donates $300,000. You are only worthy of hair water on the sidelines. If you win, you will give all tenants a rent reduction. But if you lose, I'm sorry, go to the ancestral hall and kneel for a day and a night by yourself. The saying that you can lose to the next province, but not to the next village, is still growing in gold. Chapter 52. Who brought a motorcycle to the dormitory? After Zhao Su's explanation, Qin Feng realized the significance of the dragon boat race to the Cantonese people. No wonder in the dormitory are still practicing. So it is for the end of the lunch to go back to secretly stun the clan. It should be said not to say that the Guangdong side of the clan culture is indeed better preserved. To be able to show their faces in front of the clan is indeed a very honorable thing. If they can open the genealogy alone, then they can probably do anything. Soon they were in the next dormitory. Zhao Su knocked on the door and a peculiar accent came from inside. Enter. Zhao Su pushed open the door and went in, and found 4 fairly good-looking, but not very tall boys who were currently holding a cell phone each, chatting about something. Boy. Auntie locked the door of the dormitory. How can I come out? Well, I really cannot come out. Don't be mad. I'll buy you breakfast in the morning, and bring you a bunch of roses? Only the money for breakfast you'll have to transfer to me. You have all my money. Qin Feng. Zhao Su. Qin Feng, Sichuan? Zhao Su nodded. This dormitory is all from Yunnan, Guizhou, Sichuan, and Chongqing, and they even made a group called something like Southwest F4. This one that's sending the voice is called Huang Rui, the dormitory head of 102. The 3 over there are named Exin, Song Qi, and Zhangyan. Just after Zhao Su's words fell, Song Qi, who had a toothpick in his mouth, said with dissatisfaction, Sazi Yun Gue Chuan Yuo. How many times have I said to you, that's Chuan Yu Yun Gue? Exin sneered. Brothers, shouldn't it be Yu Chuan Yun Gue? We are a municipality directly under the central government. Zhangyan, okay, don't argue. It's not just an order. Or how about this? We all take a step back and call it Gue Yun, Chuan Yu, and you, can we? Creep yo. You're the one with the big face. What makes your state number 1? Zhao Su also didn't expect that he just casually said it, and as a result, this dormitory got noisy. Seeing that the 4 people were getting more and more noisy, Zhao Su had no choice but to leave with Qin Feng and Zheng Ting, listening to the growing commotion in the dormitory. Qin Feng was a bit uneasy. They're not really fighting, are they? Zhao Su had a calm face. Don't worry, the fight won't happen. They fight every day because of this, and they don't know what's so great about this, but they're still nice people, quite enthusiastic. Just try not to eat with them in the future. Qin Feng, why? Zhao Su, hot ass. Qin Feng, it has been proven that having a good dormitory manager can save a lot of work. In the next hour, Zhao Su took the 2 of them to stroll through the dormitories on this floor and said hello to all the freshman boys. Everyone was also very enthusiastic when they saw that it was Qin Feng. After all, it was rare to see a student like Qin Feng who was famous right after entering the university, let alone a brittle college student who was famous by being hospitalized multiple times. The 3 of them were paralyzed with exhaustion when they came back after a round of shopping. Alright Windy, that's enough for today. Go to bed early. You have to go to early 8 tomorrow. Qin Feng nodded and climbed into his own bed. It was also at this time that his cell phone vibrated. Qin Feng clicked on the message to take a look, only to realize that his campus software had received a lot of friend applications and group ad notifications. Qin Feng took a cursory look at it and immediately found it interesting. They had a small group of 4 in their dorm room, followed by a freshman group, a freshman hacking and gaming group, and a freshman takeout group. There are all sorts of groups, and there are both boys and girls in these groups. Just as Qin Feng was dazzled by the sight, a freshman study group suddenly appeared in Qin Feng's field of vision. There are over 1,000 people in the study group? Are there this many freshmen at Mordor University? Just as Qin Feng was puzzled, someone in the group suddenly posted a video with a note that said English study material. Qin Feng had just clicked on the video when a woman's voice shouting yes came out from inside. Qin Feng's hand shivered and he hurriedly turned off the video. The group ended up posting several more videos: Japanese study materials, Korean study materials, Mandarin study materials, and so on. Qin Feng, This ing study material is not decent at all. The netizens in the live broadcast room all laughed out loud and squealed like pigs when they saw this scene. Ha 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 ha. What a study group. Cowhide. Foreign languages are good. Foreign languages have to be learned. No. Dude, is that bold? Dare to share this stuff in a big group of 1,000 people. Really not afraid of getting caught? What's wrong with that? We have people posting these all the time in our gaming group. And they're usually fine. As long as they don't go too far. There's a selfless bodhisattva in every chat group. The same way there was a know-it-all in every class growing up. I was wondering before what study group could have more than 1,000 people in it. Now I finally understand. There must be a lot of old seniors who love to study and haven't quit the group. Xin Feng's old face reddened and he hurriedly collapsed the study group. Lost count. How can you click on a group like this while it's live? Should have clicked on it in the dead of night. Never mind. I'm tired enough today. I'd better just go to sleep. Xin Feng was lying on the bed. Just as Zhao Su had turned off the lights at this time. Just as Xin Feng was about to turn off the live stream and go to sleep. Suddenly a sound came from the next dormitory. Lao Zhao. Did you hear anything? Zhao Su, hear that? It's like ing thunder. It's raining outside? Zhang Ting got up and looked out the window. No, there's no dark clouds at all. Where's the thunder coming from? Xiang Ding, listening to the commotion. It looks like it's from the next dormitory. Let's go out and take a look. A few people got dressed and walked out of the dormitory. It turned out that a few other boys from the dormitory had followed them out. You guys are out too? What's going on? Where's the noise coming from? It seems to be coming from this dorm room. Go in and check? Come on. I'll open the door. A dozen boys followed the sound to a dorm room and opened the door to him. As soon as the door opened, the sound of thunder seemed to amplify several times, startling everyone. They fixed their eyes on the room and realized that all 4 people in this dormitory were asleep and all snoring like crazy. The netizens in the live broadcast room had their faces numb with laughter when they saw this scene. Hey, I'll go. This dead movement. Those who don't know will think it's someone who's raising a cow in the dormitory. Is this a cow? This is clearly driving a motorcycle into the dormitory. And it's making too much noise. It's not snoring like thunder, I know. I can understand snoring like a cow. How come there are still people who snore like pulling a miter saw? Are you sure there's nothing wrong with that? Why don't we send the kid to the hospital? Ha ha ha. These 4 are also talented. How did they sleep? I also snore and sleep with other people who snore. It's all about who falls asleep first. The one who falls asleep first is immune to magic, and the one who falls asleep later suffers. Chapter 53, You Just Had a Nightmare. Lao Zhao. What should we do? The 3 of them looked at Zhao Su, wanting to wait for him to come up with an idea. After all, Zhao Su was at least the nominal dormitory head, and he was the one who maintained these dormitory relationships. Zhao Su frowned and said, "This matter is indeed not easy to deal with. Wake them up. There's a possibility that the harmonious relationship between the 2 dormitories will be destroyed. But if we don't wake it up, we won't be able to sleep tonight. It's hard. It's just too hard." Just as Zhao Su was entangled, Songqi from the Southwest F4 dormitory had a toothpick in his mouth and directly walked over to give the sleeping fatty a slap. Snap! The clear, loud voice startled everyone. Is this dude that tough? Isn't he afraid of causing conflict between the dormitories? The beaten fat man opened his eyes in a daze. What's going on? What's going on? Songqi said with a calm face. It's fine. You just had a nightmare. Fatty let out an oh-so-subtle cry, only to realize that their dorm room was full of people standing around. The fat room leader instantly sobered up. Holy, what's going on? What are you guys doing standing around in our dorm room in the middle of the night when you're not sleeping? Songqi laughed coldly. Sleep? How do you expect the rest of us to sleep if you don't listen to the commotion you've made in this dormitory? Dude, if you guys are going to snore, at least learn to sleep on your sides, right? What about buying a stop snoring device online if you really can't? What are we going to do? Forced to be your audience? When you guys are here in the middle of the night with your whole symphony? The fat room manager also didn't expect that sleeping and snoring at night could bring so many people here. He quickly apologized to all of them, saying that he would immediately wake up the others and change his sleeping position right away, and definitely not disturb everyone. Only after receiving the assurance of the fat room master did everyone return to their dormitories one after another. The netizens in the live stream saw this scene and talked about it. It's just sleeping and snoring. There's no need to slap someone awake. That's just rude. Just sleep snoring? Bro, when you can't sleep at night, you'll know how disgusting it is to snore in your sleep. Not to mention slapping him. I'd kill him. Cold knowledge. In ancient times there was a kind of torture that did not allow people to sleep. No matter how strong-willed a person was, if he didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, he would definitely go crazy on the 4th day. I had a roommate in college who not only snored in his sleep, but also ground his teeth. Turns out the dude transferred schools before he even finished his first semester because everyone in our dorm room targeted him at every turn. He tormented us at night and we tormented him during the day. Sleeping and snoring is not someone's fault, but it's a fact that he's affecting others. Since he's affecting others, he has to pay for his behavior. There was no talk all night. The next day, early morning, Qin Feng followed Zhao Su and the three of them to the morning 8. When Qin Feng came to the classroom, all the students in the classroom threw shocked looks at Qin Feng. Asterisk 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 asterisk, isn't that the crunchy college kid from our class who got out of the hospital? You didn't watch him live? Now he's more than just a crunchy college student. He has more than 200,000 fans on the platform. He's considered a minor internet celebrity. A fan base of more than 200,000 is called an internet celebrity? Brother, do you have some misunderstanding about netroots? More than 200,000 isn't even in the top tier. Okay, tease. This more than 200,000 people are actual real fans. There are no zombie fans. And there are also hardcore fans like Zhao District Head and Principal Lu in these 200,000 fans. So how can the average netizen compare to Crispy Brother? I can't believe he's coming to morning 8. It's unreal. He's not going to end up in the hospital halfway through later, is he? Listening to the comments of the surrounding students, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. Mud. This is not what one thought at first. When Qin Feng first entered the university, he thought that with his handsome face, coupled with his superb basketball skills, he would enter the university basketball team, play a few leagues to harvest a large number of fans and fangirls, and go to the peak of his life. You've seen Slam Dunk, right? Qin Feng's position for himself has always been Ryukawa Feng now, relying on his face to eat. As it turns out, it's now well and truly famous, but only by being sick and hospitalized. This wave is just against the odds. Just as Qin Feng was melancholy, 3 girls ran over from the distance with their notebooks. Hello Mr. Qin Feng, we're your fans. Can we trouble you for an autograph? Qin Feng didn't react for a moment. Ha? Sign what? The 3 girls said sheepishly. Just sign the words, Crispy Brother. Qin Feng, forget it. After all, it's your classmate, so bear with me. Qin Feng picked up a pen and signed quickly. Who knew that these 3 girls forced Qin Feng to take a photo with them after signing their names? And each of the 3 did a unique move of their own design. One covered his heart with a pained expression. One makes a vomiting gesture. There was another one covering his head as if he had a headache. Qin Feng is excessive. Face to face, right? The netizens in the live broadcast room burst out laughing and squealing like pigs. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing my ass off. You guys see Crispy's face is black. Who doesn't have a black face when you're taunted to turn on the big one by being plastered in the face? I can see that these 3 girls are hardcore fans, and they have designed these 3 actions well. Heart attack, cholera and high blood pressure respectively? Well, looks like we need to form a Crispy fan support club, and I'll be the president. Come on, stop it. Crispy is getting depressed. Looking at the backs of the 3 girls leaving, Qin Feng had mixed feelings. Favorably, Zhao Su patted Qin Feng's shoulder at this moment and said with an envious face, Brother Feng is really something. The first time you go on the morning 8 you have fans. When can I be like you to wind up with thousands of young girls? Qin Feng said expressionlessly. Don't worry. Stay with me for a longer period of time and you'll get your chance. After morning 8 is over it's math class. College classes are different from high school in that there is little interaction between teachers and students. As soon as the bell rang, the teacher made her appearance with her book in her hand. Nor do they draw students to answer questions, much less manage classroom discipline. Raise your hand to ask a question? Sorry, just ignore it. Want to go to the bathroom? You can just go out the back door yourself. What's the point of filing an application for something like this? College teaching is primarily a I talk about me, listen or don't listen kind of thing. Anyway, when the bell rings the teacher just clips her book and walks away. Stall? It doesn't exist. How much one understands depends on one's personal perception. As the saying goes, the master leads the door. The practice depends on the individual. This is why some students can even just take their laptops and play games in class, because teachers really don't care. After listening to a high math class, Qin Feng's entire body went numb. Didn't understand a word of it. Just as Qin Feng was about to go searching for videos online to teach himself, a tall physical education teacher appeared at the door. Everyone in your class, meet in playground 1 later for physical testing. Chapter 54, Pull-ups with dignity on the line. Holy, are you kidding me? You're going to college and you have to take a physical? Don't do it, teacher. I'm not wearing my gym clothes today. My strength will be greatly affected. You can't even go up 3 flights of stairs without gasping for fitness. Suffer for? Get your ass to the playground. Upon hearing about the physical test, a group of students in the class wailed and screamed. Seeing that everyone's reaction was so great, Qin Feng couldn't help but be a bit curious. Lao Zhao, it's just a physical test. Why does it feel like everyone is in pain? Zhao Su opened his mouth and explained. Our school is one of the 7 schools of the Dragon Kingdom, this you know. Right? I know, Qin Feng said. Because our school is one of the 7 academic institutions of the Dragon Kingdom, the results of the physical test are directly incorporated into the graduation assessment. If we don't pass the physical test, then we all won't get our diplomas. Hiss. As soon as he heard Zhao Su say that, Qin Feng followed suit and called out. That's sick. Other college physical education classes learn Tai Chi, practice yoga, and casually run a couple of laps and that's it. How come it's Mundo University's turn to be included in the graduation test? Unfortunately, wailing protests didn't help. Qin Feng followed everyone to the No.1 playground to gather. On the playground, 3 gym teachers had been waiting for a long time. As required by Mordor University's athletic assessment, physical education teachers are graded according to 1 primary and 2 secondary. The main P.E. teacher has the most power and is responsible for grading the P.E. tests for all the students, making plans based on the syllabus, and so on. 2 associate physical education teachers, 1 a counselor and the other a sports health instructor, ensure that there are no unforeseen circumstances for students during the assessment and training process. As soon as Qin Feng and the others had finished assembling, Zhang Ting bumped him with his elbow. Brother Feng, look at that female teacher. Her body is really good. Xiang Ding hemmed and hawed on the sidelines. Pretty, isn't she? Her name is Su Wei. She's a counselor at our school, 27 years old, single, and her favorite color is pink. Qin Feng looked at him with a surprised face. How do you know so much? Xiang Ding, she's in the goddess book and the campus forum. Don't you all visit the campus forum? Su Wei is ranked 21st on the goddess record, nicknamed the Little Pink White Horse. The 3 of them took a closer look at Su Wei and recognized the nickname. The color pink was well understood. Su Wei was wearing a tight pink sweatshirt that showed off her chiseled figure to the fullest. A small white horse would be better understood. Su Wei's skin was fair, crystalline and elastic, and she wore a ponytail. The little white horse deserves it. I just don't know if I'll be able to cut a deal with this little white horse teacher during the physical test later. Just as everyone was thinking about it, Yu Chang, the main sports coach, said with a cold expression, although this is everyone's first physical test, it's going to be included in the results. So I want you all to take this seriously and play to your full strength. There are 3 rounds of the physical test, which are pull-ups, standing long jumps, and a 1500-meter endurance run. Those who fail the physical test have 1 chance to take a makeup test. If you still fail the makeup test, wait for the credits to be deducted. First round of pull-ups. Su, you organize it. After Yu Chang said this, he directly turned around and left. He is the main athletic trainer, and things like exams can just be left to the 2 associate coaches, and he doesn't need to keep an eye on them personally. Upon hearing that it was Su Wei leading them in the test, the group of boys in the class were still very excited, and each of them was eager to try. As a result, when Su Wei brought them to the testing location, the smiles on everyone's faces froze. Isn't this the ING subway entrance? A physical test here? Teacher Su, are you kidding? Test here. Me. I'm embarrassed. MS. Su, my stomach hurts a little. Can I go to the restroom? It's not that people are pretentious. It's just that this test location is so awkward. Who would have thought that outside of doing a pull-up test was a subway entrance? This subway entrance and the test playground are also only stopped by a barbed wire fence. That means they'll have to do body tests in full view of passers-by. It's so humiliating. Facing the students who wanted to themselves, Su Wei put on a smile and said in a very playful and cute voice, No yo, from now on, no matter if anyone doesn't participate in the test for any reason, it's considered as an automatic abandonment, and the test score will be recorded as 0. Brutal. The netizens in the live broadcast room all laughed out loud, saying the meanest things in the gentlest of tones. She shouldn't be called Pink Charming. She should be called Sweetheart Killer. The pinker the color, the more ruthless the character. The ancients truly do not deceive me. Anyone who's ever played a gun game knows that you have nothing to fear when you meet a sunglasses-wearing bearded man on the battlefield. But if you meet a little pink-colored sweetheart warrior, then run. Isn't there a commander with a red book bag over at Goose? The battle record is gnarly and fierce, and he's killing like crazy on the battlefield. Without giving everyone time to react, Su Wei directly took out the list and began to call the roll. I'll call the names to come out for a pull-up test. 30 passes each. Zhao Su, Zhaowen, Zhao Huai, Zhao Su. Alright, 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 alright. Zhao Su originally thought that his surname was Zhao, and according to the alphabetical order, he must be the last batch to take his turn. As a result, Su Wei didn't follow the rules and directly ordered backwards. So true. Seeing that Zhao Su was nervous, Qin Feng reached out and patted his shoulder. Come on Lao Zhao, don't be nervous, you have to believe in yourself. Zhao Su took a deep breath and nodded with firm eyes. Don't worry, it's only 30 pull-ups. I'll take them. With everyone watching, the trio went under the crossbar and hung ready with their hands. Zhao Su thought he could do it at first. After all, he usually worked out. As it turned out, he realized that things weren't as simple as he thought when he dangled his hands up, because it was right in front of him, less than 3 meters apart. A group of people were standing outside the barbed wire fence at the moment, looking up at him like they were going to the zoo to see the monkeys. That's too much psychological pressure. Zhao Su tensed. It has the feeling that you are in the Olympics. Before Zhao Su could adjust his mind, Su Wei whistled. Start the test. Nima. That's a start? No, I can't lose. I can't lose face. Zhao Su was holding a wave of energy in his heart, roared angrily, and used both hands to make a strong effort. The veins on his arms bulged out one by one, and his face turned red. Even the whites of his eyes were covered with blood. Everyone was shocked by Zhao Su's aura. Zhao Su is really fierce. Chapter 55. Are you any good? Fine dog? Seeing Zhao Su's aura so strong, Xiang Ding and Zhang Ting's eyes lit up with excitement. Oh, my brother Zhao turned out to be so powerful. Old Zhao, charge. Let them see the strength of our 101 boys dormitory. Zhao Su's roar shouted all the boys at the scene into a frenzy. Even someone in the crowd shouted, no one is helping me to reach the green clouds. I will tread snow to the top of the mountain. Go Zhao Su, you're the best. Super Saiyan transformation. Gaia. The surrounding atmosphere had been mobilized by Zhao Su. Then all anyone could see was Zhao Su's teeth clenching, his hands desperately trying to pull upwards, and his legs stomping about in the air like a frog. A full 15 seconds passed, and Zhao Su didn't pull up a single one. His whole body was hanging in mid-air, feeling his whole body exerting itself, but he just couldn't pull it up. The atmosphere, which had been boiling with blood just a moment ago, froze. An older woman watching at the subway entrance spoke up. That's it? It's not as good as me. I can do 10. Crackle. Hearing this, Zhao Su was like a thunderbolt, and his entire body directly fell off the bar. All the boys in the journalism class hid their faces and sidelined their heads, wanting to find a crack in the ground. Shame on you. It's humiliating. The college student was taunted by a passing older woman. The netizens in the live stream laughed out loud. The sky is falling for the students of Mordor University. It's already bad enough to do the physical test, but as a result, this physical test is still done in front of so many people. What's the difference between this and the minions in the zoo? There is still a difference. You go to the zoo to see the minions need to give admission, but here you do not have to pay. Free to see. What do you mean? So many people just spectating. No one feeding bananas? I think it's a lot more fun than watching Hello. After all, the college students here can talk, and I just love seeing their embarrassed faces. The kid brother is the one who will really watch. His face is directly on the barbed wire fence. The psychological pressure pulls full. Look straight at me, cub. Looking at Zhao Su, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground. The group of people's hearts were as if they were dead. In the past the school physical test failed. At most, the credits are affected. The big deal is to strengthen the exercise next time to make up the test and then try to pass. But not in this case now. In front of so many passersby, if you fail the physical test, it's not just a lack of credits, it's public social death. Brother Feng, my physical fitness isn't as good as old Zhao's. What's going to happen now? Am I going to die socially? Qin Feng patted Zhang Ting's shoulder, wanting to speak. What could he say? Everyone goes through this today. There's no escaping it. Next group. Zhang Ting. Su Wei's voice was like a hypnotic charm, directly pointing to Zhang Ting's name. Encouraged by Qin Feng and Xiang Ding's eyes, Zhang Ting resolutely took to the field. Start the physical test. At Su Wei's words, 3 students performed pull-ups at the same time. It turns out that what is lacking in physical strength can be made up for with intellect. The other 2 students were waiting on the bar ahead of time, and only Zhang Ting was barely able to complete a pull-up by using the power of jumping upwards after Su Wei said start. The surrounding boys' eyes lit up when they saw Zhang Ting operate like this, and more, yet there are limits to speculation. After Zhang Ting finished the first one, the second one was never finished no matter how hard he tried. Instead, his whole body kept on chrysalis, giving a feeling of maggots squirming in the rotten mud. Su Wei walked next to Zhang Ting and softly taunted, "Are you good or not? Fine dog?" Crackle. Zhang Ting was struck by lightning and fell off the bar in a daze. The netizens in the live stream went crazy with laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing my ass off. Can you do it, fine dog? Congratulations, Mr. Zhang Ting, on the title of fine dog. Congratulations. Don't get me wrong. Fine dog is a word of praise from our side. meaning someone who does things carefully and meticulously. You puffer, don't mess with the science. Good. Worthy of being a counseling teacher. This sentence of fine dog gives me energy bars are pulled full. It's like a mental nitrogen pump. Any brothers who record screens? Please record this quote from MS. Su-wei alone. I'm going to use this as my wake-up alarm clock. You're playing pretty sick upstairs, bro. You like being called a fine dog, don't you? The netizens were playing a crazy game of stunt, but Zhang Ting's sky had already collapsed. Although he had never been called a slugger when he was growing up, he had never been called a fine dog either. That's too hurtful to the ego. Next group. Xiang Ding. Compared to Zhang Ting and Zhao Su's nervousness and fear, Xiang Ding was all smiles and confidence. Xiang Ding took off his jacket, revealing the tight undershirt inside, and a piece of bulging muscle looked at the girls around him and shrieked. Xiang Ding clearly enjoyed the feeling of being in the limelight at this moment. He walked under the bar and even did a couple of bodybuilding standards to show off his attractive body. Su-wei smiled and pinched Xiang Ding's biceps. You can do it, lad. You've built up your muscles quite well, but you don't think these are dead muscles, do you? As soon as he heard the words, dead muscle, the smile on Xiang Ding's face froze. Mr. Su, you can question my character, question my intelligence, but you can't question my muscles. How can these muscles be dead muscles when I've worked them out relentlessly every day? Su-wei gave an oh-so-subtle nod of understanding. Fine then, prove it to me. 30 passes. I'd like to see how many you can do. Just start when you're ready. Under everyone's gaze, Xiang Ding grabbed the bar with both hands, shouted and directly started doing pull-ups. 1, 2, 5, 10. Xiang Ding really deserved to have a full body of tendons, but he even did 10 standard pull-ups in a row. The spectators outside the fence all applauded and applauded when they saw this scene. The netizens in the live stream couldn't help but praise it. This is the normal college students should have the physical quality of it. Before that or what weak in vegetables like chicken. Buddy, college students are only just adults, usually either burying their heads in hard reading and doing homework or lying in bed playing with their cell phones. How can they have time to exercise? It's pretty fierce to be able to do 10. I'm the college teacher, and there's no more than 20 freshmen at my school who can do 10 pull-ups. Standard pull-ups are the equivalent of lifting yourself up by your hands. The lighter you weigh, the better you can do them. Those 150-pound fat guys, forget about it. He's considered fierce if he can do one. When Xiang Ding made it to the 15th pull-up, it was obvious that his entire body was physically exhausted. Just then Su-wei came to Xiang Ding's front and sneered. Che, dead muscle. Chapter 56, Sitting at Home. Trouble comes from the sky. Broken. The heart of the word is broken. How scenic Xiang Ding was just now. How humiliating he was at this moment. The entire Xiang Ding who came down from the bar was lost in thought, sitting side by side with Xiang Ding and Zhao Su, like three losers in life. The netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but feel a trace of sympathy welling up in their hearts when they saw the scene. This teacher Su was so brutal. She's practically a pink imp. She's really not planning to save face for these freshmen. I even suspect that this pull-up venue was hand-picked by her in order to break down these students' mental defenses. 30 passes is still too hard. Our school has a maximum of 15. And 30 pull-ups are just killing me. Even Xiang Ding, who is full of muscles, is like this? What will Qin Feng do later? Perform a sudden death on the spot? Just as the netizens were feeling worried for Qin Feng, Su-wei happened to name-drop Qin Feng. The other two students in the same group have gone to take their places under the bar. Qin Feng thought about the system's previous prompt and felt that if he went to do pull-ups now he might cause trouble for the school again. Qin Feng was also heartbroken for Lu Zhanyuan and wanted to let this old principal rest for a while longer and not be busy every day for his own business. So he said to Su-wei, Teacher Su, I just came back from the hospital yesterday and I'm still not very comfortable. Can I take the physical test after some time? Su-wei had also heard a little about Qin Feng. She was about to nod her head in agreement when Yuan Jinlong, another physical education teacher standing on the sidelines, was not happy. You're the crunchy college kid from the journalism department, aren't you? I know you. I heard that you were playing with your phone during a study session, and as a result, your instructor just criticized you a couple of times and you were sent straight to the hospital? Or something about high blood pressure, intracranial hemorrhage. Screwed up pretty bad. Qin Feng didn't say anything either. He just quietly looked at Yuan Jinlong. Since you know your own deeds, then why talk so much nonsense? Just agree to your own application, is not it? Even Su-wei, who has always been more strict with her students, also spoke up at this time. Alright Mr. Yuan, cut the crap. People and people's physique cannot be generalized. Some students' his physical quality is indeed weaker, which is quite normal. Since student Qin Feng has only just returned from the hospital, he must still be in a period of recovery right now. There's no need for us to be too strict. Student Qin Feng, go rest next to me first. I'll come back later to arrange your business individually. Ha! It's not Mr. Su. That's going too far. Just now you were a fine dog and a dead muscle. How come you've become so gentle when it comes to Qin Feng? Why? Just because Qin Feng is better looking than us? Not only did the boys feel unbalanced in their hearts, Yuan Jinlong was also upset in his heart. Qin Feng was about to leave when Yuan Jinlong spoke directly. If everyone is like him and strikes the exams when they are slightly unwell, then what kind of stuff will graduate from our Magic City University in the future? Weak Lin Dayu? Qin Feng, it's fine if you want to not take the test. Go find the head teacher and ask him to give you a special note. As long as the director of instruction agrees to you taking the test alone, that's fine with me. If he doesn't, you have to take the test today. Yuan Jinlong said this in a tough way, but the netizens in the live broadcast room were looking at him the same way as they were looking at a little cutie. Looking at him as if they were. No, isn't this dude just a gym teacher? Who gave him the courage to talk to Crunchy like that? Want to go in and eat a nest egg? What's the deal with eating woo-woo? Any buddies explain? What? Youngsters these days haven't even heard a classic like Tears from the Iron Window? It's the first song you learn when you go in. I'm holding a nest egg in my hand, and there's not a drop of oil in the dish. Singing Tears from the Iron Window inside is nothing really. Try singing Green Flowers of the Army in camp? Don't teach me anything, bro. You can't just sing this song. Something will happen. How much did Green Flowers in the Army kill? Let me put it this way. The song is sung in the morning and people arrive home at noon. When you arrive home you find the instructor cooking in the kitchen, the company commander boiling water, the squad leader chopping wood, the brigade commander talking to your mom and dad, and the chief of staff opening the door for you. Facing Yuan Jinlong's nonchalance, Qin Feng didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and directly took out his cell phone to call Lu Zhengyuan, who knew there would be no answer after a long call. Qin Feng called the director of instruction again. Still no answer. Qin Feng had no choice but to send a message to Lu Zhengyuan, explaining the situation he had encountered on his side. How about it? Did you agree? If you haven't agreed, then hurry over for the physical test and don't stall there. Qin Feng stared at his cell phone for a while longer, and after making sure that Lu Zhengyuan didn't have any reply, Qin Feng sighed and could only walk to the bottom of the bar. Seeing that Qin Feng was actually going to conduct a physical test, the three Xiao Su, who were originally lost in thought, suddenly came back to their senses. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Brother Feng is taking the physical test too? The physical education teacher is crazy. Teacher Yuan, Qin Feng's health has always been bad. He mainly came to accompany us for the physical test. He's all still in the recovery period and is very weak. Yes, Mr. Yuan, Principal Lu specially instructed us to take good care of Qin Feng. In order to prevent him from climbing the stairs, our dormitories have been specially transferred to the first floor. The matter of the physical test, should you ask Principal Lu's opinion again? Yuan Jinlong originally just couldn't stand to see Su Wei treating Qin Feng favorably, but as a result, everyone came to plead for Qin Feng, which made Yuan Jinlong even more angry. Yuan Jinlong sneered, I am the major in sports health. Do you think I know or you know? You just can't exercise strenuously while your body is recovering. What's wrong with a few pull-ups? What can go wrong? I still say that without the head of teaching authorizing a note, he must participate in this physical test, and I'll be responsible for anything that goes wrong. Yuan Jinlong's words shocked the netizens. I respect this Mr. Yuan as a man. Fierce, too fierce. Any PE students out there to say, does building muscles really kill your brain? No. One ranked crispy shark in the national service, with a checkable battle record. Don't laugh you guys, there are a lot of these unbelievers in life. Like if you tell him that you can't get a light bulb out when you put it in your mouth. Believe me, a lot of unbelieving big smart people will try it. Wasn't there a new cyber bulb on the internet recently? It talks about how you can't turn your computer resolution back up to 500%, and not as many people try it? Everyone laughs at Yuan Jinlong. Everyone is Yuan Jinlong. Question Yuan Jinlong. Ridicule Yuan Jinlong. Surpass Yuan Jinlong. The moment Lu Zhengyuan heard that Qin Feng was going to take the physical test, Maru Spice. Lu Zhengyuan, people sitting at home. Woes come from the sky. Sleep in the middle of the night, have to cry to wake up. Get up to pee, have to scold Yuan Jinlong this big smart a few times. Chapter 57, The Eagle with Broken Wings Flies Higher. Zhang Ting wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Zhao Su with a wave of his hand. Forget it, since Mr. Yuan has said that he's responsible for anything, so be it. The rest of us can't stop him if he wants to die. Let's call an ambulance for Brother Feng first. Zhao Su understands the human condition. Since we can't stop the tragedy, we can only minimize the damage. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Feng came under the bar and prepared to do pull-ups. At the same time, Lu Zhengyuan happened to pass by the side of the playground with a group of school leaders. The school's playground needed to be renovated during this time, So Ryu Young-won brought someone to examine the site in advance to see where the renovation should start and how it should be planned. Ryu Young-won and his group saw the students who were doing physical tests from a distance and were very puzzled. Director Zhou, what is that area over there? Why are so many students surrounding it? Zhou Jin smiled and said, it should be the students doing the physical test. These days Mr. Yu Chang is giving all the freshman students a physical test. Just like the mapping test, when the results of the physical test come out he will make a training plan for each student individually. Ryu Young-won was a little surprised to hear that. A separate training program for each student? Then this is a bit of a workload for you guys. Isn't it a lot of work? As soon as he heard Lu Zhengyuan say this, Yu Chang from the crowd hurriedly stood out and said, Principal, ensuring that every student of our Magic City University has a strong body is my duty. Something I should do. No hard work. Lu Zhengyuan looked Yu Chang up and down and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, Mr. Yu was very aware and motivated. It's just that the location of that place for the physical test isn't very good. How can it be right in front of the subway entrance? Although there is a barbed wire fence separating it, but the traffic flow of this subway entrance is so big, people coming and going, it will definitely cause psychological pressure to the students. We're all going to be renovating our playground anyway, so make a note to move all the facilities in that area to a different location in the future. And don't let the students face the subway entrances. It's not good for them. And the bar, double bar, these things should be added more, just add some more. Save teachers and students exercise time, so as not to hang a bar in the future still have to queue up. How troublesome it is, Ryu Young-won said as he prepared to walk out. Suddenly he realized something and stopped in his tracks. By the way Mr. Yu, your idea is good, but there's one thing you need to pay attention to. When testing and training students for physical fitness, care must be taken to control the intensity of the training and be mindful of the students' physical fitness and stress tolerance limits. Some students have a special physique, so you can't hold them to the standards of a normal person. For example, in this freshman class there is a student named Qin Feng, who is often sick and has a weak body. My advice would be that it would be best for him to just stay out of the physical, and the training program should be a rehabilitation program with low-intensity workouts like walking or free breathing. Yu Chang was dumbfounded after hearing this. Who is Qin Feng? Sounds like it might sound familiar. The most important thing is that there is a unified standard for the physical test, and all students follow this standard to develop their training program. So why should this Qin Feng not participate in the physical test? Once he saw Yu Chang's expression, Lu Zhengyuan thumped in his heart and said that it was not good. Mr. Yu, do you see any problem with what I just said? Yu Chang said very stubbornly. Principal Lu, I think what you're saying is indeed a bit wrong. As a professional sportsman, I can tell you, quite responsibly, that the nature of exercise is really a process of constant destruction and rehabilitation. It's like when we build muscles. How are muscles formed? It's in the process of working out hard, constantly breaking and regaining, so that the muscles become more and more developed and stronger. The purpose of our physical activity is to trigger over-recovery, to push the body to its limits and back again and again. That's why that Qin Feng student you just mentioned, Principal, needs to work out even harder if he's physically weak. An eagle cannot fly high without breaking its wings, and a flower cannot bloom without experiencing the wind and snow. As the saying goes, the sword is sharpened by sharpening, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. You young one? I'm talking to you about ing caveats, and you're filling my head with chicken soup? The surrounding school leaders also looked at Yu Chang with the eyes of an idiot. Does he not know who Qin Feng is? Laugh it up. The winged fledglings are here. Is he trying to educate Principal Ryu? Who recruited this person? Why does he feel stupid? I'm afraid he's not a retard. Lu Zhengyuan said with a sullen face. Coach Yu, you're wrong about that. Lu Zhengyuan was about to hammer Yu Chang again. Who knew that at this time? Director of Instruction Zhou Jin ran over with his cell phone as if he had seen a ghost, his face white as a sheet. School, Principal, student Qin Feng sent us a message. You should hurry and take a look. Lu Zhengyuan took a look at Zhou Jin's cell phone and his face changed dramatically. Nima, you really let Qin Feng take the physical test? It couldn't be that Qin Feng was among the group of students in the physical test over there. The sky is falling. Family, Ryu Young-won and ran like crazy directly towards the crowd of people taking the physical test over there. The other school leaders didn't know what was going on, but they also knew that something big had happened, so they all followed at the first opportunity. When Ryu Young-won ran panting, he saw a scene that made his scalp go numb, only to see Qin Feng firmly grasping the bar with both hands. The whole person was doing pull-ups with great effort, and Yuan Jinlong stood on the sidelines still taunting. As a man, you can only do 10 pull-ups? Put some effort into it and keep going up for me. If you can't do 30 today, then you'll fail your physical test and you won't be able to graduate from Mordor University in the future. I'm Nima. Who gave you the courage to say that? Lu Zhengyuan was so angry that he couldn't just rush over and give Yuan Jinlong a kick. It was precisely at this time that Qin Feng suddenly lost his strength and his entire body fell off the bar. Click it. Everyone heard a crunch, a sound that sounded like a woof woof snowcake being snapped in half. Ryu Youngwon went numb. It was as if he heard the sound of his future breaking up. However, Yuan Jinlong didn't feel anything unusual at all. He even felt that the voice he just heard was a hallucination. Seeing Qin Feng lying on the ground holding his leg and gritting his teeth without saying a word, Yuan Jinlong walked over and sneered. What are you doing lying on the ground? Hurry up and get up. Don't pretend with me here. I've seen many students like you. Do you think you can get out of the physical test by pretending to be injured? Yuan Jinlong kicked Qin Feng. Get the hell up. Click it. When Yuan Jinlong kicked at Qin Feng's other foot, there was once again a crisp sound. Yuan Jinlong froze for a moment. What's so brittle? Chapter 58 Brother, I beg you not to die. Yuan Jinlong swore to God that he had definitely not exerted any force with that kick. To him it was just a gentle kick to Qin Feng, wanting to give him a small punishment so that he would hurry up and get up from the ground and not play dead. Yet it was that light kick that resulted in that numbing crunching sound straight back. At this moment, Yuan Jinlong also realized that something was wrong, and Lu Zhengyuan even let out a sharp popping sound. Stop it! What the are you doing? I told you to stop. Lu Zhengyuan hurriedly ran over from the distance with a group of school leaders. Lu Zhengyuan's first reaction was to want to first pull up Qin Feng, who was lying on the ground. However, when his hand was just about to touch Qin Feng, he suddenly instinctively sensed the danger and hurriedly gave his hand back. No! Can't touch. His intuition told him that if he touched Ryu Youngwon at this time then he would be in trouble. Qin Feng, who was lying on the ground, couldn't hold back any longer and opened his mouth to scream miserably. Ouch! That ing hurts. My foot is broken. Ah! As soon as Qin Feng's hand that had been covering his foot was released, everyone saw that Qin Feng's right foot was as if it had lost its support. The calf bone snapped in two, and it directly hung down limply. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. There were even netizens in the livestream who were so shocked that they typed garbled codes. Holy, that's too much. You can just break your calf bone by falling off the bar? I went to the supermarket and bought a random pig bone that was harder than Crispy Brother's leg. The pig bone I bought wouldn't even break if it wasn't chopped by a professional with a bone chopper. Yet Crispy Bro broke it with a direct fall? You guys really don't say. I have a friend who also broke his leg falling off the bar. No exaggeration. Professionals tell you that if the position is odd enough, you can crush your own ribs even if you roll over. Because the weight of a human being is actually so outrageous that it counts how much force is applied to the unit as to whether the bones will break. My mom broke her leg going down the stairs once, and the key part of the staircase was only 4 steps in total. Which does sound outrageous, but it's true. You young one, Maru Spice. It's time to come after all. Seeing the softly hanging down calf, Yuan Jinlong's entire body was dumbfounded. As a kinesiology major, he of course knew that Qin Feng had broken a bone. It is only because he is professional that Yuan Jinlong cannot understand seeing such a scene at this time. Qin Feng wasn't short, and after his entire body jumped onto the bar, the palms of his feet were only about 30 centimeters from the ground at most. You could break your leg at this height? And it's still so outrageously broken. You're acting me out, aren't you? Then when he thought that the other leg was broken by his own kick, Yuan Jinlong panicked. He hurriedly reached out to tug Qin Feng, trying to pull him up from the ground. Mr. Qin Feng, are you alright? Click click click. Another series of mind-numbing sounds. This time everyone heard it clearly. It was the sound of bones breaking. With this tug from Yuan Jinlong, Qin Feng's entire arm sank downward a great deal, and not only was his hand dislocated, but it was actually broken along with it. Where have the freshman girls ever seen such a cruel scene? Some girls screamed and their eyes rolled over. The whole person fainted. The scene was chaotic. Yuan Jinlong looked at Qin Feng's hand, which had broken into several pieces, and was directly scared out of his soul. This kid doesn't have a serious calcium deficiency, does he? Where are the bones in this body? It's clearly a woofy snowcake that breaks with a direct force. Ryu Youngwon squatted to the side and watched in a cold sweat. A moment of fear. It was fortunate that he hadn't been impulsive just now, or else he would be the one who was scared out of his soul right now. That's nifty. That was close. But if he had just touched Qin Feng, then the rights and wrongs would already be unclear. What are you waiting for? Call an ambulance. Where's Qianliang? Hurry over and see what's going on. The school doctor Qianliang shivered and walked out from the crowd. He looked at Qin Feng, who was like a puddle of mud. After thinking for half a day, he didn't dare to make a direct move. Who dares to do this? Qin Feng was now as good as mud, and whoever touched him had bad luck. Qianliang could only make verbal inquiries from the sidelines. Student Qin Feng, how do you feel now? Where does it hurt? Qin Feng, Webmaster. Qin Feng, Dr. Qian. Can't you see where I'm hurting? Qianlian looked embarrassed. I can see it, but there's nothing I can do about it, so I can only talk to you to distract you. How about I give you a dance? How about a Lizai dance? I just learned it. Lu Zhengyuan's veins rippled, and he couldn't wait to kick Qianlian off. Lizai dance? Come on, man. Can't you see Qin Feng lying on the ground with his whole body dying? You're still thinking about dancing at this hour? You've ruined your brain with all that doo-wop. Lu Zhengyuan inquired in a deep voice. Qian Liang, the way student Qin Feng looks now, it shouldn't be life-threatening, right? No. Qian Liang said very confidently. Although student Qin Feng looks quite scary like this right now, the broken bones are all in the hands and feet, not any critical parts, and there are no vital organs or internal organs. Nowadays, medical technology is very mature, not to mention this kind of broken fracture. Even if it's a comminuted fracture, the hospital has a way to recover. So don't worry, Mr. Qin Feng, just hold on until the ambulance comes. Hearing Qian Liang say this, Lu Zhengyuan and a group of school leaders were instantly relieved. As long as no one gets killed. Even if Qin Feng became disabled for life, they could afford to support him. But if a human life was caused, that would be troublesome. Just as everyone was thinking this, Qin Feng, who was lying on the ground, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. At first, it was just a small bit of blood, but soon the blood grew more and more, gushing out continuously just like a spring, and it only took a few seconds for the clothes on Qin Feng's chest to get wet. Everyone felt creeped out at the sight. Ryu Youngwon was even more frightened and screamed. Money! Qianliang, you quickly see what's going on here. Didn't you say it's not fatal? Why is he spitting blood? Qianliang hurriedly went over to take a closer look, only to find that Qin Feng's chest was slightly sunken, and the sunkenness was becoming more and more pronounced. Qianliang, who realized this situation, immediately turned white. Flail chest. Principal. Qin Feng's sternum seems to be broken. It's killing me. Hurry up and call the ambulance. If we don't hurry up, we'll lose him. Nima, didn't you just smile and say you were fine? Are you reliable or not? Everyone watched as Qin Feng vomited more and more blood. His eyes grew dimmer, and his entire spirit withered. Puff. Yuan Jinlong, who came back to his senses, could not top it anymore and directly knelt on the ground, crying and kowtowing at the same time. Big brother, I was wrong. Don't die. I have an 8-year-old mother and an 80-year-old child to support. Don't hurt me. Chapter 59, Get a shovel and put him on the stretcher. Seeing Yuan Jinlong directly kneeling and begging for forgiveness, the netizens in the live broadcast room all burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, weren't you arrogant before? I still like how you were unruly before. Please recover. Coach Yuan, you don't want the people above you to know about your practicing dead students, do you? That's funny. Didn't he say before that he'd take care of anything? And then this? Yuan Jinlong, who would have thought that doing a few pull-ups could be deadly? 80-year-olds are fit as a fiddle. 20-year-old college students fall asleep. I'm still too well-rounded for Brother Crisp. Although Yuan Jinlong was crying, there was not a single person who sympathized with him. After all, he had been told long ago not to let Crunchy take the physical test, but he was just hell-bent on not listening to anyone. Well, something's happened now, hasn't it? The ambulance finally arrived on the scene a few minutes later. Along with the ambulance came Nanshan Zhang. When Zhang Nanshan saw Qin Feng lying on the ground, his eyes were filled with helplessness. What is it this time? It wasn't that Zhang Nanshan didn't want to progress. It was really that there wasn't enough time to progress over. Qin Feng had provided their hospital with too many research topics, and now many of the department heads in their hospital were treating patients while working on new topics, and they even had to pinch the clock to go to the restroom. It's too busy for that. It's simply too busy. Hearing Zhang Nanshan's inquiry, Lu Zhengyuan hurriedly told what had just happened from beginning to end. After hearing this, Zhang Nanshan also found it unbelievable and couldn't help but look at the single bar. You mean he fell off of this and broke his bones? Zhang Nanshan looked down again at the sandy area used for cushioning underneath the bar and fell into a deep thought. Lu Zhengyuan laughed bitterly from the side. I also know it's outrageous, but it's the truth. Dr. Zhang, you should hurry up and take student Qin Feng away. I don't think he can hold on much longer. Ryu Youngwon was truly scared. At this moment, Qin Feng's entire chest had sunken down a large piece. His mouth was not spitting blood, but his entire face was as pale as paper. His breath was weak, and he felt that he was already on the verge of death. Zhang Nanshan was worthy of being a professional doctor. Knowing that the more critical Qin Feng's situation was at such a time, the less anxious his side could be. He first briefly gave Qin Feng a checkup and found that Qin Feng's bones were so brittle at this point that he was at risk of fracturing his bones if he used a little force. So Zhang Nanshan called for 4 male nurses, and under his guidance the four of them exerted even force and tried to gently lift Qin Feng up. Click click click, how can that ring? Hearing this series of crackling sounds, Zhang Nanshan and the four male nurses were all too scared to move. That's outrageous, dude. We didn't exert ourselves. Why are your bones rattling again? Zhang Nanshan was shocked and sweating. Miscalculating. He did not expect Qin Feng to be even more brittle than he had imagined. Dr. Zhang, what should we do now? It was the first time the male nurses had encountered this. If you wanted to treat Qin Feng, the first step was definitely to send him to the hospital first. But Qin Feng's current state, not to mention sending to the hospital, can't even turn over and move. Zhang Nanshan was also scared out of his wits. He thought for a while and then said to Lu Zhengyuan, "Does your school have shovels? Bring over a few more shovels. Let's try to use them to shovel student Qin Feng onto the stretcher." "Ha? With a shovel? This is outrageous." Ryu Youngwon thought he heard wrong at first, but when he met Zhang Nanshan's determined eyes, Lu Zhengyuan instantly reacted that he was not joking. "Quick, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get the shovel." With Lu Zhengyuan's order, the school staff immediately acted. The first time to run to take the shovel, Xiao Su and the others were all stunned when they saw this scene. As expected of Brother Wind, things are always unexpected. I thought that foam might be injured, but I also didn't think that he'd be broken by the fall, let alone that he'd be shattered by someone's touch. This is too outrageous. Zheng Ting, I suddenly remembered that I even patted Brother Feng's shoulder this morning. Now that I think about it, I'm really scared. Xiang Ding, how dare you tap on Feng's shoulder? You're a tough guy. It's good that Brother Feng didn't break you on the spot. Why don't you thank him for not killing you? The netizens in the live stream couldn't hold their breath. If you don't know what you don't know, is it really possible for people to be that brittle? I am a medical student, and I can tell you that there is a disease called brittle bone disease, which does break at the touch of a button. But this disease is usually a genetic disease, and cases of sudden brittle bone disease are rare, almost non-existent. My 80-year-old osteoporotic grandmother has tougher bones than Crisco. Outrageous. This is the first time I've seen someone being shoveled onto a stretcher. How brittle must the bones be to really break at the touch of a button? With the efforts of the paramedics, Qin Feng was finally gotten onto a stretcher. Bai Bingbing, who had received the news, rushed to the hospital with a photographer at the first opportunity. Ms. White, why are you here? Seeing Bai Bingbing and the photographer standing in front of the emergency room, Nurse Gui Jia looked puzzled. Bai Bingbing, student Qin Feng has a fracture. He should be sent to your emergency department right away. Didn't you know? As soon as she heard Bai Bingbing say that, Gui Jia immediately screamed, running and shouting at the same time. Qin Feng is coming to the hospital. Qin Feng is coming to the hospital. Everyone hurry out and get ready. Bai Bingbing. Seeing Gui Jia so excited, Bai Bingbing was a bit puzzled for a moment. Bai Bingbing looked to the photographer. What's wrong with her? Why is she so agitated about Mr. Qin Feng going back to the hospital? As soon as Bai Bingbing's words fell, one by one, doctors in white coats walked out of the department, giddy and excited. I told you why old Zhan left all of a sudden. So it's because he went to pick up that brat Qin Feng. Well, I've been waiting a long time for that boy. I bet he's out of his mind this time. And all of us in the brain department are ready to go. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How can a human brain go wrong so easily? If you ask me, it must still be our internal medicine department. After all, these college students have an irregular routine in life, and the food they eat is not hygienic, so it's more likely to be poisoned. You're also too shameless. Your internal medicine department already has 2 new topics, and you want more? You're not afraid of staying up late and working overtime to die suddenly, are you? Hey. Medical research is something that will benefit future generations and go down in history, as long as I can achieve results. So what if I stay up all night and die suddenly? I'm happy. Hearing the words of the group of directors and professors, Bai Bingbing was surprisingly at a loss for what to say for a moment. Instead, the live streamers were very empathetic. Nothing wrong with that. It's kind of important that they do scientific research just like we college students do our senior projects. I have a buddy who majored in wildlife and lives in the mountains all year round for his senior project. So isolated that he's already almost as wild as a savage. What is this? I study archaeology. My senior brother went home to sweep the tomb found an ancient tomb. Worried about being tomb robbers first, he hard to sleep in the ancient tomb on the mountain for a night. Chapter 60, he's a scumbag now. The dragons have proven to be the most enterprising of all, especially when a certain thing strangely may involve reputation. Many people in the Dragon Kingdom will be as if they have been beaten with chicken blood, and they will go out of their way to accomplish this thing. After all, no one can resist the temptation of a single page of genealogy, let alone fame. If they were able to research any medical technology that would change the destiny of mankind through Qin Feng, Then they would truly have no regrets in death. Coming. Dr. Zhang and the others are here. Hearing Nurse Guojie say this, all the doctors stood on their tiptoes and stretched their necks, wanting to see what the situation was, and whether Qin Feng would be related to their department. Originally, he thought that Zhang Nanshan would push Qin Feng and dart in from the outside. Who knew that when Zhang Nanshan actually appeared in everyone's field of vision, it was a completely different look. Zhang Nanshan and a few male nurses were like pushing fragile old antiques. The speed of the stretcher cart didn't dare to go too fast at all, especially when passing through the speed bumps. Several nurses were using their hands to lift the entire stretcher bed upwards as much as possible to avoid secondary injuries to Qin Feng due to the vibrations. The doctors and professors were all dumbfounded at this scene. What the hell? Hurry up and push the person into the emergency room. What's the point of dilly-dallying? Old Zhang, you have arthritis? Hurry up and push someone over here. A few of the professors were acute and ran over to them ready to lend a hand as they spoke. Zhang Nanshan was scared out of a cold sweat. Hurriedly said, do not move. Don't move. Whoever touches the stretcher, I'll cut them. Where's old Huang? Old Huang from the orthopedics department. Hurry up and come out. As soon as he heard Zhang Nanshan say this, Huang Hong, who wore glasses, hemmed and hawed, and squeezed out from the back like it was New Year's Eve. Yeah. I'm here. Hey. Sorry guys. It looks like student Qin Feng is our orthopedic department this time. You all don't have to be too envious. You'll still have the chance in the future. I'll go first this time. Huang Hong felt that he had taken advantage of the situation. He cheerfully came to Zhang Nanshan and opened his mouth to inquire. How is it, old Zhang? What's the situation? Zhang Nanshan said with a very serious expression. The preliminary diagnosis is a fracture, and it's a very serious kind. The hand and leg have been broken, and the sternum has a visible depression. I heard that he has already vomited blood once. Do not rule out the possibility of damage to internal organs. Huang Hong also smiled at first. The fracture is good. The fracture is the professional counterpart but soon Huang Hong couldn't stop laughing. It was because he realized that Qin Feng's situation was far more serious than he had imagined. Nima, the sternum completely collapsed? This man is dying and you guys are still pushing slowly. What the hell? According to the current physical condition of Mr. Qin Feng, you might as well push him straight to the funeral parlor. Cam. It wasn't that Huang Hong was grumpy. It was really that Qin Feng's current situation was too serious. It doesn't matter if your arms or legs are broken. The big deal is that you are disabled for life. It won't affect your life. But flail boobs are to die for. Vital organs like the heart are wrapped in muscle on the outside. And on the outside is the sternum. The presence of the sternum and ribs hold up a space for the internal organs in the body. This space is large enough to keep every internal organ function at a safe distance, as well as to allow the passage of blood vessels and other conduits that transport nutrients. However, if Qin Feng had formed a flail chest, it meant that his sternum had lost its support. Those muscles that were originally used to protect the organs will now be pressed by their own weight on the internal organs because of the loss of skeletal support. For a short time people will only feel chest tightness and shortness of breath. Once this lasts too long, then it is possible to directly pressure the 5 viscera and 6 bowels to the bad. The worst part was that Qin Feng had already vomited blood, and his entire body was mentally drained. This indicated that Qin Feng's internal organs had most likely been pierced by the broken sternum. If he can't have surgery to remove the bone in time, Qin Feng will surely die. Quickly, send it to take a picture. Seize the time. We must find out what's going on with student Qin Feng's body right now. Huang Hong, who had felt lucky just a moment ago, was on the verge of crying at this point. Being able to bring Qin Feng back to life was a joyous event, as his research project had a future. But if Qin Feng died in his own hands, then not only would there be no new subject, perhaps his own future would follow. After all, Qin Feng was a living teacher of the great body. As a result, doctors from other departments have no problem treating Qin Feng. But when it's your turn, you've cured him to death, cutting off the direction of research for all the hospital's doctors. So tell me yourself what kind of future you can have. Seeing that Qin Feng's eyes were already completely open and his breathing was if anything, Huang Hong was so anxious that he hastily patted Qin Feng's face with his hand. Student Qin Feng, don't sleep. Stay awake. If you fall asleep here then your entire being will pass. Click it. Huang Hong had originally wanted to help Qin Feng clear his head, but as a result of such a gentle pat from himself, a crunching sound came from Qin Feng's neck, and the whole person's head tilted, as if he had lost all his strength. Holy, don't big brother. You do not scare me Huang Hong spoke with a sob in his voice. What the is going on here? I just gently patted. Why his neck twisted into this? Touch porcelain is it? Seeing Huang Hong so nervous, the netizens in the live broadcast all couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Qin Feng, sweating it out. Little old me. Crunchy, I'm not targeting anyone. I'm just saying that everyone here is trash. Now whoever dares to touch my brother Crispy for a moment, Brother Crispy will dare to die on the spot for him. Brothers, this is a bit too much, right? A doctor can break even with a casual touch? There's no rule of law in holding it, even if the netizens were not studying medicine. At this time they felt that Chin Feng should be hopeless. Doing surgery, doing tests, doing post-recovery exercise workouts, whichever one of these requires physical contact. At this brittle level of Brother Crisp, death is just a little bit faster and slower. But there is no such word as giving up in Huang Hong's dictionary. He first took Chin Feng for a full body scan, preparing to formulate a treatment plan through the scan. However, after watching the movie, Huang Hong once again fell silent. Bai Bingbing hurriedly got together and inquired, "How is it, Dr. Huang? Is student Chin Feng's condition serious? Will he be able to stand up in the future?" Hearing Bai Bingbing ask this, Huang Hong laughed coldly. Can he stand up? He now has comminuted fractures of varying degrees all over his body, and it's safe to say that the skeleton has lost its most basic function. If I had to give a rating, it would be scum. When Huang Hong said this, the live broadcast instantly boiled over. The netizens laughed out loud. I'm sorry, I know I shouldn't have laughed, but I just couldn't help it. Scum can be so showy. Ha ha ha. Chapter 61, Are you here to be a big body teacher? As a big body teacher, Chin Feng's performance could be considered quite excellent. Who can be like him? With comminuted fractures all over his body? The slightest touch and he breaks his bones immediately? This is definitely the first ever young guy to have a sudden comminuted fracture and to be able to live into his 20s. Chin Feng worked hard to give them a huge contribution, although it is said to be very grateful. But a good young man, one after another disease, this can still live? Is it real human scum or just human scum? There's a double meaning here, so I'm just going to ask Dr. Huang which of the two it is. Is he still alive? I just want to know. How did he do it? With multiple pathologies on him? The netizens laughed and laughed, but were worried. Bai Bingbing was in a little bit of a nerdy mood when she heard that. Then Bai Bingbing vision glanced ahead, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Still a little panicked. Huang Hong said, estimatedly, he will have to stay in the hospital for a while. In his condition, let alone standing up. He's talking right now, and there's a good chance he'll fracture all the tissue in his mouth along with it. Bai Bingbing. At these words, his surprised pupils violently tightened for a moment. A little shivering asked, then he is not only able to lie on the hospital bed and not move? A little movement, not finished? Then, can he be healed in this condition? Healing down, roughly how long will it take to bring it back to its previous state? Bai Bingbing adjusted her state, microphone in hand, interviewing Huang Hong in front of her. Huang Hong mouth corner twitching, facial look some stiff answer. I am afraid, need a long time, unless in the medical above. The knowledge of this area has a further understanding, perhaps also can heal his physical disease. To be able to heal himself is naturally the best. If it can't be cured, even medicine above is currently not much of a solution. Then he is basically just going to have to lie in a hospital bed. Huang Hong's answer was literally like a nightmare that violently fell from the sky. Scary as hell. Hiss. Bai Bingbing sucked in a breath of cool air. He even felt that this matter was overly frightening. A young guy in his mid-20s, just because of a physical test, suddenly suffering from a comminuted fracture. Can he take it? Can you accept that for the rest of your life? You're just going to lie in a hospital bed and probably not be cured? Don't dare think about it. How painful Bai Bingbing would have to be if this disease were to change to his own body. Then can I go visit him now? Bai Bingbing was worried about Chin Feng's condition and thought of hurrying to visit the patient. After he's done with the rest of the tests, we'll get him to the side of the ward. But remember, you guys, don't touch him. This guy, just the slightest touch could break a bone. Just a few moments ago, people touched his body because they wanted to test it. Ka-chow, ka-chow, click, multiple places, rattling at the same time. Upon closer inspection, basically all the bones were broken where they could be. They were quite happy that Chin Feng was a living big body teacher. But the problem was that this was an extremely autistic and desperate thing for a young man who was only in his 20s. Huang Hong was even starting to worry about Chin Feng. In his current state, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold himself together for a moment, let out a whimper, and then closed his eyes and lost his life. Bai Bingbing nodded cautiously. I understand. I'll pay more attention in a while, he promised in a hurry, really not daring to mess around. After a while of waiting anxiously, he finally met the living big body teacher, Chin Feng. Bai Bingbing's voice mixed with some hoarseness, worriedly asked, how do you feel about yourself now? It should be quite uncomfortable, right? He inquired coyly, his voice thin. Chin Feng, who was lying on the hospital bed, could not be seen from the outside. In reality, the current him had comminuted fractures all over his body, particularly uncomfortable. Shin Fong wanted to roll his eyes. This damn system. It was purely and deliberately trying to mess with him, right? One disease at a time. And the key to all of them comes as a surprise. And what's this comminuted fracture? He can't even lift his own hand. From a healthy body to a neuropathy. The point is, he wants to talk now. But the problem is, anytime he opens his mouth to speak, he could be comminuted. All he could do was stifle a grunt. Shin Fong greeted all the ancestors of the system. It's the kind that makes you feel angrier the more you think about it. Just ask, which normal system that brought him this kind of treatment? Shin Fong was really convinced. If he had known this, he wouldn't have counted on any system or anything like that. Now isn't it? The system was here. But the problem was that he was now about to be tortured out of his mind. Hearing Qin Feng's reply, by Bing Bing, as an outsider, was heartbroken. After all, it's a matter of human life, especially since Qin Feng was still young and strong. But suddenly something like this happened. I'm afraid that he simply can't accept it right now. And he's probably autistic himself. Bai Bingbing originally wanted to ask 2 more sentences, but suddenly remembered what Huang Hong had just said, and wanted to ask words. Hard to hold back. She said, your main task now is to lie down and get some rest, and don't think too much about anything else. Those doctors are already discussing how to go about healing your body. It is estimated that very soon, they will be able to come up with results on your matter, and your illness will soon be able to be controlled. What Bai Bingbing said were words to coax Qin Feng, mainly because she didn't want Qin Feng to worry too much. Qin Feng was not an idiot. How could he not know? As far as his current physical condition was concerned, as well as his illness this time around, there were few and far between on top of medicine. He was purely an experiment for everyone. How could he really be cured? Qin Feng was silent and silently closed his eyes, really not wanting to speak. He was as depressed as an accidental mouthful of. As for the several professors, they were right next to each other, carefully observing Qin Feng. Just one physical test and he's in this shape? Isn't your young man's body a little too weak? That's just it. I know you want to be a big body teacher for us, but can you do it another time? In a little while, maybe, if we know this area a little better, we won't be at our wits' end with this situation of yours. Young man, why don't you just stop working out? People work out to be strong. Do you work out to come and be a big body teacher? Chapter 62, Will he live? Qin Feng was told by them that it was what he wanted? It's the system that's despicable. He wasn't even ready for it. And up comes another disease for him. And what about comminuted fractures? Look at him now. What's the difference between him and an invalid? He's lying motionless on the bed, but if someone touches him, he can hear his body start to fracture like crazy. Qin Feng's face did not look good, and his eyes were hollow. The group of professors who were still snickering just a moment ago hurriedly shut their mouths, and really didn't dare to continue flirting with Qin Feng. Don't be angry. Huang Hong rushed to the side to pacify Qin Feng. Don't worry, all of us, we will definitely do our best to check the diseases and problems in your body, and we'll definitely not let anything happen to you, he said, and even patted his chest, promising up with a certainty on his face. The more he did, the more Qin Feng couldn't believe him. On the contrary, it was Zhang Nanshan who was beside him. He was calm and collected. Yes, we will conduct a thorough investigation overnight, so you just rest well. If there are any problems, you can communicate with us at any time, but according to your current physical condition, it's don't talk if you can. I'm afraid that once you speak, Zhang Nanshan are not good, and went along to continue to say, I'm afraid that Qin Feng himself cannot withstand the blow, fainted to death. Zhang Nanshan's expression was very serious. He dragged Huang Hong outside. So far, do you have any plans? Huang Hong drooped. What plan do you think I can have? This is the first time I have encountered this condition. Although I've heard about it before, about this type of disease, I've never seen it with my own eyes. Coupled with the fact that in the country, there are probably only a few cases of it. It's an extremely rare disease globally, and even though I'm in my 40s, it's really the first time I've encountered it. He had done research and development on this type of disease before, but it had been in a state of limbo, because there are no researchers available for him to study. Unless, of course, a big body teacher appears and the other person is willing to let them study it. On the contrary, Qin Feng was the great body teacher who was willing to let them study, and they were now equivalent to starting everything from scratch. Hearing this, Zhang Nanshan's face more than a trace of heaviness. This child, how to draw in Ji changed. He couldn't figure it out. For what he couldn't figure out, he didn't want to think about it. As for the several professors, they had rushed over and after learning about Qin Feng's situation, they didn't know whether to be sad or happy. Qin Feng had provided them with a lot of research value, but the emergence of disease after disease like his was really causing them to panic. A professor pinched his cold sweat. In his current state, can he really still live? He had a questioning look on his face. Another professor with a deep face shook his head with a serious expression. In my opinion, he is bound to die. Blah blah blah. Huang Hong hurriedly spat on the ground. Don't you guys talk nonsense. This child is blessed with a great life, and has made such a great contribution to all of us. God will surely harbor his safety. Absolutely nothing can happen to him. What kind of words are these? How can you curse a child like that? Realizing that they had said the wrong thing, a few professors showed embarrassment and were embarrassed to hold back those words they had just said. However, Huang Hong also made a mistake. The person was sent to their orthopedic department. But what was the difference between Qin Feng's current state and his entire body stepping into a ghost store? A checkup was a pain in the ass. Not to mention the blood tests that might be needed later on. The sweating Huang Hong really pinched his cold sweat. His situation. It's really not easy to deal with. Originally giddy, he had thought that it was finally his turn. You hurry up and gather the other professors. We'll all sit down together and discuss it to see how to deal with this problem. Zhang Nanshan was more rigorous, because the incident had occurred suddenly, coupled with Qin Feng's physical condition, which was in an extremely bad state. Something has to be done about it. Or, he was really afraid that something would happen to Qin Feng. With a more tense face, he immediately gave the order. Huang Hong also did not dare to delay, rushed to follow Zhang Nanshan's arrangement, and immediately dealt with it. He said, I know. I'm teaching everyone right now to get here as soon as they can and take care of it. Can he not panic now? He simply panicked. It was important to realize that Qin Feng's current situation was dire, and once there was a good or bad thing, it would really be all doom and gloom. Just thinking about it, he was now in a tense batch of emotions, and really didn't dare to delay, immediately summoning all the other professors. Everyone had heard of Qin Feng's reputation, and as soon as they learned of it, no one dared to delay and rushed here in a hurry. A group of people gathered. Where is that student? I want to meet him and check on him. I want to meet too. This kid, how the hell did he do that? After getting the inspection report, a group of professors with unspeakable faces gathered together and they were all silent just now. Qin Feng's condition was more complicated than they had imagined. As it stands now, the genus is silent. After some agonizing, the group rubbed their somewhat aching temples and were a bit at a loss as to what to say. Just now, and they thought they could study it while they were at it. But seeing that Qin Feng was only a young man in his 20s, he had suffered a full-body comminuted fracture. There was also the fact that his current state was no longer too different from being on the verge of death. In terms of his current body, although it had great research value and was, undoubtedly, providing them with research for them as doctors, but learning that Qin Feng was but just a young guy in his 20s, everyone stiffly held their words back. With heavy faces, they were more or less heartbroken by what happened to Qin Feng. That's too bad. He is now lying in the VIP ward. The situation looks very bad. Even look also very laborious. His current situation, I feel. Huang Hong lowered his eyes. He laughed happily in front of him. Now it is good. He is really hate to slap himself to death. People are so serious, and he's the only one, and he's even gloating there in front of him? Thinking about his own behavior just now. The more Huang Hong thought about it, the more he felt that he was a person. Is he still a human being? People are already so serious. I don't know what he thinks. But he has the nerve, grinning on the side? Let's go check it out first. A group of professors, just like looking at monkeys in a zoo, really scrutinized Qin Feng's condition. As for Qin Feng's good brothers Zhao Su and Xiang Ding, as soon as the two heard about it, they ripped their voices out and burst into howls. You can't die. Chapter 63, Where did the drama queen come from? If you die, then how can I live? I might as well follow you and die headfirst. The one who spoke was Zhao Su, who had the loudest voice, and this time, he was right by Qin Feng's ear, howling at the top of his voice. Those who didn't know would have thought that Qin Feng had died. Qin Feng's silence was golden. He slowly closed his eyes and kept calming the fire in his heart. He's not dead yet. This guy is right in front of him. Starting to cry wolf? As for the other good brother, Xiang Ding, he was sneakily wiping his tears at the side. The two were heartbroken. But this image, the more you look at it, the more chilling it becomes. Qin Feng, in particular, was probably getting a little tired of listening to their ghostly cries, and he just wanted to clear his ears and stopped. I'm not dead yet. You don't need to cry in mourning. If I die, I'll donate that money I have in my hand for the two of you to use. In the future, you must remember my kindness, but don't ever forget that you still have a person like me in your lives. Qin Feng flirted with the idea of having purely nothing to do. I'm just bored now anyway, so I might as well tease them a little. By Bing Bing, he was filming next to him. mainly filming Qin Feng's current situation. And in front of him, there had been professors coming in and out as well as various doctors. After a long time, Zhao Su and Xiang Ding, the two of them finally had the chance to enter the ward. As soon as they came up, the two of them then proceeded to cry a lot of ghostly wails and cries that were so sad. Those who didn't know would have thought that Qin Feng had died. Really? Zhao Su still had tears hanging on his face. And as soon as Qin Feng said this, he suddenly brightened up and looked a little excited. Then can you tell me your bank password? Before you die first? Otherwise, I'm worried that you'll die too quickly and won't even have time to tell me that bank password. Zhao Su looked resigned and ambitious. Xiang Ding kicked up. You shameless thing, can't you see what's going on with people? Come up and ask for his bank password. Aren't you too virtuous? Shameless. It looked as if a big battle was about to take place here. Next, I saw Xiang Ding with a doggy face and a fawning smile. If you sneakily tell me the bank password, I'll save it for you. After you die, you hurry up and reincarnate. Then come to me and I'll take you in style. What do you think? Xiang Ding even took a slight step forward and said cheerfully. Qin Feng is going to be furious. The veins on Qin Feng's forehead burst out in a somewhat obvious manner. If it weren't for the fact that his physical condition didn't allow it right now, Qin Feng really hated to give the two of them, one of them, a slap in the face. He was, right now, hovering at the gates of hell, and they were the only ones who had the good sense to come up and pull this whole thing on him. Get thee outta here. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. His face looked a bit grimacing. Get as far away from me as you can. The two men snapped and touched the bridge of their noses with a look of being thieves, especially Zhao Su. There were still tears on that face, and when he heard Qin Feng say this, he suffocated. Look at what you're saying. It's really hard to say. Who are we to each other? Want your bank password? How you still angry on it? Zhao Su mouth muttered, looking really unconvinced, also on the side, chattering endlessly. The more Qin Feng listened, the more he felt the veins on his forehead, erupting more and more visibly. He endured. When he got better, he had to teach Zhao Su and the others a hard lesson before he could do anything about it. Sure, Qin Feng didn't know how long he would have to wait until this broken body of his was ready. He wanted to cry and his heart was in his throat. Qin Feng, whose eyes were hollow, his sight was then dead ahead, with a pitiful look of pessimism and despair. He hate the system, blame the system, this dog thing, all day long tonight, just one to give him all kinds of bad ideas, all kinds of outrageous diseases, make him now or about to become the zoo side of the monkey. Let everyone visit. Qin Feng, I didn't expect it, but here I am again. Who can compare to me as a living father? You guys work on your research. I'll work on not getting sick according to the textbook. His state, looking at the contrast with his usual self, I feel that this time Qin Feng may definitely die. Qin Feng is my source of joy. You can't die for anything you say. If you die, then what will I do? Woo-woo. Currently in our country, there is very little introduction to this disease. In fact, even foreign countries also take this situation as helpless. So, to Qin Feng's next treatment situation, I feel a bit of a word, a disease that even the doctors can't do anything about. It seems that Qin Feng is really going to die this time. Just when everyone thought that Qin Feng definitely wouldn't live for a few days, he ended up holding on hard for a week. For a week, Qin Feng had been lying in bed, and since he couldn't eat, the hospital had prepared a liquid diet for him. As for going to the toilet and all that, there were also special people to watch over him. Only, as long as one touched Qin Feng's body, one could always hear a clicking sound coming from nowhere. The caretaker's spirit collapsed. He looked at Qin Feng lying on the bed with a hollow face, his heart about to break. The caretaker gritted his teeth, wanting to viciously spit at Qin Feng, thinking he was too fragile, but after thinking about it, the words were held back hard. His silence is golden. Under the sky, how can there be a man as fragile as you? You look like this. His sight, silently looking toward between Qin Feng's legs, in the eyes of everyone, he came to say, can you still exercise your man's ability? Qin Feng, crowd, webmaster, ha 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 ha. The netizens burst out laughing like thunder, bursting into laughter at the moment. This caregiver's thought process is nothing short of crystal clear. As soon as he came up, he asked such a difficult-to-cut question. How should Qin Feng answer this? As a man, lying in bed with a shattered bone and now being questioned. He can't. As a man, who can stand this kind of questioning? Qin Feng argued feebly, when I get better, I have to find a chance to prove myself. He gritted his teeth and spoke in a very unconvincing manner, mainly because what they said was just too hurtful. Is it too far out of line for them to be concerned when his problems are already so serious? What if it breaks later? It's fine if the caretaker doesn't talk, but when she opens her mouth to talk, it's a hit. Ahem. Lu Zhangyuan stood out and stopped the caretaker. leaving face for Qin Feng. Alright, you go out and have a good rest. Here, I'll do it. Saying that, he silently glanced at Qin Feng, quietly observing Qin Feng's state. Seeing that Qin Feng wasn't angry, he let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 64 Resuscitation. Dying. Zhou Jin, who had been silent, the big old man with tears in his eyes, went up and just wanted to grab Qin Feng's hand, when Lu Zhengyuan slapped him hard on the back of his hand and asked very seriously, "What are you going to do?" Zhou Jin was stunned and touched his face with a handful of tears and snot. His heart was really suffocating. "I'm sorry," he blinked twice and said in a serious manner. "Look at him. He's so young and has so many health problems. As a university instructor, I'm ashamed and heartbroken. It pains me to see him like this. Think about it, he is only in his 20s now. He got an extremely rare disease. Think. In the future, how can it be good?" Zhou Jin was right next to him, playing all his lifelong acting skills, sentence by sentence care, crying and explaining. It is estimated that in this life, he is afraid that he will have to lie on the sickbed. As a university teaching appointment, I am pained and heartbroken to the core. Right now, just want to properly pacify him, calm his mind. In the future there are us. No matter what happens, I will stand on the same line with him to go forward and backward together. He suddenly clenched his fists in front of Ryu Youngwon. He's a dead man's man. Lu Zhengyuan glanced at him, his brows knit tightly, and silently came. Your brain, shouldn't be crashed, right? Just now, when Zhou Jin came in, he was probably in too much of a hurry and accidentally hit the doorframe. There was also an additional red mark on this part of the forehead. Ryu Youngwon paused slightly, somewhat questioning this guy's brain, which might have just now given a bump. Zhou Jin, his passionate heart completely shut up at Ryu Youngwon's question. His silence is golden. Following that, his head shook like a rattle. Don't worry, headmaster, my brain, at the moment, is sound. Is that so? Lu Zhengyuan questioned, inevitably not quite believing the words he said to fool people. In a while, you go for a full body checkup, otherwise I'm worried. Your brain burned out. Seeing that the other party was full of sincerity, Lu Zhengyuan silently came up with this sentence. Zhou Jin, what's the difference between that and not trusting what he says? He paused and forced a smile. The most important thing is still Qin Feng's condition. What can he do now? Woohoo! With his poor acting skills, Qin Feng wanted to kick his body in the face. Isn't he ashamed of himself? Qin Feng's eyes were empty and he tilted his head with a face devoid of expectations, just staring straight at the ceiling. Oh system, please make me well. Lying on the hospital bed for a whole day, time a move cannot move. The slightest movement, you can hear the bones in his body began to fracture issued by the sound. It almost didn't scare these nurses to death, causing a group of people to run to him, at him as a left and right. Persuade sister she stop moving. If you really break your whole body, it's hopeless. The system didn't make a sound or even an answer. Qin Feng was pessimistic, looking as if he had lost the last bit of hope for this world. His spirit festered and he really wasn't in the mood. Tic-tac-toe. Instruments here suddenly made a loud noise. In the scene of the crowd, hearts have hung in the throat of the position, especially Zhou Jin and Lu Zhengyuan. The two were the most nervous, but if Qin Feng had a shortcoming, then they would really have to suffer. This student, who came in fine and, as a result, had all sorts of problems at their school. If Qin Feng died, it was estimated that the two of them would also die. They panicked. It was almost as if he was kneeling on the ground, begging the heavens to make sure Qin Feng got better. Principal. Zhou Jin had 2 tears in his eyes and his mouth was turned up, so it was really better to sob. It's over. It's over. They're really going to be screwed next. Just a moment ago, Qin Feng's instrument rattled, indicating that his heartbeat was plummeting. In less than a minute, a group of doctors raced to the side of the room and immediately took him to the resuscitation room. His life is on the line now. A bunch of them just waited outside, always feeling their brains buzzing. If he is gone, our careers be ruined? Ruined even if you say he is young. No life. This must be how life bitter ah? Zhou Jin grinned with a big mouth and cried, crying his eyes out. His was right next to a nervous Ryu Youngwon, followed by an interrogation. Lu Zhenyuan was already tense enough, and when he was also stirred up by Zhou Jin's crying behavior, he became even more annoyed. His eyes glared over at him fiercely, and he couldn't hold back the question. Will you shut that crow's mouth of yours? He was getting pissed off. Listen to this guy talk like a human being? Come up here and just lay down a ghostly cry. I am afraid that Qin Feng, who will be fine for a while, with Zhou Jin's cry. His soul was scared away at that moment. Bai Bingbing was also in a bad mood. He truly did not expect that only a day had passed and Qin Feng's state had already deteriorated to this extent. He was real nervous. Pray that he's safe. It'll definitely turn out alright. Bing Bing was standing right outside, his vision scorching hot as he kept staring at the resuscitation room. Crispy college students just don't say salvage. He absolutely can't die. If Chin Fong dies, then who will provide me with a source of happiness in the future? I've heard that foreign countries are more authoritative in this area. Or else, should we transfer Chin Fong to a foreign country for treatment? Maybe, it can even save his life? Those people who want to send Chin Fong abroad for treatment can stop. Just judging by Chin Feng's current physical condition, there's no way for him to make it to the foreign country. This hasn't even boarded the airplane yet, and I'm afraid that he'll break bones all over his body and lose his life. A sick note has been issued. It seems. Please Chin Fong, hurry up and get better. When you get better, we'll continue to look at you as a brittle skin. We can't afford to lose you. The hearts of the netizens are hanging in their throats with it, especially when they learned that Chin Fong had been sent to the rescue room for resuscitation. A group of people. They only felt their breath catching with them. They were very nervous as they looked at the big screen, silently praying for Chin Fong in their hearts. They prayed that Chin Fong would be safe and be able to turn the danger into a success. Chin Fong in the resuscitation room. His lifeline, at one point, was lowering. Finally, it's gone to zero. The doctors, who were present, were not about to stop. They're salvaging. They have always believed that a miracle will happen until the last moment. As for Chin Fong, he had performed miracles many times before, and with his body, he would definitely be able to carry off this crisis. However, Chapter 65 Resuscitation Success. Dropping. A full 5 minutes had passed and the miracle had not happened. With all the doctors resuscitating him, Chin Feng's body was still frantically fracturing, and now he was like a piece of loose sand, lightly touched, rotten to the core. The miracle didn't happen. These doctors have hollow eyes, especially Huang Hong, who had his big, giddy mouth bared in front of him. This time, he couldn't really laugh. Done. The sky is falling on Huang Hong. He looked feebly at the other doctors beside him. Is it really hopeless? It can't be. Instead, he saw the men, shaking their heads slightly. Who doesn't want to save Chin Fong? But the problem was that his current physical condition was so serious that it became a problem for them to even touch Chin Feng's hand. Just now, when holding down Chin Feng's chest, the intention was to resuscitate, but in reality, looking at it, it was purely to kill people. Inside him, the sound of broken bones kept coming out. It almost didn't make them lose their minds. As doctors, it's the first time they've been so at their wits' end. And when it comes to this, there's nothing they can do. It doesn't. Each with a blank stare. His situation is too serious. We really can't salvage it. A professor-level doctor. He was in a heavy mood, feeling that the whole person's spirit was followed by laxity, and his body just stood there breathlessly, looking at Chin Fong, who was lying on the bed with a pale face. A doctor, raising his hand, flung himself a slap. He hated his powerlessness. If I were more powerful, wouldn't I have changed the situation? Wouldn't that have saved his life? His hands hung down feebly, and caught up in his guilt he choked on his voice, and really could not help crying out. At this moment, the air pressure on the scene was low. They were all wondering, a little pained and pessimistic, really overwhelmed at the scene before them. Chin Fong, who was on the bed, was lifeless. He closed his eyes tightly and just lay there motionless. Everyone was silent. Faintly audible, the ringing sound of a group of people as they cried. The surgery at this point had been going on for an hour. The hour-long wait was torturous for those outside. Even the sight of a bunch of doctors running up and down the street made them unreasonably nervous, and they always felt that this was, well, getting scary. However, just as they were about to have someone go out and declare that Chin Feng's resuscitation was ineffective, a miracle suddenly appeared. Got it. One of the officers lifted his foot and headed outside, just 2 steps away, when suddenly, Huang Hong cheered. He's alive. Resuscitate. What? Only to see that the instrument was thinking again. 10 minutes after Chin Feng's lifeline stopped, everyone thought that Chin Fong had already died, while he, exceptionally, fought to survive. At this moment, a group of people were overjoyed, and on their faces, they couldn't hide their smiles. Stop dawdling and resuscitate. Chin Fong was resurrected. He had gone from inside the ghost gate, probably because he couldn't let go of this world. He ran back, but they now face another dilemma. Chin Fong was alive, but his body, too emaciated, the slightest touch, and the whole body rotted to pieces. In his case, if he was resuscitated, I'm afraid he'd be in so much pain that he'd hate all of them doctors. Pressing gently, Chin Feng's body made the sound of another fracture. Crowd. Although Chin Fong had a scare, but their current mood, a bit of a word, too indescribable, but they couldn't care less now. As long as they could save Chin Feng's life, the rest would wait until afterward. After 5 hours of resuscitation, Qin Feng finally came to life. A group of doctors wiped their sweat, their clothes drenched in sweat, each with a tired face, and headed out inside the operating room. Bai Bingbing and the others immediately rushed forward. How is Qin Feng now? A long, anxious wait. They had been outside, distraught, the group of people pacing back and forth, keeping a close eye on the door of the operating room at all times, expecting that light to go out and the news to come that Qin Feng was safe and sound. Finally, it was like the dawn. A group of people swarmed forward, each looking expectantly at the doctors in front of them. Why does it feel like things are a bit bleak? They're a little panicked. The frightened Lu Zhangyuan and the others felt like their hearts, as if they were gripped by something, were scared. Truth be told, they chickened out. The first to step forward was Huang Hong, his face covered in sweat and his entire shirt soaked. From the looks of it, you can tell how close the situation was just now. All good so far. That is, at the very beginning of the resuscitation, he suffered a cardiac arrest for 10 whole minutes, and we almost thought that he was really dead. Fortunately, after the tireless efforts of all the doctors and staff, his life was finally rescued from the gates of hell. Huang Hong, who said this, couldn't stop his heart from beating faster when he thought of the thrilling scene just now. Just now, there was a real scare. Almost, the staff present, might have actually given up on resuscitation. Luckily, everyone there was still patiently waiting for a miracle to happen, and Qin Feng didn't fail them, and in the end, survived. The group of people who heard these words, they couldn't help but have their pupils quake, and were so frightened that their entire hearts were already clenched together. And now what? Did you really save him? For sure. Is he alright? Zhou Jin tensed a batch. He felt like he couldn't breathe. With a tense face, he stepped forward and clutched Huang Hong's hand. Don't you gasp. Can you say it clearly at once? Huang Hong. What's wrong with taking a little sigh of relief and a breath of air when it's so dangerous just now and it's so hard to solve? Lu Zhangyuan was close to flinging his hand and slapping Zhou Jin in the face. He pulled him behind him a bit. When will Qin Feng probably be sent to the ward? Also, the phenomenon of his fracture. Is it still worsening? At the moment, is it necessary to contact a foreign doctor? I heard that those doctors abroad are more capable. Contacting them might be able to solve Qin Feng's problem. In order to redeem Qin Feng's dog's life, Lu Zhangyuan decided that he would immediately contact a foreign doctor to save Qin Feng. Even if it costs a lot of money, he doesn't care. This was a matter of their school's reputation. In case Qin Feng really mailed it, their academy, would it still be open? Huang Hong's eyes widened. No, they haven't even heard the results yet, and they're already questioning their abilities? Huang Hong was a bit unconvinced. In fact, our domestic doctor's ability is also quite good. It is not necessary to bring foreign doctors over. Huang Hong silently came this sentence, then said, Qin Feng is safe and sound now, and will be able to be transferred to the general ward in a while. What? Transferred to the general ward? What's going on here? Chapter 66. Can you stop torturing me? A group of people listened to one after another, really puzzled, taking the liberty of asking, what exactly is Qin Feng's condition now? Isn't he a comminuted fracture and was resuscitated for a round? That shouldn't be. Staying in the ICU? What? Are we going to push him into the general ward now? Everyone was puzzled and felt that the blood supply to their brains was running low. Realizing that he didn't explain himself clearly, Huang Hong's school statement, the matter is very simple. After our resuscitation just now, Qin Feng's body has improved. There's nothing too wrong with his body right now. Since there's no problem, then of course he has to be sent to the general ward. Strangely enough, Qin Feng's body was clearly severely deteriorated. With the slightest touch, one could hear the sound of his entire bones rotting and shattering, especially since the resuscitation just now had prevented a group of them from doing it many times. However, never thought that when Qin Feng's state gradually recovered, his body, in conjunction with the medication, a lot of problems, but also a little bit of healing? This is something that really eludes all of them who are doctors. Mind you, this is the first time they've encountered this problem. No, a group of people were full of confusion. They had been in the resuscitation room for almost half an hour before they came out to inform that Qin Feng was safe and sound. They pondered for a long time, but they couldn't figure out what was going on as far as Qin Feng's current body was concerned. A bunch of people's jaws dropped in shock. The more I listened, the more I felt my spirit follow me into a trance. Nope, Qin Feng's body was so serious. How did he start to get better? They were puzzled and confused, dumbfounded. Their brains twisted somewhat mechanically toward the people beside them, their minds as blank as if they had gone down. Puzzled, they felt unable to feel Qin Feng's situation. What's going on here? Bai Bingbing stepped forward. Then what you are saying is that Qin Feng, who turned into scum, his body is now starting to heal itself? It's not as serious as it was at the beginning? Pretty much. Huang Hong frowned and responded with a serious face. Just the day before yesterday, I also thought that Qin Feng would surely die. His whole body was crushed and fractured. Even when helping him with various tests, he himself was like a fragile doll. A slight touch and his whole body shattered. And just now, it was on the verge of death many times in between. With the efforts of all of us, we finally rescued him from inside the ghost gate. Originally thought, to rescue him from inside the ghost gate back, will only make his situation even worse. Behind the treatment, the difficulty coefficient will continue to increase. Just did not think. His body began to heal itself. A few of the bones he broke in front of him are starting to heal. Healing? In just a moment's time, Qin Feng's bones began to heal? Hearing this, not to mention by Bing Bing not believing it, even the netizens in the vast comments section, they followed suit and became skeptical. Who the hell is this fooling? How can a person have their bones healed in just a few hours? It's impossible for others. But Qin Feng is quite possible. But healing in a few hours. This kind of thing is a bit shocking when it gets out. I am thinking that this phenomenon is never possible. Could there be a problem with the hospital's machines or those instruments? What about an error in the investigation? I just want to know. What kind of god is Qin Feng? How did he manage to have his body shattered and fractured to the point of becoming human scum in one day? But a few days later, after the hospital's resuscitation, his body even began to heal? Ryu Youngwon and the others stood right next to each other, and the more they thought about it, the more they felt that something was wrong. But there was only one thought in their minds now. It's good that Qin Feng is okay. If Qin Feng has a shortcoming, they really can't take it. Thanks to that, Qin Feng didn't have much of a problem. Alright, people will bump into the ward in a while. You guys wait here patiently first. Qin Feng's body. There existed too many unimaginable problems that science couldn't even explain. Huang Hong now just wanted to hurry up and follow all the doctors as well as professors to have a good discussion about Qin Feng's condition. He scrambled and twisted his head into the inside of the office conference room. As for Qin Feng, he had a look of despair on his face. After a long period of silence, Qin Feng asked the system with a grudging face, I just want to know, can you stop doing such unethical things? I am at least a human life. How can I suffer such a toss? If this goes on, in a while they might wipe me out as an alien. What do you think of this? The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Wasn't this purely letting him die and then come back to life? And then die and come back to life again? To think that he was only in his 20s and had already experienced life and death several times. With this life history of his, this is written in a book to the extent that it can scare people alive. A young guy, what with his high blood pressure, comminuted fracture, got a whole bunch of problems at a young age. The system is silent. In the face of Qin Feng's protests, his silence was golden and he did not reply. Qin Feng was powerless to look at the sky, although he had long known that the system would definitely not answer the question he posed. However, Qin Feng still held a ray of hope to see if the other party could. For the sake of him being really pitiful lately, just don't make such a mess. And now look, pure and simple. He's dreaming. He wanted to cry, and his mood followed his exhaustion. Fortunately, after several hours of resuscitation, Qin Feng escaped from death. It is also considered to be a life retrieved from the ghost gate. When Qin Feng was awake again, before he could even open his eyes, he heard the sound of a sand sculpture coming from the side. Principal, do you think he will just die? The one who spoke was Fan Yong, and the more he thought about it, the more nervous he felt, his breath hanging in his throat. Seeing that Qin Feng had been lying on the hospital bed for several hours, he was still motionless and had no intention of coming to his senses. The more he thought about it, the more scared he felt, and that's when the rambling started. Lu Zhengyuan reached out his hand, and knocked down heavily on Fan Yong's brain. What kind of stuff are you babbling about here again? You guy, you just have to curse here on purpose, don't you? Lu Zhengyuan was really angry, and in a moment of irritation, he was close to getting Fan Yong killed. Fan Yong panicked a batch, said a bit grudgingly, that's not because, just now, people Huang Hong have said, he can wake up within an hour. The result? It's been several hours. He still has no sign of waking up. Can I not panic? The more I think about it, the more scared I am. I'm afraid that he will do something bad. Fan Yong said, really aggrieved. He is now afraid that the anesthesia effect has passed. Qin Feng said nothing to be happy to wake up. Chapter 67 Conference Room. Countless people's lives were pulled on Qin Feng. If he didn't hurry up, he could really scare everyone to death, especially as leaders. Since Qin Feng had been sick and hospitalized, they couldn't stop thinking about their meals, and every moment they just wanted to stay in the hospital and check on Qin Feng's health. If Qin Feng had any physical discomfort, they were able to find it in time while thinking of ways to deal with it as soon as possible. They thought so, but they felt that after coming to the hospital, they were tormented inside. always worrying that Qin Feng wouldn't wake up. Seeing Qin Feng in pain, their hearts followed suit. But if they were allowed to leave the hospital and stay inside the school, their thoughts would follow the chaos. They would follow the random thoughts and give themselves huge mental pressure. It feels like no matter which point they choose, their mental stress. None of them are small. Lu Zhengyuan couldn't look at him any longer. His eyes glared at him fiercely. Alright, stop crowing. Good, you do not look forward to some all day long nonsense. What things? Lu Zhengyuan slightly skimmed a glance at Fan Yong, always feeling that this guy was like a crow's mouth. Apart from talking nonsense, there was nothing else. He had enough of a headache just watching. On the contrary, Fan Yong was as if his brain couldn't react, and he himself was tangled up in the side, rambling endlessly. Good on. After Qin Feng had been resuscitated for about 5 hours, Qin Feng slowly opened his own eyes and looked at the white ceiling, and he knew that he, finally alive. Qin Feng, who was relieved, looked a little disheveled in his energy. His eyes were hollow, slightly confused, at a loss for words. His nerves were tense. The principal and the others approached and flattered Qin Feng. You finally woke up? Is there anything you want to eat? Just tell me and I'll send someone to buy it now. Just now. It was still the sound of cursing, especially Lu Zhengyuan, who spoke through gritted teeth. As soon as he turned his head and saw Qin Feng awake, he hurriedly and decisively, even somewhat doggedly rushed up and hurriedly pacified Qin Feng. Qin Feng blinked slightly and quietly looked at the other party. He was silent for a moment. In an extremely raspy voice, the latter spoke. I want some water. Drinking water? As the principal, Lu Zhengyuan couldn't care less. He ran around for Qin Feng, and as long as it was proposed by Qin Feng, he was doing as much as he could according to what Qin Feng said. He couldn't afford to make Qin Feng angry and sad. After all, if Qin Feng gets angry, his body will have problems again. For this reason, he was really nervous and cautious. The way he looked at Qin Feng was like seeing the god of wealth. Bai Bingbing saw that Qin Feng's body had improved quite a bit before he dared to interview. May I ask, how do you feel about your current physical condition? How is it? Is there anything else particularly uncomfortable? Also, regarding what Professor Huang Hong said, do you know what the situation is? Bai Bingbing was puzzled. During the time Qin Feng was not awake, he had gone through countless information, just inquiring about Qin Feng's physical condition, been wondering what the hell is going on with the likes of Qin Feng? However, the information above shows that they don't know anything about it. Currently, it could be said that Qin Feng was the first person ever to do so. In the past, no one had ever experienced this phenomenon with him. He searched for 2 or 3 whole hours, and in the end, found nothing. The information above indicates that they don't know what's going on. Qin Feng's condition was very special, especially his body, which was absolutely unique and definitely the first of its kind in this world. He performed numerous miracles and also provided a wide variety of essay topics to the professors as well as doctors in this hospital, and able to get them to research further. It was Qin Feng's special situation that made a group of them study it. In fact, each of them scratched their ears and were a bit puzzled. During Qin Feng's unconsciousness, they were in the conference room and had a meeting for several hours. There was a lot of debate, but we could never get a result. Qin Feng, who had eaten something, had almost recovered his body before he had the energy to answer Bai Bingbing's words. He. As soon as he opened his mouth, he laughed out loud. Crowd. Towards Qin Feng's smiling eyes, everyone kind of broke their defenses. What's he smiling about? On the contrary, during those few hours when Qin Feng was being treated, what was the difference between them being anxious and ants on a hot pan? During the period when Qin Feng did not come to his senses, they even felt that their hearts were hanging in their throats, and each of them was short of breath. It was hard to see him getting better, but seeing as Qin Feng's body had not fully recovered, these people, they really couldn't laugh. Only Qin Feng had a good heart and opened his mouth to laugh. Bai Bingbing was stunned for a second. He paused, a little unsure if he should laugh or cry. Without waiting for him to think of how to cope, Qin Feng's voice came again. I am feeling refreshed. What? Bai Bingbing's hesitant eyes glanced up and down at Qin Feng. Does he know that he has a lot of tubes in his body now? Are you afraid that something will happen to him? However, the reaction of the parties involved was unexpected by all. How does he have such a good heart? The group didn't understand and felt their brains buzzing. It was heard that Qin Feng's voice came quietly. I mean, my body is starting to get better. I can live one more day. I'm happy for myself. Just being a bit crunchy myself makes it hard for me too. He's more than crunchy here? He's clearly hanging around the ghost every day. The point was that the king of hell seemed unwilling to accept him, and every time he had already run to the gates of hell, he was sent back again. As for the body, it feels like it's recovering well so far. Well, at least it's not as painful and unbearable as before. The moment he felt his bones shatter in front of him, Qin Feng's heart, a little bit, followed suit. He expressed despair. He literally watched his body, rated as a comminuted fracture. He became what everyone calls a scumbag. May I ask, are you aware of the bones in your body that are healing? As the words fell, Qin Feng suddenly let out a miserable scream. Ah, pain. It really hurts too much. Fine. Dense sweat then flowed down Qin Feng's forehead. In just a few seconds, Qin Feng's body was drenched in sweat. And his situation, it looked as if it had gotten even worse. Huang Hong, who was still in the conference room, hurriedly put down their own meeting and hurriedly ran to the ward. They were on fire. What's the situation? Hasn't Qin Feng's body been brought under control? How come the situation has suddenly worsened? Huang Hong asked in a puzzled manner while running, a bit confused about the situation. Chapter 68, Don't Play Stalker. After they determined that Qin Feng's body did not have any problems, they entered the conference room in a hurry. The main purpose was to discuss Qin Feng's subsequent treatment plan, and to have intense discussions with some foreign personnel who specialized in researching diseases in this area. The other party was very interested and mouthed off about wanting to travel to China. This is definitely the first time in history that a condition so mind-boggling to them. They became deeply interested, and immediately purchased airplane tickets to China, just to come here to find out what was going on. However, the meeting was just halfway through when, suddenly, the unexpected happened. A group of professor-level figures, as if they had discovered something important, they were on fire and rushed in the direction of the outside. Those foreigners in front of the screen were dumbfounded. A dumbfounded group of people, apparently not figuring out what the hell was going on right now. They are confused. For a moment, they could be filled with confusion. What's the situation? How did all these people suddenly run away all of a sudden for good reason? Unknown to them, their brains were buzzing with it. Several professors rushed to Qin Feng's hospital room in a hurry. Only Qin Feng was seen to be drenched in sweat. His current state, looking at everyone present, his mood was complicated along with it. It's not. What the hell is going on now? Anxious, they hurriedly stepped forward, and then began to check out the heroine's body. A heartbreaking cry came from Qin Feng. Pain. He felt like he was suffocating. As he breathed, this lethal pain caused Qin Feng to come so close to fainting many times. The good thing was, probably because of the previous experience, and also because of the previous times, Qin Feng had had the same experience. He was obviously a little bit better than before in the aspect of enduring pain, but it was still desperate, especially the bones in his legs, as well as some important parts of his bones. During the period of growing well, Qin Feng's forehead was filled with fine and dense sweat. What the hell is going on with you? Everyone was tense and inevitably a little flustered. Looking at Qin Feng's current physical condition, they really couldn't help but pinch a cold sweat, and the more they looked, the more scared they became. Hurry up and relight CTVs and speed up. No one dared to delay, for fear that if they delayed for a second, Qin Feng's life might really be at the gates of hell. They're pretty scared. Scared to the point where their breathing becomes constricted. Scared to the point where they are, now, in a stage of panic. As for Bai Bingbing as well as Lu Zhengyuan and the others, they silently retreated to the side, trying as much as possible not to cause trouble for everyone. But they're also scared to the point where their foreheads are covered in sweat. It had to be said that as far as Qin Feng's current physical condition was concerned, in the end, it filled them with horror and their nerves were all taut. What's this? He was obviously fine just now. How come in the blink of an eye, he's like this? My God. It's kind of scary. I'm a little overwhelmed. Fan Yong and the others were dumbfounded, each of them looking at the image in front of them with a face full of horror. The more they looked at Qin Feng's sudden reaction, the more bewildered they felt, and many times they wanted to go forward to help, but they were at their wits' end when it came to such a mess. They're pretty scared. It shouldn't be a problem, should it? Fan Yong's vision languidly returned to his head, looking at Lu Zhengyuan next to him, who was just as frightened as he was, and his mood was all over the place. He was really nervous. As far as he was concerned, what he was most afraid of right now was nothing more than Qin Feng's body, having 3 lengths. What will they do if he dies? Qin Feng can't die. Once the thought arose, all of these people prayed outside, praying that Qin Feng would be safe and sound, thinking that Qin Feng might have a long or short life in a while. Their moods were always hanging in their throats, especially by Bingbing. She didn't expect Qin Feng's condition to deteriorate after a few inquiries from herself. Looking at his hand and the microphone he held in it, the more he thought about it, the more guilty he felt, and he stood beside it in a very low mood. His excitement wasn't high. To put it bluntly, what Qin Feng had just done had really scared him. He looked horrified. Bai Bingbing looked at everyone and spoke guiltily. If I hadn't asked the question, he wouldn't have gotten emotional, and it would have been even less likely. Bai Bingbing immediately blamed himself, and his heart was full of sourness and a little pain. Lu Zhangyuan had long since gotten used to it, and he soothed. The matter has nothing to do with you, so don't blame yourself carelessly. It's just that this child's body is just too brittle. It's normal for this situation to occur. Although Lu Zhangyuan was worried that Qin Feng would have an accident, but barring that, in combination with Qin Feng's recent physical condition, it was just too normal for his condition to suddenly deteriorate. The accustomed Lu Zhangyuan, he is very sour smile. The heart is really helpless. Of course he hoped that Qin Feng's health would get better, but of course it was only a hope. Taking Qin Feng's current weak body as an example, wanting him to get completely well could be more difficult than climbing up to heaven. With the development of technology, in this aspect of science and technology, it is more and more powerful. But Qin Feng's current physical illness was extremely rare. Take his current physical condition. It's not visible. He's really getting better. Fan Yong forced a smile as he said, yes, in his current physical condition, he will definitely trigger some accidents. As for you, don't worry blindly. Just wait here patiently. Maybe in a while, some miracle will happen. He said, let's be patient. Qin Feng was blessed with a great life and surely nothing would happen to him. No, is he in such a serious condition? I thought that he was safe and sound. Who would have thought that it would be this bad? I was making fun of him before, but now I see that something's not right. I'll never joke about him again, and I hope he gets better soon and it doesn't get any worse. Oh my God. Heartfelt prayer that all is well. It's generally evident that he's in real pain. I guess the pain has just been compounded. That's why he can't help but yell out. I apologize for what I said earlier. For a young man to be afflicted with such a disease, and crucially to bring joy to everyone. Suddenly I felt I was being a bit selfish and self-serving. In the front, people are still playing Terpsichorean, but in the back, people are cautious and panicky. They're pretty scared, at least, seeing that Qin Feng was physically uncomfortable. They didn't come to be nervous. The roar just now was heard loud and clear. It's sad. The roar tore at his heart. From the sound of his voice, Qin Feng seemed desperate. The more a group of people who are playing Terrier, the more they hear about it, the more panicked they get. Chapter 69, Ants in the Hot Pot. Everyone was in a hurry like ants on a hot pan. They were scared out of their minds, seeing that Qin Feng had finally come out from inside the operating room. Although his condition had not improved, it was good enough for him to chat with everyone outside as opposed to staying in the operating room all the time. Who would have thought that not much later, Qin Feng looked even worse? He was white and really miserable. And, looking at the cold sweat flowing out of his entire body, the group of people really felt more and more alarmed. Lu Zhangyuan walked back and forth outside. It's fine. It will be fine, he muttered to himself, constantly praying in his heart that Qin Feng was safe and sound. Fan Yong pacified him. Yes, he will be safe. Don't worry, principal. He said not to worry, but in reality he was already worried himself. He was kinda horrified. He was scared to death of himself, and had that little bit of a forced smile. And then there was Bai Bingbing, whose heart really went up and down in a terrible way. He forced a smile of embarrassment. To think that his question had only just come out a moment ago. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng's condition began to deteriorate and he started to emit miserable screams of pain. And he, with his hands full, panicked the whole time. Thinking back to just now, his brain buzzed and he was a bit overwhelmed. What to do? What the hell should I do? His eyes were hollow, and he was really in a daze. The guilty Bai Bingbing could only keep praying that Qin Feng was safe and sound. After about a few minutes, Qin Feng's inspection report came out. Huang Hong forced a smile, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. When he walked out, a group of people came in with a bang, their hearts racing. They were in a terrible mood. How is it, Qin Feng? He should be fine, right? Yeah. What the hell happened to that test result? Looking at everyone's expectant eyes, Huang Hong explained, as of now, Qin Feng's body hasn't changed much. Then why is he roaring all of a sudden? That's too wrong, isn't it? Saying that it wasn't too much of a situation, but Qin Feng had just now, clearly screamed in agony, and it was obvious at a glance that something was very wrong with him. No, they felt that Huang Hong was fooling them. Just listen to Huang Hong explain. You guys hear me out first. He was also helpless. The words had not even been finished yet. This one, already so anxious to go along further. He cried and laughed, but he could also feel everyone's concern for Qin Feng, realizing that they were too nervous. The group of people were kinda embarrassed, but they were all looking out for Qin Feng's safety, and recalling Qin Feng's state just now, the more they looked at him, the more they felt that something was wrong. Huang Hong went on to say, on the surface it doesn't look like there's much of a problem, but surprisingly, those locations where he broke his bones in front of him are clearly showing signs of healing. This time, a group of people froze in their tracks. The sound was deafening. They were confused and were in a daze. No, Qin Feng, who was unwell yesterday, was sent to the hospital to be rescued. In the end, he was judged to have suffered a comminuted fracture all over his body. He has a very bad case and an extremely rare case in the country. After yesterday's resuscitation, Qin Feng's body improved and didn't deteriorate any further seriously. But getting better so quickly? Is he fooling around with this disease? Lu Zhangyuan, who was most hopeful that Qin Feng would get better, was shocked. Dr. Huang, are you deliberately trying to fool us into being happy? His condition is not very serious? But according to what you're saying right now, how do I feel that he's in a hardened physical condition? There's nothing wrong with him at all. He swallowed hard, getting really nervous next to him. He always felt that it wasn't that simple. Just these things were completely beyond his imagination. The more he really thought about it, the more wrong he felt. Not to mention Lu Zhangyuan, who couldn't figure it out. Even Huang Hong hadn't figured it out by now. He's this collectively called a medical miracle. And at the moment, we're also a little curious about what exactly is going on with its body structure in this change. Huang Hong also suddenly grinned when he said this. Qin Feng had brought them a huge surprise this time. It's very much a study. Qin Feng's physical changes were more interesting than Huang Hong had imagined. His eyes suddenly lit up. And here, there was truly an undisguised ecstasy of surprise. Thinking about Qin Feng's current changes, the more he thought about it, the more excited he felt. It was finally his turn. Those doctors and professors in the front, all day long, waste their sleep and food, constantly studying Qin Feng's case, targeted research, as well as still living large body teachers. Originally, they had a headache, especially with this starting body, and there is no breakthrough at this point. In fact, people are quite headstrong, seeing that there are more and more patients, and they are even starting to get younger. People obviously want to have further research, but earlier, there really wasn't much of a chance. Qin Feng's appearance was like turning the situation of a chessboard around in an instant. After this recent period of research, they had made a breakthrough. This young man, Qin Feng, had brought many miracles to medicine. Finally, such a benefit came to Huang Hong. Huang Hong was still panicking in front of him, afraid that Qin Feng, the living teacher of great physical fitness, would end up losing his life because of a comminuted fracture, an extremely rare condition. Fortunately, he's showing signs of improvement. However, his bones were now somewhat healed, and it was estimated that it would take more than half a month before he could actually be discharged from the hospital. He glanced at the anxious Lu Zhangyuan. Don't worry, his current physical condition is moving in a good direction. A little bit, but it's because of the fracture. Even if Qin Feng's body is good, it will take at least half a month or more than a month for him to really get better. With all of us doctors around, and the great contribution he's made to us, we'll do everything we can, with all our might, to him. Don't you guys worry about it. Huang Hong could see that as the principal, Lu Zhangyuan, he was really worried about Qin Feng's health. Although, a large part of the reason here was most likely because, should Qin Feng have a shortcoming, on the school side, his reputation might be in tatters. But, from his eyes, it could be seen that he was genuinely worried about Qin Feng. That's good. Ryu Youngwon was relieved in the end, and he let out a long breath as if he was relieved. He said, as long as he's okay, it's okay. He's a middle-aged man who was already in his 50s and is looking to cross the stage of old age that everyone talks about. Just as he, originally, was able to spend a few years unharmed, after which he retired to retirement. But the appearance of this guy Qin Feng, the genius, did not give him a whole collapse. Chapter 70 is scary. It's a day that doesn't move a whole lot of. He's that old, and he's scared to death of these things all day long. He felt that if he continued to serve in the school for a year, he was afraid that, in a year's time, he would be gray-haired, in his 50s, and looking as old as he was in his 80s. He couldn't help but force a smile at the thought. Ryu Youngwon sat on his butt. Right now he really didn't want to care about image or anything like that. He just looked exhausted. How can Fan Yong be any different? Fan Yong similarly sat on his butt. The two grabbed each other's hands. Especially Fan Yong, who was teary-eyed. Learning that Qin Feng was fine made him happier than anyone else. Safe and sound at last. His voice was hoarse with emotion. Recall Qin Feng's state. He was scared out of his wits. Throughout the entire process, he only felt his heart go up and down. Never more desperate. Luckily, through everyone's resuscitation, Qin Feng was safe and sound, and there was finally nothing wrong with him. Fan Yong had a snotty nose and a tearful eye. Tell me, but if he has a short or long life, what can I do then? I still want to live well. I don't want, just because of one Qin Feng, my career, all ruined. Fan Yong howled. He had never been so heartbroken as he was today. No, it should be said that ever since he met Qin Feng, his days became more and more miserable. all day long. He was afraid that Qin Feng would do something bad. If it wasn't for the fact that Qin Feng was on fire, he would have really wanted to sack him. Qin Feng was like a time bomb that could explode at any time. However, Qin Feng's existence did raise the popularity of their academy. The only problem is, he's really just crunchy, a brittle skin, moving around and having accidents. There are all sorts of discomfort when you move your body. He's such, it's just so hard to top. Lu Zhengyuan also had a pained look on his face. What on earth did I do wrong in my last life that in this life I am stuck with a student like him? Lu Zhengyuan's eyes were hollow. He also had a sad and happy face, and he spat out with a bit of a forced smile. About this he was puzzled, confused. He spat to himself. By Bing Bing. A bunch of people in the comments section. Ha 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 ha. A bunch of guys were outside the screen and couldn't really contain their laughter. Seeing Ryu Youngwon in pain, seeing their eyes empty, he couldn't help but spit. It's obviously an extremely heartbreaking thing, but seeing each other like that, they just couldn't hold back their laughter. Truth be told, the more you look at it, the more amused you get. Seeing two people in pain, I should have appeased them, but instead, the corners of my mouth couldn't help but rise, and the more I thought about it, the funnier I felt. Ball crisp Qin Feng. Let them off the hook a little. If this continues, it feels like their mental state will have to collapse with them. Who made you guys provoke such a brittle Qin Feng? Watching them so heartbroken, honestly, I have a little bit of sourness in my heart, but I have to say, this is again in the invisible to bring me great fun. So that my ordinary life, more meaning interesting things. I'm also wondering, how on earth did Qin Feng manage to be so brittle? 3 or 2 strokes of effort, waiting for a person's heart to flutter up and down, like he did. Isn't this purely challenging the human heart? Expect Qin Feng to get well as soon as possible, and his physical condition can't deteriorate so severely. Qin Feng, don't even think about it. There's no such thing as physical improvement in my world. Headmaster, you old sixes. You're trying to drive me to my death, aren't you? Please let me live and stop torturing me. These people followed Qin Feng's example as well as the principal's, and issued a series of dialogues. Things were already interesting, and with the behavior of these fans, things got more and more interesting. Of course the only ones who were happy are these fans. It was Lu Zhengyuan and Fan Yong who were in agony. They looked desperate. The more he thought about it, the more sour his heart became. They don't even know what to do anymore. If this keeps up, estimated, they just get older and older. Just thinking about them and beyond sour. Not much longer. Qin Feng was pushed out. Qin Feng was embarrassed and rubbed the bridge of his nose, just as if he was a thief. He was really embarrassed. Although there was still a sharp pain coming from the position of his arm when he raised his hand, it was much better compared to before. Fan Yong's pupils quake. He pointed at Qin Feng's hand and inquired Huang Hong in front of him with a surprised expression. Didn't you say that he had a crushing fracture and is now a scum? Green roots visibly erupted from Qin Feng's forehead. He stated that he disliked the word scum. The scum in other people's mouths are scummy women, or else they've had their brother's feet in several boats. The kind called scum, and his scumbag, just a comminuted fracture. But listening to it, it always seemed like a weird thing to say. Qin Feng expressed his dislike. He said, "Can you stop putting the word scum in your mouth one after another? In my life, I haven't been in love yet, so how come in your mouths, you're all calling scum 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 one after another?" Qin Feng's voice was mixed with a hint of grudge as he expressed his displeasure. Fan Yong originally wanted to give Qin Feng a hard stare. What time is it now? He even still has the mood to care about this one thing? Only, how could he dare to glare at Qin Feng? Viciously glaring at Qin Feng, but where Qin Feng a back body cannot accept, or launched a temper, then not the end? He mulled it over, silently stifled the words, grinned, and hastened to curry favor. You're quite right. I really shouldn't have said that. Should I call you a crunchy college student then? Qin Feng. Listening to their flirtatious words, Qin Feng fell into silence. I have to say, it's one of those things that sounds worse than the other. There were also these names resting on his body, and said Qin Feng was becoming more and more ashamed. He was kinda embarrassed. Qin Feng said, I'm a bit tired. Can you let me go and rest first? Being a smart person, one should change the topic as soon as possible when it was time to change the topic, lest in a moment, those sultry eyes of everyone fall on his body, and he wants to escape but can't. That would be too embarrassing. Qin Feng's body was too weak now. Who dares to reject the idea he proposes? As soon as his idea came to him, the group agreed decisively, especially Lu Zhengyuan. He really didn't dare to anger Qin Feng. He laughed. You want to rest? Then go. Let's go rest immediately now. You want to rest, so how can we deny you? Chapter 71, Are you an alien? He didn't dare to anger Qin Feng. I'm afraid that Qin Feng will be a little while, and he'll be another disease. so what can we do? So, the best way. It's all about deliberately currying favor with the person in front of you. A few pleasing words. Maybe Qin Feng would be in a good mood and his health wouldn't seriously deteriorate down the road? Thinking of Lu Zhengyuan here. He really had no time to take care of his image. The whole time he ran to the front of Qin Feng. He just kept saying all kinds of good words. Though, it was also clear to him now that he shouldn't be so dogged as a principal. But, when he met a student like Qin Feng, how could he not be dogged? Just in case, he throws a fit and then gets angry. What then? When he gets angry, his health seriously deteriorates. And that's a big deal. He laughed one time, and just the way he was acting now, it was like he was looking at his regenerative parents. He really didn't dare to slack off on Qin Feng. Van Yong, Huang Hong, viewers, everyone was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded at the scene. A group of guys, generically, were completely shocked by such a scenario. The crowd was dumbfounded, especially those in school. Woo, when do I have to wait in this life before I can enjoy treatment like Qin Feng? I want to be like him, held in the heart of the principal. If you want to be held in the heart of the principal, then you'll have to be a brittle college student like Qin Feng. The key is if you don't catch fire. Do you think that if you're such a time bomb like you, then the principal will be willing to let you stay in the school? I don't want to be a crunchy college student. I just want to be like Qin Feng, so that all the principals will treat me with respect and then say pleasing words to me one after another. What on earth are some people daydreaming about in broad daylight? College students nowadays really dare to think of anything. It's a relief to see all those college students look exactly like the old me. In this world, only Qin Feng can enjoy these treatments. What am I? In my life, I can't be like Qin Feng. Those people got mean and chopped themselves up. It's really just spitting hard at yourself. As for Huang Hong, what did he know about Qin Feng's body structure and how his body was able to recover in such a short period of time? Especially those medicines. Qin Feng absorbed them really fast. It had only been not much longer, and Qin Feng was actually able to absorb all of those medicines very well. Then more and more changes appeared in his body. Truth be told, the more he looked at Qin Feng, the more he felt that Qin Feng was a very rare person. In this world, as of now, there was only one such person. Qin Feng. There's never been anyone with his phenomenon before. The way he looked at Qin Feng, there was a hint of more sizing up. There were other professors, all gathered together, who still find it incredible. He's definitely the one with the biggest physical changes. It's no wonder that during this recent period of time, there are so many professors and doctors who have been wasting their time doing experiments all day and night. It turns out that it's all because this kid has provided them with quite a bit of research value. My goodness, this is the first time I have seen such an excellent living teacher. I must speed up a bit and head for the country you are in. Please be patient with me. I will arrive soon. Those people abroad, they had just seen the rescue forces as well as Qin Feng's physical changes. Qin Feng's physical changes were too interesting for them. They had never seen anyone with a body like Qin Feng's. It doesn't. A group of people are excited. All they want to do now is hurry up and arrive in this country. As for Qin Feng, he felt it, the way people looked at him as if they were looking at aliens, especially the yellow macro. He hesitated again and again, sneaked up to Qin Feng's ear and carefully I muttered, "Just be honest, are you an alien?" Being asked this by Huang Hong, Qin Feng was silent for a second. He had a bit of a heart attack. Could Qin Feng say that the reason he was so brittle but his body recovered extremely well was because of a system? Because of the system, Qin Feng's changes were relatively more outrageous than others. Do you think it's possible? If I were an alien, why do you think I came to this world and chose to torture myself instead of watching you and subsequently looking for an opportunity to wipe you out? Qin Feng replied in a serious manner. That's a response that makes quite a bit of sense. As soon as Huang Hong thought about it, he nodded, as if what you're saying makes sense. If you're an alien, then you should be studying us, and then, finding a suitable opportunity to wipe out all of us would be the right thing to do. He reached out and scratched the back of his head. The more he thought about it, the more wrong he felt. But what's wrong? He couldn't think of anything else for a moment. At this moment, his eyes just looked straight at Qin Feng with a bit of confusion. So what the hell did you do? He asked, still confused and a bit puzzled. Or maybe there's some secret you're hiding. Or maybe you'd like to take this opportunity to tell me? Huang Hong silently stretched out a few thumbs up and hemmed and hawed. Don't worry, as long as you tell me, I definitely won't reveal this information. You know it, I know it, we just know it. Qin Feng didn't believe what Huang Hong said. This guy, I guess, is now fooling around with it like it's a 3-year-old child. Qin Feng glanced at him and silently closed his eyes. I'm just a normal person. Nothing like you think. Besides, I'm not a human being. So who are you calling a human being? Listen to what you're saying now. One outrageous sentence after another. Qin Feng was about to die of speechlessness. How can you be so free to make wild guesses? He expressed his inability to understand. Sure, Huang Hong is also a brainiac. It was mainly Qin Feng's body that was too shocking. He couldn't help but wonder and speculate. Wasn't that quite normal? After all, Qin Feng was the first person in this world. One moment. He couldn't help but wonder. Couldn't help but take a hard guess. Wasn't it quite normal? Sure. In fact, he also felt that some of what came out of his mouth just now was indeed a bit outrageous. He was surprisingly able to put Qin Feng's guess on the matter of him being an alien. With regard to the brainy Huang Hong, Qin Feng closed his eyes as much as he could, without listening to him chattering in his ears. Qin Feng issued an expulsion order. I think I'm a bit tired. Can I trouble you to go and rest? Qin Feng opened his eyes slightly and questioned him with a serious face. Hero doesn't really want to leave. Chapter 72, Hate to tear it down. But people Qin Feng had said so. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to remain here, would it? Unable to help it, he sighed and looked grim. If it wasn't for me, the person you are now might still have a crushed fracture. Tell me about this child of yours. Don't say a word of thanks even so. How come in the end? But also so anxious to drive me outside? Look at you now. It's really inappropriate. Huang Hong sighed repeatedly. He pounded his chest and said, our young people nowadays, they don't even know how to say thank you anymore? He was depressed. He glanced at Qin Feng, disheartened. Qin Feng. Why did he feel that one of these people was more of a drama queen than the other? With such a group of people in his midst, he was silent for a moment, not even knowing what to say. I'm not some alien. Also, you are at least a professor. Look at your current appearance. It's a bit inappropriate, isn't it? Qin Feng slightly tugged at the corner of his lips, a bit puzzled. He looked at him and couldn't really hold back a sigh. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. Huang Hong said, you're a national treasure now. What's wrong with a joke? Before you, as far as they're concerned. But they've been in my face saying that you're the heavyweight guest. If it weren't for you, this area of medicine would probably still be where it is. It's because of you that everything is changing for the better. Tell me, isn't it quite normal for a guest like you who is like a national treasure for me to want to joke with you here? The way Huang Hong looked at Qin Feng, it was clear that all of it was favor in his eyes. A young guy who had made such a great contribution to the hospital. As a professor, he also felt the pain Qin Feng had felt inside these recent days. During these 2 days, Qin Feng, on the first day, was diagnosed with a powdery comminuted fracture. All the bones in the body, so to speak, were fractured. A grown man, with well-grown bones, all thinned out by the slightest touch. Who could take that? All of his body began to suffer intense pain. As a normal man, it is estimated that this pain is spread to the whole body. But Qin Feng has always not said a word. As if he has long been accustomed to it, he is really silently will be these pains. All of them endured back. Just based on this, Huang Hong admired Qin Feng's courage and perseverance. With their resuscitation, Qin Feng got a little better. But now what's the difference between that and being a loser? It's only in his 20s. He's just a young man, but he's getting sicker and sicker. In particular, this extremely rare comminuted fracture. A condition. Can't tell you how dangerous it is. In fact, just a moment ago, the national side contacted us, wanting us to vacate our hands from now on, and in the future, they will be the ones to take over your condition. Speaking of Huang Hong here, he was a bit gloomy. The slight dropping of his eyes was such an undisguised sadness. It was as if the bottom had fallen out of him all at once, and his emotions, inexplicably, mourned. He sighed deeply and looked sad. Qin Feng's heart thumped when he heard this. You guys really think I'm a national treasure? Just this disease of mine. Isn't it quite normal? How come even this side of the country knows about it? Qin Feng's heart was so weak that he touched the bridge of his nose in real embarrassment. He doesn't even know how to explain the rare disease in him to the doctor in front of him now that he's here in the state. Doesn't that make it tougher for him to explain? The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more bald he felt. Thinking about it, it's a tough road for him after this. Isn't that so? Huang Hong said smoothly. Aren't you a heavyweight national treasure now? Just ask me, who has high blood pressure at a young age? Also, your other conditions, just this one comminuted fracture right now. But the body has a little bit of healing. The bones are starting to grow back. And you say, just your kind. Who doesn't find that rare? Isn't it kind of normal to be curious for a while and then start studying you, and for the state side to know about it? I just didn't realize, after that you were officially healed by the state. He's a little out of his element. Thinking about it, it would have been better to think about. It was finally his turn. Although he was happy, Qin Feng gave him an extremely high level of difficulty when he came up here. Also, what's the point of seeing the light of day, and then in the twinkling of an eye, the nationals are taking over? This, Huang Hong looked at the light in both eyes and his heart was like death. He forced a smile, his heart aching. Desperate. He was ashen. He was in pain and was looking at Qin Feng with reluctance. How he wished that Qin Feng could continue to stay by his side. He's thinking like he's dreaming. That's the state sending people now? It goes without saying that the strength of those who can be looked upon by the state, no matter what, it must be more powerful than him. Maybe, regarding Qin Feng's condition, he would soon be able to be cured? But for some reason, watching people, it finally came to his moment, and he was able to take advantage of the opportunity to work on it, and as a result, suddenly, it killed such a bunch of programmed gold. Huang Hong's mood, a moment of annoyance. But when you think about it, if it's a national level person, it means that Qin Feng's condition will soon be cured. Isn't this a good pass? He should be happy for him, but the thought that the opportunity had been placed in front of him, and in the end he was only able to give it away, made him feel inexplicably sad. Look at Qin Feng's eyes. They were all laced with too much gloom and doom, making his mood follow suit. Qin Feng. No wonder Huang Hong suddenly became so sad. Feelings because the national team side of the personnel has sent a group of people, specifically to take over his condition. He thought it was because he had become a little attached to himself, and the more he saw of him, a young fellow like him, who had lately been tormented by sickness, the more he felt distressed, and tears of sadness. Qin Feng forced a smile and said with a grimace, "Before you speak, can you think about my feelings a little?" Qin Feng's face was pessimistic and clutch as he silently closed his eyes, while in front of him, his eyes were staring vacantly at the ceiling. It's only been 20 years since he traveled to this world? Or maybe he's just 18 now. It was expected that he would be able to get the golden finger like the other protagonists. He did get the golden handshake. The problem is, whose good guy's golden finger, like his, turns out to be the acquisition of a wide variety of diseases? People are flying high and getting stronger and stronger. He's good. He's mixed up in his condition. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't hit the system, Qin Feng would have hated to dismantle him. Chapter 73, he's a nice guy. Although he didn't want to become an ordinary person, Qin Feng really didn't want to become a regular in the ward. In terms of his current comminuted fracture, it hurts. It really hurts too much. It hurt so much that Qin Feng sweated many times. On the surface it looked like Qin Feng was doing a lot of things with his eyes closed. After all, there was no way for him to raise his hands right now, and once he did, he might continue to break his bones. In reality, it was because it was too painful, so Qin Feng could only stoically endure it, silently gritting his teeth and feeling the intense pain all over his body. Just like right now, Qin Feng was trying really hard to hold back. System, sooner or later, one day, I will definitely fire you, Qin Feng said, gritting his teeth. As soon as he thought about it, the system he obtained was actually this kind of condition system. The more he thought about it, the worse his mood became. Just ask how anyone in this world could have access to such a system. Qin Feng's mood was like hitting rock bottom, causing him to become more and more puzzled now. This is to promote the development of medical care in our country. And you have made a great contribution. A small reward will be awarded to the host later. Qin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was a little bit excited about the whole thing. Qin Feng then asked, "Then I would like to ask the system, what is it going to reward me with next?" Qin Feng's eyes, which had been shining brightly a moment ago, gradually dimmed. It's better not to expect it. As far as the system gives out, what can it be? Maybe, the moment it makes him worse, it's over. Thinking about this made Qin Feng feel terrified. He held it back hard. He shouldn't expect it. Once the anticipation builds up, in case there's an accident, that's really the end of it. Thus, Qin Feng silently focused and paused on Huang Hong in front of him, really not daring to talk too much nonsense. Huang Hong didn't notice that Qin Feng had just wandered off for a moment. He just walked up to Qin Feng and said solemnly, "You know, I've known you for such a long time, and long ago, without realizing it, I've already developed a deep interest in you. I am inwardly very grateful for such a good case as you have given me. Even if the national team comes, I will definitely apply with them and join them here afterward to continue healing you." Qin Feng, he's in a bad mood. No kidding. Qin Feng was powerless to struggle. He nodded. "Do as you wish. I just want to know, this condition of mine, about when will I get better?" Qin Feng was very puzzled. Huang Hong, however, suddenly lapsed into silence and didn't seem very eager to answer his question. Qin Feng, after Huang Hong was silent for a few seconds, he slowly arrived again. "As far as your current physical condition is concerned, it's a bit not very good to say. Although your body now is obviously better, but in the end, it's a comminuted fracture, and it's still an extremely rare case, so I can't be sure when exactly your condition will be able to finish getting better up." He wouldn't dare just say that. What if this is just a casual remark, and when the time comes, Qin Feng, his body doesn't get completely better? It's scary to think about. So, he looked at Qin Feng and was still beside himself with reassurance. But don't worry, you've even entered our hospital. Then we will definitely do everything we can to help you. And we definitely won't let you be in such pain all the time. So what if it's an extremely rare condition? With the efforts of all of us, your physical condition will definitely be able to get better little by little. Huang Hong began to live to snub the words in front of Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng. He couldn't help the whiteness of his eyes now that they were black. With his heart in his mouth, he knew that his current physical condition was only going to get worse. It's really harder than hell to get him completely better. Although he didn't finish, Qin Feng sort of understood. I know. Qin Feng no longer held any great expectations, and he said with a bit of a grimace, I know what you mean. As for me now, I really don't have any expectations. Qin Feng replied breathlessly, his entire being, as if he had fallen into an abyss. The Huang Hong of that time was still beside Qin Feng with good words. One tried to pacify. Don't be paranoid. And don't put so much mental pressure on yourself. Don't worry. I will definitely unite with the personnel of the national team. And together we will do our best to cure your condition. And your situation will definitely get better little by little. He looked at Qin Feng's sad face and became nervous in his heart. It doesn't. Immediately, he stepped forward and gave Qin Feng another burst of pacification. Throughout the entire process, he was extremely worried about Qin Feng's well-being, fearing that in a moment, Qin Feng's body would become unwell again. Bai Bingbing was also beside her, saying a whole lot of words to soothe Qin Feng's mood. Yes, all the doctors are doing their best. I think that your health condition will definitely improve. Don't you worry about it, and stop thinking about all those has-beens. Bai Bingbing stepped forward and the camera was pointed at Qin Feng again. It just happened to coincide with the scene where Qin Feng rolled his eyes. Fan comments. Daring. How can Qin Feng roll his eyes? Look at Qin Feng's arrogant stance. Look at his face right now. In pain and despair. I somehow feel that he's so miserable. Why does it feel like he's miserable and pathetic? Qin Feng. Ah, Qin Feng. Although, I also now understand the grief of your heart. Just saw you so desperate, and so pitiful. I somehow feel funny, and somehow feel that things are a little fun. I'm relieved to see you so upset right now. I just want to know, can Qin Feng's condition really be cured? Why do I feel that his current physical condition is far worse than what we imagined? Qin Feng has now been accepted by the national team. Doesn't this mean that even the country has noticed the multiple occurrences of rare diseases in Qin Feng's body? Thinking about it carefully, Qin Feng is but just an 18-year-old young man, at a young age, suffering from all sorts of serious illnesses. After some talk about it, I instead feel that he's a bit pathetic. Qin Feng, you need to hurry up and get better. If you don't hurry up and get better, we are going to get more and more worried. As for Fan Yong, when he saw Qin Feng roll his eyes, he hurriedly went up to appease him and then gave him a bunch of words of explanation. He's just not in a good mood. After all, his body has changed so much and now he's confined to bed. He's a bit overwhelmed for a while. The rolling of the eyes just now was not intentional on his part. Fan Yong panicked a batch beside him, afraid that everyone would see Qin Feng roll his eyes and then condemn such a young kid who was only 18 years old. This Fan Yong person is still weirdly good low. He himself was scared to death by Qin Feng. He even came out to help Qin Feng speak? Chapter 74, Psychological Stress. Remember, the previous him, imposingly said, Qin Feng's not, in front of Qin Feng's face on a meal of ruthless condemnation. To this day, shook, his attitude towards him, suddenly came a huge reversal. Who has been spared by the heavens? How arrogant you had to be before. When you meet a brittle college student like Qin Feng, your attitude still has to be a little more respectful, lest they directly fall to the ground in a while. Then it's really game over. Looking at him, a look of coyness. There is a net for Qin Feng to block the white eyes. I inexplicably feel funny. A moment really did not hold back, bursting into laughter like thunder. Family members. Qin Feng recently, isn't he a bit too reckless? Otherwise, if you guys look at what he's doing now, isn't it purely just gaining an inch? What's wrong with Qin Feng getting an inch? Then the way he's weak right now, he's about to die, but just letting him get an inch. Is there anything wrong with that? My God. In Qin Feng's efforts, he has made a great contribution to the medical world. If not for him, perhaps our country on high blood pressure as well as other disease problems. So far there is no new breakthroughs. Thanks to Qin Feng. In order to make all things everything smoothly. In the end, how is it that there are still people one and all to go to the black of so a young lad? Everyone remembered Qin Feng's age now, but only 18 years old. People have just come of age. They have made such a great contribution to the country. I heard that even the national team is now rushing to this hospital in a hurry. So you can imagine that everyone is in the end how much Qin Feng is on the heart. As for you, Can't you stop saying grapes are sour when you can't eat them? Everyone to such a young man, don't be so harsh, okay? Anyway, I think Qin Feng is good. He's such a young man, working very hard to make a certain contribution to the country. Just ask the others. Which one of them is able to be as good as Qin Feng? Truth be told, just the words coming out of this man's mouth could easily bring a group of people to silence. Like Qin Feng, it's really hard for them to contribute to the country. After all, where can you get sick with that kind of money? Being sick costs the most money. If you don't have money, you certainly can't get medical treatment. And maybe, at a young age, you'll die. I'm not willing to get sick. Although I quite like Qin Feng, and I also think that Qin Feng has already contributed a lot to our medical community. But for me to contribute this kind of, I choose to give up. I'd rather I was a little bit poorer now, than to be like Qin Feng, being tortured by these illnesses all day and night. Look at the painful way he's lying on the hospital bed now. At a glance it's clear that he's now, long despaired. If it wasn't for the fact that the best of the best in every industry are doing their best to keep him alive, you guys wouldn't really think that Qin Feng wants to live, would you? But whenever Qin Feng saw this comment, he could see that Qin Feng would only nod his head in excitement and look and say a little humbly, I want to. Of course I want to stay alive. Who would have a problem with something like staying alive? So what if he's the crunchy college kid everyone talks about? Was there anything wrong with the fact that he wanted to be alive? Bai Bingbing was watching Qin Feng from the side, and the more he looked at him, the more he felt that Qin Feng, this young man, was just too heartbreaking. At only 18 years old, he was suffering from multiple diseases, and as a result, he was now only able to hold back all the intense pain in his body, and then he was here to be watched by everyone as if they were monkeys. The more he looked at Qin Feng, the more distressed he felt. The others, Qin Feng, didn't even cry, but Bai Bingbing's tears couldn't help but flow down her cheeks. He looked and said, really painfully, how do you feel about yourself now? Does it hurt? If you think it hurts so much, you're bold enough to yell it out. What do you think? Bai Bingbing brought up the idea that he wanted to help Qin Feng, but he felt as if he was being a bit of a help. Qin Feng said in a weak voice, I'm in so much pain that I don't have any strength left in my body. Do you think I'm really in the mood to scream out right now? Qin Feng's eyes were hollow, especially with the reward the system had just given him. He didn't even want to talk about it. He'd just never seen a reward that did such a shabby job. But where Qin Feng can beat the system, he will decisively to his body a vicious beating. Certainly will not leave people what chance. Because he was angry. Qin Feng's mood didn't look very good, so he just looked puzzled. A group of people were trying to find ways to coax Qin Feng, just hoping that Qin Feng wouldn't be sad. Especially the principal. He was right in front of Qin Feng, pretending to be ugly very deliberately, just to try to coax Qin Feng to be happy. Qin Feng glanced at him and chose to silently close his own eyes, not looking at them. It's really one more hot than the other. Qin Feng's silence was golden. The principal was devastated. He has worked very hard, and we are in Qin Feng's eyes. He just ignored him and did not even look at him with pleasure. The principal said he wasn't in a good mood anymore. On the contrary, he could only endure it now, with a tearful face beside him, and he really couldn't hold back his sighs. I want to ask, can his condition really be cured? With a frightened heart, Lu Zhongyuan, he just kept dwelling on this question, and the more he thought about it, the more scared he felt. His heart now wondering very much, just afraid that there is a good or bad. Then what can he do? Anxious as he was, he chased after Fan Yong one after another, and he only hoped that Fan Yong would now be able to answer his questions in a serious manner. It can't be a bunch of willful words in front of him to fool him. Fan Yong rolled his eyes for a moment that he couldn't even hold back. That must be the truth. How could I possibly fool you? I'm a doctor at least. How could I possibly say something to fool people? Fan Yong cried and laughed. He didn't even know what to say right now, especially when he saw this principal in front of him, who had been in an extremely tense stage. He knew that because of Qin Feng's matter, he had barely managed to scare someone alive. He was the principal of the school, and Qin Feng happened to have an accident inside the school. Could he not be nervous? He felt his heart hanging in his throat right now, fearing that if Qin Feng's body had any shortcomings, then he would not be able to take it in his stride. He pinched a handful of cold sweat. Has been beside a serious inquiry, afraid of a carelessness. This answer may make him unacceptable. With all of us specialized doctors here, and even on the national team's side, who are currently being sent, how can anything go wrong? You say? On the contrary, do you put too much mental pressure on yourself? Chapter 75, The Two Defenders. Qin Feng's physical condition is actually not as fragile as you and I think. His problem has not yet reached that point, where he is already on the verge of death. Seeing that Lu Zhongyuan had been in a stage where his entire body was tense, Fan Yong stepped forward, and he explained what he knew. word for word. After hearing the explanation, Lu Zhongyuan's entire body was enlightened. His whole body, which had been tense just a moment ago, was finally relieved. Phew! Lu Zhongyuan let out a long breath, as if relieved. That would be great. If anything really happens to him, then my side is probably doomed. His words were not a joke, combined with Qin Feng's current physical condition, as well as the fact that he had made such a big deal out of things. What if something really went wrong? It was obvious that he would not be able to take it in his stride. Qin Feng's safety was very important to him. Qin Feng opened up the popularity of their academy, allowing more and more people to familiarize themselves with the fact that their school was, well, pretty good. Of course, as far as Qin Feng's physical condition is concerned, it is also true that people have been living in fear, so that he has been. His whole body is tense, for fear that if he is not careful, he won't be able to pull out anything. Then you can rest assured on this point. Even if he's at the gates of hell right now, we'll do everything we can and work hard to save him, and we definitely won't let anything happen to him. And on the national side, the national team has been dispatched, and they're heading this way right now, and should soon arrive on this side of the hospital. You guys don't have to worry. You don't have to be scared. Fan Yong had been patiently cooperating with them. Seeing that they had been tense, he was beside himself, and had said a lot of good things, mainly thinking of letting them not stress too much. Of course, Fan Yong himself was actually under quite a bit of pressure. After all, on the national side, it was surprising that a specialized person had been dispatched to come here. The main thing was to study about Qin Feng's current condition. He was, on a regular basis, quite godly. He felt competent and online. When it comes to problems and issues, he, as a professional, is, basically, not bound or disturbed by such things. But, I heard that the national team of people specifically to come. The more he thought about it, the more nervous he felt, afraid of his own ability, not very good, extraordinarily cautious. He was at a stage where he was, at the moment, tense all over. He was anxious as an ant on a hot pan. His nerves were tense, but he compulsively kept himself calm, and it was in the direction of the outside that his gaze went from time to time. He was quite worried. For example, what if it's discovered that he's not very good at what he does? Just thinking about it stressed him out and made him unreasonably nervous. The more he thought about it, the more he forced a smile now. He just felt himself tense up, like there was a big, cold sweat that was starting to spread all over him. He always, from time to time, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The anxious waiting made him really scared, but he was also now ready to go all out. Only Qin Feng, the world in which he was injured, completely reached. Qin Feng's eyes were empty, and he had heard that the personnel on the national team's side had traveled a long way for his sake. From yesterday until now, it is said to have been on the road to catch up. Qin Feng beat a retreat, and now he just wanted to, in the fastest possible time, escape from this place of wrongdoing. He tensed up, and after some tussling, he sought him ask in a serious voice, and he said, I think my body is pretty much healed now, and since that's the case, can I, now, get out of here? Qin Feng seemed a little bit scared. He had been forcing a smile and had been hating to leave here immediately. Fan Yong, however, decisively rejected Qin Feng. The national team, on this side, rushed here, and it looks like in another hour or two, you'll be able to formally meet with them. So what do you think if you leave this way now? How should I explain it to them then? And your current situation is really not optimistic. My suggestion is that you continue to stay in the hospital and observe well, to avoid any physical problems. Do you understand what I mean? What Fan Yong meant was for Qin Feng to stay here and not leave. Qin Feng, he was afraid that the secret about himself would be discovered accidentally, and if it was discovered, how would he explain it then, and would they believe him? These things, hovering in his mind, he tangled and tangled and tangled. Qin Feng's heart was really tense, and when he was tense, he just wanted to escape. On the contrary, Fan Yong and the others were just keeping an eye on him. Even if he really had the idea to escape from here, just as he was now, could he really escape successfully? Don't even think about it. Qin Feng wanted to cry. His eyes were empty and he didn't know what to do. He's exhausted from this mess. As for his good buddies, one by one, these guys sneak into the hospital, and in their hands, they're holding a bunch of tasty treats. They sat right in front of Qin Feng and had a big meal. Looking at Qin Feng again, he still had a hangnail on him. The point is, he tried to get up many times, but due to the broken bones, he had little strength to actually get up. Qin Feng, with a face of grudging gaze, landed on the two people in front of him. I say, the two of you do things. Aren't you a bit lacking in virtue overdoing it? Qin Feng, whose teeth were clenched with a cackle, then glared at the two of them with a face of indignation. only to feel that the two of them were simply heaven sent. He's already having such a hard time. What about the two of them? With no regard for his life? He also brought a ton of food, and the smells coming out of his nose were just so good. Xiang Ding said, with your current physical condition, if you eat these things and you die, how much money will I have to compensate then? It's not like you don't know what's going on in my family. Tell me, would I dare to let you eat anything under these circumstances? Of course I wouldn't dare. Even if he had 10 heads right now, he wouldn't be able to withstand dropping them. As for bringing delicious food to Qin Feng to eat in front of him, or in front of a patient suffering from a rare disease, this kind of thing was indeed a bit unseemly. But thinking about it, weren't they worried that Qin Feng's brain would degenerate along with him as he stayed in the hospital room all day and night? So, he talked to another good brother. The two of them conspired to agree, after generating this idea, so they hurried to come, and then also brought such a bunch of delicious things. The main thing is to tempt him a little, open his palate, to avoid, his brain followed the degradation. Yes, it's really not that we're not happy to give you food. It's just that with your current physical condition, how do you think we can possibly dare to give you food? In case something goes wrong, then we would really be in deep. This kind of thing, we wouldn't dare to do? It's not like they don't have brains. How could they dare to mess around? Chapter 76. And with Qin Feng's health condition, what if it seriously deteriorates? They are Qin Feng's good brothers, naturally worried about Qin Feng's physical condition. Even if Qin Feng wants to eat these things, they are at most on the side, deliberately fooling around twice, so that Qin Feng blearily watched them eat. They really do not dare to give Qin Feng to eat. Hearing them explain it that way, it felt kind of plausible. However, Qin Feng's eyes were inevitably mixed with a hint of resentment and a bit of defiance. When I'm successfully discharged from the hospital, I'm going to have to buy a big meal. No matter what I say, just let the two of you stare straight at me the whole time and eat. Qin Feng was also exasperated by the words that came out of their mouths. Listen to both of them talk about people? Brought a whole bunch of stuff, and they both ate quite heartily. What about him? Just a casual explanation? Qin Feng's face was grumpy as he expressed his displeasure, and his heart was inevitably a little angry. But how could Qin Feng really get angry with his good brother? He also knew that they were now purely worried about his body. Before his body had completely improved, he must not eat junk food like this, in case the body seriously deteriorated. This consequence, not to mention them, even Qin Feng himself couldn't afford it. How could Qin Feng, who was already eager for his body to get better, mess around? Thus, Qin Feng was furious in his heart, his eyes, and he glared at them fiercely. Qin Feng tried very hard to clench his fists and warn them one more time. Come to think of it, today's revenge, when he found the opportunity, he would definitely take good revenge on them. He'll keep them on the ropes to prevent it. It was indeed a bit of a douchey thing to say, but why wouldn't it be a good thing to relieve the pressure in all of their hearts? The two of them were chewing their one by one again with a look of enjoyment as the aroma came out of their noses. Just his current demeanor, looking at Qin Feng's heart, was stupid. He wants to eat it too. Especially, I want to. On the contrary, in his current physical condition, who dares to let him eat it? In case the physical problems that they ate came out, or made Qin Feng's body deteriorate again, they would be screwed. Seeing Qin Feng drooling, the two good brothers' destination was successfully reached. I told you, he wouldn't be able to eat, and would only be able to stare at us. Xiang Ding, this guy not only didn't think so, the key, he was still gloating there, slightly raising his eyebrows. His face was filled with an unconcealed smile. As for Lu Su, he stretched out his hand and gave a thumbs up. It's still you who's better. You don't even have such simple common sense. Brother, aren't you a little too stupid? Xiang Ding had a look of disgust sliding across his face. Lu Su, he clenched his fists and without saying a word, he hammered a heavy punch into Xiang Ding's head. There are times when you don't speak. No one really takes you for a dummy. He looked a bit angry, mainly because Xiang Ding, this guy, came up and spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Could he not be angry? Xiang Ding laughed out loud. Am I wrong? I rather think that what I said is quite reasonable. This Xiang Ding fellow, surprisingly, was still talking, with no intention of stopping at all. These words, listening to Lu Su is really difficult. The heart is even more angry. All right, his tone, a little bit nasty. How big of a deal is it? Do you have to say it one way or the other? And I think things can end here. He immediately stepped in to stop it, trying to get everyone to stop and not talk about it anymore. It's mostly too embarrassing, considering how old he is now. He'd be in his 20s again, wouldn't he? And the result? He really seems like an idiot for not being able to figure out such a simple question. This one really slapped me in the face. He's as good as forced to smile. Qin Feng just watching the interaction between them, while he, himself, couldn't help himself. Although it was true that these two guys were making a lot of noise as they were chirping around, but perhaps it was because of their presence that Chin Feng was feeling sullen and a little bit bored in his heart just now. But in just a blink of an eye, he was instead amused by these two. At this time, Chin Feng, originally the mood is still a bit nagging, but in these people's appeasement, originally the mood is still not very good. He indirectly reversed. Chin Feng's entire body looked far more relaxed than earlier. They were always relieved when they saw it. This sigh of relief. Chin Feng vaguely guessed that these people should also realize that because of the changes in the body, Chin Feng recently in the past 2 days looked to have been sullen. But yes, the body was getting worse. Chin Feng stayed alone in the hospital room. No one else could get close. Could he not feel bad? It would be a lie to say that it wasn't difficult. With the various changes in his body, and Chin Feng's comminuted fracture, his situation was stacking up severely and badly, even though there were specialized doctors who were assisting Chin Feng in alleviating his physical condition. But he couldn't get completely better in a short period of time. Only after seeing Chin Feng smile did they say, "It's really not easy to make you smile?" Chin Feng raised his eyebrows. "That means you too. You did it on purpose? Can't it be that you think that the two of us are a little bit sick in the head?" Both of them couldn't help but roll their eyes, probably thinking that Chin Feng was a bit sick in the head. Mind you, they were in a dormitory together. The day Chin Feng wrestled, they also happened to be at the scene just in time to see it. In the back, Chin Feng was sent to the resuscitation room to be rescued. See him again. Chin Feng looked dying lying on the hospital bed. Face has long been gone, the smile in the past. He's also looking more and more haggard compared to his previous state. That look, don't mention how worried they were. At that time, the two of them gave it a thought and thought about it. No, as soon as the idea came out, they immediately hurriedly ran here. And well, Chin Feng listened to them bickering, and within a short while, he was actually really mobilized emotionally. "I really thought that the two of you were a bit sick in the head," Chin Feng said with a straight face. "I was just wondering what was wrong with you two. Good thing you two aren't really sick in the head." Chin Feng looked at the heart palpitating one said, but also sighed softly and shook his head, causing the two of them to live in silence at once. "Listen to this. Is this human talk?" The eyes of the two men, mixed with a bit of grudge, were really a bit unconvinced in their hearts. Okay, you can shut your mouth now. If you don't speak, no one is really looking at you like you're dumb right now. The more Lu Su thought about it, the more embarrassed he felt. Listen to what they're saying. Dare I say that he was the only one who was humiliated at the end of the day? As soon as he thought of this, he felt humiliated, and now he really wanted to slap right into his own face hard. Chapter 77, He's still the principal? At that time, what was he thinking? How could he suddenly agree to such a stupid request mixed with a little bit of ignorance? Now what? In his endeavors, he disgraced himself. Towards Chin Feng they were laughing in front of him with that gleeful smile. Obviously it was a thing that was still happy. It was only him. The more he thought about it, the more he felt puzzled. Seeing Lu Su in a bad mood, Xiang Ding also reached out and gently pushed him. "How big of a deal is it that makes you sad like this? Didn't we agree at the beginning that the main purpose of our coming here was to relieve his stress and make him not feel bad? What's the matter? Now you're unhappy instead?" Xiang Ding walked to his side and gently bumped him, mainly thinking that this is just a small matter. "Why do you have to be so calculating?" Lu Su's eyes were grudging, the words were said quite lightly. "But in the end, I was the only one who was humiliated. Do you think I can really be in a good mood in this situation? Look at what he's saying. He's the only one who's upset right now. What about them? Not half as sad. The most critical thing is, if this kind of thing spreads out, how can he lose face?" And then, there was the fear that for the next 4 years of college life, this humiliating event, like being nailed to the top of a nail, would become a lifelong embarrassment for him. In retrospect, his heart was in his throat. He looked at them and instantly understood the whole hearts and minds thing. It was he who was not able to recognize people well, and was so stupid as to believe in their ghostly words. Until now, he suddenly woke up and felt that these two were really too much. Xiang Ding was a thief. He immediately moved his eyes away and didn't dare to look at Lu Su. As for Chin Feng, he stared at these two, watching them bicker, and his mood, in turn, improved a little. Chin Feng stifled a laugh. That is to say, Lu Zhongyuan. He walked in from outside and took a look at the extremely rowdy them. He frowned and looked them up and down, looking at them still a bit angry and said, "Aren't you guys just purely messing around? Hurry up and stay to the side." Looking at these two students, making a scene in front of Chin Feng, as the principal, he would never allow this to happen. He immediately came out and blocked it, telling everyone to go back and stay put. Chin Feng was all a bit unconvinced. "I'm a bit depressed. As soon as Qin Feng opened his mouth, the other party was instantly startled into a frenzy. Only, his pupils quake. Lu Zhengyuan doggedly walked to Qin Feng's side with a bit of a forced smile on his face. He couldn't stop worrying, his face stiffening slightly. What's going on? Good for nothing. Why are you suddenly not feeling well? He was worried and rushed to Qin Feng's face, fawning a bit. If Qin Feng had any problems, it would be over. As a principal, he has to be constantly concerned, all the time, about the health of the students under his hand. Pay extra attention to Qin Feng's in particular. He couldn't bear to let Qin Feng feel sad, so in front of Qin Feng, even his voice became gentle, just to care about Qin Feng. Thinking, he wouldn't really feel bad, would he? If Qin Feng had a shortcoming, then he would really have to suffer. He pinched himself in a cold sweat, terrified, kind of forcing a smile. She was again pretending to be calm and smiling really awkwardly. You're making a lot of noise, Qin Feng said. We're having a good time. Why do you have to stop us? Qin Feng said that he couldn't understand and also felt that he was making a bit too much of a fuss. Yu Yang-won, a heart that hangs in the air is finally dead. He really thought that something was wrong with Qin Feng's body. What was wrong with it? Results. There's nothing wrong with people at all. It's purely a matter of looking at him. Ryu Youngwon was reticent. He just felt humiliated. A face that was now disgraced. He paused slightly. Genuinely helpless. In that case? Then I'll immediately give up my position to you now. Okay? You guys will then proceed to have a good chat. So I won't bother you anymore. Lu Zhengyuan wanted to cry, especially since he was being watched by a group of people. He felt even more humiliated. He had just thought that a group of them were fooling around. But in the next second, he himself was slapped hard in the face. Ryu Youngwon, who silently moved to the side, wanted to cry. Lu Su and Xiang Ding, the two of them panicked a bit. With Lu Zhengyuan around, they didn't dare to breathe a single breath. So they just kept shivering and looking at the principal. That's the principal. The usual principal was extraordinarily cold in their presence. It's like keeping a taut face. Those sharp eyes looked at them really creepy. The atmosphere was inexplicably awkward. And Qin Feng, with a slight beat, he came again silently. Principal, there is nothing wrong with my physical condition now. Can you go outside? Or maybe you go and do what you want to do? He asked curiously. In fact, Qin Feng said this with a bit of trepidation. Mainly, people are principals. He's a student, and he's quite proud of himself in front of others. How dare you make such a request to his face? Principal. He felt that he owed Qin Feng from his previous life, and owed a ton. Otherwise, in this life, how could he still be a cow to Qin Feng when he was over 50 years old? Too helpless. Lu Zhengyuan, who sighed deeply, he finally chose to compromise. I understand what you mean. I'll leave immediately now. As long as I don't disturb you, there's no problem, right? Lu Zhengyuan grinned, afraid that Qin Feng would be unhappy. Lu Su and Xiang Ding both looked at Lu Zhengyuan's reaction with a horrified expression. The two men's brains buzzed. No, how is this not quite what they expected? The more they looked at it, the more horrified they felt, the more incredible they felt, and the more they looked at it, the more they also felt that all the sights in front of them made them freeze in place in shock. At this moment, they only felt their brains buzzing along with them. It's not. How is this so different from the imagined existence? Their faces were full of shock. Most of them were a bit incredulous, and there was even some uncertainty. The principal didn't dare say anything. In a puff of smoke, he was gone. He said he would vacate a seat so they could rest, and then, just watered down and left? They were dumbfounded, all of them looking on in disbelief. As soon as Lu Zhengyuan left, the two quickly clustered around Qin Feng. They grinned, a little excitedly asked, I should not be wrong, right? How do I feel? This picture in front of me. Looking at it is inevitably a little shocking? They were a little embarrassed, but then inquired with a serious face. Only to see, Qin Feng said, all of what you are seeing now is true. No way? How can you have such an awesome ability? Before, how come you never told us about it? They expressed their disbelief. Chapter 78, What's the matter with you two? The two of them almost lit up before their eyes, staring at Qin Feng with a little tiny bit of excitement. Qin Feng breathlessly rolled his eyes, really disgusted. Then if you have the ability, how do you feel if you come and lie on the hospital bed now? Qin Feng forced a smile. What kind of pain is he in now? These two guys, how dare they still think about those things that are not there? I don't know what these two guys' brains were thinking, but at this point, a brain turn froze and caught him off guard. Being whole speechless Qin Feng, he looked at the two in silence. Simply silence is golden. The two didn't realize it and were having a great time. These two people also didn't really treat Qin Feng as a human being. Qin Feng was lying on the hospital bed. They were fine. They were plotting right next to him. No, I don't know what the two are sneaking around and doing. If it wasn't for the fact that Qin Feng couldn't walk over, he would have designated to go over and listen to these two people. In the end, what the hell are they plotting next to each other? But it's just that his body is fractured all over, and although there is a little sign of improvement, it's not completely healed again. And so, he was silent. Qin Feng was speechless. You too, can you take me with you when you conspire? I'm at least a member of your team. Slowly, Qin Feng looked a bit disgusted as he gazed at them. Xiang Ding came back to his senses, smiling really a little embarrassed. Looking a little embarrassed, he said, sorry, didn't react for a while. Instead, I forgot about you. Qin Feng, listen to this statement. It's so hard to hear. Qin Feng said that he was speechless, his mood looked a bit bad, and he had the feeling that silence was golden. So your body, when will it probably be ready? You won't, for the rest of your life, have to lie here, right? At that time, Xiang Ding was perplexed and had a whole lot of questions in his mind. Lu Su also anxiously stepped forward. Didn't you conspire last time that after you get better, we're going to eat hot pot in the dormitory? Just like you. In 4 years of college time, do we really have time to eat? What Lu Su said was very solid. This word for word, all the Qin Feng fell into silence. Qin Feng gave a slight lurch, and there was a kind of one-liner. He looked at the man in front of him and couldn't resist rolling his eyes at him. What are you talking about? Qin Feng didn't hold back from rolling his eyes. His mood was bad now. Lu Su was very embarrassed to touch the bridge of his nose. Just like a thief's heart. You know, I didn't mean to say so. Mainly your body. This is only into the school for how long it is. You have one problem after another. It is inevitable that my heart is a little worried. I'm worried for you as I watch the time drag on and on. This time up. He was bitter. That word for word. He said that he was worried about Qin Feng's safety. But, Qin Feng couldn't see the slightest bit of worry in his eyes. Qin Feng's silence was golden, and for a moment he looked at him speechlessly. But I really can't see half a bit of worry for me in your eyes. I have some suspicions that you're deliberately fooling me. How can that be? I'm not like that at all. Lu Su hurriedly explained. Qin Feng looked at him and didn't even bother to say anything. Just then, another voice rang out from outside. It was the voice coming from Huang Hong. He respectfully said, that patient, he's in the ward right now. His state wasn't very good at first. Currently, but after our treatment, there is a little bit of improvement. It's just that his situation is relatively special, and we can't be sure at the moment that after some of our treatments, he's going to be able to get completely better. Huang Hong was actually quite worried about Qin Feng's health, although, he said, he had wanted to see Qin Feng before, and had hoped that Qin Feng would give birth to a disease that would allow him to conduct research. But these diseases, one is more painful than the other. Once you really get sick, just like Qin Feng is now, you are in so much pain that you can only lie on the bed and not move a muscle. The struggles in between, and trying to roll over, could have broken his bones. Dangerous overkill. Would it be possible to bring us all the cases of those diseases he had previously had? The first few times, the national side just noticed, but they never acted on it. Until this time, Qin Feng fell ill again, and instantly, they applied for the country and hurriedly rushed here. Wasn't it just to check Qin Feng's current physical condition? To them, the matter is important. Qin Feng was definitely the first person ever to be in a somewhat unique situation. In front of these several countries sent personnel, they were holding cases in their hands, very seriously and carefully scrutinizing Qin Feng's recent period of time born of a variety of diseases. The more I looked, the more I was shocked. Qin Feng was so young, he never expected that at a young age, he would have gotten so sick. He, Huang Jibing of the national team, looking at the case in hand, others are in a daze. For a moment, silence is golden. It had come a bit suddenly and left him in a bit of disbelief. It's like a dream. Even though he was mentally prepared when he arrived, he was still slightly shocked to see it with his own eyes again. All of these, are these the diseases this young man has? Huang Jibing was silent for a long time. He was holding the case in his hand. After a while, he turned his head to look at Huang Hong beside him, his heart confused. Huang Hong, as well as the director in this hospital. A group of people nodded their heads. Yes, the boy's medical condition is unique in that he has a variety of illnesses. So far, we've healed 2 conditions on him. This time, it's the 3rd time. The one that he currently has is a comminuted fracture. This problem, all of us are combining with foreign doctors who specialize in this area of disease, and have been discussing how to heal Qin Feng. After a series of resuscitations yesterday, Qin Feng's body looked slightly better. However, to completely heal him, that's really not a simple matter. Wanting to completely heal Qin Feng, things were tough. This in itself is an extremely rare disease, with only a dozen cases worldwide. Plus, There aren't too many people for them to study. So, they really don't know much about these diseases. It wasn't until this time, when Qin Feng also happened to have this disease, that they were able to take this opportunity to understand a little bit more, to see if they could look for more clues. From here, as soon as a solution can be found, then very soon, regarding this disease, there will be salvation. But here's the thing, this disease, it's really hard to tell. They are now, and do not dare to jump to conclusions as they go along. Still have to be cautious. At the time, the group couldn't help but give a sigh of relief just talking about such a situation. Chapter 79, don't worry, we'll definitely cure you. Probably because he thought Qin Feng was too pitiful. Obviously a young lad who had only just turned 18. It was because of these illnesses that indirectly led to the fact that now, he was not even able to enjoy his career at the university very much. Just because of the disease, he spends most of the time inside the hospital. Thinking of this student so miserable, the hearts of these people inexplicably feel very sad. Inexplicably cannot help but sigh. Feel pity too much. Think, how in the world can there be children, one after the other, with one condition after another? A sigh of sadness escaped them. Huang Zhibing and the others looked at these tests in their hands, as well as all the questions about Qin Feng on his body. They watched and couldn't help but frown. One moment, they looked tense. When we came back again, we heard about his illnesses. We just didn't expect that it would be so serious. At a young age, with so many diseases in his body, it is indeed pitiful. Now then, do you guys want to go in and take a look first? He's lying on the hospital bed right now, and if you guys go in and look now, he should still be playing with his own classmates, so it shouldn't disturb him. This group of people were also sincerely feeling sorry for Qin Feng. It doesn't. In such a situation, they even had time to worry about Qin Feng's body? I have to say, things are extraordinarily interesting. Back then, the personnel of the national team, they nodded their heads and said, they've all come here. How can they not come in and visit? Let's go in first and take a look before we conduct a series of checks on his body. Okay. A group of people discussed in agreement and opened the door at the back to see Qin Feng laughing there. It was obvious that the situation was so serious, but he was the one who laughed the hardest in the room. That voice, as if he was afraid people wouldn't know he was happy. Huang Hong, Dean, as well as Qi Bing Huang and others. The group was all silent, looking at Qin Feng, who was smiling extremely happily and even grinning. Their moods were all over the place. There's a feeling of wanting to spit, but really not knowing what to spit. At this point, the crowd fell silent. Even Qin Feng, who seemed to have felt the embarrassment, closed his own mouth sharply and didn't dare to continue laughing so recklessly as he did earlier. As for the other two, they decisively shut their mouths, and said with a bit of embarrassment, I suddenly remembered that on my hand. It seems that I still have homework to write as explained by the teacher, right? Then I'll go back and finish my homework first, and we'll get together again when we have time, right? Yeah. When Lu Su took a look at the scene's formation, he instantly felt that something was not good, and so, all they wanted to do now was to hurry up and escape from here, lest in a moment, they would see some extremely frightening images. They were filled with horror. All of them were gazing at the scene with some fear. So many doctors? Gosh! Xiang Ding and Lu Su, who had a lot of emotions in their hearts, the two of them were involuntarily gulping a mouthful of saliva. In the moment, they were really nervous. At this moment, they only felt that their voices, it seemed, had been hanging in their throats. A sense of panic instantly spread throughout his body. They don't have much to think about right now. They just want to get the hell out of here, or how scary would it be just to stay with such a large group of doctors? Alone? Forcing a smile, they ran faster than one another. Didn't even care. Qin Feng was still calling out to him beside them right now, and without saying a word, he rushed outside. Qin Feng's ghostly grudge grew deeper and deeper in his heart as he looked at these heartless contraptions of theirs. These two guys, isn't that too unethical? Every time something happens, the two of them are definitely the ones on the scene, running the fastest. Without saying a word, you've abandoned him here? Qin Feng of course wanted to get up. Of course he wanted to follow them and leave. The question is, due to the comminuted fractures all over his body, his thoughts, basically, were a dream. No. Qin Feng had a bitter smile on his face. He smiled extremely bitterly and asked with a forced smile, excuse me, can I leave now? Or perhaps, you guys are definitely not here to find me, right? Qin Feng made a bunch of excuses for himself. He really wanted to leave this place. On the contrary, Huang Hong glanced at him and told him to him, extremely cruel news. What are you thinking? These people in front of you are, in fact, people sent by the state. Their destination here is to specifically check on your physical condition. Huang Hong's bluntness instantly cut off all thoughts of Qin Feng. Qin Feng, It was heartbreaking enough as it was. And what difference did it make if this one answer really killed him? So many doctors, and all of them are here to check on his health? He was desperate to the core. Xin Feng, who had forced a smile on his face, was forced to calm down in this situation. He said, "This life of mine is actually not worth much." Xin Feng's eyes emptied as he leisurely spoke, with an aggravated look on his face. He really wasn't happy to be checked down. In the last 2 days, all sorts of tests had made his face ashen and his heart ache. His world, as if it were collapsing. All he could think about now was, hurry up and get out of the hospital, right? If he didn't get out of there, he suspected that he might, one day, most likely, literally died in the hospital. When he thought about it, the more he thought about it, the more sour he really felt in his heart, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt sorry for himself. Xin Feng, who had mixed feelings, despite clearly stating his thoughts, what he was thinking in his mind right now was purely his own dreaming. The doctors sighed. For sure, won't agree. Xin Feng is the only breakthrough in this world. As long as Xin Feng could live well, they could take advantage of this opportunity to make a good study. Maybe, in a little while, they'll be able to work out how to heal comminuted fractures. Just by thinking about it, their hearts were unable to contain their excitement. You mustn't talk nonsense. Huang Hong and the dean rushed forward and immediately pacified Xin Feng. I know you're very sad right now. Just because of such a thing, you must be in pain. But don't worry, we'll definitely do our best to cure you. Make sure you recover as quickly as possible. And when you do, you'll be able to go back to your school and continue to have a great time at your college. Huang Hong stepped forward. He promised word for word in front of Xin Feng's face. Only, Xin Feng did not reply. Even if these doctors weren't able to cure him, the system here would definitely not give up on treating him. It would definitely think of all sorts of ways to make Xin Feng better. Therefore, Xin Feng wasn't interested in knowing whether he could get better or not. Chapter 80, Free of Fees. Aha! Xin Feng solemnly nodded his head as he said, I will believe that you, the dean and the doctor, will do your best to heal me. Xin Feng said it tentatively, mainly thinking of fooling them. As expected, Xin Feng's words fell, and surprisingly, he was so smoothly fooled. The people present were oblivious to the fact that Xin Feng was purely fooling them on purpose. They just one by one, looking sad. Their eyes really can't help but show their concern for Xin Feng. At a young age, they had gotten so miserable, and the more they looked at it, the more they felt that Xin Feng, the youngster, was really too aggrieved. At that time, they just snuck around and wiped a tear from their eye. Xin Feng expressed a bit of incomprehension. He is not dead now. These people one by one, all show a look, extra worried about what he looks like to do. At the same time, it's the Nationals' side. They examined Xin Feng's entire body with extra care, and later found that Xin Feng's body was indeed the rumored powder-crushing fracture. Their brows, involuntarily, tightened slightly. The look on one's face was mixed with some nervousness. You're in a bit of a serious situation. I've heard that you've had, before, several other diseases? I would like to ask, do these run in your family? Otherwise, how did a child manage to have all sorts of diseases in such a short period of time in his body? They expressed their inability to understand. No, all of them were full of confusion. They stood in front of Xin Feng and questioned him with a straight face, just trying to come up with an answer. Xin Feng shook his head and denied. I'm an orphan. As for what exactly is the situation of my family, I'm afraid I have no way to tell you. Xin Feng's words could easily choke one up, could easily cause one's body to suddenly lurch, not knowing how to carry on with the rhetorical questions. The content in Xin Feng's horn made people instantly fall into guilt after hearing it, feeling that they, just now, had gone too far in their inquiries. People are already orphans, and they're still harping on them with question after question after question? But now that the situation was special, they always had to inquire about these things clearly to avoid some misunderstandings in the middle of the process. Noticing everyone's reaction, Xin Feng hadn't even been saddened yet, but instead they were saddened for themselves first. Xin Feng immediately stopped them, and he was heard saying, I'm not even sad. How come when I look at you guys right now, you seem to be more sad than mine? Xin Feng said with a bit of tears and laughter, a bit unable to figure it out. About your family situation, we have already understood. The follow-up of all medical expenses will be paid by the state. However, because your disease is relatively special, so we are wanting to seek your opinion. The main thing is to take your condition and study it properly. I don't know if you agree with this matter. If you don't want to agree, you can simply and decisively reject us now and we won't say anything. The man in front of him spoke word for word. He was reminding Xin Feng, and it also gave Xin Feng a chance to make a choice. If Xin Feng agreed, this would actually mean that the future Xin Feng would be at the mercy of the state side. Those medical expenses didn't even need to be paid by Xin Feng. Don't need to pay for medical care? Xin Feng's eyes lit up before his eyes as he nodded his head with a little tiny bit of excitement. Really? Sure you're not fooling me? Xin Feng's face was resisting a smile. He only felt in a good mood right now. As for the moping he had just done, it suddenly dissipated. At this moment, he was just staring at the person in front of him with a glaring gaze. In response to Xin Feng's slightly agitated behavior, most of the people present suddenly fell into silence. They're a bit of a one-liner. Just now, I thought that this guy would be sad for a while. Who would have thought that Xin Feng was not sad at all, and came up and blurted out such words? The silence of the group was golden. They were all over the place, and there was really a sense that they didn't even know how to talk about this kind of thing right now. They were full of embarrassment. Xin Feng, however, did not feel embarrassed at all as he said, "Then I will first, thank everyone here for helping me. I will never forget your great kindness, and I will also speak of these and memorize them one by one." This mouth of Xin Feng's was eloquent. He turned to the man in front of him, followed by a round of gratitude. Xin Feng was immersed in it. He's in a good mood now, completely unaffected by his own condition. He grinned now, and now he is so worthless look. Then the crowd, only feel a word is difficult to say. A little do not know where to spit up to line. They expressed speechlessness. With such a thing on the table, it's clear that people don't know exactly what to say to make things better. They looked back slightly at the dean beside them. The dean couldn't help but pinch a cold sweat, smiling really awkwardly. This child's character is better. After encountering things, he has a lively and cheerful personality, so that's why he won't be tormented by his illness. I think this is a great and fine quality that deserves to be praised and learned from by all of us. Only a better state of mind can ensure that the condition heals faster. Dean rattled off a bunch of stuff. He now smiled bitterly, incomparably embarrassed as he looked at Xin Feng, who was right in front of him, crying and laughing. He was helpless. Looking at Xin Feng's performance, his face was ashen, and he really had the feeling that he didn't know where to speak in favor of Xin Feng. As for the principal, that's Yu Yongwan. He only felt that Xin Feng's current appearance was truly humiliating. People do care about his life. He was good, and what was on his mind was always out of place. Can you settle down a little bit? The principal was a bit tolerant. He gritted his teeth and issued a warning. Xin Feng didn't care, and even said with an excited face, "All of my treatment costs, all of them are free of charge. Don't you feel happy for me?" Xin Feng put on a very innocent and aggrieved look again, making the principal, who had just wanted to condemn him for 2 or 3 sentences, hold back all the words he wanted to say. Forget it. Xin Feng was already in so much pain, and there wasn't an elder around. It would be inappropriate for him to say him again. The principal is also heartbroken. He said, "Not only are these hospital fees free, but even these school fees you won't have to pay in the future." Really? Xin Feng suddenly soared madly and inexplicably burst into tears. Xin Feng looked at a handful of snot and tears and said gratefully, "Thank you very much. I don't know what I'd do without you guys." Chapter 81, All Foreign Moons Are Full. Thank you for standing up without hesitation when I needed help the most, and are doing everything you can to alleviate my current predicament. Xin Feng really wanted to bow hard at them in front of them. Offhand, it's better not to think about it right now. He is now a comminuted fracture. All the bones in his body have been broken almost. If he were to get up from the bed, it is estimated that he can scare these people in front of him to death. And so, Xin Feng silently withdrew his earlier thoughts. He hemmed and hawed, looking at Xin Feng's lively and cheerful appearance. The emotions of these doctors in front of them were getting more and more complicated. Isn't the reason they became doctors because they hoped that one day they would be able to conquer all of these conditions? Then let all the patients in this world no longer suffer from the disease. However, there is diversity of diseases in this world. Even though they really do, they are at their wits' end when faced with those conditions, even some of the more complicated ones, despite really having an idea, unfortunately. So what if you have an idea? Is it possible that having an idea, does that change everything? No. Even though they have a lot of ideas and do indeed want to act on them, healing these conditions is really not a simple task. Now, they could only pin their hopes on Xin Feng. In the meantime, things about Xin Feng reached the extranet. Currently, there were people from other countries who had a hospital that specialized in this disease, and they offered to send Xin Feng to their hospital as soon as possible, so that only they would be able to speed up the healing of the disease on Xin Feng. When the dean heard this, he hesitated. Now that Xin Feng has returned to the national team for treatment, and their hospital, however, is just cooperating with the national team's treatment, this matter, he has no right to make a decision. His gaze was haunted, landing on Xin Feng as well as the national team. What do you guys think about this matter now? Should we send Xin Feng abroad for treatment? And you, Xin Feng, what are your feelings now? Why don't you tell us properly? The principal breathed a little sharply, a little nervous about him, and involuntarily clenched his palms. His eyes gleamed as he looked at Qin Feng. If Qin Feng chose to travel abroad, it was highly likely that all their current efforts would be lost, especially the national team. They've come a long way. If Qin Feng wanted to travel to a foreign country, it would undoubtedly be trampling everyone's hard-earned efforts underfoot. All of the people all landed those expectant eyes on Qin Feng. They were all anxiously waiting for Qin Feng's answer. What about you guys? What do you guys think? Obviously, he already had the answer in his heart, but Qin Feng deliberately asked them. The national team side spoke straight, and they didn't hide in the face of Qin Feng's rhetorical question. We certainly hope you'll stay in our country. And we are also studying this disease of yours and have been trying to figure out how to alleviate this type of patient as well. They said. I hope Qin Feng can stay. Foreign countries, however, may be relatively a little bit more powerful in terms of their ability for this one medical skill. However, all the choices were all in Qin Feng's hands, and he could choose whatever he wanted. As for them, they would definitely not interfere with any decision Qin Feng made. However, it was said that they would respect all the decisions made by Qin Feng, but they still could not help a bit and advised Qin Feng. Can you stay in the country? I don't know why, but when he said those words, that person's tone was inexplicably mixed with some humility. Qin Feng met his eyes. He said, if you all say so, then where can I leave? In that case, I'll stay in the country and trouble all of you doctors to treat me properly. I believe that with your abilities, you are able to solve my current problems, and will definitely be able to make me get better quickly. Qin Feng believed in them, and he hadn't really wanted to travel abroad in the first place. Not all moons are round abroad, and, if Qin Feng really traveled abroad, he couldn't afford to pay for the treatment alone. What's more, what about the claim that their medical skills are relatively a little bit more advanced, when in reality, they are probably just fooling people? Qin Feng didn't believe in these muddled words. Qin Feng stated, instead of trusting the treatment of foreigners, we should trust you guys, and only if our domestic medical skills become more and more developed. In the future, more and more of these patients will be healed, little by your efforts. So, I don't really want to travel abroad. I just want to stay here. Qin Feng's words were powerful. As soon as the words fell, the person in front of him, his eyes suddenly lit up. They listened to Qin Feng's reply, and at this moment, even with their moods, they all became surging at this moment. They were thrilled. At this sight, they cheered. Thank you very much for recognizing us, and we will definitely continue to work hard next, and will not let you down in your expectations of us. Don't worry, regarding your condition, we will find a way to heal it. They mean it clearly. The eyes of the group of people looking at Qin Feng were filled with relief. At first, they were still worried, but these words from Qin Feng's mouth were like a sudden reminder to them. The moment, they were beyond thrilled. The scene was a good one and everyone was in a good mood. The main thing was that Qin Feng's answer was also considered to be at such a moment, completely and utterly, pacifying them who were beginning to get nervous. We'll have a good look into it in a while. Regarding the next treatment for you, you have a good rest first. After conducting a comprehensive examination of Qin Feng, as well as the various examination reports in their hands, these people analyzed them and prepared to return to the office to revisit the matter regarding Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded his head. These doctors have finally left. Bai Bingbing immediately stepped forward as he posed the question. Is the reason you want to stay abroad because all medical expenses are now free? Or, do you have other special reasons? The question he asked wasn't tricky, but it was also a bit hard to hear. Qin Feng looked at the microphone Bai Bingbing was holding, and the camera that was just shooting at him. Qin Feng thought about it as he replied. This current medical treatment abroad may be relatively more powerful, but if I were to travel abroad now, and if they did study it, with their pissant behavior, we might have to pay a large sum of money if we wanted to know how to cure such a patient, and I'm obviously Chinese, so why would I want to spite my own country like that? Not to mention the fact that the country is so worried about my condition right now that they've already called the national team in. So what am I doing running abroad? Chapter 82, I'll stay in the country. Instead of trusting them, we should trust the people of our own country. Qin Feng said every word firmly. He wasn't kidding. Isn't it pure chaos that he chose a foreign country? And with everyone being so concerned about him right now, he couldn't afford to do something that would make them feel angry or upset. That was why Qin Feng was so sincere, and why he spoke his sentences so powerfully, word for word, in front of their faces. Hearing Qin Feng's reply, the crowd was finally relieved. Just a moment ago, they were nervous. Fear of Qin Feng may be behind the really choose foreign people for medical treatment. Think of this, let them nervous not. Luckily, Qin Feng's reply did not fail them in the end. That's good. I'm kind of relieved to have you say that. Well, you didn't choose another country. They were in a mood of ups and downs, but just for a little while, it was instantly like a relief again. Feelings, the fear in his heart dissipated. In particular, Lu Zhangyuan came to Qin Feng's front and sullenly patted Qin Feng's shoulder as he said with great relief, "Worthy of being a student from my school, at the most critical moment, you surprisingly didn't stand up to anyone else. You kid, the more I look at you, the more I think you're outstanding." Lu Zhangyuan, as the principal, he walked over to Qin Feng's side and immediately gave him a thumbs up, and with each sentence, he spoke with extra appreciation. As far as he was like that now, Qin Feng had a bit of a cry when he looked at him. Qin Feng nodded his head silently. "You guys treat me sincerely, so how can I do something that makes you guys feel bad?" Qin Feng felt embarrassed at that moment. He was quite embarrassed, especially when he was stared at by all these people, each with a sincere gaze. It was a little awkward for him, and the group on the scene was, in the end, relieved. "Since you chose us, then we will help you rebuff the other party." The words behind, "Even if you want to regret, I'm afraid, have no right to regret. So advise you, it's best to think clearly now, don't wait until later, when you're thinking, again, about traveling abroad." Huang Hong stood out. He had been reminding Qin Feng all along, mainly because he was thinking of letting Qin Feng think it over. It would undoubtedly be the best if Qin Feng thought it through now, but if he didn't think it through and suddenly went back on his word halfway through, it would actually be a huge blow to them. And so, they felt it was very necessary to take this opportunity to make these things clear, once and for all. At the time, Huang Hong's sentence caused most of the people present to fall into silence, and they seemed to feel that Huang Hong had gone a bit too far in doing so. The other person, Qin Feng, had just made it clear that he was prepared to let them heal, but Huang Hong's side acted as if he hadn't heard the words, going so far as to chase after people to ask if they had really thought it through. Everyone is helpless. Someone, in particular, had just gently pushed Huang Hong. "Huang Hong but said a serious, I know you all think I do things a little reckless, but I am really serious thinking about these. The main thing is to worry about. He will be a moment maybe reversed. You guys say, if he will suddenly backtrack in a while, and we have already prepared a lot of resources in our hands, we want to use them on him. However, because of this matter, in the end, all the things, a little bit of a mess. How bad is this? It's true that what I said was a bit harsh, but I, for one, am looking out for everyone." Huang Hong's brows furrowed. What he said was indeed justified, and the sentences are powerful. He was worried about Qin Feng. "So, that's what I'm saying." He made such a remark that everyone in the room, all of a sudden, fell silent. For a moment, no one knew what to say, and those gazes, in turn, silently landed on Qin Feng. Qin Feng, because he knew Huang Hong, Qin Feng couldn't bear it and looked at him with a somewhat vicious glare. "You this." Qin Feng fell into silence. He didn't even know what to say to be good. After all, he had just clearly promised with such certainty, and even said it in front of everyone. It was a resounding statement. In a twist of his head, all of these people had questioned him? How should Qin Feng explain this? Feelings, even if he explained more now, it seemed like a waste of time. I have a feeling that Huang Hong is purely imagining things. Or perhaps he's thinking of Qin Feng as too despicable and shameless right now. I feel that Qin Feng is a good person, and he really wouldn't necessarily pull off something as unethical as this. Moreover, people Qin Feng has just said so surely. How come there are still people questioning to him? Before I think Huang Hong is quite good, but I always feel that today he, as if on purpose, he said all this. I an outsider after hearing. In fact, the heart is a little angry. Always feel that he does not trust me. Always feel that what he is doing now, do really overdo it. Suddenly I can feel that Qin Feng at this moment should be in an extremely awkward and overwhelmed stage. You guys look at Qin Feng's face, suddenly gloomy. Guess this matter, said in his heart, are a little bad. No, Huang Hong doesn't even have a single piece of evidence, so how can he somehow deliberately frame people? It's really not fair for him to do this kind of thing. Looking at Qin Feng's appearance, it seems like he wanted to lash out, but silently held back all the flames, never daring to really lash out. My God, why do I feel like Qin Feng is being deliberately made to feel bad right now? I believe in Qin Feng. I think Qin Feng would never do such despicable and underhanded dirty tricks. Do you believe it? But has it ever occurred to you that there are some people who he's a good actor, and there do exist some, who suddenly go back on their word afterward, and, then, look for all sorts of reasons? Looking at that look on Qin Feng's face right now, it's clear that he's trying to go back on his word. He's not genuinely trying to get the national team treated. Can some people not open their mouths and slander indiscriminately? If Qin Feng didn't want the national team to treat him, he would have traveled abroad in the first place. How could he have stayed in China? Some guys just open their mouths, besides deliberately slandering people? Can they do something else? Fans fell over themselves to make a lot of noise about it. However, Shin Fong couldn't see these comments at all, and it was only by Bing Bing, who after seeing the comments, felt a little depressed at that time. Chapter 83 forgives you. Listening to what was being talked about in everyone's mouths, as well as all of their eyes all paused on Shin Fong. Each and every one of them gazed up and down carefully looking at Shin Fong, all waiting for Shin Fang's answer. Shin Fong only felt a great deal of pressure, and he couldn't help but squeeze a cold sweat right then and there. Truth be told, it's like he's being hurted now. He made his own resounding promise once more in front of the crowd. I can promise you right now, to your faces, that every word that comes out of my mouth is true. Shin Fong couldn't even help but want 3 blank stares, but after thinking about it, he held it back. He said, I am a person who, once I have made a decision, will never go back on it, will definitely remain in the country and will never do a single thing that will make you feel sad or upset. And all of you in this room have been kind to me. You've given me tuition reductions and medical reductions, and I'm actually grateful enough in my heart. So why do you think I should suddenly and inexplicably commit an act of betrayal against you all under these circumstances? Shin Fong said that he couldn't understand. He was a man who was occasionally, but he hadn't been guilty of being to that level of meanness and shamelessness. Listening to what Huang Hong just said, isn't this purely a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for him? If you guys don't believe me, I can now sign and draw a pledge, clearly stating that every word that comes out of my mouth right now is 1,000 times true, and there is absolutely no half sentence of falsehood. Will that do? Shin Fong spoke with a bit of bitterness, his words resounding before the people in front of him. Huang Hong was finally relieved after hearing that. He was actually quite embarrassed. Huang Hong explained, our hospital previously appeared as such a patient, obviously have promised, but he turned his head to go back on his word, maybe because of this matter, so that my heart has been in mind. So, really cannot help it, to you is a question. I'm sorry, I didn't mean any of this. I hope you can understand a little. Huang Hong came in front of Shin Fong. He favored his attitude and sincerely apologized to Shin Fong, just hoping that Shin Fong would spare him this time. Dean didn't hold back a sigh when he heard that. Thinking about the last time, each of them was just like a little cutie. Like, being fooled around by others. After people had rolled up all that money, they had all run away to foreign countries, and only then did they suddenly react to the fact that something wasn't quite right. But wait until that time to think about counting people's things. Obviously it is already too late. Had no choice but to hold back all their ideas, and go back to have no way to hold people accountable. It is normal for Huang Hong to be slightly cautious about Shin Fong. It's just that he used it in the wrong way. Questioning the decision made by Shin Fong in front of so many people, there was no thought of saving Shin Feng's face. After knowing the cause, Shin Fong did not want to blame Huang Hong. He said, I can probably see why you were so anxious for me to answer just now. Don't worry, if I say it, then I'll do what I say, and I'll let you guys heal me all the way. You guys take a good look at this rare comminuted fracture on my body. Can you please let me get well in a hurry? I really want to live. I really don't want to break my whole body at a young age, and then I really have to lie in a hospital bed for the rest of my life. Shin Fong wanted to cry. Look at him now, all aggravated. He just looked like he was going to bawl his sorry ass out at any moment. The dean hurriedly promised, don't worry, everyone present will do their best to cure the disease in your body, and will definitely not let you seriously deteriorate. You just need to trust us and leave all the rest to us. Do you hear me? Dean is so bossy, especially with his words. He said it with a straight face. At the time, Shin Fong nodded. Well then, I'll trust you unconditionally now. I don't think you'll let me down. Shin Fong was serious. Present, the atmosphere was one of joy and, crucially, everyone was sitting around laughing right now. Originally, everyone was frowning because of Shin Feng's illness, and just by looking at it, they were a bit of a one-trick pony. However, it was probably because Shin Feng's hilarious look had instead amused the person in front of him fiercely. You must work hard. If you don't, the only one who will grieve is me. Think about it. I'm a young man, but only 18 years old, just coming of age, and I'm somehow in such a situation. You guys say, isn't this too tragic for me? Just ask me, which young man is similar to me? Who is even that wretched? This fellow Shin Fong. Don't look at him as injured now, but this mouth of his, he had no intention of stopping. That little mouth, it just picks and pulls without stopping. Seeing him now, the crowd fell silent. People looked at him kind of like they were looking at a retard. At that time, Fan Yong was a bit embarrassed and hurriedly reminded Shin Fong, can you shut up a bit? You said that you have been injured, and, right now, lying on the hospital bed, or got an extremely rare disease, but how come your mouth doesn't have the intention to stop? Huang Hong or a little think about not understand Shin Fong, always feel that this guy Just one forceful gibberish to say a never-ending. Everyone in the room just stared straight at him. Qin Feng was kinda embarrassed and touched the bridge of his nose. It's not like I can't move my hands right now, so I'm just able to lie here motionless and let them speed up a little. Isn't that quite normal? Qin Feng looked back with a grumpy face, mainly because he felt that his mood was already dull enough, and if he continued to stay here, he would most likely be suffocated to death. It was just a matter of saying so many flirtatious words, yet how could the person in front of him condemn others who were not? He expressed his inability to understand. The more Qin Feng looked at him, the more aggrieved he became, and for a moment he couldn't hold back a deep sigh. Fan Yong. Being said so by Qin Feng, Fan Yong suddenly felt that he was an evil person. His behavior, in particular, was too much. Fan Yong felt a little guilty right then and there. You're quite right. It's true that I've gone too far, especially with these words coming out of my mouth. They're just not words that can come out of a person's mouth. I'm here to apologize to you. Please be generous and spare me. Can you? When Fan Yong saw Qin Feng's aggrieved look, he felt guilty right then and there and decisively apologized to Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded with tears in his eyes. Then I'll reluctantly forgive you for once. Chapter 84. Let's get someone else to help, shall we? Regarding Qin Feng's condition, these doctors had accelerated their speed, and all of them gathered together to seriously discuss about Qin Feng's current body. Mainly, they were thinking about how Qin Feng, such a young man, had somehow developed an illness. This condition is extremely rare and is not a genetic history. Qin Feng weekdays side life and rest looked quite normal. His genes also did not suddenly mutated. But, instead, he had one disease after another. It was literally like a genetic mutation, being plagued by all sorts of diseases. Huang Hong's face was grave. His brows were slightly furrowed, and between his expressions, there was also too much tension mixed in. He said, regarding Qin Feng's illness, I still can't figure it out. It's good. How come it's like this somehow? To this day, I am baffled and puzzled. He looked at the various inspection reports in his hands, and he was in a mood that was a bit overwhelming. At the time, he had mixed emotions. Don't say that he has mixed feelings now. Which person on the scene doesn't have mixed feelings? It was the first time they all encountered Qin Feng in this situation, and each of them was just as confused as if they were in a daze. They have been wondering as well as wrestling with all sorts of questions. So far, they didn't come to a conclusion. For this matter, everyone's heart, looking obviously depressed, a little do not know what to say feeling, complicated by his emotions. Huang Hong was torn for a while before he stood up and said, I do think that I might have to look for help from someone abroad. Are you sure the other side will really help you? Are you sure that the other person will be able to forget about the past? You rejected someone 1 second, and the next, you're thinking of asking them to help you. What are you thinking you? Several other doctors stood out and curbed Huang Hong's thoughts. Mostly, I think that he's purely delusional here. It's really just amazing how anything can be thought up. To know, in their hearts, when they refused just now, they had probably already greeted all their ancestors, right? With people like them, it's obvious at first glance that it's impossible to talk to them about the cooperation aspect. However, how dare Huang Hong be so anxious to rush up and try to talk to someone about the idea about being able to help out a little? What the hell were you thinking? Those people are inherently selfish. When it comes to this kind of thing, it's impossible to agree to it at all. This idea or thought of helping others was never in their vocabulary. All they know is, will they be able to gain some benefit from this? If they don't get the benefit they want, then they will reject it decisively and, basically, give you no expectations. What a few other doctors have said is realistic. Word for word, sentence for sentence. These elements make it impossible to refute. After Huang Hong heard it, he blanched, and on his face was an undisguised double color. He sighed. But Qin Feng's current physical condition, the more I look at it, the more I feel that his current body is at a relatively stressful stage. If we can take advantage of this opportunity to build on our efforts and hasten to ease his problems, perhaps this rare disease of Qin Feng's can be solved quickly. It's not like he's going to go down in agony. The other side, though, does make some unreasonable demands, which are inevitable. God no. It was just after much thought and finalization. He knew exactly what kind of stupidity he was doing right now. But the situation is too special. If he didn't, he was, mentally, worried that Qin Feng would have an accident. When he worried, his brain buzzed with it. It always felt like they were doctors, but there was very little they could do to help Qin Feng. He felt inexplicably guilty. People saw that bit of him. However, none of those present agreed. Either way, there's no way I'm going to agree to what you're saying. We went so far as to reject the other party in the beginning. Then we should reject it to the end. And absolutely cannot have any further involvement or contact with the other party. Save yourself the embarrassment at the end of the day. In my opinion, although the matter is very urgent, Xin Feng's current physical condition is not too problematic, meaning that he can still hold on slightly longer. So let's take this opportunity to study it properly and not let down his expectations of us. Especially you. Do you remember what people have told us before? What he said to you? Is it hard to believe that you've forgotten all of that now as if it had fallen on deaf ears? The group looked hateful, one and all, in serious condemnation. Back then, Huang Hong lapsed into silence. Huang Hong's face looked a little pained as he grabbed a handful of hair carelessly, in a bad mood. I'm mainly worried about Qin Feng. I feel like the state he's in now, the more I look at him, the more worrying he becomes. Although he has always pretended in front of us that he has nothing wrong with him. But, how can he really have nothing at all? This is clearly a fake. But Qin Feng did say in the beginning that we can't cooperate with the other party. If we cooperate with the other party, just judging by the other party's disgusting behavior of selfishness and self-interest, sooner or later, one day, we'll be like a fool and be completely drained by the other party. But if it's slowing down, it's going to get harder and harder for this thing to go on like this. The mood of the crowd was as if they had fallen into the sea. They were actually in pain, and all of them looked anxious. It was accompanied, presumably by an involuntary, deep sigh from all of them. About this matter, how could they not know? Qin Feng was young, but he suddenly suffered a flying accident, and his body was now dying, with a crushing fracture all over his body. The situation looked really bad. Of course they thought, if they could speed up a little bit, based on the disease in Qin Feng's body, how good would it be? It's a shame. For that matter, it's purely a matter of them being delusional and thinking about a whole lot of things that they shouldn't be thinking about. Under everyone's serious crusade, Huang Hong in the end will be these ideas, all ruthlessly suppressed back. At first he may have had some idea, but later, he was as profoundly aware of his problem as a lost cause. This time, he did keep his mouth shut after all and didn't dare to continue to crusade against these things with everyone like he did earlier. Okay, we also know, you now clearly is too much pressure, and led you in that nonsense. Regarding such a thing, we can all understand, and I don't mean to blame you, but I hope you can keep such words back, and next time, don't say such things. Chapter 85, A Good Mind. They are, at least, very well-known doctors in the country, all a bunch of professors. There are also some who are specially sent from the national team side, and their ability, where is it as low as everyone thinks? There are some people, and I don't know what the hell he's rambling on about, day in and day out, but he has to add a bunch of stress to the mix, as it was now, rambling a whole bunch of have-nots, so angry that everyone just couldn't hold back. They reached out their hands and pointed at each other's brains. I'm telling you, you can't go in front of Qin Feng and remind him of this kind of thing. If he hears about it, he might get really angry with you. If he hears about it, he might really get angry with you. You're such a big man now. You definitely won't do something as stupid as this again, right? The sudden reminder is a reminder to the other person to stop. Huang Hong reacted in time. He was so guilty that he apologized decisively. Don't worry, I won't tell Qin Feng about this. At least I'm a professor-level doctor now. I would have been overjoyed that he could come. That's right, a little confused in the head for a moment. And that's when he did this stupid thing in general. Still, I'd appreciate it if everyone here could be a little understanding and give me a little time to ease up. He laughed in embarrassment, and hurriedly gave everyone a good defense. This defense came and went, and everyone at best gave him a look, not trying to blame him in the end. Sessions. Bai Bingbing came to Qin Feng's front. He carefully observed Qin Feng, and found that apart from his body not being able to move, just his mouth, one of them liked his good brother, and rushed to get him delicious food. Everyone in the room fell silent after seeing it. They were in a mood, looking more or less one-dimensional. After all, just now, Qin Feng had acted like, more aggrieved, in front of those doctors the entire time, but now that he's shaken up, he's practically the little bully in their dormitory. Looking at his little lofty gesture now, the more the crowd looked, the more they fell into silence. Truth be told, these guys, they're really more smug than one another. It's not good for you to be like this, is it? Bai Bingbing walked up to Qin Feng, who was torn for a moment before issuing a doubt. At that time, Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he said with a hefty smile, "Where's the problem with that? I don't feel, at all, that there's any problem with my behavior, whatsoever." He said it with all seriousness, but the man in front of him was a bit of a one-trick pony. These two are your classmates, right? You were injured and they helped you. That means they have good qualities, but how can you make them like this? Bai Bingbing looked puzzled. Mainly, he felt that this kind of behavior shouldn't be. However, these two good roommates of Qin Feng, who were right next to them, hurriedly stopped Bai Bingbing. Stop it. All of this was done willingly, so don't you go on and on. Xiang Ding immediately stood out to stop it, as if he had something difficult to say, and was a bit embarrassed to go down the list. Bai Bingbing listened to the words coming out of his mouth and was a bit puzzled. What's going on? Why are you guys so tense all of a sudden in a good time? Was it the words that came out of my mouth just now that said something wrong? Otherwise, why are you guys suddenly nervous? Bai Bingbing was a bit unable to understand these two students in front of her. I saw the other one walk up to Bai Bingbing. You're so pretty. I'm a little curious. I don't think you're very good at this job right now. Are you? I wonder if I'm tired. Look at you. Walking in high heels. I'm a little heartbroken. Not to mention the fact that you've been walking in them. So you must already be exhausted, right? Even so tired. Why don't you just go and sit next to it and rest? Or hurry home from work? What do you think? Lu Su spoke in a serious manner. Xiang Ding concurred. Yes. I think what he said is extremely reasonable. You really should go back and get some rest now. Just don't think about all that nonsense. I think you are young people, and just stepped into society not long, can rest to hurry to rest. Later but there are plenty of opportunities to be a cow and horse. These two people sing and sing, hard to change the subject. The discerning person know that these two guys are clearly a thief. That behavior is obviously a bit of a problem, just the way they were now. Bai Bingbing could see through it with a glance. Can you conveniently tell me what exactly you guys lost to Qin Feng? He was really curious and couldn't help but let out a query. And then there was a faint light smile at the corner of his mouth. The seriousness of Bai Bingbing's inquiry made these two guys in front of him, who were originally trying to hide it. That drawing was like it was stuck in their throats. They were silent for a moment. At the time, it was as if it was all over the place, and it was all a bit hard to know how to answer. Stiff-faced, they were in, embarrassment the whole time. This is an agreement between the three of us. It has nothing to do with you. So stop asking questions. Well, things have come to an end, and I do think that there's really no need for people to, in one way or another, talk about this. Lu Su quickly changed the subject. Just as they looked embarrassed, they couldn't help but laugh out loud as they looked at Bai Bingbing in front of them. As for Qin Feng, who was on the bed, he was laid back and then mimicked again. No need to mention how happy he was really living his little life right now. Just as he was like that, Xiaoshan and the others looked at him and really wanted to rush up and teach him a hard lesson again. They were working as hard laborers, but Qin Feng was fine. He was enjoying life and was in a good mood. In looking at them, what kind of cattle and horses are they? For the next few days, Bai Bingbing had been filming Qin Feng. It soon becomes apparent that everyone else who was sick is sick and weak and can't lift their eyelids. But the Qin Feng in front of him was sick, and his state was a stark contrast to the others. He was energized and radiant. The occasional joke with everyone. He had a radiant smile on his face, most of the time. Compared with other people, he is, not to mention how happy he is now. Bai Bingbing was silent for a moment as he let out a puzzled query. I'm curious to know, isn't Qin Feng sick? Since he's sick, how is he doing it now? So leisurely and relaxed? Compared to the other patients, how can he be so bland? At that time, Bai Bingbing, while inquiring, searched for words to help excuse Qin Feng. Could this be because Qin Feng is a young man? Not only is he young and vigorous, but most importantly, he has a good heart? Chapter 86. Who would have thought that you would lose? Because of a good state of mind, it allowed those conditions in the body to be well suppressed? Bai Bingbing knew nothing about medical matters. He is not very knowledgeable about the most critical issues regarding Qin Feng's disease. However, he had been carefully observing Qin Feng before coming to a conclusion. His words, spoken in all seriousness, word by word, sentence by sentence. Even his eyes were emanating a radiant light. That look, too, was stunned by Qin Feng's body, emanating a radiant light. All at once, he felt that Qin Feng, for one thing, because he was a young man, his recovery must be a bit more powerful than others. Secondly, this is entirely because, since Qin Feng has been sick, everyone has been doing everything they can to help him. So, he is gradually starting to get better. In my opinion, the main reason why Qin Feng can get well so fast, but also have to thank more, the doctors present as well as those good roommates of his, but where there is no them, it is estimated that he is now, will be completely collapsed. I can see that in the last few days, those few roommates of his, they are trying to do everything they can to please him, each and every one of them changing their ways to give him things, flattering around him, trying to coax in any way they can. Just their interactions in the last few days, everyone can see it clearly. Thinking about it, when the previous ones, when they were in college, had they ever been treated like this by Qin Feng? Qin Feng was valued by the hospital and valued by the school. Even his roommate, who had tried all sorts of ways to coax him one way or another, for that tone of voice, That's all respectful and didn't dare to say a word against it. They were suddenly a little envious of Qin Feng's good life. Although Qin Feng had previously had a difficult time with his status as an orphan, but by the time he reached adulthood, he seemed to be enjoying the best that the world had to offer. All of them, that really was just trying to find ways and means, one after another, to do their best to defend Qin Feng. To be honest, I am now becoming more and more envious of Qin Feng, mainly because the current Qin Feng is completely different from what I used to be, and he is completely enjoying the treatment that I once did not enjoy. My God, where is Qin Feng being sick? This is clearly a case of finding a whole bunch of maids and then going to serve him non-stop every hour of every day. When will I be able to live like him? Some people really feel envious the more they look at it, and the more they look, the more they are attracted by all the things in front of them, completely and utterly attracting all their sights. They just looked at such a scene, and for a moment, they were overwhelmed with emotion. Yes, Qin Feng now. The days are too good to be true, and look at me. I every day tonight with a gyroscope like, busy unavoidable, the key is my hand rags. Things a lot, the results of the boss side, not moving so to me, is a big scolding foul language. See, how in the world can you have someone as disgusting as my old partner? When will I be able to be like Qin Feng, instead of being here all day and night like a cow or a horse? I just hope that such a good day will come as soon as possible, so that in the future, I won't need to be scolded by my boss all day and night. Obviously I'm also a student, but these treatments Qin Feng is enjoying right now are too good to be true, right? Compared to him, it's really just one heaven and one earth. It looks like I'm a cow and horse while his little life is getting smoother and smoother. I would like to ask if Qin Feng's side is still willing to take in a disciple? If you want to take on a disciple, would you be able to take me under your wing? After all, I sincerely want to join your team. Can some guys not dare to think about everything? Dare to think of anything there? Especially the faces of some guys. The more you look at them, the more disgusting they make people feel. I also don't know where on earth this person got his face from. So he really has the nerve to propose such an idea? A cow or a horse is always a cow or a horse. No matter how hard I try. I can't change that after all. I'm in agonizing pain inside. In despair. Nay now. But I can only endure it. And take this breath. And force it into my stomach. The more they looked at everything Qin Feng was enjoying right now, the more envious they felt. They've never been treated like this before. But, Qin Feng, however, was enjoying himself ruthlessly. These people are extraordinarily red-eyed. Their faces, when just talking about it, couldn't hide their excitement. He couldn't hide his envy for Qin Feng. A group of people, they just stared at the screen and watching. Looking at the video of Qin Feng, this guy recently this period of time slightly better health, so he did not know what to do. Crossing his legs, and a little bit of a small smug. Little Xianzi, didn't you say, you're going to prepare fruits for me to eat? Where is this fruit? You're not deliberately fooling me, are you? Let me tell you, my temper is not to be messed with. If you dare to fool me like this, but if I get furious, then I definitely won't let you off easily. Qin Feng's words were spoken in a somewhat eerie manner, and then his gaze fell ghostly on Xiang Ding who was waiting in front of him. Xiang Ding had a displeased look on his face. You wait for me. His teeth clenched as he said with a bit of intolerance. I'll settle the score with you sooner or later for what happened today. Give me some time. I'll never let you go. He spoke with extreme anger, in front of Qin Feng. After Qin Feng heard this, not only was he not afraid, but he laughed. I'm so scared. You say, if I never get better, when will you have to wait until you can do something about it? Shouldn't it be until 100 years from now, when you grab my soul and, then, punch and kick me? But soul this kind of thing. Qin Feng was very proud of himself. He hemmed and hawed. He continued to add fuel to the fire as he glanced blandly at Xiang Ding in front of him. You promised before, so you must be true to your word. How can you temporarily go back on your word? If this is a sudden outburst from you, then I'm going to look down on you. Xiang Ding. He's getting pissed off. Just a few days ago, they had to make a bet with Qin Feng. Who would have thought that both he and Lu Su would lose their bets? Because losing also means that he can only keep his promise, as we had agreed at the very beginning, and then go and take care of Qin Feng for a whole week. If Qin Feng lost, after Qin Feng got completely well, it would be Qin Feng who would be the one to protect them. And, each one must be served for at least 3.5 days or so, I think. But who would have thought that the two of them, who thought they had sworn to do so, would end up having problems halfway through? As it was, both hated it. Chapter 87 Medical skills growing by leaps and bounds. They can't do anything about it. No. Coupled with Qin Feng's face that was getting the better of him, they really hated it. A slap, right on Qin Feng's cheek, saved the other side from continuing to be aggressive in their presence. On the contrary, he did really have such a mind, and so on being a good roommate. He thought about it and held it back. Forget it. It's better to be slightly more authentic. Doing too much of something as unethical as that will only end up backfiring. He had a sulky, resigned look on his face. Xin Feng gave him a somewhat dangling look. With respect to his current inch of progress, quite a few people looked at him and always felt that Xin Feng was, right now, very much in need of a beating. Have you guys seen Xin Feng's face as he gains an inch? Look at this ugly face of his right now. One look and you can tell that he clearly owes a beating right now. Otherwise, can a certain big brother hurry up and go find Xin Feng and take the opportunity to teach him a lesson? The more I see of Xin Feng's complacent appearance, the more I really want to beat him up. I can't help but hold my breath a little bit. How does he manage to pull in so much hate value when he's clearly sick and not even healed yet? Seeing Xin Feng's complacent look, I now have some mixed feelings. The more I see, the more envious I become. Just when do I have to wait until I can be like him? I just want to know what the current situation is regarding this rare disease. Is it really possible to heal him? Xin Feng's recent state of these 2 days, looking far to be much better than before. Then it seems that our country's medical skills is not at all as bad as the outside world says. The medical profession in the country has grown by leaps and bounds. In the blink of an eye, it had reached a point where everyone was shocked and filled with amazement. In particular, Xin Feng's help last time had alleviated the problem of many diseases in the country. It doesn't. There are already quite a few people from abroad who have come here to discuss this aspect of medicine with Xin Feng. They said that China's medical skills are extraordinarily advanced. How long has this been going on? They themselves have a lot of points to break. And yet, suddenly, they had a ton of information in their hands, and it didn't take long to break through their insights on the matter multiple times. These people, one after the other, had a hearty laugh, the eyes of a group of guys. The whole thing became bright. They were a bit excited and said, "Your domestic medical skills, how did they develop so fast? Especially for high blood pressure. Once you have it, you're only able to take medication for the rest of your life. And even with this type of condition, it's mostly the elderly that get it. Earlier, everyone went through a lot of trouble, but there was never any breakthrough, and it can be said that they have always been in the same place. But your country actually thought of a way, and little by little, all of these have been broken through." They were full of amazement, all of them shocked, showered with this matter. Their faces, in the end, is written with too much disbelief, feeling that these are just like a dream. This dream, inevitably some unreal. A bunch of guys from a foreign country. They have lamented and were surprised by this in the end. They are professors from abroad. Competence-wise, forget it. Only the strength of this hospital, and the fact that they had invented how they could cure high blood pressure quickly, shuddered for one. There is no longer arrogance in the eyes of these people. Instead, there was a hint of admiration mixed in his eyes. Only, there are always so many rat droppings. On weekdays, just a high and mighty posture even so. This has come to the country of China. They obviously came here to interview and learn. But their attitudes, is one more than one even worse. If you ask me, it's obvious that they used some improper means. They must have stolen someone else's secrets. And finally, smoothly, finished researching the treatment of this disease. That's right, they, the people of China, have always made people feel sick. With their abilities, it's definitely impossible for them to really become that powerful. So yeah, you guys mustn't be fooled by their ugly faces. These guys talk shady as hell. It's simply indiscriminate, and comes up right after to smear people very deliberately. Those words were said in a way that was more than a little bit unpleasant. Back then, Huang Hong and others heard these words, just a moment ago was still recognizing the seriousness of the explanation. Just such a moment of effort. Everyone's face, the inside is mixed with too much intolerable anger. At this moment, everyone's faces were slightly ironic, more or less in disbelief as they listened to the other party's reply. If you don't respect us, then please, a few of you, get out of here. We are not, right now, willing to see you. Huang Hong's eyes suddenly went cold. It was mainly the tone of the other party that made it almost unbearable to listen to. Look at the bad posture they're in. They're obviously the ones who are going to come here and learn about this after they've explored it, and as a result, the man did come, but his tone, nasty, just the way they are. It's just an irritation in the mind, just a few jokes, and you can't take it? Then I'd say that your ability to take it is too low. What's wrong with a few words? It's just some flirting. Why are you so worked up and angry? The man was full of indignation. He stood up and justified the disparagement. Just the words that came out of his mouth alone really made people feel more and more tolerant the more they listened. Just how big a face do they have, to have the nerve to be here, and to bring up such words? Back then, these doctors in the country present were clearly thinking of sharing their experiences with each other, and the main thing was to work together to heal patients who were suffering from illnesses. But the other party's words suddenly made them fall into silence, a bit incredulous, looking at the other party's ugly face. He was aggressive and always condescending. They don't feel at all that there is anything wrong with their behavior that is entrapped in it. I knew it. You guys, you can't take a little joke, and then one by one, you get grumpy and start blaming us. They are clearly thieves crying out for help. Damn shame to be wrong. So a whole lot of extremely disgusting things to say. At the time, the crowd was silent. They had a hard time with the matter. Unexpectedly, the other party had sent such trashy goods. If they had known from the beginning that one of the people sent over, he had a nasty tone and no respect, they, should have rejected the idea of talking to the other person. Chapter 88, Watching the show. If I joke with you like that too, can you accept it? As long as you can accept it, then feel free to open up now. Then in a while, don't get mad at me for what I said. Huang Hong disliked it nonchalantly, mainly because he didn't see this kind of person as a good idea. Seeing that they had been high and mighty, he couldn't stand it. He also thought in front of him, first spared the other party, but this person's speech was really yin and yang. The key, but also said righteously. It's inevitable for people like them to be angry in their hearts. Seeing that both sides were about to quarrel, a person in charge stood out at the critical moment, and he hurriedly stopped everyone. Alright, we are all doctors. Why should we make a mess over such an unpleasant matter? Especially you Huang Hong. The visitor is a guest. You are good. Put people yin and yang a meal. You say, this kind of thing how can I explain? The man in charge didn't look very good. He said it with a bit of a grumble. That tone made it sound as if all the faults were caused by Huang Hong. Huang Hong was condemned for this one, and he looked unconvinced. Did I say something wrong? Since they are here to learn, they should have the attitude of learning, instead of, with a superior posture, shying away from us. We finally worked out how to heal those with high blood pressure through our own efforts, which is obviously a good thing. And it turned out, he was dying of speechlessness. Look at the words coming out of the other guy's mouth. Are they human words? He was just like the traders of old, kneeling on the ground, not even able to straighten his back, just a foreigner. So what if he's pissed off? Isn't that all? Their country, which is getting stronger and stronger, doesn't need to flatter them at all. Results. How dare you pull a stunt like that? The person in charge really didn't look too good when he heard that. What did you say? That's a little too yin and yang for you to say. Look at you now, talking nonsense. He is a guest at least, and it's unseemly for you to talk nonsense like this. At that time, Xin Feng, his health improved, compared to the last 2 days, at least to be able to sit in a wheelchair. However, a large amount of exercise would indirectly cause Xin Feng's physical condition to seriously deteriorate. And so, behind him, Bai Bingbing pushed him. I've just come out of the hospital room, and I've seen such a dramatic scene. He was overcome with emotion. Do you think if his kind were to be placed in the Republican period, or the war period, this person in charge, would he become what everyone calls a traitor? Xin Feng was very puzzled, but his eyes lit up as he inquired with interest. Xin Feng expressed his interest. No, he was quite excited now. Bai Bingbing was slightly silent for a second as she listened to the words rambling from Xin Feng's mouth. He was watching the man in charge. That person in charge is really shameless, especially when his mouth is handicapped with a whole lot of defense reasons, which makes people listen to it and feel extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. Think about it, how can there be such a disgusting person like him in this world? He nodded silently. Although, it's not nice to talk about people behind their backs, I think, what you just commented on, seems kind of reasonable? Xin Feng corrected him. That's not a little bit reasonable, but very reasonable. Just look at him now. You know that this guy, sooner or later, will become what everyone calls a traitor. Having been insulted like this, how could he still be deadbeat and be so stupid as to speak for others? In my opinion, this guy, once he came here, just didn't grow a brain. But without a brain, how did he become the person in charge? That would only mean he's the second point, that he wants to be a traitor to his country. Like him, I should be able to punch one. Xin Feng spoke in a serious manner. Bai Bingbing looked at him, probably a bit speechless, and really couldn't hold back, rolling her eyes hard in front of his face. Just take a look at what you all look like now, okay? You look at the state you're in, at the moment, and you need a wheelchair. And, as a result, speak in a tone of voice, one more arrogant than the other. Although he had long been accustomed to the language as common, but Xin Feng blurted out words that Bai Bingbing was a bit disgusted with. Xin Feng, however, didn't care about this at all. What's wrong with being cocky with more breath? Don't you think that what I'm saying makes extreme sense? As far as I'm concerned, that's all situational analysis. Every word is true. Every word is powerful. He said it with a serious face. Bai Bingbing didn't retort as she did earlier, but instead agreed. What you said, it seems a bit reasonable? Go over and watch the show first. Huang Hong was very unconvinced by the way this person in charge handled the situation, and he felt that the other party was simply brutal and unreasonable. Handle things with no regard for them at all. He's angry, but the man in charge, he didn't feel that he was in the act, in any way. So, he's relatively calm. This guy, though, is probably used to going pua on other people and trying to stand up to Huang Hong. Don't use that approach. And so, he said yin and yang. Come on, will you shut up about this kind of thing? How big of a deal is it that you keep harboring such a problem? What do you make me say about you? These are guests. We can clearly follow and learn. Isn't that good? Why do you have to be so yin and yang? We learn these can be to cure those patients, obviously, is a good thing, but in the end, only people like you, said a more than one also yin and yang. He was furious. He stood up and condemned it fiercely. He gestured. Every word, said extremely hard, and he, not the slightest feeling that his behavior, entrapped, was in any way problematic. Is Huang Hong pissed off or what? He turned his head and left. In that case, then you and the other side, have a good chat. As for me, I cannot help. Also does not want to talk to these people. Exchange anything about the condition aspect. He was really angry, twisted his head and left. It felt like one more word with this person in charge and he could be pissed off to the max. The unresponsible person is still in the yin-yang. As for Huang Hong, the effort of twisting his head, he saw Qin Feng who was beside him. Didn't I tell you to lie down on the bed and take a good rest? If you get up now, he'll accidentally have a comminuted fracture. And by then, what if he breaks his whole body again? After more than a week of treatment, Qin Feng's body, obviously to get better, he didn't continue to break any more bones. It was only that Qin Feng loved the sunshine, and always asked people to take him, to go outside to get some sunshine. Obviously it's not even better yet, and this guy has the audacity to be so bold as to run outside in the sun. Afraid of what? Qin Feng waved his hand without panicking at all. I'm not even afraid. What's the matter? You're intimidated. Chapter 89, Miasma. How is this possible? Huang Hong hurriedly denied. I'm just worried about you. In case you're up with this whole body fracture again. Who can save you? I'm telling you, if you get hurt again, I won't care about you. Huang Hong was clearly a man with a hard mouth and a soft heart. Obviously, his eyes are still very worried about Qin Feng, but on the surface, he has to put on a cold and unfeeling look. Qin Feng, forget it, I'm too lazy to discuss so much with you. Qin Feng's main destination today was to come here to eat melons, so he didn't have much time to listen to them discussing this. It doesn't. Qin Feng's eyes rubbed bright. He's watching, staring straight at them. When Huang Hong saw it, before he could say anything, but next to him, the person in charge instantly recognized Qin Feng, immediately leading a group of people. He hurriedly ran to Qin Feng's side. He is that patient. Only, after he was cured, it didn't take long, because of some other kind of disease, and as a result, his current body deteriorated again. If you have any questions, you can absolutely ask him, and maybe he can carry out the answers for you. Suddenly, it pulled all of its attention, all of it, towards Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng disliked it. Qin Feng frowned and looked at the person in front of him with slight displeasure. You're sick. Qin Feng spoke directly, and the way he looked at the other party was not polite at all. It's one of those things where if you have something, you say it. When the other party heard this, his face instantly stiffened, and he was vaguely a bit gloomy. No, isn't it a bit unkind of you to talk like that? How can you be like this? The person in charge stated that he was in a speechless mood right now. This guy Qin Feng, wasn't he getting more and more arrogant? Looking at his face, which was now getting the better of him, he grimaced, slightly, in the face of a traitor like you. What's wrong with me saying a few words about you? What's the matter? You dared to do it, and now that you let someone say a few words, you can't stand it yourself instead? Qin Feng snorted and looked him up and down. After taking a closer look, Qin Feng shook his head slightly. He made a couple of tisk-tisk noises. Mostly, it's really disgusting. This guy looks like a human being, but I didn't realize that what he did could be so unethical. Look at this disgusting face he's making right now. It's bad luck. He glared angrily. Who are you calling a traitor? I am this hospital. Specifically sent me to deal with these doctors who came from abroad to learn about how we attack the condition of hypertension. How come in your mouth? I became like a 10 evil people. He was enraged. He was so angry that he condemned Qin Feng. His behavior, in his eyes, could be nothing wrong. However, Qin Feng's eyes fell faintly on his body, gazing at him with extraordinarily disgust. Yes, but how do I feel? From start to finish, It seems like you're trying to think of all sorts of ways to lick people? Qin Feng was young and vigorous in the end, and he spoke nonchalantly about this kind of thing. He didn't care about. Even if the other party was in front of him, he had explained it one by one, favoring Qin Feng's eyes. He could not resist the disgust. Alright, I can see exactly what's going on with you. So don't explain yourself in front of me. On your kind, I can still not know what exactly is in your mind. Fooling others can be, but fooling me, I don't think it's too good. Although Qin Feng was only 18 years old, he was smart. To these things he protested. He gazed at the person in front of him with incomparable disgust, and naturally spoke a bit more directly. When the other side hears, hating to reach out and slap Qin Feng on his cheeks, he was pissed off. Look at this face of Qin Feng who had gotten the better of him, as well as the fact that the other party was still deliberately slandering him in front of him. He was half pissed off. Looking at the fact that you're young and still very unwell, I'll reluctantly spare you for once, so I won't bother with you, but I hope, when you speak, it's better if you don't speak too harshly. He's angry. This person in charge. His eyes glared viciously at Qin Feng. Word by word, a whole bunch of words were quickly sent out to warn Qin Feng again. Qin Feng didn't take this matter seriously at all. In front of the other man, he rolled his eyes. Okay, don't explain. Qin Feng was still pulling out his ears impatiently. I can see your face clearly. What are you still sophistically arguing in front of me? What are you? Can I not tell the difference now? If you ask me, I really don't want to reveal your true colors bit by bit in front of the majority of netizens. Or do I want to take advantage of this opportunity to show you some mercy and not make things too awkward? The corner of Qin Feng's mouth rose slightly, his eyes lightly glancing at the person in front of him. His tone was clearly calm, but for some reason, this person in charge could hear the threat in Qin Feng's words. He was at least one round older than Qin Feng. At 40-something, he's already remarkable for being able to stand in the position he's in now. However, he was never expecting that he had been ruthlessly inyoned by Qin Feng. It was an unacceptable thing for him to do. He held back the rage in his chest, constantly calming it, and his stormy self. Then explain it to everyone. He was forcing a smile. There was also that look in his eyes, staring at Qin Feng with a deadly stare, not to mention how ferocious he was. As he is now, Qin Feng is not panicking. Without the slightest fear, he met those eyes of the other man. Calmly, he spoke in a bland tone. He said, Alright, regarding your matter, I will definitely talk to the dean's side. Please be prepared. Qin Feng suddenly grinned, and the words that came out of his mouth almost scared this person in charge almost to death. The man was stunned at the moment. His eyes were dull and he didn't know what to do. The way he looked at Qin Feng was shocked beyond measure. No, you. He didn't expect that Qin Feng would deliberately target him like this. It made his mood suddenly cranky. Why this tit for tat? It was obvious that they could get along with each other and help each other. But Qin Feng's behavior was really irritating. Don't think that just because you are a patient now, you can mess around. This person in charge mentally, the more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. He had been forcibly holding back his anger, wanting to properly persuade Qin Feng again to not go too far in his behavior. Qin Feng, however, gave him a faint look. He's like the kid who owes his ass a little bit of a mean streak. To tell you, I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I have no way to oblige you. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly turned cold. For this kind of goods, Qin Feng was not happy to help him. It should be uncovered or must be uncovered as soon as possible to do so, lest these types of people, the reputation of the hospital in a mess. Chapter 90, Be Nice. The person in charge also did not expect that Qin Feng would not leave him any face at all, and in front of all the people. Was that decisive in rejecting him? Where does that leave his face? He was extremely upset and his heart was on fire. I respect you, so could I trouble you to speak to me in a slightly nicer tone, instead of treating me this badly? The man in charge held back the fire that was growing angrily in his chest and tried to lower his voice as much as possible. As he spoke, he slightly bent down and came to Qin Feng's ear. He was very proud, with that sinister voice, reminding Qin Feng, I am the person in charge here anymore, and still the dean reminds me to receive them. You are so ungrateful to go against me. You say you won't really think that after you make a little contribution to the hospital, you can do whatever you want, right? I'm here to remind you for a moment or two. You'd better be a little more peaceful, or else, you won't blame me for telling the dean about you, and when that happens, you'll just get the hell out of our hospital. Without the shelter of the hospital, what kind of a ball is the future Qin Feng? He was smug. He had tired eyes. Looking at cold Bingbing's words, he had been deliberately threatening Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng wasn't a wimp at all with these words of warning from him. Qin Feng carelessly faced him. Qin Feng's eyes carried a bit of indifference as he spoke slowly and methodically. Is that so? You're a tiny person in charge. I didn't expect you to be this powerful, so much so that even on the dean's side, you've managed to shake things up? Then it seems that it is indeed me who has underestimated your abilities. Qin Feng returned with some mockery. His eyes then gazed indifferently at the person in front of him. He's not a wimp at all. The more arrogant the opponent was in front of him, the more nonchalantly Qin Feng responded. He looked at him with undisguised disgust. Qin Feng's reply had long since infuriated the other party. The other side was enraged. You. He extended his hand and pointed at Qin Feng. I'd advise you that you'd better not toast, not eat the wine. Such a good opportunity for you. Yet you are so unintelligent? Crucial. And to think that you've been deliberately stopping it. He was really angry and felt like he was about to lose his hold. He had never seen a guy who didn't know his place as well as Qin Feng. He felt angry at the thought of it, and he was still there to warn. Huang Hong rushed forward. He grabbed the finger of the person in charge. You're just a little person in charge. Here, it's not your turn to make decisions, and this is a hospital, not a place where you are tolerated outside the law. Here, too, you should learn that it's better to have a bit of discretion than to come in blind. This person in charge really has a simple mind and 4 limbs. I don't know how in the world someone like him got to be in charge. How in the world did the dean side, with a dumbass like him, think of bringing it up? The number of onlookers grew, and many of them even recognized Qin Feng's identity. It's Qin Feng. Wasn't it said that Qin Feng had a full-body comminuted fracture? It's estimated that he'll have to lie in the hospital for more than a month, and it's only been more than a week, and he's even wheelchair-bound? What are they doing here? Why are they suddenly making so much noise? If I heard correctly, it seems that the person in charge, with foreigners casually bullying Huang Hong, then, Qin Feng couldn't stand to watch, so Qin Feng stood up to the person in charge and exposed him? I know that man when I look at him. He looks like a thieving dog. Look at his eyes, or the most typical inverted 3 eyes. This kind of person, the most vicious means. You all believe all this? Aren't you young people's brains a bit too stupid? So easily fooled. As he watched the farce get worse and worse, especially the man in charge, listening to the critiques of him around him, his whole being went crazy. What do you mean? People like him are the most ruthless? These people obviously don't know anything, but they just come up and say something bad about him? He was half pissed off. Shut up. He whipped his head around and looked back, giving everyone another hard stare. This is a hospital. It's not a place where you're allowed to just gather. You guys, hurry up and get the hell out of here. Don't block the way here. And you, these are all students who have come all the way from abroad to study here, but they are our hospital's honored guests. If you neglect them, are you sure you can afford to take the responsibility? So, is this guy that pandering? Qin Feng rolled his eyes in his face. If you don't know, you'd think you're a foreigner too. Or else you could be so anxious to help them fight for their rights and interests? If you ask me, you don't even help your countrymen, but instead you help such a large number of guys from foreign countries. You're kind of disgracing your own face. I am not happy to be in the same boat as people like you, foolishly rushing up to join others and saying nice things. Qin Feng looked at him with more and more displeasure. This guy was already thieving looking, and one look at him made Qin Feng feel bad luck. He doesn't know enough. Look at him now dogging people and fawning all over them. And then look at his attitude towards his countrymen. At the slightest hint of displeasure, his tone of voice plummets to nastiness, pointing at everyone's nose and unable to resist pointing at the locusts and cursing the mulberry. In his case, Qin Feng would at most just give him a blank stare, and it would have been good enough not to give him a hard belittling in front of the crowd. If he dared to denounce Qin Feng's faults in a deadpan manner, with Qin Feng's temperament, then surely he wouldn't easily spare the person in front of him either. That guy didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the matter, as he was still there righteously saying, just wait, I'll inform the dean of everything you're doing right now in the fastest time possible. He will definitely follow me and ruthlessly condemn what you did, and definitely won't allow you to be in league with Huang Hong. He spoke up such words in a particularly unconvincing manner, while his eyes were already staring at Qin Feng in a deadly manner. Qin Feng slowly replied, since you're so tactful, then please hurry up and charge me. It's best to drive me out of this hospital, or else I'll look down on you. If you're so capable, just get on with it. I'm too lazy to stop it. Head. Instead of stopping it, he keyed in with a straight face. Qin Feng told him to hurry up and talk, so that he wouldn't be unable to talk in a while. Back then, the man in charge's face stiffened slightly. In the end, he was irritated, and unable to bear it, he immediately went to charge. Things got so bad that the dean showed up soon after. Chapter 91, Angry. When he heard about it, Dean was barely alive from the incident. That's Qin Feng. A living hell like Qin Feng, that's everyone's treasure. Which person isn't respectful to Qin Feng now? Especially those of them who were studying medicine. Their attitude towards Qin Feng was so oppressive that they didn't dare to mess with him. It was only certain fools, As if they didn't have a brain. Who dared to be so stupid and ignorant? Rushing up to mess with Chin Fong? The dean had been exasperated when he heard about the behavior of those in charge. What's wrong with this guy? What's wrong with his brain? If he didn't have a problem, would he be able to pull this crap? Someone huffed as soon as Dean showed up. He's still frantically weaseling his way out of it. Surprisingly, he was still thinking of pushing those responsibilities onto Chin Fong. Bias. Dean's first sentence uproared. Do you realize what you're babbling about? What are you up to? What kind of person is he? Don't you know? With goods like you, you're worthy of coming in front of someone and pointing your finger at him? Chin Fong is a great asset to the hospital. If it wasn't for Chin Fong, what would they be now? However, the man in charge, it's like he doesn't have a brain. For the sake of a few students from foreign countries, you have to mess with other people's Chin Fong? It's so simple-minded. It's really his sin to let a dumbass like him come out and hobble people. Dean came up and chopped his head off. The person in charge also did not think about it. The intention was to have the dean on his side, to properly cut Chin Fong that temper, lest he think that he could be so arrogant just because he had provided some contribution to the hospital. It seemed to him that he had just wanted to condemn so many 2 or 3 sentences, and as a result, the words hadn't even gotten out of his mouth yet, and instead he was chopped up and viciously condemned. He just stood there like a quail, his face embarrassed to the core. What's wrong with me saying a few words about him? The person in charge still looked unconvinced and said with a grumbling face, besides, these people are originally VIPs. Isn't it quite normal for me to treat them a little bit better? He doesn't realize he's in the wrong, and now he's still there to weasel his way out of it. Just saying the words makes it sound like Dean can't stand it. You can shut the up. The dean was about to explode with anger. Do you not understand human language? If you don't understand, get the hell out of here and cut the crap. Hurry up and get the hell out of here. I'll be looking for you later for what you did, and these people you brought with you. You take them and get the hell out of here. Don't give me the whole thing. Dean was blasted and felt his entire lungs, followed by a sharp pain. Just ask, does this guy not have a brain? Or does he have some comprehension problems? If he didn't have a problem, could he have done all this? I told him not to mess with people in the first place. Now what? He messed with Chin Fong. If Chin Fong was really prepared to leave this place, he would have to dismantle this guy and teach him a hard lesson before he could do so. Lest this guy, pure and simple, is talking nonsense there. The man in charge looked a little pale, and his body almost lurched at being severely degraded. He hadn't thought that in the eyes of the people in front of him, Chin Fong was so honorable. Also, Chin Fong was clearly so arrogant just now, and they actually didn't even bother to take care of it? It was just a half-assed effort. But instead, he chopped him up. He thought about it, and the more he thought about it, the more upset he really was. He'd never seen anyone like that. The person in charge was just about to open his mouth to make 2 or 3 disparaging remarks, but a look from the dean suddenly scared him all over. He forced a smile. Dean, you are especially right. I will immediately get out now. He panicked a bunch, and in front of the dean, he really didn't dare to denigrate a single word. He nodded his head in agreement. Dean even gave him a hard stare. Facing this guy, he really disliked it. So old that he couldn't even tell the difference between something so simple? All day long, what else is there to do but mess around? Look at the look in his eyes. Unable to hide his dislike, the person in charge took the others and left the scene in the quickest possible time. They didn't dare mutter a word, but after the person in charge left, he said something eerie out of his mouth. It's really speechless. Chin Fong is just a patient. Is it necessary to take him so seriously? If he died, wouldn't the hospital continue to turn? I really don't understand what it's like to be so polite to someone like him. It would be better to drive this person out in a hurry, instead of letting him stay here and letting him be miserably disliked by everyone. The man in charge muttered under his breath. He had a displeased face, and his mouth was at this point this shady as hell. As for Dean, he almost didn't laugh at the guy's behavior. That guy, what else can he do but mess around? Originally gave him the task. Is the hope that this guy can grow a little brain? Even with these people in the country do not get along well. With foreign people, a little bit better. Maybe, this later similar to this kind of thing, also handed over to him to deal with. He does get along quite well with people abroad. And yet, who would have thought that he really looked like a guy with a simple mind and 4 limbs? Having reminded him of the words, he had instead ignored all those points. Right now, he was purely messing around and, crucially, pissing people off. I didn't think at all that this guy would do things so recklessly. This, indeed, is something out of my expectation. The dean came in front of Chin Fong and apologized to him guiltily. He really didn't expect it. Just that guy, purely blind. Chin Fong is also a college student who doesn't like to be calculating. Chin Fong expressed his understanding. He said, his kind of person. I am thinking that his temper is not too good, especially when he does certain things. He is a bit messy. Like him, you still need to be a little cautious, so as not to be careless. What about your side? It is definitely going to be screwed up. Qin Feng's reminder. But the dean pinched a cold sweat. He nodded in silent approval. You're quite right. I'm aware of the problem as well. I'll find a way to fix it if it's behind me. And his behavior today was truly egregious and over the top. And I'm certainly not going to let him off the hook easily. The dean was furious in his heart as soon as he talked about it. That's a real shock this time. If Qin Feng got angry or chose to leave, what would this be like? Fortunately, Qin Feng was not such a petty person. Qin Feng stays. As for Huang Hong, he came to Qin Feng's side and looked helpless. That person in charge just now is, in fact, his nephew. Although he'll apologize to you, those don't mean he'll punish that guy. Chapter 92, he's a good man. No wonder that guy was so arrogant just now. So it's because, behind him, he relied on the director of this hospital. Qin Feng glanced with his eyes and saw Huang Hong's cold gaze. Qin Feng had a premonition. You seem to hate that guy? Qin Feng also asked a tentative question. He didn't have to know the answer. Huang Hong didn't intend to hide him. He has always done things recklessly, completely disregarding others. As a doctor, I have also been interfered with many times. For this kind of person, who doesn't hate it? If you meet him later, or if you have to come into contact with him in the long run, maybe you'll hate the guy. The ones who are not sure want to dismantle each other. After all, the other side is too shameless. Look at the he gets up to all day long. How could a normal Chinese think of befriending foreigners all day long, and then bully his countrymen whenever he moves? Like him, a guy who was deceiving himself and others every day. Huang Hong would only take one look at him and would only feel bad for him, and would only be filled with loathing for him. So, Huang Hong in front of Qin Feng's face. These words have said enough, direct enough, decisive. Qin Feng and Ho Bingbing, both were silent, and the viewers on the air, they empathized. Huang Hong is also too miserable, right? I thought earlier that he's a doctor, especially extraordinarily authoritative in orthopedics. Someone like him, it should be everyone treating him respectfully and saying all sorts of nice things in front of him to please him. And in the end, he was even restrained by this kind of person? It's too tragic. There is also a colleague in my company. Relying on his brother is the boss of the company. Every time in front of us to show off, or else in that inch. We have seen him many times, but when it comes to people like him, there's nothing we can do about it. We can only swallow our anger and hold back all the grievances in our hearts. How do you think the dean would feel right now if he knew that this has been all over the internet? I wonder how he would feel. Isn't Qin Feng a college student? Although he hasn't fully stepped into society yet. I think that you, a college student, can't you help our poor, miserable prof. Huang to teach certain shameless people a hard lesson? Qin Feng has been on fire for a while now lately. If he teaches that person in charge just now a lesson, I think the dean's side will definitely not say a word, and won't dare to say a single word that isn't true. Look at the other party's face that got the better of him just now, and look at the way he's beating him up now. I really want to slap him down. I hope Qin Feng can come forward as soon as possible and ruthlessly fix this kind of person. Remember not to let the other party flaunt their power and gain an inch. Goods like the man in charge invite too much displeasure. Many people have said that they are particularly disgusted by such people. On the dean's side, he really didn't expect that this matter had reached the end of the day, and even made it to the top of the network. The point is that things are now well known and in the air. Being a dean is a bit of an abuse of power, and it's a bit of a big deal for him when this kind of thing gets out. Dean pinched a cold sweat. He was in a panic, an inexplicable fear that made him feel worse. He's scared. If this kind of thing goes on, it'll be too much for him. He was full of anxiety. The matter was stalled, and in the end, after thinking about it, I chose to fire the person in charge. At the same time, another statement was released. This statement, the first time he explained all the reasons for what happened and made it clear that it would never happen again from now on. He hoped that people would give him a chance to change his ways. This announcement was put out, and people were really surprised that this dean handled things so quickly. Upon coming up, the other party even decisively stated how many problems existed in his behavior. And, now that he is deeply aware of his own problems, he hopes that everyone can give him a chance to reform himself. A bunch of people are commenting below. They all felt that the dean was abusing his power. Dean was given a hard time. He was actually devastated and became more and more anxious inside. For him, everything in front of him made his heart, a little bit, collapse. Like right now, he's desperate. As for Qin Feng, he watched this good show, and immediately afterward, when this matter had nothing to do with himself. And then there's Huang Hong, who has long been accustomed to it, but he's just whining and complaining so much. he didn't mean he wanted to see Dean have a bad time. Moreover, all the words he said just now were backed up by evidence. His spitting was only because he couldn't stand the other side any longer. So he said it that way. I can help you with that. Shall I? Dean had said last time that he could talk to him about whatever it was, and as long as it wasn't excessive, Dean's side would oblige. After all, Qin Feng's identity was so critical. How could the other party foolishly provoke Qin Feng at this time? Huang Hong, however, rejected Qin Feng. He knew Qin Feng's good intentions, but he couldn't do that. Although that guy did something a little too much. But the director of the hospital over the years is loyal and responsible. Except in this case he may have done a little wrong. He has always done his best to make this hospital better and better, but also continue to work hard to help those suffering from illnesses, including his own monthly salary is actually only $20,000 to $30,000, but he often takes out a few $1,000s and goes to charity. Someone like him can't have his reputation insulted because of that guy's existence just now. Hiro is well aware of what a good person Dean is. So, although everyone looked at that person in charge with displeasure, everyone was in the end looking at the face of the Dean and reluctantly spared that guy. People don't want to count too much. Hearing his answer, Qin Feng finally understood why Huang Hong had refused so decisively. So it was all for a reason. It's a rare opportunity. Are you sure you really don't? Qin Feng looked at him, mainly because this was the only chance. It was up to him to decide. However, Huang Hong refused in the end. His attitude was exactly the same as before. A refusal is a refusal. And although I have a problem with it, I only have a problem with the person in charge. And I've always admired the Dean's words from the bottom of my heart. After all, I've never been able to do anything like him. A good person like him shouldn't have his reputation ruined because of some trash. Huang Hong's words were so strong that he replied with a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth in a serious manner. His explanation was not pursued by Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng had said from the beginning that the choice was his, and it was his business to do what he wanted. Chapter 93, Broken Bones Again? If he wished for Qin Feng's help, Qin Feng would reluctantly step forward to help. If he didn't need it, he, naturally, stayed out of it. Huang Hong rejected it completely. He had no idea about it. Qin Feng said, "Since you said so, there really isn't much need for me to continue mandating you in your presence. But that guy I looked at and felt bad about. Just now he surrounded me as if I were a monkey. This feeling, it makes my heart extremely bad. He's a human being at least." As a result, the other party brought a whole bunch of people with him and introduced him one by one. Then those guys all looked at him like monkeys, their eyes just staring straight at him. Just now. It's not even good to see him in a good mood. If it is not the Dean appeared in time, if it is not Qin Feng is now sitting in the wheelchair, their hands and feet simply cannot lift up, then Qin Feng that temperament. See so owes a lesson to the person. Maybe he is really will not be able to resist to the other side of the face, immediately after the person to give a slap in the face it. But this kind of thing, in the end, is his own word there? After a while, Qin Feng let Huang Hong push himself back into the hospital room. Huang Hong's attention during this recent period of time had all paused on Qin Feng, and he had begun to do all sorts of research, the main thing being to attack this disease that Qin Feng was currently suffering from, comminuted fracture. There are only a few cases of this extremely rare disease worldwide. Currently, Qin Feng's progress was relatively slow, but the fact that he didn't go on to break bones in his body was good enough. Sure, Huang Hong's hoped that the speed could be slightly faster. If they could heal Qin Feng, it would also mean that in the future, when they encountered problems like comminuted fractures, it would be a snap for them to help each other heal them. How have you been feeling the last couple days? Especially the bones or other places. Will there be any discomfort? Huang Hong asked daily. He wondered. Although Qin Feng's body was checked every day, the top of that inspection report showed that Qin Feng's body was in the recovery stage, but he still wanted to question the parties involved. After all, the person in question is now able to more intuitively feel the pain that this disease is causing him. Qin Feng was also pondering. Speaking of which, there seems to be some pain in the bones for the past 2 days. Qin Feng's words fell and stunned Huang Hong. It's starting to hurt again? There won't be another fracture, right? Huang Hong was a bit flustered, and at that moment, he wanted to push Qin Feng to the side of the various examination rooms to recheck Qin Feng's physical condition again. Shouldn't Qin Feng be better by now? How did that situation get worse instead of good? Huang Hong was too excited. Qin Feng cried and laughed. Qin Feng grabbed him. Don't be paranoid. It's all a non-issue. The reason I feel some pain in my body right now is because, unequivocally, I can feel that my bones seem to be healing. With this explanation from Qin Feng, Huang Hong breathed a sigh of relief. That means the bones in your body right now aren't loose again or broken. But he's a little sore because your bones are healing? He almost scared Huang Hong to death just now. He thought that Qin Feng had broken his bones once again? It's good that this one was finally explained. Qin Feng cried and laughed. If I have another fracture, then I shall not tell you right from the start. How can I keep hiding it? Dr. Huang, have you been under a lot of stress lately? And as a result, you've been in a bit of a bad shape lately? Otherwise, why don't you take a good rest? As for this illness of mine, I actually think that I'm still quite hardy, and if you rest for so much as a day or two, my changes won't be too big, and then you'll continue to observe. And that's not a problem. Huang Hong in front of him, he recently this time every day 2 points aligned. One was to check on the diseases in Qin Feng's body, always keeping an eye on them, and then again doing all sorts of investigations. Another is that there are still quite a few patients who find Huang Hong, some needing surgery, some just coming back for checkups. He was busy as hell. A week went by without sleeping more than 4 hours a day. People aren't steel, they're bound to get tired. Qin Feng's heart ached a little as he watched. Qin Feng reminded him. However, Huang Hong refused. Your current physical condition is at a critical moment. How can I just say I'm leaving? If anything happens to you in the middle of the day, where do you think I'll be able to bear the responsibility? And there are doctors from all disciplines flocking here, including people sent by the state, paying money to come here to heal you. Everyone is talking about your illness. Everyone is so busy they haven't slept well lately. Where can I run to bed? And I'm just under 40. I think I can still make it through another year. Huang Hong nonetheless did not listen even if it was not enough. He also had a straight face in front of Qin Feng and said a whole lot of words in his own defense. Just that some words, and now Qin Feng was silent. Is that sophistry on his part? With every word, Qin Feng was dumbfounded by what he heard. People are people. You are you. Why do you have to compare yourself to others this day in and day out? Besides, it's not like you're any kind of steel. If you keep this up, I'm telling you, you'll be wasted sooner or later. Qin Feng was also concerned about him. To put it bluntly, it was because he was really busy lately and didn't have a chance to rest at all that Qin Feng thought of talking to him like this. Huang Hong hemmed and hawed. Don't worry, I've got it covered. On the contrary, you are now this physical condition. I tell you this body of yours recently this period of time do not always move on the wheelchair. Just think of letting everyone push you to go outside to get some air. In case of an accidental serious deterioration, you are very likely to really have to be a lifetime to lie here. You say you are still so young. If you really lie here for the rest of your life, the future you, what can you do? In all things, it's better to think for yourself more often. So don't make that whole thing up. Huang Hong also thought for Qin Feng from the bottom of his heart. In the last 2 days, Qin Feng's state had recovered quite a bit. Restoring the obvious is a good thing. Qin Feng always had someone take him around. Occasionally this way to see a play. Occasionally that way to see a play. One way or another. I'm afraid, if his health deteriorates accidentally, what can be done? Qin Feng, however, waved his hand dismissively. How big a deal is it? Don't worry. I can guarantee that absolutely nothing will happen. My own body. I know best what's going on. Qin Feng said with a face of certainty. Chapter 94, Not Afraid to Die. People Huang Hong is not happy to believe the words of his mouth to fool people. That's what I'm saying now. But the day your health seriously deteriorates, you'll know you'll regret it. Huang Hong reached out and nudged Qin Feng's brain. Seeing Qin Feng's careless look, he hated him. This guy, after all, doesn't really take anything he said seriously. If he goes on like this, it's fine if he's fine, but what if something happens to him? Qin Feng was as usual, unconcerned. It's just a small matter. I'm sure my body will be able to carry the pressure. I have faith that I will get better. Qin Feng spoke confidently. At least, it is true that now I don't know exactly who gave him the courage to say what he did with such a straight face. Huang Hong sighed deeply. He looked at Qin Feng rather helplessly. You this guy. You this time. In the end let me say you some what is good. Huang Hong slightly frowned as he looked at him. He really didn't hold back a sigh, and for a moment, he rubbed his temples with a bit of anxiety. It was true that Qin Feng's recent physical condition was not as serious as before, but something like a virus could not be prevented. Moreover, Qin Feng got an extremely rare comminuted fracture. His problem? It's much more serious. In case there was a good or bad thing, perhaps all of Qin Feng's previous efforts might be wasted. With Huang Hong's reminder, Qin Feng didn't take this matter seriously at all. Qin Feng didn't tell Huang Hong that there was only one reason why he dared to be so bold. That's his body now. He knows it well, even if he didn't understand it. With the system behind him to help Qin Feng, his body, it would be impossible for it to seriously deteriorate. He's tired of talking about it himself. He was helpless, but people Qin Feng just wouldn't listen. So what else could be done? Don't worry. I can promise in your face that there will definitely not be any problems. Qin Feng replied with some bitterness, and in the face of Huang Hong's eagerness to persuade him, he was somewhat helpless. What is it about the person in front of you that makes you so nervous? He'd gotten this far, and he was the only one, the whole time, who was nervous as hell. However, seeing how certain Qin Feng was, Huang Hong shook his head and looked at Qin Feng with some disappointment mixed in his eyes. Forget it. People don't even like to listen to it. What is he doing chasing after them to talk about it? Better shut up. He silently closed his own mouth and didn't dare speak again. He headed out, but told Qin Feng to pay attention to one point. What happened to the person in charge? I'm afraid that he'll count on you afterward. You'd better pay attention. If he knows that you're the one who's behind all this, with his character, he definitely won't let you off easily. The guy was a vindictive little man. In the past, he liked to engage in those tactics. They have also suffered many times on the other side, but they were covered by the dean in the end. And even if they all had opinions in their hearts, what could they do? Had to hold it in. Could Qin Feng, a college student who wasn't afraid of anything at all, fear this? At least he is a college student. A college student who is not afraid of anything. When it comes to this kind of thing, he will only go forward. How can you be afraid? Seeing Qin Feng's completely unconcerned look, Huang Hong knew that the other Qin Feng did not put what he said at all at ease. He sighed deeply. He said helplessly, either way, that's your personal choice. You can pay attention if you want to. If you're not happy about it, then feel free to toss it yourself. As the words fell, he twisted his head and walked away with that resolute determination. Soon, Qin Feng was the one left here. Back then, Qin Feng is pretty laid back. It's just boring to be in the hospital by yourself. Apart from the occasional catching up on TV dramas, Qin Feng would either have his eyes blanked out and look outside with two confused eyes. He stated, he must go out and feast outside when he gets better. Definitely don't be left on the sidelines like you are now, just like a loser the whole time. For food, there are strict requirements. And, since he could break a bone at any moment now, there's not much else he can do right now except to be able to look at the view from the hospital. Qin Feng sighed audibly, expressing his speechlessness. Inwardly despairing, he looked ahead with empty eyes. But, college students just love to watch. It's like, Qin Feng in the next second, his attention, quickly, stopped outside again. He almost lit up, slightly that much more excitedly, as he looked in the direction of the outside. Someone is arguing. Hearing others quarrel was an extremely exciting thing for Qin Feng. Just now, looking at Qin Feng, who was clearly not in a very good state. At this moment, his entire eyes became bright. Qin Feng looked ahead excitedly. There's a good show on. Bai Bingbing looked at Qin Feng's behavior and stared at him helplessly for a moment. Didn't the doctor just explain that you're not quite well yet? So just settle down a little? That's not good. Qin Feng refused without hesitation. He said, look outside. It seems like someone is quarreling. Both sides are still arguing back and forth. It's not easy to see someone arguing. How can I sleep here? What? Bai Bingbing said he couldn't understand. His body is all over the place, especially since the hospital said he could break another bone at any time. If the comminuted fracture continues, he could be killing him. He's only a teenager, and he's so desperate, wanting to make his own life overcome in this moment. At that time, Bai Bingbing looked dumbfounded. He rushed forward to stop it, for the sake of your body's safety. Otherwise, you'd better pay a little attention, right? Bai Bingbing was on fire. He rushed to Qin Feng's front, was thinking of stopping him, but people followed him, looking forward with a serious face. Bai Bingbing didn't know what was wrong, obviously thinking, stop this guy. As a result, in the end, not only did he fail to stop it successfully, but crucially, he even let him go along. Up the ladder, Qin Feng stood himself up as much as he could. He was thrilled. Qin Feng, who was watching the show, really just completely disregarded the deaths and lives of others, especially Bai Bingbing, whose eyes were now hollow. He never thought that one day he would be on the verge of collapsing because of the child in front of him. He forced a smile. Obviously, he wanted to stop it, but at the end of the day, there was nothing he could do to stop people. He watched the other man, making a scene right in front of him. At the time, he stopped it one by one, but, it didn't work out. His heart, suddenly, crashed into the abyss. He forced a smile and looked at Qin Feng with his hands tied. Young people nowadays are just physically strong. They are truly not afraid of death. Chapter 95, Gossip. Qin Feng's mind was all in front of him, so how could he have so much mood to take into account what Bai Bingbing said? And pop-ups. All of them were stunned by Qin Feng's behavior. Isn't Qin Feng's whole body comminuted? He stood up and could break a bone at any moment. And if he did, it would be the end of him. Results. People actually stand up for the sake of watching the show? For a moment there was some doubt in my own eyes. And a little doubt that all that I had heard before was true. Sure, Qin Feng crushing fracture? Sure, this guy is still in the 6th stage? I feel that I'm beginning to doubt myself. Look guys, Ice is speechless beside me. I'm speechless too. College students nowadays are really desperate. They don't even care about their own bodies for the sake of watching a movie? I'm curious, what exactly is being clamored for down there? So much so, that Qin Feng is so energized by watching it? You see Qin Feng's eyes are all bright. Can you please trouble the cameraman to hurry up and point the camera in that direction of the quarrel? I'd love to see. What are they arguing about? Are all college students nowadays this bullish? Or is this young man Qin Feng rather different? Sure enough, we Chinese love to read gossip. Qin Feng looked so glowing. His eyes just lit up as he stared down at the bottom, completely disregarding his current physical condition. He was pretty excited to see it and mouthed the words. After the quarrel was over, Qin Feng was interested. He even came up with a sentence. You two go on and continue to quarrel, but don't stop. Crowd. One had to admit that Qin Feng was indeed bold. Looking around, it was probably safe to say that there was not a single person whose guts could be compared to his. People are over it and he comes up here and blurts out this kind of stuff off the top of his head. It's really, makes you wonder what to spit on. Swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The more you look at it, the creepier it gets. No, can Qin Feng's guts not be so big? No, people have finished quarreling and arguing, so how can you still let them continue? I have to say, Qin Feng is definitely the one with the most guts among the people I've seen watching the show. This coming up, right after, off the top of his head, letting people continue? Listen to what he's saying. He's now making this comment that feels bombastic. It's confusing for everyone. Unfortunately, they didn't continue to argue. Qin Feng was also a bit disappointed. Qin Feng sighed deeply and said with a sad face, I thought you guys, you could continue to argue. In the end, it's only for a short while, so you won't continue? He expressed speechlessness. Touch is kinda unconvincing right now. Bai Bingbing then persuaded him from the side. This behavior of yours, isn't it a bit inappropriate? What's inappropriate? Qin Feng asked in a serious manner. They are happy to quarrel. I am happy to eat gossip. This is not quite good? What's more, just now it's clear that they themselves, in that chirping, the whole noisy back and forth, I do think, this kind of thing, and I really don't have too much to do with it. Qin Feng sat back down again. Only this outpouring from his mouth was as explosive as ever. The point is, he said every word with a straight face. Look at him now. At the time. For a moment, Bai Bingbing didn't even know exactly what to say to make it better. For the other side is full of bombastic comments. Obviously, Bai Bingbing was trying to take this opportunity to give him a good persuasion. Only, persuasion to the end. Nor did the other person ever feel that his behavior was entrapped in any way. The point is, he's not convinced right now. He said, the only way I can spend my time now is to listen to people argue a little bit. I just have such a small wish. Is it hard to believe that there is no way to fulfill it? Then you, this group of people, are too harsh on me, aren't you? He let out a deep sigh. At this point, an innocent face on the sidelines. He said this defiantly, still frowning slightly. Present. Bai Bingbing stiffly held back the words she wanted to say. When Qin Feng was blown out into the wind, he brightened up and started bragging. Did you know that I used to be pretty awesome? Too? He said excitedly. Bai Bingbing looked at him helplessly. How awesome is it? Bai Bingbing followed his words and continued to inquire down the line. Can I trouble you, please, to tell me about it? Sure. I'm telling you, I've never been defeated before. Qin Feng said joyfully. He's a prude. Bai Bingbing got a little curious. What do you mean? Bai Bingbing was puzzled. He looked at Qin Feng in front of him and continued to inquire without holding back. Can I trouble you, to go into a little detail? Bai Bingbing, who was puzzled, her eyes now became bright with inquiries. He was curious as hell. In this moment, he was filled with thoughts of what he meant by that. However, then I heard Qin Feng say, I used to be a master of the bar. Looking around, I am definitely an unrivaled existence. And the strength is extremely bullish. Qin Feng bragged one after another. Bai Bingbing. Suddenly there was silence. Looking at the person in front of him, he suddenly didn't even know what to say. Did Qin Feng forget the reason why it became what it is now? Bai Bingbing came silently. Do you remember the reason why you fell like this? He asked him in all seriousness. Qin Feng. He was suddenly silent and a bit of a one-liner. Looking at Bai Bingbing's eyes, there was too much helplessness mixed in there. Then Qin Feng silently came to say, if I say that these are nothing but an accident, do you believe what I say? He asked with a serious face and a bit of a forced smile. Qin Feng was embarrassed. An accident indeed. He didn't do it on purpose. The main and most unethical thing is the system. If it wasn't for the system, how could he be so humiliated in front of everyone? So, when it comes down to it, all the problems, All of them are in his system. At this point, Qin Feng was serious. He went on to explain. You know, I didn't mean to do it at all at the time. It was just a unique situation, and I, because of this accident, had a problem right afterward. I want you to believe me. Qin Feng tangled and tangled, and in the end, he still said such words with a serious face. Bai Bingbing didn't believe Qin Feng. Mainly, these words from Qin Feng's mouth. Isn't this purely a deliberate attempt to fool people? As much as I'd like to believe you, if I remember correctly, I was there at the time, and I just watched you fall, right in front of me. Chapter 96, Show You a Good Time. When he saw that scene, his pupils quaked. Bai Bingbing said nothing to expect that the moment the other fell. Immediately after, broken bones all over. The clicking sound that came from his body when he broke the bone is still fresh in his mind. Now whenever he thought back on it, he always felt a little creeped out by such things. Like right now. Bai Bingbing forced a smile as he said, I also want to believe you. But honestly, I don't even know how to believe you right now. The most crucial thing is that you're still in front of my face, and you just fell straight to the ground. I could see it clearly then. Undeniably, I was truly and completely taken aback by the scene in front of me. He was humanly blindsided. Bent in time. He was completely taken aback by the scene before him. Now that Qin Feng was asking him to believe what he said, how on earth was he going to believe it? Finally, he chose not to believe it. Qin Feng was embarrassed by what happened last time. But it's just a gym class. Who'd have thought? And he did it because of this lesson? Suddenly, he fell off the top, followed by comminuted fractures all over his body. Still in the hospital to this day. Qin Feng also felt embarrassed. He touched the bridge of his nose twice in embarrassment. Then indeed it would just be a misunderstanding. And that misunderstanding, I do think, I can explain to you. Truth be told, Qin Feng himself didn't even know how to explain it. It was a disgrace. Did everyone look at the whole thing? The point is, he now really had the feeling that he couldn't even wash himself away by jumping into the Yellow River. To the end, Qin Feng silently closed his mouth, not daring to explain anymore. It feels explained and explained and explained as if that's all there is to it. It's not like people are going to believe it either. The netizens, in particular, reckoned that they thought he was a clown, didn't they? Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh deeply. He frowned. If, on the other hand, he didn't try to be brave, did that also mean that this kind of embarrassment wouldn't have befallen him today? But things have already happened. He is now full of regrets. What can be changed? Nothing will change. Thinking of how humiliated he was at that time. At this time, his entire face had stiffened in embarrassment. However, Qin Feng still wanted to show himself properly the next time. He thinks he's capable of doing it. It's mostly systems. The system, on its side, suddenly dug a hole for him. If it wasn't for the system playing tricks behind his back, could he be in such a mess? Qin Feng nodded silently. Next time, I'll make sure to present myself well in front of you, so that you can see clearly that my abilities aren't bad at all. Qin Feng had a straight face. Hearing this, Bai Bingbing, his eyes widened in horror. Unable to believe the words that came out of his mouth, he stared at him with a face full of shock and feeling horrified. You shouldn't be joking with me, right? Bai Bingbing was a little alarmed and swallowed a mouthful of saliva in a million different ways. For what Qin Feng just blurted out off the top of his head. He has been stunned. He stared at him with panic on his face, his pupils wide. Do you know that if you do it again? But if you have another comminuted fracture, then, those of us who are alive will probably be scared silly because of you? So don't you dare mess around. Especially Fan Yong. He came to visit Qin Feng. He had just walked to Qin Feng's side when he heard Qin Feng. So righteous. His brain was buzzing. He suddenly rushed to Qin Feng and looked at him in a hurry. His whole body was tense and panicked. You are truly my ancestor. You don't even think about what's going on with you right now. And you're even thinking about waiting until you're better to have a go at it? But if anything happens to you, tell me, do you really want us to live? Fan Yong pinched a cold sweat. How could Qin Feng say such a thing? The words that came out of his mouth were words that could have scared them alive. They still want to live. Wouldn't want just one thing, in the end, to kill them. A group of people looked at Qin Feng with tears in their eyes. Qin Feng waved his hand. Where are things as terrible as you guys think? I do think that you guys are overly tense right now, and I know my body very well. When I'm better, I'll definitely put on a good show for you guys. Qin Feng was not happy to listen to anything he said and was still bent on having his way. Fan Yong was almost laughed out of breath. I'm telling you, I've already reminded you of what I should have reminded you of. But if there's anything that happens to you during this period, then I really can't save your life. After all, you are so scary every time. The more he said this, the more sultry he felt. Qin Feng didn't die. It was so close that it scared him alive. The point is, How can he still talk with such a straight face? Qin Feng nodded unconcernedly. Of course, if there are any problems in the middle, it will be me who will be responsible for those problems. As for you guys, no need to worry. Up he came, and he justified it off the top of his head. But people don't like to believe it, mostly because I think the guy's brain is still not fully responding, and that's why he blurted out something so dramatic. People talk themselves into each other, but truth be told, Qin Feng's brain circuits, as always, made people feel scared. He was, it seemed, completely immersed in it. At this moment, he didn't see everyone's faces, gradually becoming less favorable. He's still talking. Fan Yong's face has been scared white. Qin Feng is still, excitedly expressing his thoughts. Just his kind, I do think, can really scare people alive. You guys can roughly guess by looking at Qin Feng's excited face that he's vegetable and fun-loving. This guy, he really doesn't realize the seriousness of the matter? Otherwise, could he have blurted out such words off the top of his head? Is there anyone out there who can hurry up and step up and take charge of this guy right now? If no one else steps up and takes charge, I have a feeling that he's going to be in heaven soon. Qin Feng did want to go to heaven. He was filled with thoughts, filled with excitement. He just got excited thinking about it, not thinking about anything else at all. The others looked at him and felt, then, a little bit of shattered hope, and Qin Feng's idea pushed them into the abyss. Looking at the extremely outrageous Qin Feng, as well as the other party, who was still expressing his thoughts with a serious face, everyone silently shut up. They didn't dare to underestimate another word that wasn't. Then more bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Certain guys of fuming, followed by, in their presence, a sudden handful of performances for them. Chapter 97 is more important than anything else. I know you're good, and I'm very impressed with what you can do. Fan Yong, who had been entangled for a long time, he walked to Qin Feng's side and silently gave a thumbs up, and after that, a compliment in good conscience. Qin Feng's mood suddenly changed from cloudy to clear. You know? Qin Feng asked, still quite excited. My ability. I actually think it's quite good, he said seriously. I didn't expect that you, guide, would know about it? Qin Feng thought prettily, in a good mood. Seeing Qin Feng happy, Bai Bingbing also boasted beside him. Yes, your performance that day. You amazed all of us. There was a bit of a problem back there, but I have to say all of us watched you that day, and we all saw with our own eyes about your performance. And we all know how good you are. Only, you have to recuperate now. And when you're better, you can go back to college and enjoy your good college days. Bai Bingbing didn't realize that he had said the wrong thing. He was still praising Qin Feng. Only then, Qin Feng's face suddenly turned pale. He said, no, I was poorly behaved that day. I'll still have to reenact it for you guys some other time. Fan Yong. It was not easy to coax, just because of a sentence. This guy, how to suddenly a sentence again? The Qin Feng into such a thing. He wanted to cry. Fan Yong couldn't help but sigh deeply. How come you just can't be persuaded? He was beyond fuming and sighing. Qin Feng was actually teasing them on purpose. Seeing their despondent faces, Qin Feng pacified. Alright, this matter ends here. There's no need to say more. As for what I just said, it's purely to fool you guys. You guys, just don't put so much mental pressure on yourselves. I'm recovering well indeed, but wouldn't dare joke with my own body. Qin Feng explained with a smile. In fact, Qin Feng was fooling them. Example, Qin Feng's current physical condition. As long as he waited to recover, then his hands and feet would definitely be more sensitive than others. In the future, there is no fear of such things as broken bones. However, in order to prevent them from being worried, Qin Feng could only say such words to fool them first, lest they get carried away with their thoughts. They were all stunned by Qin Feng's transformation. The two men looked at each other again behind them. Really? Why did it feel like Qin Feng's words were a bit untrustworthy? They hesitated for a second and chose to believe Qin Feng after all. He said, we believe you. Well, go back to resting now? Fan Yong could not wait to take Qin Feng away immediately, feeling that if he stayed here for one more second, Qin Feng might change his mind temporarily. If Qin Feng changed his mind, he would be the one who would have a hard time. For this reason, flee as quickly as you can. Qin Feng rarely refused. Fan Yong found out too. Your body, although there are quite a few problems, I noticed that the speed of your recovery seems to be faster than others. It's only been a week, and Qin Feng is almost as good as he can be. For anyone else, it would take a month to break a bone, let alone a fracture. Something that serious? Basically, just stay in bed for a year and a half. Qin Feng was good. He was completely different from the others. Yes? Qin Feng said carelessly. Maybe it's because God pitied me? That's why it let me get well so fast. Otherwise, I have so many health problems. If I can't get better faster and something happens to me, What can I do? Shin Feng was quite embarrassed. Actually, he is because he has a system. But you don't talk about that kind of thing. That's good. Fan Yong breathed a sigh of relief and said with a bit of relief, you're safe and sound. That's all. But if you have a good or bad, the guide not only can be scared to death by you alive. And, I'm worried, you have a good or bad body. He was serious about what he said. Shin Feng was immediately amused. It's not as serious as you say. Maybe it's because I'm a young man, so my ability to recover must be that much better. Shin Feng casually found a few reasons to snub. As Fan Yong listened, he always felt as if there was something wrong here. But, and Shin Feng said it as if there was nothing wrong with it? He nodded silently. He said, as long as your health gets better, I'll be relieved. But if anything happens to you, I'm telling you, I can really be scared alive by you. He'd been a guide for years, but never like today. This recent time, he was really feeling, well, broken. Ever since he met Shin Feng, his days, the more he lived, the more tormented he became. The point is, some people didn't even realize that with respect to his physical condition, he had already, in an invisible manner, caused great pressure on Shin Feng. Where's the exaggeration? Shin Feng was still very unconvinced and said, I'm just that my physical condition is that little bit different compared to other people's. He weaseled his way out of it. Fan Yong looked at him, you this kind of words. To say clearly, fool others can still, but if you want to fool me right, you think, I will believe? He's a guide at least. And, Shin Feng had physical problems many times before and after. And it's still a problem at school. He was, at every turn, scared out of his wits. The point is, how can certain people say with a straight face in front of him that his body may indeed be that little bit different compared to others? It's more than a little different, isn't it? As far as Shin Feng's body is concerned, it can only scare him to death to a degree but if Shin Feng really has a shortcoming, he's now, I guess I can take my own life and replace it. Fan Yong was not at all happy to believe what he said. It's okay for you to fool others with this statement, but if you want to fool me, I do think, you'd better not think about it. It's only been a couple months since you came to school, and it's only just started, and you've gotten 3 or 4 diseases. Just you. Just a little special? Who are you kidding? Fan Yong looked at him and didn't even want to reveal it. Shin Feng expressed his embarrassment. Shin Feng was embarrassed to the point that he hastily moved his eyes away. Ahem. Shin Feng coughed twice. Well, that's all in the past. Why don't we just call it a day? He really didn't dare to continue, so he hurriedly changed the topic, and Shin Feng also felt embarrassed, or else he wouldn't be changing the topic right now. Seeing that he was full of embarrassment, Fan Yong didn't pursue the conversation any further. He said, alright, I'll push you back to get some rest now. As for these matters, we'll discuss them afterward. The most important thing you can do right now is to adjust your body. Your body is more important than anything else right now. You know? Chapter 98, Learning with an Open Mind. He was afraid that Shin Feng would, all of a sudden, mess up again in a moment. Thinking about what just happened, Fan Yong was really scared. If anything happens, who can afford it? Shin Feng could see his nervousness as he said, where is it as exaggerated as you think? A little thing, nothing to be afraid of. I don't even worry about my own body myself. But you, on the contrary, are even more worried. Shin Feng cried and laughed, but he also didn't expect the person in front of him to be even more worried than him. Shin Feng faintly smiled up. Fan Yong said, can I not be nervous about something like this? But where there is a good or bad, you say, just these responsibilities, where I can afford. Fan Yong is also aggrieved. Look in front of Shin Feng cloudy in light, but his heart with the fall into the abyss, there is no longer any difference. He was always on the edge of a cliff, his heart in his mouth. Shin Feng, if there is a good or bad thing, I am afraid that even with his life, I don't want it. Anyway, pay attention. Remember, no matter what, don't mess around. He said this over and over again in front of Shin Feng. He kept reminding Shin Feng, thinking to make him pay more attention. Shin Feng was helpless. However, in the face of his words, Shin Feng silently compromised. After compromising Shin Feng, he nodded his head and said, how big of a deal is it to scare you like this? Okay, that's the kind of thing I try hard not to commit. Just can I trouble you to hurry me to the ward now? In terms of Shin Feng's own ability, his current body is actually not yet fully recovered. And if Shin Feng were to go, by himself, obviously, he can't afford it. Maybe the body that was looking like it was about to get better. Just because, he got himself up and went back to the hospital room. He broke another bone a little while later. Fan Yong. He suddenly lapsed into silence, gazing helplessly at the person in front of him, and couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. He had a bit of a forced smile. He decisively agreed, your body is the most important. So what you say is what you say. I will immediately follow what you say now. He agreed decisively. The mark could not afford to have Qin Feng have a good or bad time. But if Qin Feng had a good or bad day, and the principal's side inquired about it, what should he explain then? So, he should be courteous to Qin Feng right now. At least, in this situation, one must not make Qin Feng angry. He thinks hard. He also doggedly followed Qin Feng's side, and he agreed to whatever Qin Feng said, not even daring to say a word of resistance in the middle. He had been nervous for a long time. But right, nervousness is nervousness. Do people well, or have to be respectful to the Qin Feng, or a moment to provoke the Qin Feng unhappy? Qin Feng once again blurted out words like that. That would not directly scare people to death? He was learning to shudder just thinking about it, so he silently shut his mouth. At Qin Feng's request, he led him and quickly returned to the ward. Not long after, he arranged everything for Qin Feng again. Throughout the whole process, it's fair to say he was the most cautious one in the room. In the middle of this, he was not daring to slacken off by half. What did Qin Feng tell him to do? He did what Qin Feng said. Qin Feng, who saw this scene, silently closed his mouth. At this moment, Qin Feng's mood was a little bit complicated. After all, he was being stared straight at by a group of people. Each of these men was glowing. All of them were observing Qin Feng's body, and it was obvious that they were now very worried about him. All doctors. It was being stared straight at by them like that made Qin Feng a little embarrassed at that moment. Qin Feng was as guilty as a thief, swallowing a mouthful of saliva before he continued. But there is no need to stare at me so straight. And I don't seem to have done anything wrong, do I? He was already panicking. He stiffened in the face of the man in front of him. In this situation, Qin Feng looked a bit tiptoe, purely apologizing to them. However, they looked in and went to snicker. Aren't you all used to being stared at? And we're doctors. You should have gotten used to being looked at like that by us a long time ago. A doctor stepped forward. Qin Feng was sweating in his heart. He laughed extremely awkwardly in the face of what the other man said. Is that right? May I ask what these doctors, all of a sudden, are looking for me for? They must have something important to discuss with him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so bad that, one by one, they were all on fire and ran to him. One also has to look at their expressions, and one can actually roughly guess that they, should have something rather urgent to say, right now. Thus, Qin Feng, who had doubts mixed in his heart, he looked as if he was a bit puzzled and asked, "Can I trouble you guys to tell me what exactly you've encountered?" Only then did they take a step closer towards Qin Feng, and said with embarrassment, "Actually, it's like this. We realized that your body has recovered exceptionally fast, as of now, but it's only been more than a week since the past, and it never occurred to us that your body has recovered almost as much as it should have by now. So we thought we'd take this opportunity to ask what this is all about. Can you tell us about it?" And then they have a lot of doubts. At this moment, they were puzzled to ask Qin Feng. Qin Feng said that it was because his body was rather special that he gave everyone the feeling that even if he was sick, he could get well very quickly. However, these ways of treating me, you can use them on other people. If it works, naturally, it's the best. But if, say, my set doesn't work, you can take me to do the experiment again. Qin Feng, this person spoke with enough directness, as he is now, that's really unabashed. Everyone was already shocked by Qin Feng's off-the-cuff explosive remarks just by hearing them. What is meant by, if it doesn't work, is it possible to experiment with it? Can they be that unethical? Of course it can't be. So, they had specially come over here this time to learn with a false sense of humility, rather than, specially running here to scourge other people's. Qin Feng, we are a little embarrassed when you say that, and such a lack of morality is definitely a no-no. And, because you acquired the disease, we are now, also, doing some research on the condition. Without you, maybe we'd still be where we are, but thanks to you, we're, for once, able to research about this aspect of the disease. These doctors standing in front of Qin Feng, they spoke respectfully. At this moment, their eyes were filled with inexhaustible gratitude towards Qin Feng. To them, it was indeed necessary to properly thank Qin Feng for his silent contribution. Chapter 99, Qin Feng is so miserable. By them, Qin Feng was instantly embarrassed by the whole thing. Qin Feng laughed. There's really no need for you guys to run to me and come to these words so solemnly. Qin Feng reminded. It's just a matter of lifting my hand. South. I'll help. And if I can't, there's nothing I can do for myself. And it's good enough that I can bring you a certain amount of contribution with this broken body of mine now. I can't really expect anything from the rest. Qin Feng was already happy to be able to help them. Hearing these words from Qin Feng, they only felt that the content was touching. All of a sudden, the eyes of each and every one of them looking at Qin Feng were filled with admiration. Between their eyes, It was full of gratitude to Qin Feng. Qin Feng was stared at so directly by them, and right away, embarrassment was written all over his face. It's a little awkward, after all. Just suddenly being stared at like that makes anyone uncomfortable at times. Qin Feng reminded them, I understand everything you've said. It's an honor to help you. And for the rest, there's not much to say. If there's anything you guys need my help with, just let me know, and I'll help as long as I can. He was serious about what he said. The others are grateful. They walked up to Qin Feng and held his hand tightly. The faces of a group of people. That really was an undisguised look of excitement. We will write about your glorious deeds on the bulletin board of our hospital. Let everyone know about the contributions you have brought to the table during this time. Will this work? As long as you don't mind, we'll write it immediately now. They were thrilled. In front of Qin Feng's face, the idea had been excitedly presented, and it's supported from the hospital side. Qin Feng nodded. You guys can do it if you want to. I won't stop you. That was writing Qin Feng's good deeds on top of the bulletin board. Perhaps, it would make more and more people know Qin Feng's name. Why turn down such a great opportunity? It was Qin Feng who didn't refuse. Instead, he was cheerful and slightly agitated. But my body has obviously improved in the last 2 days. Especially the injured place. Compared to before, it's recovering very quickly. Am I going to be able to get out of the hospital without any problems? Next week? Qin Feng's eyes were shining. He can't wait to get out of the hospital. It's a great opportunity. Talk to them about it while they're happy. And maybe if they're happy, they'll say yes? As Qin Feng's words fell, Huang Hong stared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng was as if he was a thief. And at that moment, he shifted his gaze somewhat awkwardly. At this point, Qin Feng was a thief. Huang Hong said, I know you don't want to stay here, but your body hasn't fully recovered yet, and there are even a whole bunch of problems and issues, so you're so impatient to leave? I don't think. I agree. This kind of thing is too risky. In case there was a good or bad, then by then Qin Feng's physical condition might be seriously dead, seeing that it was supposed to be cured. Just because Qin Feng suddenly chose to be discharged from the hospital, then the situation began to deteriorate. The eventual consequences of this may mean that he may have to lie here on the edge for the rest of his life. Everyone looked serious at the thought. They said, I don't agree. I think you need to stay in the hospital for at least a full month. Or, in case something goes wrong again then. Really, no one can help you. You still have to be prudent and think about your body. How can you do something so reckless? At the time, Huang Hong flatly refused. Every word of rejection. All of them caused Qin Feng to frown with a despondent expression. Qin Feng knew that they would definitely not agree. I just didn't expect these people to refuse as decisively as they did. Instantly, he looked sad. He looked a little ashen. I knew that there's definitely no room for discussion on this matter. Qin Feng's eyes darkened and he didn't hold back a sigh. Could it be that this matter? Can't it really be discussed? I'm still kind of hoping that, between us, we can talk about it. You guys see how I'm doing now? It's all pretty much healed up. And there's nothing too wrong with it at first glance. And a month is too long. I think. I'm just a student. Let me stay in the hospital for a month. Do you think I still want to study? He hastened to find all sorts of excuses for himself, which Qin Feng tried to use to make himself stay. Only, the principal appeared out of nowhere. After the principal appeared, he was seen to have a serious face. You don't have to worry. I'll call a teacher to come to the school specifically to explain all sorts of things to you. As for the exam side of things, when you're better, you'll take the exam then. Everything about you, I've arranged it all now. So on your side, there's no need to worry about any of this. The sudden appearance of the principal, and the words that came out of the other's mouth, justified. Qin Feng was slightly silent. He stared incredulously at the person in front of him. In the end he was completely bewildered by the words that came out of the other's mouth all at once. Qin Feng really did not expect the other party to be able to say this kind of content so justifiably in front of him. What about him? Qin Feng, whose face stiffened for a moment, he stared bitterly at the person in front of him. I didn't know what to do at the time. The principal, however, solemnly patted him on the shoulder. That screamed, regarding these, you don't need to worry. With me, I'm sure I'll handle it for you properly. Do you have any other questions now? All of them can be told to me in detail, in front of my face. As long as I can do so, then I will definitely do my best. Then, to change these, the principal cowered in front of Qin Feng. The way he looked at Qin Feng had some nervousness mixed in it. You were nervous about him, fearing that Qin Feng would propose something else, something that would make it difficult for him to speak. Qin Feng, he was ashen. The principal's appearance could be said to have destroyed all of Qin Feng's last little bit of coveted hope with ease. Back then, Qin Feng forced a smile. The group of people in the comments section were, in the end, completely dumbfounded by such a scene. Have you guys noticed that Qin Feng's mind has collapsed? It's only been a few days since he first enrolled in school, and he had no choice but to enter the hospital to recuperate due to a variety of physical ailments. Even now, trying to keep going back to school, that kind of thing has become an extreme luxury. Suddenly I feel that Qin Feng is quite miserable, although he has brought us great pleasure, but he himself has lost all his freedom. Chapter 100 Calling the Doctor. But I think that you should get some rest now. The principal spoke in a serious manner right in Qin Feng's ear. Qin Feng fell into silence. Qin Feng, who didn't say a word, stared hopelessly at the principal in front of him. If he didn't show up earlier, if he didn't show up later, but only at this time, he had some doubts that the person in front of him was doing it on purpose. The principal was full of care. He said, "I'm most worried about your body right now. How have you been feeling these last 2 days? There shouldn't be any problems, right?" The principal walked over to Qin Feng's side and inquired with a serious face. Qin Feng sighed as he looked drained. "By your good advice, I'm not having any problems right now. Even my health has improved." Qin Feng spoke extremely feebly. The principal instantly realized that Qin Feng's state was very wrong. At that time, the principal's eyes were filled with concern as he walked to Qin Feng's side and asked worriedly, "What's wrong with you? It feels as if something is very wrong with your current state. Are you sure you're really okay?" He had a slight doubt that Qin Feng's body was really fine. If there's no problem, then isn't Qin Feng's current state a bit too strange? A period of time. He was nervous as hell. Frowning, he hurriedly tried to call for a doctor. However, Qin Feng hurriedly shook his head. "Don't worry, headmaster. There's nothing going on with my body. You don't need to worry. Don't worry. I'll be fully fit after a few days." Qin Feng is going to cry. He could feel the other man's kindness to him, but what came out of the other man's mouth was truly desperate. There are actually times when it's not necessary to be so nice to him. Qin Feng said that occasionally it was possible to ignore it and press him to remember him. Bias. People are dead set on remembering him. Are you sure you don't have any physical problems right now? Why do I feel that the words coming out of your mouth are a bit less believable? The principal's face was full of questions, and after hesitating for a short while, he decided to personally ask those doctors himself. It always took listening to those doctors for him to really relax. The principal went to make inquiries. Qin Feng really felt that he was now lifting a stone and hitting his own foot. Huang Hong was standing right next to him. He reached out his hand and patted Qin Feng's shoulder. "All right, you just take a good rest for the last 2 days, and when you've recuperated, then we'll go through the discharge procedures for you." But, Huang Hong paused slightly. "I'm afraid that letting you out of the hospital in a short time is unlikely. So, you'd better prepare yourself mentally as soon as possible." Qin Feng. One message right after another left him helpless. Qin Feng sighed deeply. "I understand what you mean, and I know this too. The idea of trying to get out really can't be expected anymore." Qin Feng looked at the sky powerlessly. Looking at the white ceiling, he was rather helpless. Sessions. Qin Feng is like a monkey in a zoo every day. The eyes of those people, motionless, fell on him. The point is that a group of doctors, every day, ran to him and examined him in all sorts of ways, coming and going. Qin Feng was helpless, thanks to being accustomed to it. Otherwise, Qin Feng really couldn't accept this. The principal was finally relieved when he was sure that Qin Feng, his body was starting to improve. Position saved. Just yesterday, there was a meeting at the school. All of them are crusades against him by major antiquities. It is very clear in there, but if Qin Feng has any shortcomings, he will have to take the blame and resign. And for the record, there's still an apology to be made. So, Qin Feng's life safety takes into account his career? Now he was treating Qin Feng like a panda, the only rare treasure in their school. He wouldn't dare be sloppy. In front of Qin Feng, he had always been respectful. Qin Feng also realized that the principal's attitude towards him this time was clearly different compared to the past. Qin Feng was a bit curious. This suddenly treating me respectfully, I'm a bit uncomfortable instead. Qin Feng stared straight at the principal and looking at him, he was blunt and had something to say. The principal laughed awkwardly. "Isn't it because you're in a really scary physical condition? If anything happens to you now, what should I do? Don't I treat you with a little bit of respect because I hope you will definitely be safe and sound?" The principal smiled that flattering smile in front of Qin Feng, and really didn't dare to provoke Qin Feng by half. He was afraid that Qin Feng would get angry because of one, and then his body would become uncomfortable immediately afterward. What would he do if Qin Feng was uncomfortable? The very thought of it made him happy. He cried. As a principal, he has always been very competent, including before, but he has always been very hard. But also just after meeting Qin Feng, the situation in his school gradually became worse and worse, but he himself is not at all away. He couldn't help but sigh to himself when he was stumped on the matter. He was in Qin Feng's presence and was trying his best to curry favor. Qin Feng really didn't like it. Don't worry. I can promise you to your face that I will definitely not die at school. It's just that my physical condition may be special compared to other people's, and I may also have various diseases. As long as you can accept it. The principal broke into a cold sweat. Listen to Qin Feng, what is he saying now? What do you mean you can take it? He couldn't accept it now. Could Qin Feng's side spare him? He felt he couldn't. Moreover, now that Qin Feng's matter had become a big deal, even if he had a lot of opinions in his heart, it would still be useless. The principal forced a smile. Listen to what you're saying now. Since you're a student on the inside of my school, it's natural for me to accept it. That's just you don't be so startled all day long. It's really scary. The principal, who didn't have a heart condition, felt like he was about to have a heart attack. But if Qin Feng comes this way again, he feels he could die at any time. His body shivered at the thought. Qin Feng smiled awkwardly. Then I'm afraid that's something that I won't be able to do. The principal froze at Qin Feng's words. What do you mean? What do you mean there's no way to do it? His face was stagnant as he looked at Qin Feng incredulously, always feeling that Qin Feng might get into even more trouble afterward. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his foot, which was just about to take a step forward, retracted silently. He then stood stiffly in place. His mouth open, he really didn't know what to do. He was really quite flustered. It just feels like, don't even know what to do now. Especially the words that came out of Qin Feng's mouth were really scary. He'd never been so embarrassed as he was today. Chapter 101, Exasperated. You. All of the principal's words were stuck at the side of his throat. With an anxious face, he forced his eyes to smile as they fell on Qin Feng's body, feeling that it was his greatest calamity to have met him in this life. He was here to enjoy life and project a good image, not because of Qin Feng, who from time to time made his nerves break his defenses. Qin Feng hemmed and hawed and said with extreme embarrassment, I understand what you mean, but my body, as you should also know, is really not very good. I'm afraid that what you just told me, I really don't have the means to do. Qin Feng, inexplicably vain, silently moved his line of sight away, really not daring to look at the principal again. The principal froze slightly, his face stiffening. Qin Feng's reply was beyond all his expectations. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he was at a loss for words right then and there as he stared at the person in front of him, his face really not looking too good. He said, Do you, child, have a grudge against me in a previous life? Or did I, in a previous life, do something wrong to you so that, in this life, I can meet you? The principal had thought of all the painful things he had experienced in his life. At the end, he gazed at Qin Feng with a face full of sorrow. Qin Feng was embarrassed. Truth be told, he really wanted to defend himself. The question is, what's the use of a whole lot of sophistry? His current physical condition is indeed unique, and even with all the effort, this won't change anything. So, Qin Feng's current physical condition is not his, and he is willing to do it himself. It was just a systematic arrangement, and there was nothing he could do about it. Qin Feng, who was stumped by this matter, really fell on the principal's body with a guilty gaze. Then Qin Feng silently moved his eyes away again. He was, really, thinking about all the most painful things in his life. Principal, ashen-faced, he forced a smile. I know that your body is indeed not feeling well, and on that point, I won't force it that much. Only, you have to take good care of your body. Otherwise, the back, I'll specialize in arranging for you so that a very good strength of the doctor, from beginning to end to follow you around. What do you think? He asked the question with a serious look on his face. He was also pushed into a corner, and now he really had no choice but to do that. I just don't know if the person in front of me agrees, but even if people don't agree, what can they do? For the sake of Qin Feng's physical safety, he was of the opinion that he had to insist on this kind of thing even if it was hard. Qin Feng's eyes silently fell on his body, and after a second of silence, Qin Feng still refused. Although I understand your use of a bitter conscience, but bar this aspect of the matter, there is really no need. But can I say thank you in advance? Qin Feng's face stiffened. It was also not expected that the person in front of him would be able to talk to him about this issue in such a serious manner. At the time, Qin Feng was definitely able to reject it. How can you agree to such a thing? If he says yes, then later, wouldn't that mean that every day there was someone staring straight at him? It's a life that would only be uncomfortable. Qin Feng naturally didn't have the heart. His first reaction was to protest and to reject people decisively. Though I know that how you do your destination is for my sake. Only, I don't think I need it. Thank you very much. Qin Feng met the principal's eyes as he spoke in a serious manner, saying thank you to each other one after another. The principal mulled it over, always thinking that his idea was the best, and so he remained insistent on saying it. Do this for your sake, as far as your current physical condition is concerned. If you have a close caretaker protecting you, but if anything happens to you, we'll be able to find out in the first place, won't we? I do think that it's all some good thing to be. Otherwise, the principal said in a serious tone. Just by looking at him, he knew that the person in front of him was, by all accounts, not dead. Back then, Qin Feng, however, was not happy. Qin Feng still said the same thing as before. Thank you very much. Only, I really don't need it. As the principal, you should be able to understand my good intentions and the reason why I refuse so much, right? Since you can understand it, I'll be obliged to you. But don't do this. Qin Feng spoke seriously, his humble attitude praying to the person in front of him, all the time trying to get the other party to let him live. Back then, everyone present frowned slightly. Some people supported the principal's idea, but others also felt that it was more or less inappropriate for the principal to do so. People are college students. There is nothing college students aspire to more than freedom. The principal did this. It's not pure. It's like making this college student lose all his freedom. I am afraid that no matter who is a college student, after encountering this kind of thing, I am afraid that there is no way to agree, right? There was nothing wrong with Qin Feng's refusal. That is to say, the principal. His mood was like falling into an abyss as he listened to Qin Feng's refusal, and he was all of a sudden saddened. Why don't you say yes to anything? But where you promise me, I now immediately use my own monthly salary, and then, in speeding up a bit to hire one back for you. After all, you're in a different position now. That's different. If you have a good or bad day, tell me, what are we supposed to do about it? So, I'm doing this entirely for your sake. A serious words fell. Then, certain people shamelessly that face, said that justified. Only, such words, although he spoke pitifully, Qin Feng still refused decisively. I only heard Qin Feng say, I can very much understand your concern for me. Only, by doing this, aren't you making me lose all my freedom instantly? I'm just a student. Do you think I can really accept this kind of thing? Qin Feng's eyes gleamed. He stared at the man in front of him and just explained word for word. Every word, surprisingly, was said with such seriousness. The principal also thought deeply about what Qin Feng said off the cuff. And after thinking about it, what people say seems to be quite reasonable. Indeed, Qin Feng is just a student who has just entered the university industry, and has not yet been able to feel the university life properly, and as a result, because of various kinds of physical discomfort, he has been sent to the hospital many times. As a result, as the principal, he now even suggested that he wanted to find a caretaker for Qin Feng, who would accompany him all day long. So what was the difference between this and finding someone to spy on him? Qin Feng is only in his late teens, not yet 20 years old. At most he's just reached adulthood for a while. Chapter 102, Mercy. The principal's behavior was the equivalent of shattering all his hopes, all in one night. So, Qin Feng refused, and the time couldn't be more normal. Qin Feng's words also came after much deliberation before he wanted to have a good talk with the person in front of him. Only, I just don't know whether the principal in front of me agrees with what Qin Feng has in mind. If he wasn't willing to agree, then there was really no telling how long this kind of thing would go on. Right now, the principal also began to think deeply about the words that came out of Qin Feng's mouth. He almost gave a slight lurch of his body, and was instantly filled with surprise and the feeling that he had gone a little too far. However, Qin Feng's current physical condition. What if there really is something wrong? What can we do? A moment and a half. As the principal, he had a sad face. His gaze truly fell on Qin Feng, and he mentioned these ideas to him in a serious manner. This guy, Qin Feng, was a stubborn master when it came to his personality, even if the principal talked to Qin Feng well still said. Qin Feng's mentality, since the beginning, never wanted to change. On the contrary, Qin Feng still preferred to be free. Okay, that's all up to you. Do whatever you want, and as for me, of course I unconditionally respect all the decisions you make. The principal compromised in the end. This is the kind of thing that people won't be happy to change if they keep dawdling like this. How about, that's all for now. You child, why are you so disobedient? The principal's face was helpless as he looked at Qin Feng with doting written all over his eyes. No, he couldn't help but sigh. Hearing that the principal had compromised, Qin Feng was instantly excited. Many thanks, principal. I knew it. The principal inside our school is definitely the best person in the world. The principal had been sad just a moment ago, and in just a moment's time, he had a smile on his face, undisguised. He was excited. With some pride, his very satisfied eyes fell on Qin Feng's body. Just so you know, I'm afraid of you as a student. You don't know anything. The principal even deliberately reminded Qin Feng 2 or 3 times at that time. Didn't he want Qin Feng to remember how good he was? How could Qin Feng not remember it? Qin Feng nodded his head in agreement. Yes, 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 yes. The principal in our school is definitely the best person in the world. I do think. We should know how to repay our kindnesses and properly thank you for what you've done for me. Qin Feng spoke one set of words after another. In front of the principal, he said all sorts of things and froze. As for the principal as a person, in front of Qin Feng, he barely had a choice. No, he knew that such behavior was inappropriate and a bit too indulgent. But in front of Qin Feng, what's wrong with him indulging a bit? People's bodies were already like this. If he didn't indulge them a little bit, if something happened to them, then what could he do? So the principal compromised. The principal's brows and eyes were filled with doting on Qin Feng. You're such a smooth talker. I believed everything you said. As he spoke, his words sounded as if he had some complaints, but if one listened carefully, one could find that the principal never had half a word of complaint in his words, and every word was a favor to Qin Feng. Qin Feng had a faint smile on his face. If you love to hear it, principal, I love to say it. Not to mention that what I said just now is all true. There is absolutely no half-truths. Qin Feng was the one who knew how to please the principal in front of him and how to make the other party feel happy. No, one sentence followed another, and the principal's frown, which had been so sad a moment before, gradually eased away from his brow. The smile on his face was unmistakable. Such a principal was a stark contrast to his usual stern demeanor. Those netizens in the comments section are dying of envy. Thinking about the principal during my university days, and then looking at the principal inside Qin Feng's school now, I suddenly felt that I was really unlucky at that time. That principal has an expressionless look in front of us all day long, and is rather like, hating to take us against each other. Look at Qin Feng the principal. Obviously a little bit of anger in the heart, but to the front of the people Qin Feng, speak that called a gentle, cannot afford to make Qin Feng angry, for fear that people are angry. As a result, the condition will be aggravated. I'm so envious that their school can have such a principal, and look at our. What a stark contrast. My God, how can there really be a principal that good in this world? I'm dying of jealousy. As for the principal in this school I'm in now, when he sees us college students, the other party always has a gloomy face, as if he has some deep hatred with us, and he always pretends to look like he's doing well in front of the media reporters. Don't talk about it. The principal in our school is also like this. Not only the principal, but also those leaders, one by one, all of them are pretending in front of the media reporters, but in fact in normal life, they are more disgusting than one. Everyone is about to be pissed off. Look at the principal of Qin Feng's school. When faced with the request made by Qin Feng, he agreed decisively. And look at them. What a stark contrast. The point is, the principal of their school still has a bad temper. If they didn't greet him when they met him, the principal would burst into a rage and hold a grudge against them. Maybe when there is a meeting one day, they will beat around the bush and give them, the students, a hard time. Those words, that's what they were. As for Qin Feng's family, they really feel more and more envious the more they look at it. How can there be such a good person? Qin Feng didn't realize that those on the internet had envied the other principals. However, Qin Feng felt that what everyone was saying made sense, and the principal in their school was indeed good, getting especially rowdy with them. The point is, everyone came together to laugh and it was a joyous occasion. The principal looked at Qin Feng, and then made sure that Qin Feng had recovered his condition quite well in this recent period. The breath that had been hanging in his chest finally settled. His gaze fell darkly on Qin Feng, and he kept sizing up the boy in front of him. That said, the principal is heartbroken. Qin Feng had only just reached adulthood not long ago, and had just officially entered university life. However, all sorts of inexplicable illnesses came right at him. A child that young had already gone through so much, and as the principal, the more he saw, the more his heart ached. This but any of my own children would probably be heartbroken. On the contrary, this child was an orphan and had never had any elders. When he thought of this, the principal's mood was even more complicated, and the way he looked at Qin Feng's eyes, there was more than a hint of pity. Chapter 103 Safeguarding Security. Qin Feng realized that the principal's eyes were looking at him vaguely out of place, especially that eyes mixed with pity. Looking at Qin Feng slightly stunned. How to feel? The other guy seems to be heartbroken. The other party's eyes caused Qin Feng to be inexplicably embarrassed. Qin Feng clearly wanted to explain for himself, but after thinking about it, he ultimately decided to keep it all in. The person standing in front of you is the principal at any rate, right? Qin Feng always had to be respectful to others. It was the principal's eyes that looked at Qin Feng with compassion present in them that made Qin Feng act as if he had done something wrong, and he silently moved his eyes away. You guys look at that look in Qin Feng's eyes. Have you noticed that he's very off right now? especially the principal that eyes are mixed with too much pity. How do you feel that between the two of them are hiding a particularly wrong feeling? I more or less suspect that Qin Feng is not being a thief right now. Otherwise, why is he acting like a turtle? Don't you guys feel that his behavior is inexplicably mixed with some weirdness? The crowd expressed puzzlement, along with a bunch of fans. All of them are filled with all sorts of doubts about the matter. Right now, they are pursuing their questions in confusion. As for Qin Feng, he clearly wanted to close his eyes tightly, but looking at the person in front of him, he closed his mouth in the end. Forget it, it's better not to talk. Saying more is more wrong. The principal is still beside him. A strong appeasement, when your body is well. The school, then, specially for you to convene a welcome meeting. What do you think? The principal had a sudden whim, taking advantage of the gazes gleaming down on Qin Feng's body, slightly impatiently asked after him. Qin Feng, what's that? Welcome party? Qin Feng was suddenly a little bit stunned, especially the words welcome meeting made Qin Feng's brain buzz. This feeling is like he was like the one who let a group of people get in the middle and then watch the show. Soon he will be an alien. Figuring this out, Qin Feng's head instantly shook like a rattle. Qin Feng refused decisively. That won't be necessary. Qin Feng said, being a person should have the minimum self-knowledge, and I know very well with my current ability, I have no qualifications at all. So, please principal, you must not handle. He really panicked to stop the principal. To him, just the mere idea of the principal's mouth coming up now was overwhelming and carried a sense of embarrassment. So he hastened to curb the principal. Qin Feng forced a smile, but his attitude was a straight face, seeking the person in front of him to never pull that stunt on him. Otherwise, Qin Feng is really going to be humiliated. Just the thought of the humiliating scene made Qin Feng's mood a bit one-sided. What are the virtues? It's amazing that the man in front of me thinks so highly of him. The principal was slightly stunned and was also not expecting that Qin Feng would once again refuse as decisively as he did. It made him look sad for a moment, and his mood just didn't look too good anymore. The principal asked, are you sure you really aren't going to give it some more careful consideration? With an opportunity that good, why do you think you have to insist on turning it down now? And this thing is so well known that in the future, if you really have any problems, from a school that is bound to be able to detect your problems within the first hour, and then send you to the hospital, don't you think that's actually a good thing? The principal was right there, speaking word for word. He said a whole lot of nice things, trying to goad Qin Feng. Qin Feng, he silently shut his mouth. With a vaguely embarrassed face, he stared at the person in front of him. Listen to what he's saying now. Is this the kind of content a human being can say? Qin Feng forced a smile and said with real embarrassment, I think it's better if we don't. This kind of disgraceful thing. If you enjoy it, then I can immediately arrange to come over now, so that you can enjoy a good time as for myself. Or something else. Qin Feng was torn for a moment, always feeling that this kind of thing was just too embarrassing. At least, he really didn't have much of a heart. Right now. To feel this, Qin Feng spoke directly without any semblance of concealment. The principal's face, however, suddenly drooped. He always felt that this fellow, Qin Feng, was too simple-minded. Do you know what kind of physical condition you are in right now? Given your current situation, it's just like what you said earlier. You've been clearly feeling worse than ever this recent period of time, and the reason why I did that was simply because I wanted to protect you. Other than that, there really isn't anything else on your mind. So, are you sure that with such a good opportunity, you really don't want to take advantage of it and make the most of it? The principal was right next to him, persuading bitterly. Qin Feng refused decisively. I understand your use of a bitter conscience, but on this matter, I think it's better to just let it go. There's really no need for that. I'm also very grateful that the principal is willing to look favorably on me, and has even been planning for my body so far. Only, I think that this matter is really too much trouble for your help. So otherwise this matter will also end here? Qin Feng forced a smile. He's just looking at the man in front of him, and he's humbling himself just a little bit to be having a good discussion with the man in front of him about such a problem. Opponent. The principal's gaze fell on Qin Feng, and he was suddenly silent for a second. Looking at Qin Feng's eyes, there seemed to be too much worry mixed in there. He couldn't help but sigh. Then, looking slightly worse for wear, he said, you know, I'm doing this for your sake. Of course I know. But I think it's really too much trouble for you, so why don't we just leave this matter at that? Qin Feng had a smile on his face. His face was full of pleading. He only hoped that the person in front of him would give him a chance and never make this mess. Qin Feng refused decisively. However, the principal, looked sad. Only he ended up choosing to respect it in the end. He said, since you don't agree, it would be unkind of me to force you to agree. So I respect all the decisions you've made. And since you don't want to, I won't force you. You can do whatever you want on your own. And as for me, naturally, I respect all the decisions you make. The principal couldn't help but sigh a little after all. He originally thought that Chin Fong would have a good discussion with him, but he really did not expect that Chin Fong would end up a decisive refusal. The principal was also just a little saddened by this matter, feeling that Chin Fong's current idea was really simple. As long as Chin Fong agreed to do so, he thought that this kind of thing would be able to guarantee its safety in the future. Chapter 104, Why don't you go back to rest first? Favorably, Chin Fong rejected it decisively, and really wasn't happy to agree to it, so the principal nodded silently. Seeing the principal loosening up, Chin Fong finally let out a breath. Just now, it was really scary. However, whenever the principal did not agree, this matter did not go on smoothly. Thanks to that, the principal was still quite supportive of Chin Fong and didn't keep arguing with him. He changed his mind after all. Relieved, Chin Feng's entire body felt as if he was relieved. He said, "Thank you very much, Principal, for surprising me with your support. I will never forget your great kindness, and I will keep all of this in my heart. You don't worry about your good. The majority of netizens have seen in the eyes. In the future, they will be as grateful to you as I am, and even, everyone will definitely remember you're good to me." Chin Fong then whispered in the principal's ear, patting his ass, saying all the right things. Principal. His gaze silently landed on Chin Fong, sizing him up. Finally, there was an uncontrollable sigh of relief. He said, "You know, whatever decision you make, I'm right behind you. As for those netizens, to me, you're really the most important one. Apart from you, other people really aren't that important, especially with your current physical condition. The more I look at it, the more worried I really am." The principal spoke bitterly. He couldn't hold back a deep sigh. On his look of sadness, Chin Fong looked in the eyes. An inexplicable sense of guilt instantly surged on the heartstrings. Chin Fong even felt at that time that he had gone a little too far in doing things. People are so nice to him. What kind of heartless things did he do? People are sincere to him. He is good. Just because of that thing just now. Chin Fong is like a storm. A mouthful of rejected a decisive. The point is that his tone doesn't sound good. If it was anyone else, maybe he would still be unable to do so because of Chin Feng's tone of voice. And then, in his heart, he would want to be angry a little bit. But the principal is different. The principal's tone was as gentle as ever. Knowing that Chin Fong didn't like it, he respected all the decisions Chin Fong made. Even, obviously, he himself was full of sadness. Yet he would still take great pains in front of Chin Fong. Wasn't it because he wanted to coax Chin Fong properly? In case Chin Fong got angry and his condition started to deteriorate, wouldn't he lose his position? At the thought of this, the principal had no reason to panic. The principal was as if he was a thief. He was particularly nervous and always, from time to time, stared straight at Chin Fong. As for Chin Fong, he tried to appease by all means. "I think I'm recovering quite well now, or else you should go back and rest well, headmaster?" Chin Fong suddenly turned back to the man in front of him, his gaze genuinely falling on him as he asked him in a serious manner. The principal was gray at the temples and didn't look in very good spirits. Just because of Chin Feng's matter, he was in a much more haggard state than before. Chin Fong looked inexplicably guilty. This school of theirs, having him as an annoying student, had, presumably, pissed off the principal in front of them enough. Not so much angry, but mostly scared, overly intimidating. All day long, it's either uncomfortable here or there. It's always a good way to scare people at the end of the day. The point was that the disease in Chin Feng's body was even more terrifying than everyone had imagined. Most are extremely rare conditions. Thinking of this, Chin Fong silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva. And at that moment, Chin Fong felt guilty as hell. He's gone too far. Just because of his crap, he froze and scared people into that. Chin Fong rubbed the bridge of his nose in utter embarrassment. The principal hesitated, but didn't agree after all. "No," the principal refused decisively. "Your current physical condition is already special, and there is no one around who can take care of you. I do think, I am the elder, and also the principal in the school. I should take care of your life at this time. I'll arrange it when the caretaker or someone else comes," he mentioned. The principal wasn't hesitating. The way he looked at Chin Fong was filled with care. "Chin Fong." He gave a slight lurch. Chin Fong instantly felt guilty, feeling really sorry for the person in front of him. The principal already has 2 hair sideburns gray, obviously only in his 50s. All day long he was scared to death. Which is also, it's so not human. Chin Fong silently cursed himself in his heart. At the time, the principal, on the other hand, was full of care. "You know, what I'm most worried about right now is your physical condition. The rest I'm not worried about at all. He spoke up word by word, looking at Qin Feng with eyes full of determination. Your body. Ah, it's good that you can get better now. As long as you get better. What about me? The principal. I won't need to worry so much. It's just you kids. The more I really think about it, the more of a headache I get. He sighed. Qin Feng seemed to have guessed what he wanted to say. Qin Feng flatly refused. I know what you mean, principal. I suddenly feel a bit sleepy. Otherwise, why don't you just go back and have a good rest? As for my words, to have a good rest. What do you think? Qin Feng grinned. However, it was inevitable that he smiled a little awkwardly. There was a kind of forced smile. Principal. Why did he feel as if Qin Feng was giving an expulsion order? When he looked at Qin Feng, he always felt as if Qin Feng was incomparably disliking him right now. As if he wasn't happy to have him stay here. The more he looked, the more wrong he felt. Qin Feng, on the other hand, kept forcing a smile in front of him. Really, all of a sudden I feel exhausted. My eyes are starting to get sleepy now. Otherwise, why don't you just go back and rest? Qin Feng was exhausted and really didn't want to listen to all this nonsense. Principal. What he wanted to say was silently held back. The principal looked at Qin Feng with a little tiny bit of helplessness. However, he also knew that these young people had their own unique ideas, and he really shouldn't force them. And so, the principal compromised. Since that's the case, then I'll go back to rest first. As for you, if there's anything, you can always discuss it with me. The principal was unconditionally on Qin Feng's side, but he had always been calming him down and giving him endless strength. At that time, Qin Feng's head nodded that fast. He agreed decisively. Then I'll thank you here in advance. Principal, I'll sleep first? Okay. After saying that, Qin Feng closed his eyes and rested his mind. Originally sleepless, he pretended to be asleep in order to avoid the principal realizing in a moment that Qin Feng wasn't sleeping. Or perhaps it was because, with all the recent troublesome matters, Qin Feng unexpectedly, without realizing it, actually slept. Chapter 105. How can there be people like you too? As for the principal, he couldn't hide his concern for Qin Feng in his eyes. Seeing Qin Feng gradually fall asleep, he helped Qin Feng cover up the quilt again before silently walking outside. Throughout the whole process, he had been careful, afraid that if he was not careful, he would wake Qin Feng up in a while. When Qin Feng woke up again, it was already midnight. Qin Feng's body recovered very quickly, and compared to the previous period of time, his entire state looked refreshed. Compared to before, Qin Feng's state was simply too good to be true. Only, he was now lying in his hospital bed, looking lethargic and sighing uncontrollably. Cthulhu, at a young age, how can he experience all kinds of trials and tribulations so late in the day? Qin Feng's eyes were blank, and he couldn't help but sigh, feeling that his mood had become sullen. Regarding this particular body of mine, in the end, how long do I have to wait until I can really get completely better? Qin Feng's mood looked puzzled, especially when he was lying on the bed while his body was always unable to move. This feeling of despair just really seemed to have suddenly surged through his entire body. Qin Feng's eyes emptied, momentarily despondent. See only, after a small meeting, by Bingbing and Qin Feng's good brothers, they arrived in droves. In the middle of the night, a quick look tells me that something is not right. Looking at his former good brother, who had brought a large pile of delicacies in his hands, Qin Feng gave a slight lurch. Almost instantly, Qin Feng was extremely speechless. Is there something wrong with you too? Qin Feng spoke through gritted teeth, glaring at the two good brothers in front of him with extreme anger. He knew that the two of them were definitely up to no good. But, isn't that too unethical? His physical condition hadn't even fully improved yet, and these two, surprisingly, ran to him with a gourmet meal. Lean. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. Lu Su, however, was unimpressed. He even laughed out loud. What's wrong? Do you know how worried we were about your health? After the class, even in the middle of the night, we thought that we had to rush over here to help you out. Better come here and talk to you before you're in a bad mood state. People talk in a serious way. The two of them, in particular, were called to talk about this matter with a serious face in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng, the veins on his forehead burst out more and more visibly. Looking at the two in front of him, he almost gritted his teeth. Sure that the two of you are genuinely here to care about me? The corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at them. There was just too much anger in their eyes. Who the hell are these two guys fooling? Is it that he thinks he's really stupid? And so, now he's treating him like a big, angry seed and a little cutie. And, what's the point of all this flirting with him? Damn, if it wasn't for the fact that Qin Feng's current body was really special, he really wanted to immediately rush to these two people's front and then punch and kick them both, lest they be so arrogant in front of him. He really can't stand it anymore. When the anger is high, all the rage, just a little bit burns. Qin Feng really felt angrier the more he thought about it. He'd just never seen anything as brazen as the two of them could be. The point is, what tone are they taking now? Qin Feng didn't hold back from rolling his eyes and gazing at them with a complicated mood. At the time, Qin Feng really wanted to slap the two to death, but after thinking about it, in the end, he held back all such thoughts. However, how did things go so well? Almost the next second, they suddenly, in front of Qin Feng, pulled out a large pile of delicacies. The scent that came to his nose made Qin Feng feel bad. Qin Feng. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Look at the eyes of the two men in front of you. There is undisguised anger here. He really wanted to slap both of them, one by one. Suddenly he realized that there was a limit to his patience, especially in the face of the two of them knowing each other, and he suddenly felt his temper, more and more, flaring up. You two, wait for me. Sooner or later, one day, I will definitely make you two look good. Qin Feng's teeth clenched as he looked at these two, then, watched as they placed those delicacies in front of him. Immediately afterward, these two, with relative ease, began, just as carelessly, to eat their food in front of him. As for Qin Feng, because of the various problems with his body, so he only had to watch the show now. Those flavors that made the side of his mouth start to secrete non-stop. Qin Feng also wanted to eat it. But, because Qin Feng's body is quite special, even if he really wants to eat now, he can only hold it back and wait for his body to get completely better before he can really take it. Until then, Qin Feng can only watch, obviously cannot eat anything. By Bing Bing silently watched this scene. He was right next to him and couldn't even hold back a snicker. Especially Qin Feng, a little angry look. No Qin Feng, he now how bad the mood. The principal that night, also known as Yu Young One, because he was tossing and turning in bed. He opened Qin Feng's live broadcast. Who knew that the picture style had changed somewhat abruptly, only to see that two students inside his school had climbed the wall in the middle of the night, and even brought a bunch of delicacies with them, and ran to the hospital room where Qin Feng was. The key was that these two people were quite happy eating. In looking at Qin Feng, a tear in his eye, he also gritted his teeth a bit and said angrily, "Wait for me. You two. I will definitely tell the principal that you have made such a thing. Let the principal punish you properly, so as not to, the two of you, be so beaten up." Qin Feng could not bear it anymore, so he warned the two of them. At that time, Lu Su was still holding a lamb kebab in his hand, and as soon as he heard Qin Feng's words, he was instantly unconvinced. He stood up violently, and he pointed at Qin Feng. "I say, after all, a man should have some conscience, right? We've been studying for a whole day today, all sorts of knowledge, making our heads spin. It's not easy for us to have some time to come here to see you, but you're not even grateful. How can you still say such things? I think it's better to be a man of conscience, but not like you." Lu Su was not convinced at all. He was unconvinced, and Qin Feng was even more unconvinced. "I asked you to come and see me, not to run in front of me with a bunch of treats to tempt me. I was already in poor health, and I can't eat these things lately. The two of you are clearly running to me and deliberately making things difficult for me, aren't you?" The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more angry he became, and his chest rose and fell violently. How in heaven's name can there be people like the two of them? Chapter 106, Recovering Too Well. At least we're in the same dormitory, and it turns out, look at some of these guys, what kind of do they do? Qin Feng didn't hold back and rolled his eyes. "I'll tell you too. Today's hatred, I'll always remember, until one day, I ruthlessly take revenge. You too, will have to swallow all of this, into my stomach, even if it's painful at that time. If you dare to say a single word of no in front of me, when the time comes, I'll see how the two of you get screwed by me." The more Qin Feng thought about it, the angrier he felt. It is really intolerable. He put down harsh words at that moment. Xiang Ding was still jerking off the skewers. He slurred, "If you're capable, you should hurry up. It's only the incapable ones like you who would put down harsh words, and with your body moving around, it's good enough that the two of us didn't dislike you or worry about you blackmailing us. What else would you expect? I'm telling you, you can't be a man without a conscience. We have to be down to earth. We can't engage in all that nonsense." Xiang Ding spoke in a serious manner in front of Qin Feng. Those words, all of them persuasive. Qin Feng, on closer inspection, it seems like an extremely valid point. The two of them never disliked him, and that was good enough. And where the hell did he get the qualifications? Rushing up to dislike him for not being? Thinking of this, Qin Feng indeed did not have much qualifications to talk about this matter. "Do you think I'm making sense too?" "I think so too." Lu Su hemmed and hawed. "Let me tell you, being a human being, you have to be a bit self-aware, especially the two of us. We haven't disliked a single word of yours that wasn't true from start to finish. And in this case, you can't say anything about us that isn't true. We are in a mutually helpful relationship. If you don't mind me, I naturally don't mind you. Although it is inappropriate to come to your place to eat in the middle of the night, but, you see, we have to come out in the middle of the night, and then invite you to eat. This kind of behavior. Although it is not good for you, but you have to know that but we have always been thinking about you. The two of them together really are a bullseye. The two men were in a serious mood. The whole thing is just a bunch of nonsense there. Qin Feng at first, gradually believed their bull ********. By the time he reached the back, the veins on Qin Feng's forehead burst out very visibly. He looked at the two men. The mood was unspeakable. At this moment, it was looking at them with a look of disgust. Yeah, but how do I get the feeling that the two of you were cueing me the entire time? Qin Feng had a smile on his face as his light gaze fell on these two, revealing it right away. Opponent. The skewer in his hand, before he could even get it into his mouth. And yet, little accidents happen. Suddenly, Huang Hong opened the ward. Before he could see anyone, he smelled barbecue. At the time, Huang Hong's eyes shifted downward. Just see two of them on the ground, with barbecue in their mouths. Huang Hong, his eyes, lightly landed on the two before him, but there was a sense of nonchalance in his eyes. The two of them just now were as if they were thieves. They could neither eat nor not eat, all the way through, just looking at Huang Hong with an embarrassed face. They know Huang Hong, but, in the front, they were respectful to people Huang Hong, and today, the situation was obviously not quite the same as in the past. This is not the case. The whole time a face of embarrassment. They were particularly embarrassed by the afternoon. I'm sorry actually, the two of us didn't do it on purpose. Can you believe it? Xiang Ding opened his mouth as he tried to properly explain for himself. Only, Huang Hong looked at them indifferently. A single look from Huang Hong instantly scared the nerves out of them. They forced a smile. I'm sorry, we'll pack up and get the hell out of here right now. And don't worry, we certainly won't interfere. The two men packed their things sharply. Huang Hong frowned slightly. No need. If you guys want to eat, just sit here and eat well. As for me, I do have a piece of good news to tell Qin Feng. He did have one piece of good news to say. Qin Feng's body, after the recent treatment in the past few days' time, he is now in the situation, improving day by day. Compared to before, it was estimated that Qin Feng would really be discharged from the hospital after a while. He sighed for a while, genuinely amazed by Qin Feng's physical recovery speed. Qin Feng is too good. Huang Hong's face was one of unconcealed excitement. At this moment, he was looking excited to the core. I have good news for you. Huang Hong stepped forward, his face serious. Qin Feng had a premonition. You just say it straight. Your body right now. It can be said that you're recovering like crazy at the fastest speed. And the examination just now, me and the other professors, we took a serious look at it. And then we found out most of the bones in your body, they're healing like crazy. Which means, presumably, in a little while you'll be officially discharged. It had also been thought that the idea of the man wanting to be discharged from the hospital early was purely a dream he was having. How can he really be discharged when his health is so serious? Results. He recovered. Too quickly. It was literally a blink of an eye and it was all back together. Right now, the crowd is shocked. The crowd in the comments section. Unbelievable. What? This isn't some kind of joke, is it? How is that even possible? Those are bones. Even if it recovers well, there's no way it can really recover all of it in such a short period of time, right? My God. Qin Feng is still a normal person. No. Why do I feel that Qin Feng is no longer a normal person? So we can't think like a normal person and figure out Qin Feng's illness either. Worthy of being Qin Feng. It's just different. No wonder Huang Hong was able to ignore those two comedians when it saw them eating next to it. That's because Huang Hong has a much happier thing to say right now, so it automatically ignores those looking inappropriate behaviors. Otherwise, the two of them would have only gotten a hard beating. Qin Feng's situation is different. On the ward, that's really 24 hours a day. Observing Qin Feng's state at all times, something like this definitely couldn't be sent to the ward. But, just because Qin Feng's body changed, Huang Hong chose to ignore it and surprisingly did not bother with the two of them. Really? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Then in that case, I will soon be able to leave the hospital without any problems? The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more excited he felt in front of him, just because of the various physical discomforts, which indirectly led to, he could only lie down in the hospital room. However, so great good news, falling at once, on Qin Feng's face, a smile couldn't be hidden, and he was as relieved as he was himself. Chapter 107, A Bitter Life. That's the way it's supposed to be. Yes, but the main thing depends on your health. and as long as your body recovers quickly, then you'll be able to check out of the hospital on time next week. Huang Hong's words brought a lot of surprises. Qin Feng was lying on the hospital bed with a smile on his face that he just couldn't hide. It was only Fan Yong who had been guarding Qin Feng's side for the past few days. He was clearly relieved to hear this news, but as soon as he heard that Qin Feng was about to go back to school to attend school, it was as if the sky had suddenly collapsed. He paused for a second and asked in disbelief, "Are you sure? He can just go back to resting?" He still felt shocked and was still in the dark. The news came so suddenly that it caught Fan Yong off guard. The thought of Qin Feng back after, have to always care about his body. I have to keep staring at him, afraid that he will have an accident in a moment. At once, he hoped for nothing. His eyes emptied and he didn't hold back a forced smile. With his current body, he will indeed be able to go back to the university on time next week. Huang Hong then explained from the sidelines. Seeing that Fan Yong was already desperate, he still had to say such a heavy thing in front of him. At the time, someone was devastated. He looked at Qin Feng and forced to smile. It's quite good. It's been over a week's time in the hospital, and it's indeed a good thing to finally go back and rest. He nodded silently, but his face couldn't hide the gloom on his face. It's over. After Qin Feng went back, his bitter days were about to come. The mere thought of it, the change in his mood now, was the same as falling into an abyss. He smiled bitterly. Qin Feng knew exactly what he meant, but he still had the intention to flirt with him. Looking at that expression on your face right now, it seems like you're particularly unwelcoming me back? Qin Feng frowned slightly, but he looked at him with a serious face, and the words he uttered could easily make people fall into silence. Fan Yong shook his head in a hurry. No, 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 I'm definitely happy for you that you're finally cured. You don't want to get carried away. He rushed to explain. It's just that the forced smile really gets funnier the more you look at it. Offhand, he's still pretending. This is a day worth celebrating, and I need to discuss it with everyone in a hurry, and talk about it. He twisted his head and left, looking not happy to stay here for too long. But yeah, to Qin Feng, this was indeed good news. But, for Fan Yong, this incident, suddenly, plunged him into despair. He had a confused look on his face. Done. What's next? While thinking carefully, on the other side, he was rushing to contact Principal. The hospital side said, Qin Feng's body has been almost good. Wait until next week, he will be able to apply for the formalities, and can go back to rest. I beg you to hurry up and get mentally prepared on your end. His voice sounded tearful. Back then, once Lu Zhengyuan heard this, although he was relieved, he silently came to say, You say, should we arrange a bodyguard to accompany him all the time? But he rejected me last time, and since he did, it would be a bit inappropriate if I did it again, right? However, his physical condition is really scary. You say if he has an accident, what can we do? The principal was getting a headache the more he thought about it. He's worried about Qin Feng. So, he'd been mulling that over now. Thinking about it, the matter always hovered in his mind. After some entanglement, he was tragically rejected by Qin Feng again. But, he still wants to do that. Fan Yong hesitated. He refused to. Better not. Didn't Qin Feng refuse last time? People have already refused. If you still do this, it's inevitably a bit inappropriate. Fan Yong also knew what Qin Feng did last time, so of course he didn't dare to mess around. So he still refused. If the pot is finally pushed onto him, how can he stand the judgment of the netizens on the internet? It's better to be a little self-aware. And so, Fan Yong refused. At the time, Fan Yong worried, I just think that his physical condition, moving all sorts of small accidents, in case there is another one, that will not be directly to all of us to die of fear? My suggestion is to arrange a private space for him alone. And then, there must be 24-hour surveillance. Or else, but if anything happens to him, then we really can't save his life. What does the principal think of this solution I've come up with? Mr. Fan had agonized over this decision for a long time. He inquired in all seriousness, but the principal, on his side, decisively rejected all his ideas, and particularly disapprovingly, he said, You're kind. It's just a little bit too reckless. I do think that you're more or less unreliable with this one. Supervising him 24 hours a day. Do you think he can take it with his personality? Even if you can't accept it, so what? Qin Feng's body is really special. In case, if he casually bumps around inside the dormitory, and then, causes an accidental injury to his body, do you think, how much psychological pressure will it cause to this child in the meantime? And Qin Feng's illnesses, when he doesn't move, he needs to spend millions of dollars. It's also a whole bunch of extremely rare diseases. I don't even know how to describe his situation when you say he's in this condition. Fan Yong was also analyzing the whole picture, mainly the other party's body, which was indeed too much of a concern. In case something does happen in the middle of this, those kids won't be able to stand it. After you can't stand it, then there must be all sorts of arguments. In the end, all the problems, they still have to suffer. Just thinking about it is aggravating enough. Fan Yong was originally afraid of Chin Fong bumping into him, so he came up with this solution. Ryu Youngwon flatly refused. They're still just a kid. They haven't even been able to enjoy their college life. Do you think this kid is really going to be able to take it when you come in like this all of a sudden? Alright, just don't give me these bad ideas. From now on, shut up when you can, and stop muttering so many things in front of me. The principal, of course, disagreed. Although Chin Feng's matter did invariably add a lot of trouble to him, making him live in fear all day long, but definitely not let the child lose their freedom, and also 24 hours a day. By those netizens watching, this really is a piece of space or not? Chin Feng's body was special, but it didn't mean that one had to treat him in such a way. So, the principal totally disagrees. With the principal's words, Fan Yong knew that there was no room for negotiation on this matter. That is, he suffered next. Chapter 108. Fan Yong was powerless to look at the sky, and couldn't help but spit out a gulp in his heart. God, this is saying nothing to give him a way out. What's the difference between this and trying to force him to die? Fan Yong looked desperate. He sighed. I see, headmaster, since you've already made your decision, I won't impose on you. It's just, or else I'll trouble you to give him a new guide? The more Occupy thought about it, the more stressful it became, and just mulling it over made him feel like his nerves were all tightened up. All day long, he lived a fearful life. In the old days, he was never in such a sorry state as he is now. In the past, his little life had clearly been a good one. That's called nourishment. But since he met Chin Fong, his little life no longer existed. The existence of the other side is also even so. How the other side is still day and night. To make so a pile of people's heart-trembling things come? The principal understood him instantly. I know that Chin Feng's matter has added a lot of pressure on you, but you said that you've known Chin Fong for such a long time, and if you choose to leave now, tell me if that kid will be imagining things? You know, that kid, he's not well to begin with. Tell me you're in such a hurry to leave now. He's a whimperer, and all of a sudden he's putting a whole lot of pressure on himself. So what do you think this is going to be like? Otherwise, why don't you just hold back a little bit longer? What do you think of my proposal? The principal also persuaded bitterly. Fan Yong. The words to refuse got stuck in his throat for a moment. He was silent for a second. At the time, a bundle of faces to listen to. Principal, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to treat me like this? Fan Yong forced a smile. He felt like his life was about to be on the line here. And listen to what people say. Chin Feng's life is a life, but his life is not a life, right? Fan Yong is not convinced. The principal sighed deeply. You know Chin Feng, his body right now is just too special. If it weren't for the fact that his body is so special, I really wouldn't have the need to engage in this kind of thing. To put it bluntly, I'm also worried about his health. You said that if he really rambles, then, what can be done then? You're so kind-hearted. You'll definitely do everything you can to help him, right? The principal spoke bitterly. That sentence followed by another persuasive sentence said Fan Yong eventually shut his mouth silently. Fan Yong's silence is golden. The veins on his forehead burst out violently. At the time, he also pretended to be calm. A little forced smile. Chin Feng's life is life. Is my life not life? I feel that if I go on like this one of my lives, may soon, really be buried in this moment. He forced a smile. On the contrary, the principal even gave him a good talking to. Think about Chin Feng. He's already suffering. If you leave at this time, what if he gets carried away? Otherwise, why don't you just hold back a little bit? It's just a little more patience. It's not like I'm asking you to do anything else. So just think about it. The principal didn't even give him a chance to refuse. After saying that, the principal hung up the phone decisively. Listening on the other end of the line, the call had been disconnected. Fan Yong's heart instantly fell into the abyss. He couldn't help but force a smile. He knew it would be. Even if he had prepared himself mentally in the beginning, he was still desperate when he was suddenly stumped with this kind of thing. Can't God be a little nicer to him? Do you have to be so mean? Fan Yong's heart, a little broken. He was on the verge of tears. The point is, people are not even happy to let him resign. It's like being morally kidnapped. He obviously wanted to leave, but the principal's words made his heart feel really guilty now. He didn't dare to really leave at all. What if we leave and the guy gets a load of his own ideas? He could only silently swallow all the pain in his stomach. Back in the hospital room, the only one who was happy was Chin Feng, and Chin Feng's two housemates. They were grinning from ear to ear. Look at them now. Fan Yong really doesn't want to say a word. He really wanted to split their heads in two and dislike them severely. But the thing is, in his current situation, it's clear that it's simply not allowed. All he could do was shut his mouth silently, then look at them with another forced smile. Chin Feng, who was in a good mood, noticed that Fan Yong's expression was not right. How are you doing? Why do I get the feeling that you're more or less out of sorts now? Are you in some kind of discomfort? Chin Feng inquired doubtfully. Fan Yong forced a smile. Seeing as your health is getting better, how could I possibly be uncomfortable? Just don't talk nonsense there. This guy is talking nonsense. Isn't this purely asking for his life? In case those fans found out, maybe those people would just give him a chopping hard scolding. Until then, he instantly became a street rat that everyone shouted at. Just thinking about this, he silently forced back all the discomfort in his heart. I was feeling for you. You've been in the hospital for over a week now, and with 2 weeks about to go by, I'm just so happy for you that you can finally go back. Fan Yong was suddenly snotty. That's a sad thing to say. Only, people Chin Feng is not a little cutie. On the other side of that face and look, one look to know, he is now purely in there to fool people. There is not a single word that can be believed in his mouth. At that time, Chin Feng questioned with a questioning face, but how do I feel that these words coming out of your mouth right now sound more like you're fooling me there? Chin Feng said it quietly. The words came out. Fan Yong's entire eyes couldn't help but widen. He stared at Chin Feng in horror and said with a little bit of fear, I'm telling you, you can eat things indiscriminately, but you absolutely can't talk nonsense. Do you have any idea how much of an impact you'll have on me when the time comes if you make up rumors like this? Do you think that if there's a person who misunderstands me in the meantime, then I'll die directly? Fan Yong was genuinely shocked by this sentence. He was creeped out. Is it human to say such things? Chin Feng's gaze leisurely landed on him, and looking at that look on his face, he knew that he was now purely fooling around here. Chin Feng had at best just glanced at him, and now he didn't even bother to continue revealing it. Chapter 109, 100 Days of Wounded Tendons and Bones. You can trust me. I mean everything that comes out of my mouth right now, and from the time you stepped into the school until now. When have I ever said anything about you that wasn't true? Fan Yong was right in front of Chin Feng, talking about this with a doggy face. He said it in a respectful way, trying to find ways to please. That is, his acting skills were really clumsy, allowing Chin Feng to endure that he was clearly pretending with a single look. Chin Feng's eyes ghostly fell on his body. Alright, your acting skills are so bad that I don't even want to expose you. Chin Feng originally didn't want to uncover it, but as a result, this guy had to prove himself in front of him. Now what? Chin Feng said it on the spot without hesitation. The smile on Fan Yong's face instantly stiffened, and he was at a loss for words. He gave a slight lurch. He really didn't know what to do. Looking at the person in front of him, Fan Yong forced a smile. He felt that his performance just now was quite good. From beginning to end there was no trace of poor acting. How come Chin Feng here? People see through it at a glance? He was at a loss for words and didn't know what to do. That's all a no-brainer. Everything I said is true. No falsehoods at all. He spoke in a serious manner in front of Chin Feng, and the key also spoke forcefully in every sentence. So he really didn't dare to lie. Chin Feng glanced at him, not bothering to discuss that much with him. For the next period of time Chin Feng had been lying in the hospital room in a particularly leisurely manner. Then, the doctor's side then ran a series of tests on him. As of now, Chin Feng's body didn't have any problems, and it was all in the recovery stage. Originally, the principal's side was prepared to head to the hospital to visit Chin Feng, but after hesitating, he ended up not going there personally. After all, in 2 or 3 days, Chin Feng would be back. In the school's principal, he reminded everyone that they must pay more attention to Chin Feng's body in the future to avoid him from having an accident. In the future, Chin Feng will be the equivalent of a panda in the country, and he is the first-class protected human in the school. What if Chin Feng has a problem? It was imperative to rush to help Chin Feng within the first moment. Those students and teachers in the school were amused. When Chin Feng returns, I guess he'll be baffled himself, right? Guess his whole self will be pissed off about it, and Chin Feng really didn't want to be a national treasure. What's so great about being something like a national treasure? All day long, he was just being stared straight at, making it look like he had done something wrong. That kind of weird feeling, Chin Feng naturally didn't like it. However, Chin Feng didn't know about such things. The comment section was instead shocked by the fact that Chin Feng would soon be able to be discharged from the hospital. A bunch of people couldn't believe it. No way. Chin Feng has only been in the hospital for more than a week. How come he's almost ready to be discharged? Why does it feel like his recovery speed is even more outrageous than we imagined? No, I really want to know when exactly Chin Feng's body started to improve. Obviously the last 2 days to see him lying on top of the hospital bed all day and night. Even a dying look. How come in the blink of And he can apply for discharge procedures? I feel like things were a bit sudden and caught me off guard, and now I'm slightly blindsided. Suddenly realized that although Chin Fong has quite a lot of diseases in his body, but he is a person, right? His physical condition recovers extremely fast. I have great admiration for him. I was really shocked by his ability. As expected of Chin Fong, shocking as always, Chin Fong had better hurry up and return to the school. I really want to see him wreaking havoc in the university all day and night without stopping. That scene would definitely be extraordinarily interesting. Which of those students in the school were not terrified when they saw Chin Fong? Which one of them is not at a loss for words, or even, with a panicked look on their face, after seeing him? After all, each of Chin Fang's illnesses occurred particularly suddenly. Obviously, he was fine 1 second, but the next second Chin Fong, his body suddenly experienced all sorts of discomfort. Immediately afterward, the problems appeared to him, and then, accidents happen. It can really bring a person to life. After all, a good person suddenly fell to the ground. This situation cannot give people a scare to death? People feel scandalized enough just talking about it. Right now, the ones that were in the university were all in a state of panic. Chin Fong is coming back? Can you not scare us like that? It's better to let Chin Fong hurry back and rest. If he comes back, I feel that the next us, most likely, can be directly scared silly by him. Chin Fong coming back is indeed a good thing. After all, he's an internet celebrity now. We do have to be a little bit respectful to him. But the problem is, in case his body has a good or bad, by then, we people will not be scared to death directly? I feel that someone in Chin Fang's physical condition should be told to hurry up and go back to rest. Don't think so much about what's there. Oh my god. Hurry up and send Chin Fong back. Pray that when Chin Fong returns, everything goes smoothly and that there aren't any problems. Those college students prayed frantically. In fact, in everyone's heart, their whole body had already tightened up. Everyone felt then that their breathing was gradually becoming constricted, and that the Chin Fong thing was a bit funny. But, then it's just a little funny once in a while. After all, his physical condition, it's really not simple. In the event that he had a bad day, the students in front of him would, in all likelihood, fall down in front of him out of nowhere, immediately following an uncomfortable moment in his body. And then, those clear and stupid college students would most likely be dumbfounded and shocked. So one was so frightened that his whole body tensed up and let out a loud scream. That's a picture that a whole lot of college students can imagine. But this college student, there are a whole lot more are watching Chin Fang's live broadcast. Not bad for the crunchy college student everyone talks about. It's miserable to have broken bones and all sorts of physical problems without moving. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. This day's Chin Fong had been able to stand up. And when Chin Fong stood up, he had really shocked a lot of people. It's not. Isn't Chin Fang's speed of recovery too fast? Netizens they were shocked by such a scene. No. It's only been 3 days and Chin Fong can run and jump now? What about saying that his is a real fracture? When I first fractured my bones, I laid in bed for at least a whole month, including walking behind me, which is still very inconvenient. Chapter 110, Broken Bones. Don't say it. I should be the most vegetable one in the whole field. At first, because of an accident, I accidentally fell. I hole in the hospital bed above lying for half a year time, which only recovered a little. This thing in my local hospital, so far still flirting with it. I'm also sort of because of this thing has become a very famous big man. Not to mention you guys, the doctor even said that my body is recovering the fastest. I also used half a month. And then look at Chin Fong who has a shattered fracture all over his body. People are not even half a month yet. His body has recovered a large portion of it. And now he is even able to go through the procedure of being discharged from the hospital? It's a real people pleaser. He knew that Chin Fong was powerful, but he had never thought that Chin Fong could be this powerful. His body is recovering too fast, isn't it? People expressed helplessness. For a moment, they couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly a little jealous of Chin Fang's recovery ability. Every time Chin Fong is not feeling well, but the speed of his recovery, it's faster than anyone thought it would be. It's awesome. It's so awesome that people don't know how to feel about it. Now it really validates that saying about people being more than they are. Alright, let's not dwell on these has-beens. What I'm most interested in seeing next is what kind of things will happen after Chin Fong returns to campus. A group of people are excited. Chin Fong, who was about to go back to school, he stretched out his hand and enjoyed the wind on campus. A gentle breeze comes in. Chin Fong is in high spirits, in a good mood. He couldn't help but bounce. Only Lu Zhongyuan was right next to him. He watched Chin Fang's reaction with trepidation. His heart had long been filled with fear. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Ancestors! Yu Young One didn't hold back his words. At the time, everyone on the scene paused, and that hot gaze instantly landed on Lu Zhongyuan's body. Staring straight at him, The crowd was shocked. What did you young one just say? A 50-something-year-old to call Qin Feng an ancestor? Everyone looked a little disbelieving. Lu Zhengyuan felt the hot gaze. He silently moved his eyes away and soon landed on Qin Feng again. You mustn't jump. Your body is just now getting better. Tell me you're bouncing around like this now. In case there's an accident, then what can we do? Even if you don't think about your own body, you still have to think about it, don't we? Don't you ever do those scary behaviors again? Ryu Youngwon was a little heartbroken. He felt that when he saw those reactions of Qin Feng when his gaze landed on him, he was now truly able to be stunned without being shocked. Try. Is there anyone like Qin Feng whose body is obviously just fine? He ended up bouncing around emotionally, not caring about him in the least. The point is that the scene is all about caring eyes. It was only the unimpressed fellow who was in the most cheerful mood, and hardened himself to the care of all. Qin Feng, however, said in a serious manner, don't worry about my body. There's nothing wrong with my current body. I can promise to your faces that I'm exceptionally comfortable right now and there's not a single thing wrong with me. Qin Feng spoke seriously. However, they don't think so. This one of yours is a comminuted fracture. It will break again at any time. I think it's better if you don't talk too arrogantly. Lu Zhengyuan really didn't hold back his reminder at Qin Feng's side, mainly thinking that it would be better for Qin Feng to pay more attention. Qin Feng, however, didn't take it seriously. His expression was bland. Qin Feng waved his hand, calmly, alright, I'll walk properly now, alright? The words fell. Click. A particularly crisp sound rang out. At that moment, the crowd was dumbfounded, especially Lu Zhengyuan. His face instantly turned pale and he was almost about to kneel in front of Qin Feng before bawling his eyes out. I told you to pay more attention. You just aren't happy to take what I said to heart. Tell me you've broken your bones again now. What the hell should we do next? The more the principal thought about it, the angrier he got. He had never seen someone with such a stubborn personality like Qin Feng. He'd already warned about it. So why didn't this guy take what he'd said at face value? Look what he's doing now. Qin Feng. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. There were others who were dumbfounded. Originally, he thought that Qin Feng could finally return to campus life. Who would have thought that this guy would break his bones again? Done. Looked like Qin Feng was going to be sent to the hospital again. When those hot gazes fell on his body, Qin Feng was silent for a second as he explained. If I say that the person who broke the bone this time wasn't me, do you guys believe me? Qin Feng came silently, only to see that those guys' heads were shaking like a rattle drum. On the scene, besides you who will break bones, there shouldn't be any idiot like you. But just by going on the bar once, he broke his whole body in a comminuted manner. People really weren't discriminating against Qin Feng. The main thing was that Qin Feng's behavior that time had really shocked everyone severely. Up until now, no one had broken Qin Feng's record. Qin Feng was definitely the first person ever. Qin Feng was unimpressed. I can guarantee that I can just commit to it right to your faces. By the way, let's notify again. I don't know which idiot sprained his foot, most likely also fractured. It's better to rush him to the hospital, Qin Feng said with a serious face. It wasn't until then that everyone reacted to the fact that it wasn't Qin Feng who was injured, especially Lu Zhengyuan, who had just felt his heart hanging in his throat. This time he breathed a sigh of relief. Only, he quickly tightened his whole body. If it wasn't you who got hurt, then I'd like to know what big, bad bastard it was that suddenly broke his bones? Fan Yong silently extended his hand. He smiled a bitter, embarrassed smile. I'm the one who broke the bone. Crowd. Fan Yong is the counselor. He had been worried that Qin Feng would return to campus life. And when he did, who knew that he had broken his bones? Doesn't that mean he can go home and recuperate for a while? For a moment he wasn't sure if this was a good thing or a bad thing. How did this guy of yours suddenly break a bone? Lu Zhengyuan walked to his side and hurriedly reached out his hand to assist Ion. I'll have someone bring you inside the hospital for a checkup now. If it's serious, you'll go home and rest for a while. If it's not serious, you'll continue to stay in the school. What do you think? Sure, Fan Yong promised decisively. I'll go to the hospital right now immediately for a checkup. Principal, if you have anything to do, just call me anytime. Chapter 111, Heartbreak. Fan Yong's heart was broken. It's really one thing after another. Seeing that Qin Feng had checked out of the hospital, he finally arrived at the school. Results. Fan Yong has a broken bone all of a sudden? Husky was also worried. Okay, you'd better hurry up and go for a checkup. Just don't talk about those things that are not there. The priority is still your body is more important. Yes, I feel that this guy, Fan Yong, seems to be quite happy, especially the moment he learned of his fracture. Although his facial expression was a bit bitter, but it was only a small amount of time, and almost instantly, his mood shifted to good all of a sudden, and crucially, his face was all covered in smiles. suddenly remembering his pale face when he learned that Qin Feng was about to be discharged from the hospital, and then his current reaction. I knew that this guy must be fearful of Qin Feng's existence. That's why after he was injured, he was even happier than usual. Injuries are obviously a particular pain in the ass. Results. But Fan Yang grinned, especially the moment he turned his head, the smile he couldn't resist on his face. He silently murmured in his heart, I knew that the heavens must be on my side unconditionally. Otherwise, how could it be possible that Qin Feng had only just entered the inside of the school when my body experienced some discomfort? Does this also mean that the heavens are now hoping that I can get some rest? Fan Yang's eyes lit up. His voice was actually very small, but Qin Feng heard every word of it. Qin Feng turned back violently. Qin Feng said with a sad face, I can see that you're really happy in your heart that I got hurt today. Also, you've long been impatiently expecting either me to get hurt or you to get hurt? Qin Feng stared at Fan Yang with a face full of bitterness. Fan Yang's body stiffened all over. He looked back at Qin Feng with a dumbfounded expression, his entire body in a daze. What? What did Qin Feng just say? His face stiffened for a moment, a bit overwhelmed. How did Qin Feng know he was happy now? Fan Yang looked at Qin Feng with an aggrieved expression at that time, and he became a thief. And at that moment, he felt guilty inside. Who said that, even if my body is not very good, need to lie in the hospital for 10 days and half a month? I tell you, I will only lie inside the hospital for a day or two time. After that, I will definitely come back to deal with your things here properly. Don't worry, all you need to do for the rest is to trust me unconditionally. I'll definitely come back here. Really? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Are you sure that you really won't feel that this kind of thing is too forced? If you feel that it's too forced, there's actually no need to do so. After all, I've always been very respectful of the decisions that you guys have made. It's definitely not possible to suddenly make it mandatory for you, and I also know that my body is rather special. It is because it is rather special that I have caused you a lot of trouble during this period. I will first say thank you properly in front of everyone. As Qin Feng's words fell, he bowed deeply towards them. Fan Yang felt even more guilty, thinking of his earlier behavior and the fact that he felt that this person Qin Feng was just too troublesome. He now could not wait to raise his hand and slap it in hard on his cheek. He is guilty. In fact, you don't need to try to be strong. I think it's still your body situation is the most important. The next you'll be good to raise their own bodies. The rest of the other things, you don't worry about it blindly. Qin Feng's mood looked sullen. Qin Feng really looked sad. Fan Yang felt guilty. In my dictionary, there's never been a few words of bravado, and I'm all for willingly wanting to come over and help you. So don't you dare think of a bunch of nothing next. What you need to do the most is to put all those that I have said to you firmly in your heart. These days, you will stay well inside the dormitory. After I recuperate, I will immediately come to the school to take care of you. You have something at any time you can call me. I am sure that I will be in the first time within the first time to appear in front of you. Fan Yang spoke righteously. He also reached out and tapped his chest as he spoke. Crowd. Is it hard to believe that this guy, Fan Yang, is an idiot? Couldn't he see that this guy, Qin Feng, was now purely and deliberately fooling them? Only the others didn't believe it. Just Fan Yang, who instantly fell into guilt, and then, again, was trying to find ways to comfort Qin Feng, all the time wanting to try very hard to step forward and do a favor. Qin Feng was grateful. Then I'll thank you properly here first. You're the counselor. So from now on, I'll be respectful and never make you angry again. Qin Feng was well behaved. He didn't even give the other man a chance to speak before saying, you might as well hurry up and get that broken bone taken care of in the hospital now, and pray that all is well with you. Yes. Fan Yang's face was resolute. He left with a little bit of reluctance. Mainly, when he thought of Qin Feng's face full of nostalgia for him, he instantly felt guilty. He's going too far with this one. People's Qin Feng has a good heart. What about him? And what kind of thing did he do? When he thought that he had actually disliked Qin Feng so much in the beginning, he really hated it, and now he slapped himself to death. Look at all that he's done. Qin Feng is already so pitiful. What does he do when he makes such a mess all day and night? He's gone too far. Until he left, Fan Yang didn't perceive anything wrong, and everyone watched the scene in silence, with no intention of revealing it at all. Why do I feel that this guy Fan Yang will be cheated out of his pockets by Qin Feng anytime, anywhere? The key is, this guy might still be oblivious, not even realizing that he has now been hoodwinked by Qin Feng, and having fallen for it, he's letting a bunch of people all look at his jokes. Suddenly I realized that Qin Feng is far more cunning than I imagined. This guy even dared to fool the counselor right in front of the principal. He's got too much guts, right? Pitfall Qin Feng is really good at everything, and the key is that his health is still bad. Otherwise, why don't you guys just let Fan Yang, this honest guy, go? He's already so scared that his body is trembling violently, especially when he heard that Qin Feng was preparing to go back inside the school. I can tell that this guy, he's really scared too. Suddenly I realized that this guy Fan Yong is a bit of a goofball. My goodness, Qin Feng has only just returned to the school and he's already digging a hole for others? I have to admit, he's gone a bit overboard. Chapter 112, Hot Pot in the Dormitory. When Qin Feng returned to the dormitory, his roommate was already waiting inside. They were holding something in their hands, and as soon as Qin Feng appeared, they suddenly nourished Qin Feng's body. Some colorful ribbons were sprayed on Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng was not intimidated. That is, next to the principal. In the face of this sudden outburst, for a moment, Lu Zhengyuan was shivering with fear. The principal didn't hold back a yelp. The principal's appearance caught everyone off guard. Xiang Ding and Lu Su were as if they had done something wrong as they stood coyly by the side. They laughed awkwardly. The two were at a loss for words when they saw the principal. They obviously wanted to celebrate Qin Feng's return. Yet, what's the principal doing here? The two forced to smile and were really at a loss for words. Lu Zhengyuan's face was instantly gloomy. His eyes, staring straight at the two, were staring. Without a word he looked at the two. However, the two of them literally looked as if they had done something wrong. Their faces were haggard and they kept apologizing. Wrong, principal. Actually, the two of us wanted to celebrate Qin Feng's return, but really didn't expect you to be here. Xiang Ding looked at the person in front of him, at a loss for words the entire time. He began to apologize. However, Lu Zhengyuan condemned. Do you guys know what kind of physical condition Qin Feng is in right now? He stared angrily at the two people in front of him, really angry and questioning. Given Qin Feng's current physical condition, once he gets shocked, then it's highly likely that he'll straight away go into a coma. If anything happens to him, can the two of you afford it? The principal was filled with anger. A hand was held out and a scathing condemnation was directed at the two men in front of him. At the time, both of them looked like thieves. I'm sorry, headmaster. We really didn't mean it. And we clearly just wanted to celebrate his return. Nothing else at all. We're friends in a dormitory. And we've been, patiently waiting for him for the past half a month. It was so hard to wait for him to come back. The two of us, of course, wanted to celebrate. They are vain and aggravated at the same time. Mostly, it's a bunch of them, and that can be genuine. However, who would have thought this would happen? If they had known it was going to be so embarrassing, they should have stopped the behavior at hand. Now what? It's over. They had a bitter look on their faces. There was a slight anxiety in the mood. Lu Zhengyuan just wanted to say some words of condemnation, but when he saw their aggrieved faces, he stiffly held back all the words he was going to say. Right now, he sighed audibly. Forget it, seeing as the two of you didn't do it on purpose. I'll just reluctantly spare you, so I won't bother with you anymore. Lu Zhengyuan wasn't the type of person who wouldn't let it go. Moreover, the two of them, too, were genuinely trying to help Qin Feng. It was also thinking of joining Qin Feng and having a good celebration. If he were to condemn it to Qin Feng just because of this kind of thing, then he could only say that he was too harsh as a person. Think about it. And he held it all back. Right now, Qin Feng said, "Thank you, principal, for your understanding, and afterward, I will certainly discipline them properly." Qin Feng spoke in a serious manner. However, the principal's questioning gaze landed on Qin Feng. He was skeptical. Sure, it's really you restraining them and not them restraining you anymore? The principal frowned slightly and was staring straight at Qin Feng as he was looking at him. Qin Feng said, "I'm the boss inside the dormitory. I think that I should be the one to restrain them." The principal burst out laughing all at once. He said, "You guys are pretty funny. Well, I won't interfere with you guys here. So for the next few of you, just sit down and have a good get-together. As for me, I won't say anything else." Seeing that Qin Feng was now safe and sound, Hansiki was also ready to go and have a good rest. Okay. The principal left. The principal had just left on the front foot, and Qin Feng, who was on the back foot, suddenly served a pot. He had a serious face, a serious man. He was slightly agitated. He said, "How are you preparing all those ingredients I asked you to prepare now?" Qin Feng asked them excitedly. At this moment, he was in the midst of excitement. Xiang Ding respectfully said, "Don't worry, we have now gathered all the things you asked us to prepare. Today's we will be here, feasting and drinking well." Xiang Ding wrapped his arms around Qin Feng and spoke with such excitement. At that time, even Lu Su ran to Qin Feng's side in the fastest time possible. "There is one to say one. You should not suddenly feel uncomfortable again behind you, right?" Lu Su had a previous experience. He now looked at Qin Feng with a lot of disbelief. He felt that Qin Feng would most likely say something to fool him. Right now, He looked and looked extremely serious. Qin Feng glared at him. What kind of stuff are you babbling about? Would I be that kind of person? It's true that you're not that kind of person. But your physical condition is not necessarily the same. Lu Su was serious, mainly because of your body. It's all making me a bit at a loss. What if, in a moment of sudden discomfort, you blackmail us? Xiang Ding inexplicably came up with such a sentence. Qin Feng stared at him. What are you babbling about? Qin Feng gritted his teeth. Can you stop cursing me so casually? Qin Feng glared at him angrily. If you're making things up, do you believe that I, with this fist, will not hesitate to punch down on your body? Qin Feng swung his fist. Lu Su shrank his neck, fearing in his heart. Even if you teach me a hard lesson, I have to tell you, I am not going to compromise with an evil force like you, no matter what. Lu Su faced Qin Feng. He had powerful sentences. Qin Feng glanced at him in disgust. All right, you can shut up now. Qin Feng pulled out his ears twice. If you're scared, just stay to the side and watch the two of us eat. Qin Feng didn't talk nonsense with him. Turning his head, he took Xiang Ding's shoulder. He's not eating, we're both eating. It's not easy for my health to get better. Finally I can take this opportunity to enjoy a good time. I'm not happy to be like him, and I don't know what the hell is worrying about something. He's such an idiot. I don't even bother talking about it. Qin Feng shook his head slightly. Qin Feng, who had a look of disdain on his face, obviously looked down on him a bit. Lu Su. The words came out but not a single word could be said. He grew silent. Chapter 113, You're telling lies, aren't you? Lu Su just watched these two people about to be in front of him, eating and drinking. As a good brother, how can you watch other people eat it? And so, Lu Su quickly changed his mind and decisively participated. This shouldn't be any high-powered electrical appliance, should it? In case it is, I don't reckon a few of us have enough heads to lose. Lu Su was nervous. The stuff was prepared by Xiang Ding. I just don't know if what Xiang Ding he prepared is some kind of high-power electrical appliances. The most taboo thing in their dormitory is this kind of high-power electrical appliances. At that time, Xiang Ding hastily patted his chest as he said with a straight face, You can rest assured that I'm doing my job. I'm engaged in not guaranteeing that I'm definitely not fooling you. There's not a single thing wrong with this one. Xiang Ding said it in a serious manner, but Lu Su especially didn't believe the words that were rattling around in his mouth. Lu Su said, You usually do things inside as particularly unreliable. On this thing you prepared today, I'm afraid that a moment directly to the dormitory to ignite, in case we get queried later. It's really over. Xiang Ding is not afraid, what nonsense. Even if there is a Qin Feng in front of us to carry it, with Qin Feng, I'm sure this matter will be safe and sound. In terms of Qin Feng his current this physical situation, but where Qin Feng has a good or bad, maybe the principal's side will be able to be scared alive. The principal is certainly not possible to stand by and watch Qin Feng injured, or scared, when the time comes of them, although they want to pursue the responsibility of the Qin Feng, will certainly think about it later on will be silent and stoic back. Yes, as long as Qin Feng was around, where did they need to ruminate about all these has-beens? Just eat hard. By then, in case there is a shortcoming, casually shift the responsibility to Qin Feng's body, and the problem will be solved smoothly. Xiang Ding, who spoke with a serious face, did not see Qin Feng's face beside him gradually darken. Qin Feng kind of forced a smile. Qin Feng looked at the person in front of him with unusual displeasure. What are you talking about? Qin Feng gritted his teeth and stared at the person in front of him with a deadly stare, obviously half pissed off. Listen to what this guy is saying with a straight face? It's a good thing he's a human being, but now that I look at it, he's not a person at all. Qin Feng was angry. I just came back from the hospital, and you're so eager to dump all the blame on me? If I may say so, you're the only one in our dormitory who's the most unethical. Thanks to the fact that I treated you as my good friend at the beginning. It turns out that you're a heartless thing, and all you can do is think of a bunch of digs for me all day long. ING guy. Qin Feng glared at him fiercely. You lackadaisical thing. What are you getting me into all day long? Xiang Ding was scolded severely and he expressed his aggression. Then do you think that if we are found out in this dormitory, the principal can spare us sports too? And it was you who suggested this way of celebrating in the first place. So after something goes wrong, it's obvious that you'll be the first to be arrested. As for the two of us, we're at most an accomplice, and the circumstances aren't that serious. Xiang Ding analyzed it in a well-organized manner. He had thought deeply about it at the beginning. If there was really any problem, then of course it was to go and settle the score with Qin Feng. Sure, such behavior is so unethical though. But, who made the principal and the others most worried about Qin Feng having problems? Qin Feng was slightly silent. He looked at the two men in front of him, and that was really all that mattered. He was powerless to spit. What the hell are these two guys chirping and justifying? And how the hell do they have the nerve to say such things? Shin Feng was furious. Shin Feng glared at them angrily. You two are lackluster things. In case the principal really finds me on my head, don't worry. I'll definitely confess the two of you straight away within the first hour. I'll definitely not fail you. Shin Feng hammed and hawed as he ate. Can't tell you how good the vibe was back then. But the guys in the comments section laughed their asses off. These three big dummies. They can't have realized so far that we're in the middle of a live broadcast. Do they realize that the principal has figured out what they're doing? The principal is probably in his office right now, inviting them to crack their heads open and see what's going on in their heads. Shin Feng has been in the ward for such a long period of time, and no one has disliked him or even joked with him. Such an atmosphere is too good, isn't it? Isn't Shin Feng a bit too self-serving? They use high-power electrical appliances. In case of a fire, there is a high probability that a person will be killed, and there are so many people in the dormitory. But if there is a shortcoming, then what can be done? They just care about their own food and don't care about other people's lives, right? If you ask me, they are just disgusting now. I just never seen anyone as disgusting as them. What a bunch of bad luck. The three of them should stop being purely disgusting here and get lost if they can. It's best if they don't wreak havoc on those innocent people inside the dormitory sentence by sentence. My God, isn't this just pure disgustingness on their part right now? I think they should be punished severely for these behaviors they are doing now. Otherwise the other party will most likely not learn from their mistakes and continue to do it next time. There are a lot of people inside the comments section who are just as crazy as they are. Immediately after that they just have a crazy commentary. It was as if they were exasperated. As for Headmaster Ryu Youngwon, he was not impressed when he saw this scene. Or perhaps it was guessed as early as the beginning that Shin Feng would definitely engage in this kind of thing. Right now, Lu Zhongyuan did not think that he was afraid. He looked indifferent. You will now follow me to find Shin Feng. The assistant who was following the principal was dumbfounded. The assistant forced a smile. Now the person in front of me is the boss. You have to be respectful in front of your boss. As for Bai Bingbing, he looked at Shin Feng and silently came. In fact, all of this content that you guys are talking about in your mouths right now has already been dialed out. It is estimated that the principal's side has already realized that the three of you, in the dormitory, are using electrical appliances and are carrying out hot pots. Bai Bingbing actually didn't want to talk about this at first. Just looking at the few of them with innocent faces, he expressed helplessness. Finally it was said. When they heard this, Shin Feng's and their brains felt as if they were about to go down. He was helpless. The brain was buzzing. You're telling some lies, aren't you? Chapter 114, Holding Back Hard. The corners of Bai Bingbing's mouth twitched. Do you guys look like I'm joking now? Bai Bingbing was not embarrassed at all. The reason he didn't have time to tell them just now was because these guys didn't even have time for him to pick up the conversation. A couple of them were like a talking head, in front of him the whole time, not giving him a chance to talk. Stuck in this matter, Bai Bingbing was also in a panic just now. After all, it's not allowed to be in a dorm room, per se, for things like fondue. As a result, Shin Feng and the few of them, that really just forgot all about the rules in the dormitory. Now what? He had wanted to remind earlier, but nah, this group of guys, just now, didn't give him a chance to speak at all. By the time Bai Bingbing brought it up now, the faces of the group of people had already stiffened. Odds are, they had just forgotten all about the surveillance. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. They opened their mouths. There was so much they wanted to say, but they just couldn't. At that instant, the guys' faces all stiffened. They reached out and pushed Shin Feng, especially Lu Su. This guy was the most scared, and this time it had already creeped him out. He looked like he was about to burst into tears of pity. He asked in all seriousness, "So what am I going to do? Now, the principal has already found out. Does this mean that we're finished?" Lu Su wanted to cry, and his eyes actually turned a shade of red. Shin Feng reached out and slapped down heavily on his skull. "You're at least a big old man. Tell me if you're like this now. Is it like that?" Shin Feng stared at him with a look of disgust. How big of an incident was it? And this guy was scared like this? Just like you. I think the future you will definitely not be able to do great things. Shin Feng disliked the person in front of him, and disliked him viciously inwards for a while. Lu Su, however, said aggressively, "It's not like we're you. The principal was kind to you, but to us, he probably hated us. After all, there's a rule in the school, is that, no matter what, you can't just use a pot, and then, cook a hot pot and eat it in the school. You are clearly knowingly committing a crime. Such behavior, the principal's side will definitely be punished severely." Lu Su wanted to cry. Tears, just in his eyes, back and forth. He just had that pathetic look of being, at any moment, about to burst into tears. That moment, Xiang Ding was disgusted from within. Look at how big you are now. Just a little tiny thing like this. To scare you like this, after you go out, don't tell everyone that you're our brother. After all, you're just too embarrassing now. Xiang Ding couldn't look at it anymore, so he disliked it. And that really meant splitting the other party's head and face with a hard dislike. Lu Su had an aggrieved look on his face. Lu Su also said, "What I said is some truth. I don't think there is any problem. How do your mouth make me now? As if it is really embarrassing. This kind of behavior of ours is surely going to be met with a vicious condemnation and chastisement. And when that happens, then what can we do about it?" Lu Su tilted his head slightly, his mood instantly falling to the bottom. His emotions, at once, were greatly affected. The main reason was the thought of the incident, the end result of which would surely be that he would be severely criticized. Lu Su felt at that moment that all his expectations were as good as instantly falling away. He had a desperate, pathetic look on his face. His gaze landed on Qin Feng, full of earnestness, and he was staring excitedly at Qin Feng. He said, "If possible, can I trouble you to have a good talk with people in front of the principal at that time? I know my mistakes now, and I can guarantee that the next time I definitely won't be in this state again. As long as you say it for me, then I'll definitely change my ways then, and definitely won't follow the two of you around here to fool around." Back then, Lu Su spoke in a serious manner. It was just that his words like this, almost instantly, caused Qin Feng and the others to become dissatisfied. Ever heard of the saying that we share the same blessings and the same hardships? Since we've been found out. We're good brothers. So let's take these responsibilities together. What's next for us? Working together into the future. Qin Feng clanged. As soon as the words fell out, most of the people present felt that Qin Feng's brain was as if he had been burnt out. Purely a bit of a problem. Who could pull off something like this if there wasn't something wrong with it? You're sick, aren't you? Lu Su hesitated, the dislike in his eyes unconcealed. The main thing was that Qin Feng was like that now. Indeed, it was hard for people to say anything. Qin Feng is innocent. Don't worry, no matter what happens next, I will not leave you, and I will lead you all, together, to your punishment. Qin Feng's face was likewise ashen. It came out of nowhere. It was a surprise. He was genuinely surprised that there was so much going on in the middle of this. Was thinking I could hide it from the world. At the end of the day, just the one thing they did, and it was all discovered? The point is that there are a ton of fans now, and all those onlookers, and that's really all that's known. Thinking about their current disgraceful behavior, Qin Feng couldn't wait to immediately dig himself a hole in the ground, then speed up a bit and bury himself in it. Just hurry up and bury it, and maybe it won't be such a disgrace. Things happen after all. Trying to make amends now is clearly impossible. They waited silently for the principal to arrive. As soon as the principal appeared, Qin Feng instantly cried out in pain. "I'm sorry, headmaster. It's all my fault for encouraging them to do this. Please be magnanimous and forgive us this time. I dare guarantee that from now on, absolutely nothing like this will happen again. And this time, it was indeed me who was a bit blind. So here I am, solemnly saying sorry to you." Qin Feng had a snotty nose and tears. It was still extremely nice to see him admit his mistake. In front of the principal, he spoke in a serious manner. At that time, most of the people on the scene were slightly stunned, and presumably, they were also frightened by Qin Feng's sudden behavior. So much so that their heads started buzzing. Only Lu Su and Xiang Ding, both of whom silently gave a thumbs up, were hilariously caught by Qin Feng. Not bad for Qin Feng. It's amazing how immediately a response to this situation comes to mind. They gave a silent thumbs up. Only, the principal looked at them with an expressionless face. The principal seemed to be angry. So this matter, as of now, didn't have much expression on his face. Qin Feng had, just now, clearly wanted to argue sophistically, but, stiffly held his tongue. Chapter 115. I'll be polite. Who are you fooling? The principal became so cold for the first time, and then his eyes, when they fell on Qin Feng's body, one could see the anger that could not be concealed here. Qin Feng, who had wanted to act, instantly stifled his thoughts. It's said that those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. When it's time for a serious apology, you should apologize properly instead of engaging in all that nonsense. Qin Feng had a serious and dignified face. "I'm sorry, principal. What we're using this time isn't something high-powered, and it definitely won't cause a fire. We've prepared a whole lot of things if we're here, and it's also clear that there won't be any problems before we choose to eat this hot pot. What can be done in a minute if we eat outside on weekdays? We'll probably have to cook it for about 3 to 4 minutes here." Qin Feng's attitude of admitting his mistake was sincere. When his gaze fell on the person in front of him, Qin Feng did mention this matter in a serious manner. Only, with a statement like that, it was not seen that the principal would choose to forgive him. The principal seems to be holding back. His gaze landed on Xin Feng and he said with an angry expression, "Even so, do you know that your behavior like this will only cause people to follow suit in droves? Are you sure you can afford the consequences here? And don't say in front of me that these aren't high-powered appliances in your hands and won't cause any problems. When something really goes wrong, who do you think you should talk to about this matter?" The principal was particularly angry. He then proceeded to condemn it viciously with an angry look on his face. Looking at the crowd present, he simply couldn't bear it. He stretched out a finger and pointed at Xin Feng, speaking with extreme anger. "Just you guys. Don't think that I don't know that you're clearly playing those little tricks in front of me right now. Just these little thoughts. I can see them clearly." The principal was really angry this time too. If it weren't for his anger, he wouldn't have been so angry in public to condemn Xin Feng for what he wasn't. Xin Feng silently lowered his head. In fact, what the other principal said was quite reasonable, and their behavior just now was purely misguided. What if some of the younger ones follow suit? Xin Feng this time that is really a big trouble. Xin Feng was profoundly aware of the wrongness of his behavior above. Xin Feng apologized with the same serious attitude. There were others who stepped forward as well, and they all walked up to the principal. While their attitudes were all square and apologetic, "We've now realized our problems deeply, and we're still bothering the principal to win and punish us severely. After that, we definitely won't be in this situation again. It's really our problem this time. I admit all my faults. Yes, 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 today's matter is indeed all our fault, and we have nothing to weasel out of now." They apologized with a dignified face. These few people were in front of Xin Feng, full of seriousness and detail. Back then, the principal gave a slight lurch. The principal, too, didn't expect the guys to be able to talk about this in front of them, in such a dignified manner. Would have thought they were really up to their old tricks. Results: after walking up to the principal, the guys weren't messing around. With this sincere attitude of theirs now, the principal sighed, despondent and full of frustration. "You know, I don't really want to chastise you guys at all. It's just that the behavior you guys have done this time, it's just too much. Just ask any person who can be like you. Just shouting nonsense here all day and night. And, with regard to those remarks you just made by concentrating on Xingji, do you know how much of an impact this matter is actually having on everyone right now? If everyone follows suit then, how exactly do you think this should be handled? Before you guys mess around, can you think a little bit?" The principal looked at them with a face of hatred. The more he thought about it, the more angry he felt. They were just messing around. Seeing it live, he was pissed off right then and there. These guys, it had to be taught a hard lesson to get it right. Otherwise, aren't they just purely messing around? Due to the fact that a few of you, clearly, are knowingly committing these things that you're now making out, I feel that you must be severely punished next. The principal wasn't about to compromise. He was ready to teach these people in front of him a hard lesson. Even Xin Feng. He felt that there was no way to spare Xin Feng this kind of thing so easily. After all, there's just too much at stake here. Xin Feng was purely talking nonsense there this time. Xin Feng's attitude of admitting his mistake was sincere. "You're right, headmaster. Why don't you just take this opportunity to teach me a hard lesson? That's the only way to make me really learn from my mistakes. What's more is that I did realize my problem deeply this time. And after this lesson, the next time around I definitely won't mess around like this." Xin Feng brought it up in a serious manner. The principal at the time, however, couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. "Guess I'm getting bored with this whole thing too." The principal hadn't actually thought of targeting Xin Feng like this favorably. What Xin Feng had done this time was really something that made him furious. At once he could not bear it. His temper instantly flared, which was why he wanted to take this opportunity to teach Xin Feng a lesson. But when he thought that right now, teaching Xin Feng a hard lesson, at the end of the day, he might not necessarily be able to afford it. The principal had a special headache right then and there. Rubbing his temples with a rotten forehead, he was indeed pissed off and stupid. "Tell me about you. If I punish you severely now, but if your body has a short or long life in a while, how do you think this matter is going to be handled? Aren't you purely messing around?" The principal couldn't help himself for a moment. Listening to Xin Feng's sincere attitude of admitting his mistake just now, coupled with the fact that Xin Feng's physical condition was indeed different, he was now was in a state of despondency, and did not know what to do. Should we viciously condemn Xin Feng, or should we just stop from now on? His mind went back and forth several times. For a long time, as a principal, he was not sure how exactly this matter should be carried out smoothly in order to make it work. Xin Feng said, "It doesn't matter. Subsequently, if I really have any problems, I think the responsibility should also be borne by me. It is indeed my problem this time, so I have nothing to say now." Xin Feng spoke in a serious manner. The principal sighed deeply that he really couldn't hold back. He said, "In that case, I'm going to be rude from now on. Chapter 116, Poor Acting. Due to the impact that these few of you have brought to the school, you are definitely going to be given a major demerit. What's more is to write me a 10,000 word review, and wait until Monday, in front of all the teachers and students. Read these reviews of yours out to me properly, and review what exactly is inappropriate about your behavior. When Lu Zhangyuan saw Qin Feng compromising, he thought about it and finally decided to write a review. If you give Qin Feng a corporal punishment, what if this guy suddenly gets physically ill again and collapses to the ground again? So he was prepared to take the most conservative approach. Qin Feng's jaw was about to drop in shock. He was blindsided and really scared. No, principal, are you sure you really want us to write a 10,000 word review? Isn't this kind of request a bit too much? Qin Feng wanted to cry and apologize to the person in front of him with a proper attitude. But after apologizing he became overwhelmed and really didn't know how to handle such a thing. That's a 10,000 word review. For Qin Feng, this review would most likely be written until he was worse than dead. He was ashen. Qin Feng looked at the principal in front of him rather painfully and helplessly. Ryu Youngwon didn't let up. This is the greatest mercy I can show you. If you hadn't been messing around, would I have had to come out here in the middle of the night to teach you a lesson? Today's matter is also to make an example of you. And don't think I don't know that a few of you in front of you gave me a whole lot of bad ideas. Just want to take advantage of this opportunity to fool me it. If not, I also watched the live broadcast. Maybe also really be fooled by you guys over. Just a few of you small mind. I can see clearly now. I told you, today you must have to write me a good 10,000 words of review. Wait until after next Monday. You have to read it out in front of everyone. It's over. This time the disgrace is really a disgrace. At the thought of losing this face of his instantly, the difficult one blanched a little. Looking at Qin Feng's gradually whitening face, Lu Zhangyuan's heart immediately missed a beat. He was panicked. This terrified stared at Qin Feng. Look, should not be okay. He just let write a review. How to look at Qin Feng? His current state seems to be at any time to pass out. Look, Lu Zhangyuan's heart silently pinched a cold sweat. Really, the more he looked at it, the more fear he felt. Now, he was on the verge of panic. Qin Feng's generosity has a good or bad? Then it's really finished. Qin Feng was still thinking that having to write a 10,000 word review was a very finished thing. As for the principal's side, he was pondering what he would do if Qin Feng was shocked by this idea he brought up. The principal was creeped out. He was now regretting what he had just said. If Qin Feng were to die, would he still want to live? But what was said is like water thrown out. He is at least the principal. Now if he silently retracts all those words, will it be inappropriate again? Tangled beyond measure. Lu Zhangyuan, but by this matter got a headache for a while, really do not know what to do. He wrestled with the idea for a moment, but eventually he was going to back off. Seeing as you're first-time offenders, I'll grudgingly spare you. No need to write a 10,000 word review. Just write me 1,000 words straight away. As long as you admit your faults properly in front of me, as the principal, it is definitely impossible for me to really punish you. It's just that some of your behaviors are just too unreasonable. It's almost as if he's not treated like a human being. Look what we're doing now. Just now a few people had a bitter face. They were in a jolly good mood when they were told so by the principal. Thank you, principal, headmaster. I won't forget your great kindness. I will definitely repay you well in the future, and will definitely not let you down. The other two guys took a step forward slightly, and bowed respectfully to the principal, and after the two looked at each other then spoke in unison. These two have a pretty good rapport. What about running up to someone's principal and giving him a respectful earful? Principal. He looked at the children with a single word. Qin Feng's silence was golden, and he didn't even want to talk. However, Qin Feng felt that it was still very necessary for him to put on a good show. Qin Feng's attitude was equally sincere. Then, also coming to the principal's heel, Qin Feng suddenly bawled and cried, Principal? It's not. Qin Feng's brain shouldn't be burnt out, right? This inexplicable behavior is baffling. The more he looked, the more confused he felt. When his eyes landed on Qin Feng, for a moment he forced a smile and had a feeling that it was hard to explain. His silence is golden. He felt that Qin Feng was now purely a little bit sick in the head. But anyone who doesn't have a problem with it can't really pull off something like this. The principal, who had forced a smile, was still thinking of having a nice chat with them. But as it stands now, it's best to get the hell out of here. If we don't get out of here, we're really screwed. He swallowed hard. Immediately after that, he immediately made excuses for himself. The principal said in a serious manner, I suddenly remembered that I seem to have quite a few things on my hands to go through, and I now, really don't have so much time to be able to chat with you guys about all these has-beens and has-nots. So, I'll leave first. As for Qin Feng, you just nourish your body well. I'm telling you, you hurry up and nourish your body. This matter is more urgent than anything else. You know what? Shin Fong. Listening to the other party's bitter words, Shin Fong silently nodded his head after a short while of silence. What you said, principal, is very true. I will definitely take good care of my own body. You don't have to worry about that. My body has been good for a long time. I don't think there should be any problems, right? Shin Fong said that, but he actually didn't dare to be certain himself. I only heard the principal say, no matter what you have to get yourself in shape, but don't mess around with me. And if you have any problems, you can always ask the principal me for help. As long as the principal can help where he can, he will definitely do his best to help you, so there's no need to fret about these have-nots at all. The principal said bitterly. Nah. In front of the screen, he's all about wanting to present himself properly. It was also the fact that this guy Qin Feng's speech was just too much for people to feel beaten up. Qin Feng laughed and came to say, Headmaster, your acting skills are a bit poor. What? Chapter 117, Envy. The corners of Lu Jingyuan's mouth twitched as he glared at Qin Feng where the camera couldn't capture him. Listen to what this kid of yours is saying. Let me tell you, if the three of you knowingly violate the law next time, I will never forgive you easily. Do you hear me? He was suddenly serious and looked at the extremely angry condemned Qin Feng. The look in Lu Jingyuan's eyes just now was instantly clear to Qin Feng. Qin Feng gathered a lot of attitude and respectfully said, Headmaster, what you said is extremely reasonable. The three of us have already deeply realized where our problems lie. And I can guarantee that from now on we will definitely not be knowingly breaking the law. You can rest assured that we, afterward, will definitely be good and will definitely not mess around. They spoke righteously, speaking so seriously in front of Qin Feng. Lu Jingyuan was still satisfied as he looked at the few of them. And then, he smelled a pungent aroma. These scents surprisingly made his mouth water. Being the principal, he hesitated for a moment and silently came up with, what are all the things in your group? How come this scent is so unique? It feels so fragrant. The principal had involuntarily stepped a little further inside. It's fondue. On weekdays, he understood things like fondue. After seeing it, most of the time there's no interest to be found in such things. It always feels like it hurts your body. Only this time, his mouth watered with it. Noticing that his behavior was inappropriate, Ryu Youngwon was embarrassed. But, Qin Feng sensed it. This hot pot seasoning of ours is not quite the same as others. And what's more, it's not even a high-powered appliance. So if you like it, Headmaster, why don't we eat it together? The principal hesitated for a moment and finally made a decision. Have them move their stuff around the office and eat it? Webmaster, what happened to saying it was harsh? What happened to the promise that the principal should chastise them severely for their behavior? How did it end up being so different from what I thought it would be? Also, the whole room feels that the principal of the school he likes to eat more. The beginning is obviously a serious face. Behind he stared straight at these hot pots with both eyes. He seemed to like Qin Feng's toppings quite a bit, and he ate them with great gusto. He gave a thumbs up and complimented Qin Feng. You kid has a bit of a physical problem, but your brain is smart. Especially this hot pot seasoning ingredient of yours is very good. He was stuffing things into his mouth while it was obviously hot, and it was as if there were flames burning in his mouth. But as a result, he still had to eat while talking to Qin Feng. Qin Feng also cried and laughed when he saw the scene, but he still obediently said, Thank you, Principal, for recognizing me, or else after we're done eating, I'll tell you about this hot pot seasoning ingredient of mine. The next time you go out to eat with your family, you are also able to use this step of mine. But what's out there is definitely not as delicious as what this party of mine has concocted. Qin Feng also tilted his chin upwards with a little bit of pride, kinda smug, and spoke up. Not only did Lu Jianyuan not reveal Qin Feng, but he also nodded his head twice in recognition. He said, Your words make sense. The stuff outside, indeed, is not as tasty as what you make. I used to have no interest at all in this stuff. Who knew that I would end up planting myself in your place? If I hadn't watched you live today, I wouldn't have known such a thing. The principal changed his usual seriousness and was joyful in front of Qin Feng. He was just like the kind old grandpa everyone said he was, with charitable eyebrows and gentle speech. The key is that he can fit in with the college students here. As for Lu Su and Xiang Ding, these two didn't say a word, so they seriously buried their heads and ate bitterly. No, if it was the principal of my school, maybe it would have already torn us students apart. And you guys take a look at the principal of Qin Feng's school. Why is there a world of difference? I know the principal must not want to punish them, but this is outrageous, isn't it? I shed tears of envy and jealousy. Wait until next year, I'm going to take this school. I want to know what kind of hot pot base is this Qin Feng? And this ingredient of his is delicious at first glance. It feels as if it's different from our usual ones. Everyone craved and cried. A lot of people are asking about fondue bases. Bai Bingbing also swallowed her saliva on the side, and the more she looked at it, the more she wanted to eat it. Xin Feng happened to glance to the side and saw Bai Bingbing who was swallowing her saliva. Xin Feng was going to set myself up with a hand after I got out of the hospital. What's the matter? They all seem to like it? Xin Feng was a bit overwhelmed. Xin Feng's silence was golden. You come and eat too. Originally, Xin Feng tube do not take care of a bit. See Bai Bingbing really a look. Would like to taste a few bites of the kind? Xin Feng also did not hesitate, and finally issued an application to him. Bai Bingbing always feel embarrassed at first. The result is that everyone's attitude is very enthusiastic. Since they all welcome him, hurry up to taste a few bites. There is Bai Bingbing face naughty and coy. Was so invited by everyone? He was really embarrassed to get up chopsticks, followed by several bites. With just the first bite he was wowed. He couldn't believe it, staring in total shock. It's not. What's going on here? No wonder the principal was so excited to praise Xin Feng just now. It seems like that was all for a reason. No. How the hell did you do that? How come it's completely different from what I used to know? It was a very unique flavor. And the point was, after taking a bite, Bai Bingbing felt in love. This stuff was so delicious, or at least it never was for him before. And now, he was all but convinced by Xin Feng's strength. Xin Feng cried and laughed. Where is it as exaggerated as the two of you said? But it's just a bit more unique. I'll tell you about this ingredient in a moment. If you guys have time, try it at home. I don't know why the picture has changed so suddenly. Originally, everyone was worried that Xin Feng would definitely be severely chastised by the principal of the school for eating hot pot while in the dormitory. But it turned out that things were completely different from what they had imagined. This draft has really confused a lot of personalities. The group was dumbfounded. They were all as dumbfounded as if they had been frozen in time, really confused by what was happening suddenly in front of them. I knew that as long as Xin Feng was there would never be any accidents. But this accident, it's not what I expected either. Originally it was eaten in the dormitory, but I didn't realize that it was finally moved to the school's office. And look at the principal's worthlessness. He was the one who ate the most the whole time. I'm really envious of such a principal. When can I have one too? Chapter 118 wants to change the principal. But now, all of them were asking Xin Feng about the seasoning. A group of people, excited to the point of pursuing the question. How can a group of people get that emotional when it's just a spice? So the gossip is growing. They all wanted Xin Feng's seasoning. At the same time, Xin Feng eventually chose to tell them. As for Xin Feng's words, he ate with the principal and Bai Bingbing and they were so happy. That is, some of the students on the side of the school, the more they think about it, the more humble they feel. The more I think about it, the more tolerable it becomes. Obviously they were both students. Why was Xin Feng able to enjoy the ultimate treatment every time? And as the principal, he compromises with Xin Feng every time. That's the principal. What's the point of compromising at every turn? If the matter were to spread out, it was likely that his principal's face would be swept away. And most importantly, shouldn't he, a man of such majesty, logically show a serious demeanor in front of everyone in the workplace? Bias. Yu Youngwon is not what everyone thinks. Ryu Youngwon didn't care about things like face at all. Just like him at this moment, he's relaxed and cozy. He's even careless and doesn't care. Fully laid back. He talked to Xin Feng in the blink of an eye. Everyone was already in an uproar. Back then, quite a few people lapsed into silence. They're all over the place. There's a feeling that I don't know how to recount how I'm feeling right now. For a moment, it caused a group of them to look sad. At that time, Xin Feng was actually still hooking up with the principal. Principal, you are definitely the best principal I have ever seen. Looking at this world, it can be said that there is no other principal who can be as good as you. It would be a blessing to meet you in my life. Xin Feng came up and proceeded to give Yuga a pat on the back. The smart ones are already saying all sorts of nice things in front of the principal. Just some dumbass. Just laughed the whole time on the sidelines. Who doesn't like to hear good things? Who doesn't love that feeling of being held in the palm of your hand? Just for a moment. The principal, couldn't help but have a hearty laugh. He was in a mood to look good and happy. He said, "You guy, all you know how to do is kiss my ass all day long." The principal spoke up with a smile on one side, and on the other side, he couldn't help but stretch out his hand before pointing at Xin Feng. Xin Feng, however, said, "Where is this ass kissing on my part? Every word that comes out of my mouth right now is 1000% true. Absolutely no falsehoods. Besides, I can be all sincere. There is no faking." Xin Feng had a serious face. Xin Feng, whose face was full of seriousness, was incomparably sincere in objecting the person in front of him. The corners of Ryu Youngwon's mouth rose slightly. However, Ryu Youngwon always felt that he still had to exercise a little restraint, so he pretended to be calm. favorably, Qin Feng is a person, right, who comes up with one good sentence after another. For a moment, the principal's side of the mess really couldn't help but laugh out loud. The other side was in a very good mood. He said, "This is the first time I've ever seen a guy with eyes like yours. You young man, your future is immeasurable. In the future, you might soon become the best that everyone talks about." The principal's admiring eyes fell on Qin Feng's body, and the more he looked at Qin Feng, the more he felt like him. The main thing is that Qin Feng his current reaction especially fast. The point is to come up with one sentence right after another that coaxes people into the sky. Where's the greatness in what you said, principal? I now, just hope that the future me will be safe and sound and so on through a good college career. Qin Feng looked with a despondent frown, as if he was still in a bit of a mood of boredom and said, "Principal, you also know, as far as this physical condition of mine is concerned, I'm afraid that spreading the word will make a bunch of people laugh. How old is this? All day long, all night long, moving all kinds of diseases. You say this kind of thing out. This is not purely disgraceful?" Qin Feng sighed deeply, accompanied by Qin Feng's sigh. However, everyone present didn't feel the same way. While it's true that you're in a bad way right now, I'm telling you, these aren't hard and fast requirements. And there's the fact that you're a little physically challenged, but you're very good at what you do. Young men like you with a bit of rapier are few and far between. The main problem now is the physical problem. And when the physical problem passes, very soon all your ailments can then be solved. The most important thing is you are indeed a smart person. A smart guy like you. Truth be told, the more I look at you, the more I appreciate it. Don't look at Qin Feng's current physical ailments. But he was in other ways. That really just made everyone's mind go slightly awry. Looking around, there really weren't many guys who were similar to Qin Feng, and who were good at kissing ass, as well as, this guy was also very good at studying. Qin Feng, who had been given a hard compliment by the principal, was a little embarrassed. A moment and a half. Qin Feng smiled extra coyly. Qin Feng was still saying thank you to the principal in front of him. "Thank you, principal, for recognizing me, and I will definitely work hard on the next ones, and I will definitely not let you down. And I'll try my best. Although there is something wrong with my body, there is nothing wrong with me except my body." The words that came out of Qin Feng's mouth were not false. Qin Feng's body is a bit sick, but other than that, the rest of the above. Qin Feng is actually very good at both business and ability. That's the main reason why the principal appreciates him. Actually, there's a little more to it than that. Along with Qin Feng after the incident, the hospital side also gave a clear answer. Said from now on about Qin Feng's medical expenses, all will be settled by them. And then, there's this one school they're in that's gotten a lot of notoriety in a short period of time. There are already a ton of people that can't wait to just move to their school. Plus their school has great resources as well as every aspect of it. And it's a book. So they're getting treated by leaps and bounds. As for the hospital side, since there was a Qin Feng, originally, there were actually a lot of problems that have not been solved so far. Some diseases, for example, these diseases counted as some of the rarer ones for them because so few people in the world get them. It was not an easy task when they researched it. There has been no progress in this area. However, Qin Feng's appearance instantly solved a bunch of problems. People are working hard on a wide variety of issues that make these diseases, in a short period of time, well advanced. At least, the school side is happy and the hospital is happy. Chapter 119, Thank you for your concern. As for Qin Feng's reputation, it was also considered to have been completely open through this time. Combined down, Qin Feng is like a little blessing. Qin Feng's presence allowed everyone to solve a whole lot of troubles and problems, especially in terms of the condition. It was well healed. It was certainly something, for all, worthwhile to feel happy about. At least, everyone's faces were now beaming with radiant smiles. You're a child. You're so young, but I just don't know why. How can you have so many diseases in your body? You say that you suffer from so many problems at a young age. The principal couldn't hide his heartache for Qin Feng in his eyes. Just by looking at Qin Feng his newly healed body, he really didn't hold back his sigh. Qin Feng, who saw this scene, was unimpressed and even felt that this was nothing more than a trivial matter. Okay, don't worry about this kind of thing anymore. And I don't think there's anything wrong with my own body right now. Although it's true that it's been a bit uncomfortable lately, but my body is gradually getting better, and I'm not even that worried about myself. So what's the matter with you guys worrying about it even more than I am? Also, aren't there a lot of people who are doing their best to save lives right now? My illness is something that can help everyone while also healing myself very well. In fact, for me, this is something that is especially worth being happy about. After all, Qin Feng has helped many people. To Qin Feng, this was really a particularly pleasing event. back then, by Bing, however, was heartbroken. Actually, we can understand. Except that you are such a young lad. But you are being haunted by various diseases 3 times. Honestly, the more we look at it, the more heartbroken we really feel. If you go on like this, we are worried about you. By Bing was also a momentary mouth. Mainly because he knew Chin Feng, but it was only less than 3 months. And this guy had spent at least 1.5 months in the hospital. In that physical condition he's in now. Can't that be a cause for concern? It would be a lie not to worry. After Bai Bing finished speaking, he realized his problem with a jolt. He was quite guilty and apologized to Chin Feng. Sorry I really don't mean to want to curse you. It's just that your body right now, I feel. Bai Bing smiled a little stiff. He was quite embarrassed and spoke to Chin Feng. Chin Feng, who expressed his understanding, did not have any problem with him. Chin Feng, as always, calm and even. The tone of voice is still a little gentle, said. I understand. It's true that my body is a bit rotten. So it's normal for you to be worried. To be honest, not to mention you being worried. In fact, even the current me is incomparably worried in my heart. Chin Feng seemed to be rubbing his temples with some sorrow. And I wonder what kind of condition the system will actually award him next time. Chin Feng expressed confusion. After being confused, Chin Feng gradually calmed down again. Chin Feng smiled and said, these are just minor things. As long as I can help provide some assistance to everyone, it's all an honor and I'm quite satisfied. It's more than just a little help, isn't it? In terms of Chin Feng's current help he was offering, don't mention how awesome it was. This help provided by Chin Feng has solved a great number of problems. The hospital side had already applied for all sorts of benefits for Chin Feng. There was also the fact that along with some people from the relevant departments of the country were also very focused on Chin Feng. The existence of this person, Chin Feng, was a blessing for them. I'm glad Chin Feng lives in their country. Originally, a lot of knowledge and art could only be borrowed from foreign countries. But, those in foreign countries are still always gouging. Otherwise, they always like to hide these things, as if they were afraid of the French knowing about them. And Chin Feng's appearance instantly alleviated all the problems. Originally, they had almost all the control over these medical skills all in their hands. But in the blink of an eye, Chin Feng's appearance had indeed helped them solve all their problems. Lu Zhengyuan didn't agree with what Chin Feng said at all. He was right beside Chin Feng and complimented him. Do you realize how much convenience this side of the hospital has now been brought about because of your presence? And if there is no you. In fact, a lot of conditions. It is estimated that after a few more decades of time is not possible to drill clearly. After having you, everything went smoothly, and it is estimated that those people in the hospital hated it, and treated you as if you were a living god. You've given them a great deal of convenience this time around. But, there's one thing to be said for you. You're so young, and you're taking so many medications all day long. And even, with so many problems, I'm really worried that you're going to be in for a long haul. Back then, the principal also mentioned this with a serious face. How could Chin Feng not know that they were actually concerned about his body right now? Therefore, the corner of Chin Feng's mouth slightly hooked up. His eyes gleaming landed on everyone at the scene. Looking at the demeanor is so calmly slowly said, well, don't worry about me anymore. I do think that my body, although I say that there is a little bit of a problem, right? But the problem is actually not very big. And then there's the fact that I've been able to make a bunch of accommodations for people, which has actually been great. As for the words of my current physical problems, I actually don't feel that I have any problems. I currently do feel that everything is well with my physical condition. Chin Feng knew that all of these people were actually worried about themselves, so he just said a bunch of calming words to make them stop worrying so much. Hearing Chin Feng's words, everyone nodded their head silently, only that everyone's eyes would still show care for Chin Feng without hesitation. Always feeling that it was inappropriate for Chin Feng to suffer such a thing at such a young age. It also felt that God's side was really unfair to people. How could a little young man keep subjecting him to such problems? We can understand what you're saying. Except, this is such a bad situation you're in that we don't know what to say for a while just talking about it. I only hope that your child's health will get better in the future, so this won't happen again. Lu Zhengyuan was truly looking at Chin Feng as a child. The care that couldn't help but show in his eyes. And the look of heartache that filled his eyes. All could see that as the principal, he was sincere, as well as to Chin Feng was meticulous care, always worried about him. Chin Feng's heart tip instantly became warm. Chin Feng also did not expect the person in front of him to speak so gently. At that time, Chin Feng was embarrassed. Chin Feng smiled a little coyly. Thank you, principal, for your concern for me. Chapter 120, Cozy. The warmth of the atmosphere made everyone just feel their hearts warm when they saw the scene. In this day and age, unpleasant things happen all the time. Cozy images like this one are few and far between. When people see this scene, The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Their faces were all filled with radiant smiles. Seeing such a cozy picture between them, I have to say that at this moment, I'm a little jealous instead. I also envy this kind of environment and atmosphere. After all, these, I once never had. I love it when everyone is happy to be together. I feel that Qin Feng being able to meet someone as good as the principal in his life is truly an honor for him. If it were anyone else, maybe, he wouldn't even have such treatment. I have to say, I'm really enjoying the atmosphere. And just watching it, my heart, I can't contain my happiness. We all sat down to talk to each other. As for Qin Feng, it was also a rare occasion that he felt this cozy atmosphere. Echoed in. The guy suddenly howled. The crowd's puzzled gazes fell on him, obviously a little confused as to what he was doing all of a sudden. Why are you suddenly crying so hard for a good reason? What are you doing? Qin Feng walked over to Xiang Ding with a perplexed look on his face and patted his shoulder with his hand. Xiang Ding had long since burst into tears. He said, "You've been an orphan since you were a child, so I'm afraid you've never felt such an atmosphere before. However, today's principal is treating you so well that I'm afraid you've gradually fallen into it long ago." He was in tears, yet he mentioned this with a serious face. Qin Feng couldn't wait to stretch out his hand and slap himself to death. What's the point of asking this guy this question for no reason at all? Is there something wrong with him? Qin Feng was silent for a moment as his gaze fell on him ghostly. In fact, my days are not as tough as you say. Qin Feng forced a smile and looked at the person in front of him helplessly. Xiang Ding, however, did not listen. He cried one after another. "I just feel so sorry for you. Given your life, I had a momentary heartache." So Xiang Ding burst into tears. He hugged Qin Feng. Then came the ghostly cries. Crowd. Everyone's moods gradually became more and more complicated. Everyone is having a field day watching someone bawling their eyes out. In fact, they also knew the news that Qin Feng was an orphan. They were always worried that if they were to say such things to Qin Feng's face, would they give him great harm? Before that, everyone had been squirming. At least in front of Qin Feng, they really didn't have the sense to speak that boldly. Who would have imagined? Someone who came up this time, in front of Qin Feng's face, spat out such words without hesitation. Now, they can't wait to reach out their hands and knock Xiang Ding's brain hard to see what's in his head. Is this guy stupid? If he's not an idiot, how could he pull something so breathless? Lu Zhangyuan hurriedly stopped it. Alright, so what if it's an orphan? In the future, you children can always discuss with us about anything that we, as teachers in the school, are able to do our best to help you. Lu Zhangyuan glared at Xiang Ding during his speech, followed by a serious reminder right after. He spoke softly in Qin Feng's ear. It seemed to be particularly worried that these words from his own mouth would leave a psychological shadow on Qin Feng in a while. So what could be done? Back then, Qin Feng cried and laughed. Qin Feng also really didn't expect the reaction to be even greater than he had imagined. He didn't even care about it himself. So how come a few of them were rambling on here instead because of what happened to him? Qin Feng said, "Don't worry. Actually, I'm really not as fragile as you guys think." A bit of Qin Feng's gaze gleamed as it landed on their bodies. And then, in turn, he talked to them about the matter in a serious manner. When Qin Feng's words fell, such that the principal and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Only Xiang Ding, this guy is crying even more. This guy is really out of breath when he even talks. Qin Feng, looking at someone's haggard appearance as she cried her eyes out. Qin Feng stared at her in tears for a moment. "What are you doing?" Qin Feng's face was filled with confusion. He stared at him in genus a little confused. "I know the reason why you say so. You just want to take advantage of this opportunity. And then to show a do not need us to worry about the kind of take you look at you now like this. Originally the family situation is a little special. The result of your body is still so special. You say if the hospital and the school did not give you a waiver, then you this day, in the end have to live into what kind of awe?" Xiang Ding that was also genuinely hurting Qin Feng. For what his mouth is now chanting. This is quite a statement. Indeed. Qin Feng, who heard the later, did not feel surprised. Alright, this is just some small things. Some small things in the district I don't care at all. Since I don't care, then you guys shouldn't be worried here either. Qin Feng's tone calmed down as much as he could. Although there was also quite a bit of dislike in his eyes, Qin Feng also knew that he was clearly heartbroken. It's because he's aching for himself that Qin Feng didn't think about being catty with him, accompanied by those gentle tones of Qin Feng. In the end, it eased the matter a bit. Only, Lu Su, this guy heard after this person also cried a lot. "That's right, that's just pathetic of you. Tell me what's going to happen to you when you're like this? In case there is really something long or short, there are any problems you can contact us anytime, anywhere. As long as we can help, we will definitely do our best to help you." Lu Su also stepped forward and walked in front of Qin Feng. and then he mentioned this to him with a serious face. In the face of this scene that happened suddenly, Qin Feng expressed his silence. Qin Feng that also really did not think that these guys would actually be in front of him, suddenly so justified off the top of their heads such content. Qin Feng fell into silence then. It had to be said that the scene in front of him at this moment was completely out of Qin Feng's expectations. Qin Feng was at a loss for words, but it was only silent for a short while. Qin Feng did not say a word. Then he glanced at them, and then said carelessly, "All right, that's the end of this matter. 2. I'm not even worried about myself for a little thing. Why are you guys more worried than I am?" Chapter 121, Are You Crazy? Qin Feng hadn't bothered about the fact that he was an orphan. What's wrong with orphans? As long as the strength is strong enough, and then can have the system, he is not still able to put himself, take good care of? And Qin Feng has scholarships and rewards from all sides. Isn't that nice? Watching a group of them, dying to be worried in front of him, Qin Feng fell into silence, and after a few moments, Qin Feng let out another sigh and glanced at them, not really bothering to continue looking. Forget it, there's no need to say anything else. Qin Feng just watched them cry in front of his face. A group of people, a gaze full of heartache fell upon him. At that time, Qin Feng fell into silence and was in a somewhat puzzled mood. At this moment, Qin Feng seemed somewhat powerless to look at the sky. These people in the comments section at the time were, however, laughing their asses off at such a scene in front of them. Have you guys noticed that Qin Feng is in an extremely poor state right now? Especially, he currently just has a pitiful look of despair on his face. And the more you guys look at him now, the more you look at him, the more you feel that he's aggrieved. Really pathetic. I feel that Qin Feng now has a face of despair. He seems to be in agony. Just now have advised Xiang Ding. But Xiang Ding, this guy is ghostly crying. Presumably, is about to Qin Feng's heart to cry bored. Laughing my ass off. Such a funny image that the group couldn't help themselves. These netizens in the comments section are indeed laughing at such images and can't bring themselves to do so. Only Qin Feng was in a sorry state. Lu Zhangyuan looked at Qin Feng's face and hurriedly stopped everyone. All right, being the principal. His eyes fell on the person next to him with a disgusted look on his face. You fellow, how come you don't even have the least bit of an opinion? Lu Zhangyuan's puzzled gaze fell on Xiang Ding's body, literally having mixed feelings for him. Xiang Ding, who was halfway through crying, gave a slight lurch as his brain's headlong vision fell on Lu Zhangyuan. He's a little confused. The principal reached out, then touched his forehead. Don't you think that you look like a fool right now? Xiang Ding. He still got tears pooling in his eyes from crying, probably because, the principal's words, he was silent all of a sudden. For a time that is more, the whole person is stagnant, sitting there motionless. The content that came out of Qin Feng's mouth was really like a sharp blade that poked into his heart viciously. His face was vaguely pale, overwhelmed. He froze slightly. Principal. His entire body was in a daze, clearly at a loss. However, Lu Zhangyuan went on to say, You child, I think that after that you'll have to reflect on yourself a little bit before you can do so. In the future. Don't dare to say anything. Ryu Zhengwan's eyes looked sultry. Xiang Ding. He had wanted to say 2 or 3 more words, but when he saw those eyes of the principal, he stiffened, and held back what he wanted to say. Forget it. It's better not to say everything off the top of your head. In case Lu Zhangyuan was calculating in a while, then where in the world should he put this face? And, there's a live stream too. As soon as he thought of the live broadcast in a while, which would record all of his stupid demeanor, Xiang Ding seemed to be aware of his somewhat disgraceful behavior, and he immediately reflected properly, silently nodding his head. What you said, principal, is especially true, and I've now reflected deeply on myself. I'm going back to my dormitory right now, and I'm getting the hell out of there in a heartbeat. With another reminder, by the way, that I can't afford to do anything stupid like this myself in the future. Xiang Ding twisted his head and left. Lu Su was left there dumbfounded. He looked at Qin Feng and then at the principal who was beside him. He ended up drooping his head like a child who had done something wrong. Qin Feng said, Actually, everyone doesn't need to worry about me. Everything is fine with my current physical condition. And didn't the hospital and the school side say that the bill has been waived? This has indeed relieved me of a lot of psychological pressure. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked into a faint smile. He had a serious look on his face. He suddenly stretched out his hand and exchanged a handshake with Lu Zhangyuan. Subsequently, he himself said, again in all seriousness, Thank you very much, Mr. Principal, for waiving my tuition and fees. You are the equivalent of my birth parents. I have no teeth to forget your great kindness. I will also always properly keep what you have done to me in mind. Qin Feng was in front of the principal's heel. That really was a serious face to mention this matter to him. The principal was silent for a moment. Immediately after that, he was the one who extended his hand, and as soon as he did so, He embraced Qin Feng into his arms. Good boy. It's okay, even though you don't have parents. You can always talk to me about anything in the future. I'll do everything I can to help you whenever I can. And anything else you don't need to worry about. The principal reached out then and slapped his chest. He was serious about what he said. Qin Feng was grateful. Good. Qin Feng, who nodded his head in agreement, was so refreshing the entire time. Subsequently, the principal is the one who told Qin Feng to go back and rest. But Qin Feng always felt that he had to clean himself up before he could do so. The principal stopped it several times. Alright, just leave the things here to me. I see that it's getting late now, so hurry up and take him back to rest. Look at how red and swollen he is crying now. The more the principal looked at him, the more he felt that he had no eyes. What was wrong with these students? How is it that one is more vulnerable than the other? The man who was really puzzled only felt disgust. Qin Feng was kinda embarrassed. This is our stuff. The principal paused, but it was only for a second before he eased up. I'll have something sent over tomorrow. Will that always do? Okay. Qin Feng was overjoyed. Qin Feng said gratefully, thank you very much, principal. Your great kindness is unforgettable, and I will always keep it in my heart. Qin Feng bowed deeply towards the principal. The principal quickly reached out to help Qin Feng up. Alright, hurry up and take him back to rest. Just don't talk about those things. And just a little thing like that. Is it worth it for you too? The principal gave the two men a look. Qin Feng hemmed and hawed, twisting his head. Qin Feng left. As for Lu Su, he patted his chest twice. Then, grabbing Qin Feng's arm, he carefully scrutinized it up and down. Qin Feng was uncertain. What are you doing you? Qin Feng, who had a face of perplexity, belonged to some confused eyes fell on him. Just listen, Lu Su said with a bit of seriousness. Are you crazy you? What's wrong? Qin Feng was puzzled. Is there something on me? What's the point of saying I'm crazy for a good reason somehow? Chapter 122, what if the bet is wrong? Isn't that no different from being crazy when you're like that? Lu Su couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. You're in front of the principal, eating hot pot, and you even want to get your stuff back later? That's just plain bold. How could any other student dare to be so bold as to mention such an idea to the principal? After figuring out the cause, Qin Feng waved his hand. Qin Feng looked disgusted. How much does something like that scare you? Our principal is approachable and an exceptionally nice person to talk to, and if we talk to him, he will agree. And I think you, are purely making a big deal out of it. There's no need for this at all. Qin Feng gave him a blank stare. Thought it was much ado about nothing. It turned out to be purely in the guy's head. Back then, Lu Su still felt nervous. He said, it's thanks to the fact that the principal in our school is easygoing. Otherwise, if it were any other school's principal, how do you think the other side could have agreed? He looked serious, and then he gave the principal a hard time. Qin Feng agreed with a look on his face. That's a very good point you made. The principal of our school is indeed 100 times better than the principals of other schools, especially when he smiles. He has a simple and honest look, and always spoke in a gentle tone and was always extra patient with them. There aren't many principals like that left. Lu Su opened his mouth as if he wanted to pull something else. Qin Feng reached out his hand and hooked it around his shoulders. How big of an incident was it that scared you like this? The other principal didn't even count. So I don't even know what the hell you're rambling on about here. Come on. The most important thing you need to do right now is to give me peace and calm. Don't give me that whole thing. How big of a deal is it to scare you like that? Qin Feng looked disgusted. Just think this guy's ability to shock is so low. He's so stupid. Just as they were heading back, a man scurried out from inside the corner. Originally, he wanted to scare Qin Feng, but he had long since discovered Xiang Ding, and grabbed him by the ear. Do you want to give me a good explanation of what kind of a mess you were making just now? Qin Feng's face was expressionless, and he even hated to pull his ears off. What's the difference between him and Ting in public? Qin Feng couldn't read it. Qin Feng, who had a disgusted face, couldn't wait to beat him up. Ouch! Xiang Ding felt his ears redden with pain. And you know pain? Do you realize just how much of an impact this tawdry operation you made? At the time, gave me? You really are. Qin Feng hates iron and steel. Really hate to raise his hand, just to this guy's face slapped down. Serves you right. Xiang Ding was aggrieved. It wasn't because I saw the principal's face was angry, so I made this sudden move. I know my behavior was wrong, but you know, at the time I was purely in the middle of nothing. I just couldn't help it. So he nodded silently. Qin Feng really wanted to slap him in the face. You said that I am an orphan in front of so many people, and also cried a lot. The key is, people by Bing Bing is still there. You are considered to be indirectly telling everyone those things about me. Qin Feng thought of the fact that he was an orphan, and had already made a big fuss about it. The more he thought about it, the worse his mood became. This guy, what the hell does he do? Qin Feng disgusted himself by gazing at him. If it weren't for the fact that, you're my roommate, I'd really hate to, right now, just slap you. Qin Feng had a faint smile on his face, but that one smile was a little too scary for Xiang Ding. No, no, no. Xiang Ding hurriedly stopped it. You might as well be able to kill me alive with this slap down. Tell me, if this week of yours really beat me to death, what can be done about it? Xiang Ding smiled with an ashamed face. Originally, your future was immeasurable and bright. Because of an accidental slip of the tongue that killed me, the last of you dash. To be incarcerated in a prison, to stay in such a dark place. You say, how miserable must you be? For this reason, I do think that you should be a little bit more restrained. Otherwise, this will all affect you. Xiang Ding hurriedly pulled Qin Feng's hand away, then with some shameful smile on his face. But this guy, right, is also dogged enough. Qin Feng glanced at him and silence was golden. But, Qin Feng indeed did not intend to keep bothering with him all the time. It was just that the way Qin Feng looked at him was also unusually unpleasant. How dare this guy pull this kind of deadly trick in front of him? Thanks to the other principal did not intend to caddy. Otherwise, this face where in the end should be put. Qin Feng was speechless. Xiang Ding said, isn't it because I was suddenly obsessed and inexplicably this kind of words came out of my mouth? I was also thinking that it must be inappropriate for me to behave like this, but on second thought, the principal at the time seemed to be looking at you a little bit unfavorably. So, I spoke up decisively, and never thought that it would work out so well? Xiang Ding hemmed and hawed, excited. It was also Qin Feng, who was expressionless between moments. He gave him a look. Next time, if you continue to take my name and do such unethical things, see if I dare to teach you a lesson. Qin Feng smoothly stretched out his hand and violently raised it to guard him, as if he wanted to slap him on the cheek. Xiang Ding shrank his neck decisively. He was kind of freaking out. Qin Feng was slow to make a move. Qin Feng just reminded, pay attention to me, and remember not to mess up. You're messing around like this, I'm really worried that not only will the principal not give us a chance next time, but it's highly likely that he'll be counting with us to the end. If the principal of the other school is going to fight to the end, then what can we do? This question instantly troubled Qin Feng. One moment. Xiang Ding was silent for a moment, realizing the words that came out of Qin Feng's mouth. He was as if he had instantly come to his senses and was also profoundly aware of his problem. He said, you say that like it makes sense? Come to think of it, that is indeed what happened. What can I do if I bet wrong this time? Xiang Ding scratched the back of his head with a confused face as an afterthought. Then his eyes lit up, but it looked a little dark in the eyes. He laughed awkwardly. He apologized. I'm sorry, indeed, I didn't think it through, but if anything goes wrong, I really can't afford to take the responsibility with my ability. In case the principal got angry, with his little strength, how could he afford the responsibility? Chapter 123, Get the hell out of here. Xiang Ding's attitude of admitting his mistake was good, so Qin Feng stopped pursuing this matter. Now it was to be hoped that the principal would forget him in a hurry, and that he wouldn't suddenly remember his face when he ran into him again later. The words are so. But Qin Feng did not hold much hope for this. The principal suffered this kind of shock. The whole school is afraid that there is only Qin Feng, so to give him such a deep memory, how could people so easily forget about him after today? Let's hope the principal is expensive. Jingle bells. The bell rang, and everyone in the dormitory stood up at once and rushed outside. Just halfway through the run, they couldn't help but sweat when they saw Qin Feng following behind them. Qin Feng, are you going to gym class too? That's for sure. It's the same class. Why don't I go? Qin Feng rolled his eyes at Xiang Ding's question, and Xiang Ding thought about it. If you miss gym class, the gym teacher is sure to pull the plug, so you might as well go. It just so happened that they were bored with their classes, so why not go free and relax? When we got to the playground, the class stood in a line. Qin Feng stood in the middle of the group, making it difficult for people to discover his presence. But as soon as the physical education teacher came over, he saw Qin Feng. He scurried to Qin Feng's front with an arrow step, and grabbed Qin Feng's arm with an anxious look in his eyes. Qin Feng was startled by the gym teacher's appearance and took a step back. The gym teacher sensed Qin Feng's nervousness and smiled at him, the expression on his face barely softening. Qin Feng, don't take lessons. You should hurry and rest somewhere else as well. I can't afford to have anything else happen here. The physical education teacher was now even more nervous than Qin Feng. You should know that in the last session, Qin Feng had stayed inside the hospital for a long time. During that time, wherever he went, people would ask him if it was true that he had trained a student to go inside a hospital. How wrong he is. He doesn't know anything. Now he was terrified of Qin Feng and had decided in his mind that he must not let Qin Feng suffer any harm. Hearing the gym teacher's command, Qin Feng frowned and looked seriously at the gym teacher. And without hesitation, he said that, "Teacher, just let me get on with the lesson. I'm fine with that. You don't have to worry, last time it was out of control. I'll pay attention today." But he was worried about himself, not Qin Feng at all. After the last incident with Qin Feng, the head of the year group could be very concerned about this matter and called him in several times to inquire. If it happened one more time, it wasn't certain that he'd still have his bonus this year. The gym teacher reached up and wiped sweat from his forehead. He opened his mouth to speak, but after touching Qin Feng's eyes, he swallowed back the words in his mouth. It couldn't be helped. Qin Feng said he had to attend class, so how could he let Qin Feng go back? The physical education teacher stood in front of Qin Feng, patiently barking instructions to him. "Then be careful, and tell me if you're uncomfortable. I'll call it quits immediately and you hurry back to rest, or you're free for 10 minutes and forget about it." The physical education teacher wanted to simply and roughly tell Qin Feng to end the activity and return to the classroom to sit quietly. Unfortunately, this proposal of his was quickly rejected by Qin Feng, and the gym teacher had no choice but to say nothing. The physical education teacher didn't dare to let the students do too strenuous activities because Qin Feng was in the class team. After a few moments of deep thought, the students were allowed to warm up, do some radio gymnastics and then move freely. The students cheered when they heard the teacher's decision. Great! Almost thought it was going to be another 1,000 meters this time. The students were cheering with joy. The gym teacher had let it slip earlier that this class was going to be a good practice run as well as a triathlon experience for them. Most of the boys were fine with it. They wanted to be active for gym class, but a few of the boys, and most of the girls, were secretly miserable. Usually they don't exercise much, they sit inside the classroom. Suddenly having them practice 800 meters, 1,000 meters of a lesson content all in one activity, they will not be able to handle it. Qin Feng also didn't expect that he had saved the other students in the same class in disguise, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Xiang Ding squeezed his eyes at Qin Feng and patted him on the shoulder, and he saw that the most quiet and well-behaved girl in his class looked at Qin Feng several times in a row. Just when everyone was in a good mood, a snort suddenly came from next door, only to hear a boy with a loud voice, not giving Qin Feng any face at all. He said, "It's all your fault, you're such a sick bastard. If it wasn't for you, could gym class have been so muddled today?" Qin Feng followed the voice and saw a 1 meter 8 tall, strong body, wearing short sleeves and shorts. The hedgehog head boy was looking at him with slanted eyes. The boy clasped his arms with a look of displeasure, and realizing that Qin Feng was looking at himself, he once again rushed at Qin Feng to emphasize, "If you can't really do it, get back in there, sit tight, and don't bother anyone." Qin Feng nodded at him as soon as he thought about it and apologized. "I'm sorry, but I don't remember you guys being in our class, so the teacher should have assigned you a different program." To put it politely, the physical education teacher had only arranged the activities for their class. This guy Qin Feng had never even seen. They were perfectly capable of doing their own thing, and his spitting on his words made no sense at all. And the other students in the class were happy and supportive of Qin Feng, and there were no unhappy ones. Therefore, Qin Feng's heart was wondering about this person's malice from nowhere, but he had no intention of cowering and bowing down at this person. The boy hadn't expected that Qin Feng would dare to fight back in public. Moreover, if Qin Feng counterattacked, he had no way to refute it. After all, they really weren't in the same class, and there were a few points of truth in what Qin Feng said. After Qin Feng finished speaking, the students in the class nodded their heads together and also helped Qin Feng speak. "Yeah, our class press won't affect anyone else. Just do your own sport. Why are you meddling? You're a dog with a mouse, aren't you?" the class yelled there. The boy's face became more and more ugly. His chest rose and fell twice before he suddenly rushed at Qin Feng and mouthed the words, I really don't know. Does your class have a habit of recycling garbage? Such a piece of trash has been in your class for so long, and you're still complacent." The term, garbage, quieted the arena for a moment after he said it, and as if the boys didn't notice the quietness of the others, they continued to yell at Qin Feng, loudly, "You can't move without getting sick. You can't move without going to the school's medical room. The resources of the medical room are all wasted by you. You said you live to waste the air. You don't live to waste our school's resources. What are you still staying here for? Can you get the hell out of our school? You're not welcome in our school." Chapter 124, The upper room is uncovered. As if to get the attention of the crowd, the boys yelled very loudly. After yelling, he stood aside with his arms wrapped around him, looking at Qin Feng indifferently, as if he was saying good things and it would be Qin Feng's mistake if he didn't listen. Xiang Ding looked at Qin Feng, then looked at the boys a little angry, and immediately stepped forward to block Qin Feng's front. "Hey, is that how it counts? What are you guys talking about? Medical resources Qin Feng just used a little bit, and not every day. Often, even if you go to the infirmary, So what do you look down on your classmates? After speaking, Xiang Ding's eyes moved to the others. Which class are you from? It turns out that you're in the sports class. But even if you're in the sports class, you can't talk about your classmates like that. Xiang Ding's chest rose and fell in anger, glaring viciously at the boy in front of him. In his heart, he made up his mind that he would help Qin Feng to get back. After all, he was the one who made Qin Feng suffer this morning. Because of Qin Feng, they had escaped from under the principal's hands, and one could not be ungrateful. No matter which way he said it, he should help Qin Feng. Hearing Xiang Ding's questioning, the boy narrowed his eyes at Xiang Ding. Just now, after the boys had finished speaking, the rest of them didn't even dare to meet the boy's eyes, much less have disputes with him. By virtue of the boy's height, they didn't dare to get upset with the boys. That's why the boy was still satisfied with the current situation just now. But he didn't expect Xiang Ding and Qin Feng to dare to stand up and deny themselves, his chest heaving up and down, intending to give Xiang Ding a bit of a hard time, and also wanting to give Qin Feng a downward spiral. He stepped forward and directly grabbed Xiang Ding's collar, picking him up. Hey, what are you doing? This is school. We're in a classroom. Aren't you afraid the teacher will come over and get you in trouble for doing this? Xiang Ding was dumbfounded as he felt himself being lifted up, and it was at this time that he suddenly noticed that there was still a gap between the boys and himself. The classmate next to the boy looked at Qin Feng, then looked at the others, rushed forward to grab his arm and said, "It's better for Zhou Wenjie not to get on their bad side, right? Let's go train first." They desperately wanted to take Zhou Wenjie away from Qin Feng's presence, but unfortunately, Zhou Wenjie simply refused to listen to them. Zhou Wenjie's hand still wouldn't leave Xiang Ding's collar, and Qin Feng saw Xiang Ding's breathing getting more and more rapid, and his face kept reddening. Knowing that Xiang Ding might not have a way to break free from his opponent's hands, he rushed forward and grabbed Zhou Wenjie's arm, looking towards the person in front of him with a touch of anger in his eyes. "What are you doing? He's barely breathing. Get him off of me." Zhou Wenjie was advised by his classmates while being threatened by Qin Feng. He was so angry that the fire in his head kept going up. Realizing that his classmate had been tugging at him, Zhou Wenjie first peeled his classmate's arm to the side. "Don't try to talk me out of it. I'm just going to give them a hard time today. See if we don't let them realize their place. They'll still be getting in our way in gym class now." Zhou Wenjie's classmates sighed secretly in their hearts when they saw that the other party insisted on making things difficult for Qin Feng. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Qin Feng hadn't done anything wrong. Zhou Wenjie, this is obviously to find Qin Feng's trouble, but he also said as if he was very righteous. Who believes it at this moment? However, Zhou Wenjie's ability has always been strong, and just because they dare to persuade others doesn't necessarily mean they dare to persuade Zhou Wenjie. If Zhou Wenjie didn't listen, could they still forcefully ask Zhou Wenjie to stop? It wouldn't work at all, and they might even have to look at Zhou Wenjie's face. Thinking of this, Zhou Wenjie's classmates silently took a step back as if they did not see. On the other side, Qin Feng didn't notice those Zhou Wenjie's classmates leaving. He was still grabbing Zhou Wenjie's arm, hoping that the other party would let go of Xiang Ding quickly. After all, Xiang Ding was already having trouble breathing. Unfortunately, Qin Feng's painstaking efforts did not make Zhou Wenjie feel it, and Zhou Wenjie instead found him annoying. "Would you guys please stay away from our classroom? I blame you guys." After the last sentence fell, Zhou Wenjie directly pushed Qin Feng to the side, and the people around him exclaimed in shock. Qin Feng was easily pushed down by Zhou Wenjie. Then Qin Feng fell to the ground and didn't get up for half a day. Zhou Wenjie disdainfully looked at Qin Feng, who fell down on the ground. "Hey, hurry up and get up. I know I just gently pushed you. It wasn't serious enough to be that kind of thing. Who are you touching?" Zhou Wenjie no longer cared about Qin Feng after he finished speaking, but focused on teaching Xiang Ding, who was in his hands and struggled at this time. Just when Zhou Wenjie wanted to teach Xiang Ding a good lesson, the voice of the physical education teacher not far away rang through the sky and seemed to explode in the playground. "What are you guys doing? I've only been gone a little while and you guys are giving me a hard time. Aren't you?" The gym teacher ran straight over like a gust of wind. Although he was far away, the crowd was able to see the angry look on the gym teacher's face clearly. Zhou Wenjie was startled by the gym teacher and immediately put away his grip on Xiang Ding. "Teacher, it's not that I'm actively targeting them, it's that they've been picking on me and we've got exams coming up, they're already bothering us with their business." Zhou Wenjie wasn't stupid. At the first moment the physical education teacher ran over, he hurriedly explained to the other party and hoped that the other party could understand his hardship. Watching the gym teacher run towards his side, Zhou Wenjie had already thought about what he was going to say when the teacher arrived, but he simply had no place to play. The physical education teacher ran straight past him quickly to the place where Qin Feng had fallen, reaching out his hand shivering to help Qin Feng up from the ground. "Qin Feng, how are you? Don't scare me. Weren't you fine when I left earlier?" The gym teacher's face was ghastly white as he came over to Qin Feng's front and carefully inquired about Qin Feng's face being even worse than his, despite just being pushed to the ground by a wave of Zhou Wenjie's hand. But now Qin Feng acted as if he had hemorrhaged as he weakly smiled at the gym teacher. The physical education teacher held Qin Feng with a frightened heart, fearing that Qin Feng would directly faint with his eyes closed in the next second. "Teacher, I'm fine. It's just that the other class might have some misunderstanding with us just now." Qin Feng stretched out his finger and pointed at Zhou Wenjie, signaling the physical education teacher to be able to fix Zhou Wenjie. The physical education teacher turned back when he was not allowed to, looking towards Zhou Wenjie, and when he looked at Zhou Wenjie again, he acted like a fire-breathing dragon, and Zhou Wenjie was immediately shocked and trembled. "Wasn't it fine when we left? What have you gotten yourself into again?" "Zhou Wenjie, I've only been gone for a few minutes, and you're on the roof, aren't you?" Chapter 125, The Director Calls You. "You even said before that you must study hard and be good every day. And this is how you ended up studying. This is how you behaved, only knowing how to bully your classmates. I can't bring up a student like you." The physical education teacher scolded Zhou Wenjie. Zhou Wenjie stared at him, not sure how he made the physical education teacher so angry. He had only taught Qin Feng a lesson. Xiang Ding, on the other hand, squatted on the ground to check Qin Feng's state. He had wanted to enrich Qin Feng, but Qin Feng couldn't get up for half a day, and as he lowered his head, 2 streams of blood were actually left between his noses. His condition scared everyone, and Xiang Ding hurriedly looked up and shouted at the gym teacher, interrupting his rant. Teacher, take a look at Qin Feng. Qin Feng seems to have a nosebleed. Let's rush him to the hospital." The other students were startled to gather around. The physical education teacher hurriedly stopped. For Zhou Wenjie's trial, he turned back and ran to Qin Feng's heel, and realized that the other people were surrounding them left and right. He waved his hand hurriedly and, "Spread out, all of you. Don't crowd around here. Give this student some air. Where is the class representative? Class rep, hurry up and come out. You take the rest of the students this activity. I'll take Qin Feng to the infirmary." The gym teacher nervously made arrangements as he carried Qin Feng on his back of his own accord. Qin Feng was still trying to explain to the gym teacher in the process. "Teacher, I didn't do it on purpose. It's because Zhou Wenjie pushed and seemed to have hit his head. That's why I got a nosebleed." "Alright, student Qin Feng, stop talking for a moment. I'll take you to the infirmary first. Let's go take a look, okay?" Before leaving, the physical education teacher pointed viciously at Zhou Wenjie with full ferocity in his eyes, staring Zhou Wenjie. Zhou Wenjie will be in place half a day, did not dare to move. The physical education teacher walked halfway but turned his head to go to the entrance of the school, and let Xiang Ding help himself to dial 120. On the playground, Zhou Wenjie stood frozen as the other students came over and patted him on the shoulder with complete gloating in their eyes. "Go on, weren't you great just now? Stupid now, aren't you? Let me tell you something. The gym teacher got a bad rap last time. He's not going to let you off the hook this time." Zhou Wenjie's face went white with fear when he heard the other students' threats. How did that sickly boy become like this after a gentle push? If he had known, he would have kept his hands to himself. If he told the gym teacher when he got back that he didn't do it on purpose and didn't hit him hard, would the teacher believe what he said? At this time, Zhou Wenjie couldn't mention how uneasy he was. On the other side, the director of instruction was just sitting in his office when there was a sudden knock on the door. The director of instruction's forehead jumped twice, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. After opening his mouth to let the people outside in, the teacher outside rushed in hurriedly, with a panicked look in his eyes. He said to the director of instruction, hand over fist, "Director, please hurry and take a look at it. Qin Feng is in the hospital again. Their gym teacher is having someone call 120 right now." "What, how to be in the hospital again? How is Qin Feng? What happened? Did Qin Feng faint for no reason?" The head instructor stood up from his seat at once and ran to the teacher in a few tight steps, reaching out and grabbing him by the shoulders inquiringly. The teacher's arm ached from the instructor's grip, and with a pained look on his face, he endured the pain and explained to the instructor, I don't know the specifics. I only heard that Qin Feng was carried by their gym teacher again and ran to the school entrance. Now the students are watching and wondering what the hell is going on in their class. It must be someone doing something to Qin Feng again? Can these little brats be at peace?" The head teacher didn't hold back and cursed a foul language, then quickly ran towards the school entrance. The teacher who reported the news hurriedly followed him after seeing the head teacher's movements. It wasn't until they arrived at the school's entrance that they saw the gym teacher standing with Qin Feng, who struggled to get off the gym teacher's back. There was dried blood on his face, and after seeing it again, the head instructor's heartbeat grew louder and louder. He ran to Qin Feng and the physical education teacher, who turned around and saw the director of instruction feeling like the sky had collapsed. He gave an awkward laugh at the head teacher, whose first words when he looked at him were, "What happened? Who did this to you? Is Qin Feng alright? With a look of concern in his eyes, Qin Feng, hearing the inquiring voice of the director of instruction, raised his eyes and smiled at him and said, "Teacher, thank you for your concern. I'm fine. The teacher from the infirmary has already been here just now, and he said that this is just too much of a shock for me to have my head accidentally bumped on the ground, so I got a nosebleed. But it's stopped now, and he gave me a little treatment." Qin Feng held a cotton swab in his hand and showed it to the director of instruction, who felt the sky spinning after hearing someone push Qin Feng. He hurriedly glared angrily at the physical education teacher, who screamed bitterly in his heart, and suddenly thought of Zhou Wenjie, the one who started it all, and he immediately drew the fire to Zhou Wenjie's body. It's all because of this guy Zhou Wenjie. The front really spoiled him. Director, I'm going to go back now and ask Zhou Wenjie properly what's going on. Why did he suddenly push his classmate and suddenly take action against him? After hearing that it was Zhou Wenjie who did it, the director of instruction of course had to go along with him, so their group winded up and went back to the office building. The director of instruction insisted that Qin Feng had to go back to rest now, so he went back inside the office and sat at his desk, waiting for his classmates to call out to Zhou Wenjie to come over. Qin Feng had wanted to go for a free ride, but looking at the tired faces of the two teachers, he finally agreed with reluctance. Zhou Wenjie was distracted during the free period, his heart thumping. Just fast wait until the end of class. Qin Feng and the physical education teacher had not yet returned. He gradually relaxed and the other people even joked. That Qin Feng fellow is a limp-wrist shrimp. Just gently pushed a hand, then softened into that appearance. You say he can do in the future. I'm teaching him a lesson, so that if he sees us in the future, he'll go around us, but he won't get us in trouble again. When his peers heard these words from Zhou Wenjie, they looked at him and wanted to speak, but in the end, they didn't open their mouths. The more Zhou Wenjie spoke, the more proud he became, and just as he wanted to continue blowing off steam, someone suddenly ran over out of breath, and as soon as he ran into the playground, he shouted Zhou Wenjie's name. Where's Wenjie Zhou? Where is Zhou Wenjie? Go to the teaching building now. The director of teaching is waiting for you in his office. Go now. They seem to be looking for you for something. About Qin Feng. About Qin Feng? Why did they call out for me to go? Chapter 126, Possible Expulsion. His partner's hand rested on his shoulder. Prepare yourself to die. What do you mean? Zhou Wenjie was confused, dumbfounded. He was a little puzzled. What exactly do you mean by this? How do I feel that the atmosphere is a little bit not quite right? He inexplicably began to be nervous, and there was a less than tranquil premonition in his heart. His companion opened his mouth, but in the end he forced the words back in. He said, as much as I want to tell you now, but you'd better go to Qin Feng's side by yourself, and in a moment, you'll know exactly what's going on. My companion laughed a little bitterly, with a look of despair. As for Zhou Wenjie, he was inexplicably flustered. That feeling of panic instantly haunted his entire body, causing him to panic internally. The more I thought about it, the more I panicked. This inexplicable and unsettling emotion just kept lingering in the mind. As for the one who had come to warn him, he also gave her 2 solemn taps on the shoulder, not saying a word, but that look was just too alarming to be true. Obviously he was excited at the beginning of the day, but now he was holding his words back hard. He's as good as done wrong. What the hell do you two mean? Can you make it clear to me? He had gotten carried away, but just like that, it made him fearful in his heart. He's in a panic right now. His body shivered with it, and he kind of forced a smile. Followed, just inside the office. However, there was a problem. Qin Feng was lying on the bed. His face looked pale. As for the teacher, she glared at him angrily. Shouldn't you explain to me properly what's going on regarding Qin Feng now? His voice involuntarily raised as he glared at Zhou Wenjie with eyes full of indignation. Zhou Wenjie was silent for a moment. How old are you to tell a teacher something like that? Is it a shame? This is nothing more than just some of the small fights we had before we became adults. Why did we even come here to tell the teacher? Zhou Wenjie glared at Qin Feng, only feeling that Qin Feng was purely making a fuss. The teacher stood up violently, even slapping the table hard. Do you know what Qin Feng's situation is? Also, do you know that your current behavior will most likely take someone's little life? You've done something really outrageous this time. I've always admired you as a student before, and thought you were very good at what you do, but it's clear through your performance in this recent period that you're becoming more and more of a disappointment to me as a student. The teacher hated it. Can't stop the dislike in his eyes when he looks at this guy. Qin Feng's situation was already quite special, so the school side is letting them, who are teachers, take care of Qin Feng more, so they can't let anything happen to him in the school. Even the principal was nervous as hell. The principal also ran to Qin Feng's dormitory from time to time to care for him. And the result? Surprisingly, there was a person who deliberately made a move against Qin Feng. This is a whole lot more than the teacher can handle. Hate to look at the guy in front of him. The more he thought about it, the more angry he felt. You hurry up and apologize to Chin Fong, and pray that Chin Fong will get better now, the teacher righteously and angrily reminded him then. Zhou Wenjie, however, said with an unconvinced face, on what grounds? It's Chin Fong who did too much. I couldn't bear it anymore. That's why I did it. And I just pushed him a bit, and didn't do anything excessive. Such a small thing. How can you still condemn it to my body? He can't understand. At this time, he is angry to the extreme to pursue the teacher. Always feel that they are now deliberately make things difficult for themselves. He expressed dissatisfaction. Must be said for himself. The teacher got even angrier. He stretched out his finger and pointed at Zhou Wenjie's brain. Do you know that you're in big trouble this time? If you really don't apologize seriously, when the time comes, even if the gods come, they won't be able to save you. The teacher reminded again. He hoped the guy would see the light and hurry up and stop all that business at hand. Apologize properly if you should. Moreover, looking at that appearance of Chin Fong, he was not a person who liked to be calculating. Bias. Zhou Wenjie refused with an iron fist. I disagree. Angry to the core, he said, I think the two of us clearly assaulted each other, and if we're going to be punished we should both be punished, not just have me apologize alone. I think this matter is very unfair to me, so I don't agree with it now. Zhou Wenjie was still a little bit unconvinced. After all, a big refusal. Until the teacher didn't even know what to say to make it better. He sighed. I've given you a chance. But nah, you guys are useless. What else can I do? In that case, then you yourself go in front of the principal and explain things properly. The ins and outs. There's nothing the teacher can do on his side. He had originally thought that this matter would be a big deal and he would help a little bit if he could. In the end, this Zhou Wenjie was usually smart. Only today he had to play that kind of smart. He's finished. When he heard that he had to go in front of the principal to explain, Zhou Wenjie looked more and more confused. It's not, but it's just that he had a bit of a bad experience with Chin Fong, and somehow the principal is still involved? His whole body tensed, and uneasiness had haunted his entire body. At that time, Zhou Wenjie asked suspiciously, Chin Fong and I just had some unpleasant things happen. Why did we suddenly move the city so much? It's just something small. Why bother? Zhou Wenjie's face wasn't very pretty. He was visibly alarmed and looked at the teacher in front of him a bit dumbfounded. I only heard the teacher say, but Chin Feng's body is very special, and the school side has emphasized many times that because Chin Feng's body is really too special for this reason, it is important to remember to let everyone be more careful and take care not to mess around, and tell everyone to pay more attention to Chin Feng's physical condition, and if you find anything wrong with him, contact the school and the doctor immediately. Did all these words fall on deaf ears for you? The teacher's voice couldn't help but raise, and he was really looking at Zhou Wenjie with hatred. The indignation that flowed from Zhou Wenjie's eyes. This teacher instantly understood the reason why he did what he did. Nothing more than psychologically generated jealousy. And so, this guy just wanted to take advantage of the fact that the teachers as well as the principal were not around to teach Chin Fong a hard lesson. But he had clearly miscalculated his intentions this time. He's made some serious noise this time. And Chin Fong is now lying in bed. Thanks to him, his current situation is not very serious. But people's health has only just gotten better. Zhou Wenjie is making a move on people, so I guess he'll be fired. Chapter 127, The Ins and Outs. Especially his attitude of saying nothing and refusing to admit his fault, which if put in front of the principal, it would be great if the principal didn't slap him. The other principal was trying to please Chin Fong by all means, fearing that something would happen to him. The school side was also reminded many times that Chin Feng's safety must be protected. And the result? Zhou Wenjie was as if he couldn't understand human speech. Zhou Wenjie was unconvinced. I just think Chin Fong is doing too much. He clearly doesn't put the rest of us in his eyes. And they're all college students. So why is it that if he's able to engage in those special mechanisms, we people have to fawn over him? I also know that his health condition is very bad. But Chin Fong is too complacent. And just now the two of us were clearly beating each other up. This should convict the two of us. What makes you say I'm not? The more Zhou Wenjie thought about it, the more unwilling he became. Why? Just based on the fact that Chin Feng's body was worse, so he put all the blame on his shoulders? Wasn't this purely treating him as a big wrong seed? The teacher hated it. You child are indeed hopeless. The teacher sighed. In that case, then I will report this matter to the principal. As for how the principal subsequently dealt with it, you then have to look at the principal's side of the opinion. But I still have to remind you, if you want to be good, then your attitude should be sincere. The apology should be apologized for. Don't talk about these things that are not there. Otherwise, it was hard for you to get in, and I don't really want to end up burying your blood academic career just because of your current poor and unwilling to take the blame for your behavior. And what about the fact that Qin Feng's is live on the entire network? Everyone could see clearly that it was Zhou Wenjie who deliberately sought to antagonize Qin Feng. Qin Feng was also unable to bear it and returned so 2 or 3 sentences. Some people started it. As for Qin Feng, he was also very innocent. Originally he was thinking about physical education class. But what happened? Instead, they were taught a lesson. He's in a hospital bed now. Wenjie Zhou. He had mixed emotions, especially the way those around him were looking at him, which made his insides grow uneasy and made him a bit terrified. He felt, it seems like he's really going down himself. With some alarm, he couldn't help but swallow. He always felt a little screwed. Just the thought of Qin Feng's inch-perfect appearance was too much for him to bear. On what grounds, by what right was Qin Feng so arrogant in front of him? And why should Qin Feng's single illness make all these doctors in the hospital so worried? Even the principal was fawning over Qin Feng. Look at him again. And look at everyone else in the school. They're not that well treated. Expresses incomprehensibility. Zhou Wenjie was still the same. I don't feel that I've done anything wrong. As well as the fact that I'm doing this now to fight for myself and feel that you guys aren't being treated fairly. I hope that in the future, the principal and also the teachers inside the school will be able to treat everyone equally, instead of holding Qin Feng to the edge of their hands to protect them. As for the other students, they don't care, even if we are aggrieved here in Qin Feng. Teacher, could this teacher still not know Qin Feng's character? Even if his health condition is very bad, he has a lively and cheerful personality. And his relationship with those 2 roommates in the dormitory is also very good, including with their teachers as well. As of now, there has only been a falling out with Zhou Wenjie, and still people Zhou Wenjie heart jealous up rushed to the door. The teacher wasn't talking. Just remind him, I've said what I need to say. What's next? I think you're a smart man. You go and solve these problems yourself. I won't say too much about the rest, except I have to say, if you don't want to get fired, I'd like you to be truthful, not a flurry. If he messes up again, it's really over. A good student who had to dig a hole for himself. As soon as Lu Zhangyuan heard about Qin Feng being pushed down, he decisively put down all the things in his hand and came to the office within the first hour. He was full of majesty. Accelerating his speed again, he ran to Qin Feng's side. What the hell is going on? And are you seriously hurt now? Why don't? I'll take you to the hospital first now? Qin Feng smiled bitterly. Just the back was hit hard. Rest so a day or 2 time on the line. No principal affected so seriously. Not as serious as I thought? Lu Zhangyuan frowned tightly. Do you know what exactly is your situation right now? That's the back you hit. No, we have to take you to the hospital for a checkup. In case you're in trouble, what can we do? He said. You have to be a good boy and do what I say. Qin Feng, they're making a fuss. It's just a small thing. Why do you need to be so nervous? Zhou Wenjie was unconvinced. The principal's first glance as he entered landed on Qin Feng, including the back. The attention never stopped on him. And Qin Feng was clearly pretending that way. I wonder what the principal was really nervous about. Headmaster, I now seriously suspect that he is clearly faking it. Zhou Wenjie decisively stood out, righteously trying to dismantle Qin Feng. Hearing Zhou Wenjie's voice, Lu Zhangyuan immediately burst into a rage. Do you know what you are actually doing? Lu Zhangyuan's sharp eyes landed on Zhou Wenjie as he pursued him with extreme anger. Qin Feng's physical condition is very special. Didn't I warn you about this matter from the beginning? Then why did you make a move against him? Lu Zhangyuan had also learned about the situation on his way here, and of course knew that Zhou Wenjie had spoken out to deliberately vilify Qin Feng because he was jealous of him, and had even lured him into making a move. People like him have a lot of opinions about him as a principal. Zhou Wenjie was silent for a second, dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it. The real victim is my principal. Why do you come up here and indiscriminately question me about what I'm not? Principal, aren't you going a bit overboard with this? His mouth opened wide in surprise. He just couldn't believe it anymore. It's not. Principal, this is too much, isn't it? Thanks to him, he was sure that the principal would treat everyone equally. And in the end, isn't that just purely treating him like a big bully? He couldn't stand the aggravation. I'm overdoing it? The principal had been exasperated after hearing those words. Don't think I don't know the ins and outs of things. I just didn't want to expose you. I didn't realize that you were just banging your head against the gun one way or another. The more the principal thought about it, the angrier he got. What did he get in return for his repeated reminders was a change of heart from the other side. Such jealous students are not wanted by the principal. Chapter 128, Regret. Zhou Wenjie also did not expect the principal to come up to him as soon as he was criticized. He already had a lot of anger in his heart instantly exploded. Headmaster, I think your current behavior is unfair. He held his head high. He stood in front of Ryu Zhengyuan angry to the core and said, "We are all your students. So why is Qin Feng able to be treated differently? As for us, yet we have to be condemned so viciously by you? Also, Qin Feng and I had a problem at the same time. Why is it that you have so far only condemned me for not being Qin Feng yet everything is fine?" Zhou Wenjie only felt that Lu Zhengyuan was clearly deliberately harboring Qin Feng, and that this behavior was extremely problematic. Lu Zhengyuan also didn't expect Zhou Wenjie to say that. "So what you're saying is that I've taken favors from Qin Feng and therefore chose to harbor him?" The principal was all angry. Zhou Wenjie explained, "I don't mean this one thing. I just think that it's really unfair of you to do this, and it will give all of us chills. You should treat everyone equally, instead of indiscriminately taking Qin Feng's side, and even condemning me at times. You don't even know why I would get into an argument with Qin Feng. And also, it was Qin Feng who took the lead to push and shove me, and I had no choice but to push him hard. Who knew that he would be so shameless to start pretending to be sick?" When he said this, Zhou Wenjie's eyes still glared at Qin Feng somewhat fiercely. Qin Feng expressed his innocence. Xiang Ding couldn't look away. "What's the condition of Qin Feng's body? Are you sure you really don't know anything? It's fine to fool others, but if you want to take advantage of the opportunity to fool us, who exactly are you fooling? Whether Qin Feng made a move or not, those of us who have seen it clearly, so don't pretend here. I'm not even willing to believe you." Xiang Ding had previously thought that Zhou Wenjie was a good person, and the relationship between the two was indeed quite good. But, upon seeing him today, he was instantly disabused of the idea that he thought the other man was nice. "What's so great about Chow Man Kit? He's a scumbag. Wenjie Zhou." He glared back at Xiang Ding. "You're his roommate. Of course you're speaking for him. I'm the one who's been aggrieved, not you guys, and since you've taken up a lot of favors from Qin Feng again, it's only natural that you've started to speak for others. As for people like me, who have a relatively ordinary family background, when we encounter people like you, who casually bully us, who have ordinary family matters, we can't do anything at all." Zhou Wenjie began to play the emotional card, setting himself up in an absolutely aggrieved image. Crowd, particularly poor acting, silenced everyone. The group silently shut their mouths. As for Qin Feng, of course he didn't recognize any of this. "I'm going to do it, and I'm going to stand up for myself and acknowledge what I've done. Unlike some of the people who have so far twisted the truth of what's happened, and have set themselves up in a condescending light, making it seem like I've actually bullied him now. You didn't bully us? You're flaunting your health and snubbing the rest of us like we're stupid, aren't you? Principal, I hope that you can seriously punish Qin Feng's behavior instead of letting the other party keep getting the better of us." Zhou Wenjie spoke unconvincingly. He certainly hoped that the principal would be able to teach Qin Feng a hard lesson. He was full of expectation. However, the principal, who had known that there was something, the truth, naturally could not be on Zhou Wenjie's side. "Enough. The principal has seen the surveillance and certainly knows what's going on. How long are you going to hide the truth?" The principal's gaze fell on Zhou Wenjie. "Are you sure you really want me to reveal all those things you've done in front of everyone? Aren't you afraid that in the end, you'll be expelled and dealt with as well? The school is full of surveillance everywhere, including Qin Feng's side is also a specialized cameraman, has been following Qin Feng's side. Qin Feng's every move has all been filmed. Whether the other party has provoked you and deliberately yin and yang you, it's all in this image. Are you sure you're still not telling the truth at this point?" Yu Young One is holding back, looking at the other party, but only a dozen less than 20 years old appearance. He gave the other party a chance to reform. He hoped he'd tighten up and just stop this kind of thing in the future. Zhou Wenjie's heart stuttered, but just once. He was firm in what he thought. "As I said, I'm the real innocent victim. I should let Qin Feng apologize to me, and I don't feel that my actions were wrong in any way. On the contrary, I feel that he really should give me a proper apology." Zhou Wenjie thought about it and eventually blurted out this kind of words, and he spoke in a particularly unconvincing manner. In his opinion, there was something particularly wrong with Qin Feng's behavior, as well as the fact that as principals, they had been harboring Qin Feng. He was defiant. Ryu Youngwon looked at him with eyes full of disappointment. "I gave you a chance, but you're a deadbeat kid who just won't take it in his hands. You are so stupid. How could there be someone as stupid as you?" Ryu Youngwon looked at him with hatred for a moment, not knowing what to say. He was helpless. After all, this kid has good credentials, but there is something terribly wrong with his character. Choosing to expel him just because of this kind of thing. In the future, he was afraid that there would be no way for him to continue to have a foothold in society at all. The child is miserable, but he doesn't know how to rein it in and keeps messing around. The foolish and relatively ignorant behavior made Lu Zhengyuan sigh. "I've given you all the chances. Why are you just unwilling to admit it? Why do you just have to righteously condemn Qin Feng for what he isn't?" He shook his head slightly. "In the end, He no longer had expectations for this fellow. Then he had someone pull up all the security footage and zoom in on the other side's every move. Wenjie Zhou. From the beginning, he was incredibly arrogant. And in the end, he was silent. He was short-tempered and even condescending throughout the surveillance video, and had been humiliating Qin Feng in word and deed. He couldn't even dislike Qin Feng in the back, so it started to move. Qin Feng acted as if he was gentle throughout and wasn't willing to bother with him. And it's like a raging lion with an unusually short temper. In front of Qin Feng, he didn't restrain himself. Instead, he was like a madman all the time. When the truth was revealed, Zhou Wenjie was embarrassed. Nope. Isn't there something wrong with the surveillance in that place? Zhou Wenjie jerked his head back to look at Lu Zhangyuan and instantly understood the words that the principal's mouth had just reminded him of. Chapter 129. The principal had just told him, "Don't think that you can do whatever you want without surveillance. There are always cameras around Qin Feng." Nah, he's too stupid to hear the underlying meaning in the school principal's words. Zhou Wenjie was chilled to the bone, and there was only one thought inside his head right now. If he admitted his mistake now and slipped his knees with Qin Feng now, would he still be able to get out of this matter? Zhou Wenjie raised his eyes towards Qin Feng, who was standing with the others, who were in a protective position towards him. Noticing Zhou Wenjie's movements, the others hurriedly stood towards Qin Feng's body with a cautious look on their faces. "What are you trying to do again? Trying to push him? Right. Let me tell you, with so many people in Zhou Wenjie right now, we won't let you bully Qin Feng. And you guys are so arrogant. You definitely need to be punished. If we let guys like you stay in school, who knows if you'll continue to bully other students in the future." This statement resonated with everyone in the room. The principal, on the other hand, sighed sadly, and when he looked at Zhou Wenjie again, his eyes were firm, clearly having made up his mind. "Zhou Wenjie, I want to keep you, but due to your personal attitude is too bad. From today onwards, it is better for you not to continue in our school." Zhou Wenjie's face was shocked, and without waiting for the principal to finish, he hurriedly reached out to pull the principal's sleeve. "Headmaster, how can this be? Have you forgotten what my uncle told you?" The principal shook off his hand in a hurry, anger in his voice. "What are you babbling about? What do I have to do with you?" Zhou Wenjie entered the school at that time. The scoreline is not enough, and they also have strict requirements for sports students. People who want to rely on this channel to go to colleges and universities abound every year. No less than Zhou Wenjie. Why did Zhou Wenjie get into their school? It's because the principal saw their family's poor family conditions. Zhou Wenjie's family father lost his job, sick and paralyzed in bed. His mother only outside the street sweeping to earn money. Her health and bad. White hair. Obviously old. When the principal first went to find out about their family, he could tell that his mother was also ill. Plus, it costs a lot of money for Zhou Wenjie to go to school. So when Zhou Wenjie's eldest uncle begged to come to the door, the principal didn't take any favors from them at all. Only on the basis of Zhou Wenjie's family situation is not good. Let him into the school also made a special greeting to the director of teaching. However, he hadn't expected that Zhou Wenjie would take the initiative to find trouble with Qin Feng. The boy who had looked at him earlier with panic in his eyes was now long unrecognizable to the principal. At this moment, Zhou Wenjie even brought up his uncle's relationship. What relationship could his uncle have? They are all ordinary people. The principal was getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. And now that he saw everyone else staring at him with strange eyes, he couldn't stand up. Straight away, Zhou Wenjie's identity was all singled out. "Zhou Wenjie, why I let you into the school in the first place was so that you could improve your family's life. Your father can only stay at home, and only your mother earns money at home. Why can't you understand something? Help out properly, and be able to help your mother support this family. Instead, you're still bullying your classmates inside the school, not to mention bullying Qin Feng, a sick kid. I don't know. If anything goes wrong with Qin Feng, the sick kid, none of their schools will have a good time." "School, principal. What are you saying? I can't understand. You just spare me this time. I know it's wrong." There were indeed some small conflicts with Qin Feng before. Seeing that the principal was angry, Zhou Wenjie tried to deny it at first, but as the principal's face grew darker and darker, he finally realized that he might have made a mistake in this one matter with Qin Feng. So he hurriedly slid to his knees and apologized to the principal. The principal didn't want to talk to him, and he turned his head to confess to Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, I'll apologize to you. Can you spare me once?" Suddenly hearing Zhou Wenjie admit his mistake, both Qin Feng and Xiang Ding, who was standing in front of him, paused. Xiang Ding was first confused for a moment, and then reacted violently, and immediately said in a furious manner, "That's not good. Who knows if you're really sorry or if you're just faking it, now that the principal's being so mean. That's why you're sorry, isn't it?" Xiang Ding had just finished speaking when he was glared at by the principal, who was standing not far away, and Xiang Ding immediately lowered his voice a bit, but his attitude remained unchanged as he turned back to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, what do you say about this one thing? You can't be fooled by this guy. Zhou Wenjie, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, immediately walked to Qin Feng's front and aggressively said to Xiang Ding, right, should I be forgiven? It's still up to Qin Feng. What are the rest of you doing? Qin Feng, you said you would forgive me. Right. His eyes landed on Qin Feng's body, his eyes staring straight at Qin Feng, looking fierce. Discovering that Qin Feng did not respond, he could not help but urge, and this urging caused a problem. Xiang Ding immediately couldn't hold back and pushed him. Why are you threatening others when you just talk? Do you think I'll be afraid of you just because you talk about Qin Feng like that? Do as you say? Zhou Wenjie looked aggrieved and wanted to say when he had threatened. However, Qin Feng had already taken 2 steps backward, while bringing also along with him. His face suddenly turned pale and he almost couldn't breathe. The people around him were still waiting by the side to see how things would develop, and once they saw Qin Feng like this, they immediately panicked a lot. Qin Feng, are you alright? Chief, hurry up and call 120. Don't dawdle here. Zhou Wenjie, stand away from me. Don't get so close to Qin Feng. Don't you know he's allergic to you? The principal was almost jumping 3 feet high. If Qin Feng had another crisis this time, then he could imagine what their school's reputation would be like afterward. In front of Qin Feng, all messed up their school, screaming, are scared that he did not know what should be done to be good. Now if Qin Feng were to have an accident because he was scared by Zhou Wenjie, how could he explain himself afterwards? If this matter jeopardizes his position again, who is he going to talk to? Thinking of this, the principal was almost no longer polite to Zhou Wenjie, and kept pushing him to the side, pressing him not to say much to Zhou Wenjie. Zhou Wenjie looked at the others in shock. He also looked at Qin Feng, who was blocked at the back. Not that he was saying it, but this guy Qin Feng could really pretend. It was clear that he had said nothing, done nothing, and was begging for forgiveness instead. As a result, Qin Feng was now acting as if he had been punched by him, and he hadn't even done anything at all. Okay? There was a lot of annoyance inside the office, and when Qin Feng's face looked a bit better, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The principal couldn't stand Zhou Wenjie any longer. Raising his eyes directly to Zhou Wenjie, he gave his notice. Zhou Wenjie, this matter, there's no way we can sit back and do nothing anymore. Get ready. Chapter 130. Give me a chance. Zhou Wenjie was horrified. He really didn't expect that things would end up at this point. He's not happy about it. A little Qin Feng, just because he's not feeling well. So, he has to run eagerly to people like a clown and then, one by one, apologize to him? He's already pulled himself together and apologized properly. Has he? It's just like a nothing, and it's just watching the show from the sidelines. As the principal, Ryu Youngwon, he had already said his words to this point, but he was still indifferent? He was full of rage, with an extremely deep grudge in his heart. The way he looked at Qin Feng, there was too much intense hatred bursting out of those eyes. There was also that slightly distorted face. Just by letting people see it later, Qin Feng knew that this guy was not sincerely apologizing to himself. I can't believe I don't really mean it. What do I care? Qin Feng's expression was indifferent. That is, the principal hurriedly ran to Qin Feng's side. You child, all day long, this body is not easy to get better, and now it is injured again. The principal was also despondent, not even knowing how to talk about this matter well. Seeing that Qin Feng was now injured again, his mood was unusually complicated and he really couldn't help but sigh. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders. I can't help it. He looked helpless. It's not like I did it on purpose. And, look at his temper. It's clear that he's not genuinely apologizing to me. I don't want to forgive on that bad attitude of his. Qin Feng is not some kind of stupid person. And, everyone is an adult and it's time to learn to take all the responsibility for what you've done. Of course, Lu Zhengyuan understood what Qin Feng meant. He said, I know. And I'll pursue this matter to the end. For sure. And there's no way I'm going to just forgive him so easily. The principal looked a bit annoyed. Having a student like this in his stall, he didn't even know what to say. They're all college students, so it's logical that they should have grown a brain a long time ago. What about him? No half-brain to speak of. Just by doing all these things, he was so speechless that he didn't even know how to remind him. This idiot. But if he had grown some brains, he wouldn't be so disliked. Qin Feng looked at him and sighed vocally. As for Zhou Wenjie, his face is still unwilling, always feeling that he is clearly acting on behalf of heaven. Why in the end, things are made a mess, and yet there was nothing that could be done about it. In the face of Qin Feng as well as the principal's side of the unforgivable his answer, Zhou Wenjie, although full of anger, really incomparably jealous of the person in front of him, he hated Qin Feng's face more and more hideous. But, as of right now, he has nothing to say. If you do fire me, it's the equivalent of, well, driving me straight into the ground. What's the difference between that and you guys wanting me dead? I'm so young, but you guys are treating me so ruthlessly. Are you sure this really isn't wanting my life? He was in pain. The man who looked remorseful on the surface was just sitting on his butt in despair. His face, it wasn't pretty. Qin Feng responded, wasn't this caused by your own culpability? And who can you blame? Qin Feng gave him a big blank stare on the spot, and the more he looked at him, the more he felt that the person in front of him was disgusting and obscure. What's the point of going crazy and making all sorts of excuses for yourself when it's already happened? Thanks to him being really good at making excuses, Qin Feng looked at him in disgust. Zhou Wenjie said, that's not because you're also a college student, and just because you're not feeling well, all of us have to fawn over you and try our best to be nice to you. On what grounds? We're all students. Why should we have to do a whole lot of pleasing behavior in front of you, one after the other? As for the rest of us, we're like clowns. Perhaps too many grievances had accumulated in my heart, and so, my mood was inevitably a bit irritable. And in the end, I also committed some one-shot behaviors. Zhou Wenjie slightly lowered his eyes and slowly spoke. He began to apologize. The words that came out of his mouth, and his apologetic look, really made him feel pathetic. But, Qin Feng always felt that he was still fooling himself, and that look of so-called sincerity, which is purely treating everyone like they're the big wrong seed, just trying to get a group of people to listen to what he has to say. Fruity, a teacher stepped up to stop it. His usual behavior is quite good, and he also especially abides by the rules in the school, especially his grades, is also considered to be the best. I am of the opinion that he is now since he is sincerely aware of his faults, or else, principal, on your side, just give him another chance to reform himself, right? That teacher just couldn't watch. It always seems like it's too much to expel a student just because they had a little feud with each other. The teacher stepped forward, and Wen Jiezhou went along with it. Yes, I sincerely realized the mistake. Can't you really give me another chance? Zhou Wenjie was naturally worried that things were getting worse. If he does get expelled, then in the future, he won't have any qualifications to speak of at all. What will we do when we get out of society? The more he thought about it, the more worried he was. He had no choice but to compromise with Qin Feng, in the vain hope that Qin Feng would forgive him. But when Qin Feng saw his face, he knew that the person in front of him was purely fooling himself. That disgusting face is bad enough just to see. Back then, Qin Feng did not intend to compromise. Nothing more than the person in front of me is simply not worthy of forgiveness. On the contrary, there were a whole bunch of teachers who were just like stirrers. Seeing Zhou Wenjie apologizing, they helped to say all kinds of good things on the side. Yes, his usual behavior is really good. I also do not think it is necessary to rush to the end like this. How about the principal's side just reconsider again? It's better not to go too far. Yes, those teachers stepped forward. If Lu Zhangyuan had been targeting this student, just because of a Qin Feng, he insisted on blowing people out, then it's highly likely that this school's reputation will end up in shambles because of this. Just thinking about it is more than worrisome. Lu Zhangyuan's gaze fell on Qin Feng, and Qin Feng naturally knew that Lu Zhangyuan was being embarrassed. Qin Feng compromised. Since you are sincerely repentant, then on Monday you will stand on top of the podium in front of everyone in the school, write a 2,000-word review, and apologize to me. And all my expenses in the hospital in a little while will be paid by you. And that is, if there is a next time, I will pursue the matter to the end and never compromise. Qin Feng's meaning was clear. He would forgive the other party this time, but it did not mean that he would compromise time and time again. Chapter 131. The conditions given by Qin Feng were already very good. It wouldn't be good for the other party to keep refusing. Zhou Wenjie was clearly not happy about the request made by Qin Feng, and it could be seen that his face twisted slightly. That angry look was seen in Qin Feng's eyes at a glance. Qin Feng just wanted to refuse and repent the decision he had made. Although this behavior was indeed unorthodox, it was just that the other party's look of unwillingness really left Qin Feng with no way to give him any chance. At the time, Qin Feng's eyes were cold. That is, before he could open his mouth to say, the other party compromised. As long as you don't expel me, I'll agree to whatever you ask me to do. He kept his head hanging down behind him and had a very downcast look on his face. That look made it seem as if someone had bullied him. He had compromised, so it was naturally impossible for Qin Feng to temporarily go back on his word. Qin Feng reluctantly agreed. As for Lu Zhangyuan, he saw through Zhou Wenjie's little mind at a glance. He was naturally unwilling to bull too much with the other party. He waved his hand, looking slightly bored. Since the matter is settled, you should go back and rest. As for you Qin Feng, I'll first send you to the hospital to check on your health. Yes. What Lu Zhangyuan was most worried about right now was something going wrong with Qin Feng's body. He had to be cautious at all times, but he couldn't really let Qin Feng's body get sick. Zhou Wenjie left indignantly. A moment. Qin Feng glanced at Bai Bingbing who was beside him. He was a bit less than kind. Can I trouble you with this live broadcast? Don't point it at me yet? Bai Bingbing instantly comprehended Qin Feng's meaning as he hurriedly shifted the camera. Of course. You may speak now. Don't say it. This guy, Qin Feng, is quite polite. Lu Zhangyuan was a bit puzzled as to why Qin Feng was doing this, and Xiang Ding, the more he thought about it, the more he felt hateful. In front of the principal's face, did not hold back complaining, "What the hell is wrong with you? Did you not see what kind of expression he had on his face just now? Just by looking at that look, you can tell that he clearly didn't sincerely want to apologize to you, and now it's just a matter of expediency. If he has other options, do you think he will choose to stand on this side? Will he really apologize to you?" Xiang Ding looked at Qin Feng and thought that he was a fool. To think that he was easily fooled by others? Qin Feng leisurely looked back at him. You don't think that we really have a better way now, do you? Then what? That guy clearly pushed you on purpose. And now, with a few casual words of apology, he wants things to go away? And look at that expression on his face at that time. One look and you can tell that he had 1,000 displeasure in his heart. That whole face was twisted along with it. Xiang Ding was seriously fighting for Qin Feng. Unless he felt that those behaviors of the other party were too disgusting. Come to think of it, can anyone else screw up like that? Obviously doing something wrong, but from beginning to end, there is no real intention of admitting fault. People like him, that's really not afraid of heavenly punishment. As for Qin Feng, the more he looked at the other party, the more unpleasant he felt, but in the end, he did not continue to oppress the other party. Xiang Ding dared to say Zhou Wenjie's faults in front of the principal. He really had a lot of guts. But it's understandable, after all. But anyone who has grown eyes knows that the other side, clearly has a big problem. He said he would seriously apologize, but in reality, he was just pretending from the beginning to the end. Make him apologize sincerely? How is that possible? I also know about this matter, but people have said so. If I still forcefully press it, do you think it's appropriate? Since he apologized, I'll make a big deal out of it. There's really no need to drive people to extinction. Qin Feng's meaning was particularly clear. In fact, at first, Qin Feng also wanted to be catty and go on. Only, it does seem to be just a bit out of place. To put it bluntly, you're just stupid. But if you were any smarter, you wouldn't be able to do this. Xiang Ding had too many grievances in his heart, and as long as he talked about such a thing, his mood became more and more tiresome. He was muttering endlessly, and he was fighting for Qin Feng from beginning to end. Hearing these words, Qin Feng actually did not feel surprised, but he also just laughed and turned his head to look at Xiang Ding to pacify. Well, this matter is also considered to be over. The person also said to wait until Monday. Will wait until the time will be in front of all the people on the rostrum above the podium to apologize to me. As long as he speaks, then this thing is just so forget about it. There is no need to quarrel non-stop. Also, the other principal is still here. If you say any more. Qin Feng moved closer to Xiang Ding and slightly lowered his voice, reminding him. At that time, Xiang Ding's body instantly stiffened. He lived in embarrassment. He was too angry just now and didn't react. Being reminded by Qin Feng like this, he suddenly came to his senses and was instantly embarrassed. Xiang Ding smiled a little stiffly and apologized in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Principal. I was also too angry just now. I always felt that what the other party did was too disgusting. The more I thought about it, the more irritated I became. And I really couldn't hold this breath in my heart. I hope that you will be generous enough to spare me. When Xiang Ding said this, there was still a lot of reluctance. Mainly, the other party was doing something too disgusting. The more he thought about it, the more he really felt stifled in his heart. How could someone in this world be so disgusting? Just spitting it up made her want to just slap the other woman right now. It's really bad luck to see the other side's advancing behavior. Lu Zhangyuan was not an unreasonable person, and he could understand the things that Xiang Ding had done. The boy really doesn't have a good temper, and as I just saw, he does have a nasty tone. I can understand why you're so angry. So yeah, you don't need to apologize to me. You young one had at least been in school for so many years, right? As an elder, he could roughly guess just by looking at the other party. What exactly did the other party mean now? He's just not willing to reveal the other side. And people Qin Feng just chose to compromise. As the principal of the school, but he had to give the other party a death sentence. In case there is any good or bad, the student's life safety, I am afraid that he will have to be responsible for. Just thinking about it, Ryu Young One was not happy to continue. He compromised, It was because for the sake of Qin Feng's face he wasn't happy to bother too much with the other party. Only, Ryu Young Won still asked, "Are you sure you're ready to forgive him? Are you sure you won't take it into account?" It always felt that the matter of forgiving that fellow so easily was a bit unreasonable.